You're just an ordinary office worker, despised by your mother-in-law for not owning a house, forcing her daughter to break up with you, watching the dancing girl on your phone. You feel miserable yet powerless. If only you had endless money, you'd even be willing to let the brothers in front of the screen drive luxury cars and live in villas. At that moment, a system prompt sounded, detecting the host's extremely strong desire. The good person gets rich system has been successfully bound. The host will receive a daily allowance of 100 million yuan. Feel free to spend or invest it. Additional skill rewards will be granted at special milestones. You rubbed your eyes, thinking it was a hallucination from exhaustion the night before. But the next second, a crisp SMS alert tone rang. China Construction Bank reminds you. Account ending in 9132 has received 100,000,000 yuan. Balance 100,000,155 yuan. As a seasoned sender of Doge memes, you know you've been chosen by the Doge system, and it's a daily 100 million yuan system at that. After calming down, you start planning your next steps. Since your mother-in-law looks down on you for not having a car or house, you immediately decide to buy a property. Closing the mobile banking app, you begin searching for the best housing options. Soon, you settle on the Longting Jiayuan residential area. This is the most high-end community in the area, where prices once peaked at 120,000 yuan per square meter but have now halved to 60,000 yuan. The complex boasts excellent greenery, complete facilities, and river views. The only downside is the price, but with a daily allowance of 100 million yuan, that's nothing to you. You quickly went downstairs, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the sales office. As soon as you entered the sales center, a fair-skinned, short-haired girl in her early 20s proactively approached with a glass of water and asked, "Sir, are you here to view properties?" You smiled, took the water, and replied, "Yes, what types of units do you have available?" Hearing that you were indeed interested, the girl visibly relaxed and said, "Sir, please have some water first. Whether you buy or not, I'll give you an introduction." With that, she guided you to the nearby model display. Sales agents primarily earn through base salary plus commissions, with commissions being the main income. However, with the current downturn in the real estate market, many newcomers without fixed clients struggle to even secure their base salary, let alone commissions. To earn the base salary, they must complete certain tasks, such as giving property tours or collecting client contact information. This girl had very few sales this month, and if things continued this way, she might not even get her base salary. So, even though she doubted you could afford the properties here, she still welcomed you warmly. The moment you approached the model display, an upward arrow suddenly appeared on the otherwise ordinary layout. When you focused your attention on the arrow, a message popped up: Longting Jiayuan's property prices will rise by 62% in 3 years. Seeing this, your eyes lit up, and you interrupted the girl just as she was about to introduce the smaller units, asking, "Which is the most expensive and best unit here?" She replied, "The most expensive and best would definitely be Building 7. It's our flagship property, featuring 270-degree river views, especially the top 3 floors, which are all 520 square meter luxury flats, fully furnished with appliances included. They're as good as it gets." As she spoke, she eagerly pointed a laser pointer at the top 3 floors, clearly her dream home. You did a quick mental calculation. A 520 square meter luxury flat on one floor would cost around 31.2 million. With your current 100 million, you could afford it outright. So, you said directly, "All right, I'll take all 3. The girl froze, staring at you in confusion and disbelief. You repeated, "I said I'll take all 3. Don't tell me they've already been sold?" Stuttering in shock, she replied, this, "I might not have the authority to decide. Let me get the manager." With that, she turned and hurried off to the manager's office. You smiled and turned on the water. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before you. Your ex-girlfriend Lu. She lowered her voice and lashed out, "You really have some nerve showing up here. I've made myself clear already. We're over. No matter whose fault it was, there's no point dwelling on it now. We've broken up. Got it?" You were utterly shocked. You never expected to run into Lu Shi here. Wasn't she working at the cosmetics mall before? Since when did she start at this real estate sales center? Lu Shi watched your stunned silence with mixed emotions. Part of her was annoyed, but another part felt a flicker of joy. Maybe you came looking for her because you still cared. But she quickly steeled herself and continued, "Stop pretending. I never knew you were such a good actor. Get out of here now, or I'll call security to throw you out when the manager arrives." As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed the girl from earlier leading the manager over. After a brief hesitation, Lu Shi stepped forward and said, "I'm sorry, manager. He's a friend who came to visit me after finding out I work here. I'll make sure he leaves right away." The manager, who had been smiling moments ago, froze and glanced at the girl beside him, his expression silently asking, "What's going on?" The girl was equally confused and turned to you, saying, "Were you just joking earlier?" You replied, "I'm not familiar with her. I'm just here to buy a house. I've taken a liking to the 3 large flats on the top floor of Building 7. I'll pay in full up front. If there are no issues, let's proceed with the contract." The manager, hearing that you were serious about buying the property, instantly perked up and happily approached you. After all, since the real estate bubble burst, property companies worldwide have been tightening their belts, fearing a cash flow crisis. So, anyone paying in full upfront is considered a VIP client. They don't even need to ask. The company will automatically offer the biggest discounts. The manager said, "No problem. Currently, the top 3 floors, well, the very top floor has already been sold, but the buyer recently ran into financial trouble and has entrusted us to resell it. We can handle everything on their behalf. For the 2 available units here, if you pay in full upfront, we can waive 5% of the land tax and deed tax for you." As for the top floor unit being resold, the seller listed it at 32 million, but the manager assured you they could negotiate it down to 29.5 million, even cheaper than the 2 new units. Moreover, all 3 units come with 15 parking spaces, all gifted to you. You nodded and said, "Just these 3 units, go prepare the paperwork." Hearing the manager say they'd throw in 15 parking spaces, you smiled and then glanced at the girl who initially greeted you. You asked her to process the invoice, and upon hearing this, she gasped. The salesperson's commission was calculated at 0.3% of the original price. These 3 properties totaled over 90 million, meaning her commission would be around 270,000 to 280,000. She had never seen so much money in her life and was completely stunned. Watching her reaction, the manager chuckled and said, "Envious, definitely envious." But Okai had designated her to write the bill, so he couldn't say anything else. Compared to this commission earned by these salesgirls, he earns more, and can even go back to the head office with this nearly $90 million in cash back. So he was just a little envious at this point, not so much as to do anything about it. Oh, hearing the manager's words, the girl also reacted at this moment, and ran to the finance room at the back at the first time, and not long after, she came over with the credit card machine and the contract. Seeing this girl take out the card swipe machine and the contract, at this time, the equally dumbfounded Ryoshi couldn't help but react as well, and then walked over to Okai at the first opportunity. "Have you made enough of a scene?" Looking at Ryoshi, his eyes contain anger. Okai some funny look at her. Together she now still thinks she is joking. Pretend 13 it? With that in mind, he also handed the girl his bank card directly. As the girl inserted the bank card, the manager confirmed the numbers on it with another. Okai also entered the password directly after. At this time, the card machine also came from the top of the ding-a-light sound, and then began to hit the ticket, showing that the deduction is successful. Watching this scene, all the people cannot help but body a shock. Okai's body shook because it was also the first time he had spent so much money. It was indeed cool. This manager's body shook because it was already in the bag and he was even better. This little salesgirl's body shook, but it was because it meant that her commission was in. It was only Ryoshi who looked at Okai with a shocked face after this body shook. Just now she calculated 3 sets of houses, nearly $90 million. This money, sell Okai, is not enough for a fraction of a bar. At this time, she is indeed a little collapse. The mind is broken, the life is broken, and the 3 views are broken. So now Ryuhi was somewhat pressed to speak to Oki. "No, it can't be. This money, where did you get this money? Did you rob a bank?" Hearing Yuhi's words, Okai couldn't help but look at her as if she were a retard. "What bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you know how big a pile 100 million is? It's on a person's back? Besides, we've known each other for 6 years. When did I ever say I didn't have any money? I originally just wanted to get in touch with you guys as ordinary people, but what I got in return was alienation and disgust, and I was originally going to tell you that today, but unfortunately you didn't wait. Forget it, I'm tired. I'm not pretending. I'm a billionaire. I'm showing my cards." Looking at Ryoshi's pupils that had been shocked to the point of being somewhat lax, Okai also spoke with a frank face, and then he also walked over to the girl's side and began to sign the contract. He signed a total of 2 contracts, the one for the consignment, and will have to wait for that head of household to arrive. And when he was signing the contract, he also saw the name of this girl who was selling the property. She was called Sure, or a pretty poetic name. When the contract on this side was signed, the manager on this side also came up with a smile on his face. Sure. Why don't you take Mr. O to see the house first, and I'll contact the head of the household on the top floor to come over and sign the contract right away." "Okay, Mr. O, this way please, there's a sightseeing bus at the entrance. I'll show you the house." Hearing the manager's words, at this time, Sure was also incomparably polite as she spoke towards Okai. Okai also didn't even look at Lucy after hearing Shurshu's words before following Shurshur to look at the house. Looking at Yunashi, who was still standing in place with an overwhelmed look on her face, the manager also walked over to her. Boyfriend? Ex-boyfriend. Listening to the manager's words, Ryoshi at this time also slightly slowed down from the daze, and then manipulated a mouthful of hoarse voice said. At this moment, she felt like there was a razor blade inside her throat, and she now felt a burst of pain even when she breathed. Hey, look on the bright side. These rich people are just like that, worrying about others cheating them out of a few stinking dollars. They like to pretend to be poor to test us ordinary people, without realizing that what you can't see straight in this world is not only the sun, but also the human heart. Wouldn't it feel better to think differently, that you didn't separate from him because he was poor, that you wanted to separate from him because he cheated on you? Looking at Ryoshi, the manager at this time also said with a smile, saying straight brr. At this time looking at the manager with a smiling face in front of him, Lucy was really wanting to just slap and huff over, but considering that he had already separated from Okai, he couldn't lose his job again, could he? So all she could do was bite back a smile before she walked briskly toward the restroom. Chapter 4, Boss? Regardless of how Yuhi over here felt, Oki was pretty cool right now. He rode in the sales office's small sightseeing car, first strolling around inside this neighborhood before arriving at the 7th building. The amenities inside this neighborhood are really quite nice. The greening inside the neighborhood, at least 75% or more, a variety of valuable, oddly shaped trees and flowers, showing very beautiful. There are plenty of matching fountains, benches, naughty castles and whatnot. Apart from that, there is also a fitness center, swimming pool, tennis court, basketball court, mini-mart and so on. When they entered the 7th building, they realized that the lobby of the place, too, was decorated in gold. Here in the elevator room, there are a total of 4 elevators, and according to Shurshur's introduction, there are a total of 3 types of households here. In addition to the large bungalow that OK bought, there is a 1-story, 4-family below, each with 130 square feet of 4 bedrooms and 2 baths, and a 1-story, 2-family with 260 square feet of 6 bedrooms and 3 baths, but the biggest is definitely the 3 levels that Oki bought. As the duo rode the elevator to the 31st floor, as soon as the elevator doors opened, Okai saw a large door that appeared in front of him. The large flat. That's what's cool. There's only 1 family on this floor. After opening the door, the house that appeared in front of Oki was also really quite beautiful. Inside the floor, ceiling, electrical appliances and so on, with a big brand, a look no quite good. 8 rooms and 4 halls of the layout. Okai is also very satisfied. The main thing is that the place is cleaned up very well. It's basically turnkey. The 31st and 32nd floors are the same. After all, they were all installed by the developer here. However, on the 33rd floor, which was the house that was consigned here, at the same time when Okai and Shurshur walked in, Shurshur's eyes lit up, while Okai felt his right eyelid couldn't help but jump, because this 33rd floor of the house was obviously redecorated, and the person who decorated it should be a very girly being. The whole house, basically, is colored in pink. The rest of the walls, the ceiling, all made unhinged. The crystal chandelier can be described as extremely gorgeous. The whole room is full of mirrors. She even had the check room enlarged to 100 square feet. There are special ones for clothes, 4 bags, 4 shoes, completely incomprehensible. Looking at the house, Oki's eyebrows raised, and he was already thinking about redecorating. But right at this moment, Shurshur, who was obviously extremely satisfied with this house, also received a call from the manager's side, telling Okai that the owner of this house had already come. Shurshur, you guys can help find a construction team here. After hearing Shurshur's words, Okai and her also went downstairs together, and inside the elevator, Okai hesitated for a moment, but still asked Shurshur, yes, do you have a complaint? I can connect you. As soon as she heard Okai's words, at this time, Shurshur also immediately opened her mouth and said, first, help me get these 3 floors open, then, I'll figure out if the 33rd floor needs to be rewired. Hearing Shurshur ask this, Okai also spoke up, are you going to redecorate the 33rd floor? It's so beautifully decorated there. Once she heard Okai say he was going to redecorate the 33rd floor, Shurshur couldn't help but say with some pity, pretty? Hearing Shurshur's words, Okai looked at him with an incredulous face. Well, it's very beautiful, and I have a feeling that your wife in the future will definitely like it here. Looking at Okai's shocked gaze, at this time, Shurshur also said with a serious face, well, let's not pretend to get through it then. Oki, a standard dead straight guy, really doesn't know much about women's aesthetics. If you are a woman in the future, you have to decorate your home like this. Shook his head. He or not touch it first. Wait until later and then find a girlfriend. Look at each other's wishes, but looking for an object. seems to be in no hurry ha. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but smile. And then he rode the sightseeing bus with Shir to the sales center. At this time, Leoshi had already disappeared, and was probably avoiding himself as well. And Oki didn't bother to specifically seek her out to Act 13, but went straight to one of the parlors over here. By this time the owner of the 33rd floor had arrived, but when Oki saw her, Oki couldn't help but stare. It was really a narrow road, because this person, he actually knew him as well. Mr. Fong? Hello, you are. Hearing Okai call out his name, the woman who was currently wearing a pair of sunglasses and looking through her cell phone couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then immediately stood up and asked suspiciously, "Hello, I guess you've forgotten. My name is Oki. I'm an ex-employee of your company. You fired me yesterday." Looking at her, Oki introduced himself with a smile as well, and as soon as she heard Okai's words, this woman then suddenly remembered, as if, she did meet Okai in the company, and for a moment the look on her face turned awkward. This woman is called Fongyu. It seems to be a year older than Okai, but he's a top rich kid. The family is thick. The one who occupies the room and lies on the ground can originally be considered righteous, until she got herself killed and went out on her own to start her own business. Obviously she's not business material or she wouldn't have gotten to the point of layoffs and selling her house. From the decoration of her 33rd floor and what Okai has seen and heard in these 3 years, it is not difficult to see that she is a woman who likes to be pretty and loves beauty. But at this moment in time, she did not even put on any makeup, and wore a pair of large sunglasses, so she looked very haggard. Oh, and now the extras are still awkward. "Oh, you guys know each other? That's much better. Miss Fong, this Mr. O bought the 31st and 32nd floor of the house you are in, and now he wants to buy your set. The money has already been credited into the protection account, so both of you can sign the contract when you see that there are no problems." Looking at the duo, that's when the manager also walked in and took out 2 sets of contracts, and as the other man looked at the contract, he couldn't help but speak up. "You this, hobby, quite chic ah. I thought we this kind of people, in order to prove themselves, is like entrepreneurship it. How do you this also like to go to work in other people's companies?" Well, in Fongyu's eyes, Okai this was clearly a rich second generation just like himself. Who else could come up with nearly $100 million in assets to buy 3 houses for fun? As for Fongyu's doubts, Okai just spread his hands. The systems matter. Naturally, no one could possibly talk about it. So a rich second generation's title really couldn't be better if it could solve a lot of troubles. And looking at Okai not saying anything, Fongyu at this time also came over and asked in a small voice, "Since we are all acquaintances and you know the situation of my company, can you give me a little more increase? Big sister, I bought the house with a 95% discount. It's only 2,964. Your second-hand one is 2,950. And you're still raising the price?" Rolling his eyes, Okai looked at Fongyu and couldn't help but open his mouth. Chapter 5, Moving. It's true that the house is now worthless, but didn't I redecorate over there? The fitting room, the bed, the bathtub, I changed it all. As soon as she heard Okai speak like this, Fongyu at this time also said anxiously, "Big sister, do you think I'll like your style of decorating? I'm already ready to tear down and redecorate. By the way, I'm going to deduct you a little bit for mentioning this, 2950. As soon as he heard that Okai was still going to deduct money, at this time Fongyu also rushed to say, "Of course, Okai this is just to scare her a little. The contract is signed. Where to return the buckle to go?" As she took out the real estate certificate, she and Okai also signed the contract with each other. This side of the sales center people will take the contract and real estate certificate to Okai for the transfer. As for Okai and Fongyu, they can leave as well. Fongyu had to go back to the office, while Okai naturally had to go home to pack his things. Joking, he now has such a new house, which will still live in their own rented old broken small inside. And just when the two of them out of the sales hall, at this time Fongyu cannot help but gently bumped Okai a bit, and then said in a small voice, "Hey, since you have so much cash, do you want to invest in my company? You know the ropes, I can sell you more shares." Looking at Okai, at this time, Fongyu also took off her sunglasses and also raised her eyebrows at him. There is a say Fongyu long beautiful, at this time pure pigment plus rest bad she, can also be said to be born beautiful, more than 1 m height, plus the perfect body, is indeed very good, but this want to empty gloves in this white wolf, she some think too much, possibly fearing that Okai would agree in a fit of headlong panic. The system also marked a green to black downward arrow above her head at that moment. With a sweep of his mind, a piece of information also appeared before his eyes. Rain Cloud Technology, Fongyu's company. Look at the current negative assets, 247 million. If there is no capital injection, will be filed for bankruptcy in 3 months, such as the injection of assets, a conservative estimate of the annual loss of money at a rate of 37%. Do not recommend investment. Good lord. 37% per year. That's like a bottomless pit. Okai, who hadn't wanted to vote in the first place, laughed softly at this point. Forget it, I know too well what the company is like. After all, my money doesn't come from the wind. Humph, no vision. If you don't vote, don't vote. What are you talking about? When I get through the immediate crisis, make the company bigger and stronger, and make it to the stock market, then there you will regret it. Looking at Okai so unimpressed with himself and his company, Fengyu also grunted, and then walked to the side, in front of a Porsche Panamera, got into the car, and then left the sales center with a foot of gas pedal. Looking at Fengyu who was heading off, Okai couldn't help but laugh a little. Still rich, driving is still such a rush, but now that I'm done buying a house, shouldn't I buy a car too? Well, there's no rush, let's wait until tomorrow, now let's go back and move. He then took a cab and went straight back home, and shortly after Okai left. At this time, after finishing the contract into the file of the division sure side, there is also a woman with a face of envy and jealousy came over. Okay, sure, you've got big money on your side. Ha, listening to the woman's words, sure was confused again. What are you pretending to be confused? Don't tell me you didn't take the opportunity to finalize the relationship when you went to look at the house with him just now. Looking at Sure's appearance, at this time, the other building lady couldn't help but walk over, and after gently bumping her, drove madly with her eyebrows. What definite relationship? You mean, hey, just this $280,000 commission. It's really quite a lot. But if that's what I have to trade myself for, Sure was indeed inexperienced in the world, but it didn't mean that she was a cutie. At that moment, she naturally saw the meaning of these two, so she immediately opened her mouth and spoke up. My silly sister, is that a question of $270 or $80,000? He's obviously interested in you by giving you this bill, and this $270,000 or $800,000 is just a meet and greet. So why don't you take advantage of this opportunity and just climb into his bed, as long as you become his woman, in the future, not to mention being a wife, just a lover, not to mention $300,000, even if it's $3 million, $30 million, it's possible. That's right. How much is a house here worth? Don't you know? Maybe in the future one of the three houses will be named Sure? Looked at Sure face confused look. These two sales lady also hate iron not steel setup, and listen to their words. Indeed, 277, 80,000. If they are on their own on themselves, that is a little bit not quite worth it. But what if it's 3 million? What about 30 million? For a moment, for this kind of thing is extremely resistant to the division of poetry, as if some do not know how to refuse. And then again Okai a meter 88 big tall, long and handsome. This, if he really wants to adopt himself, it's not really a good idea to say no. Nothing to do? If you don't have anything to do, then go out and pull guests in to see the rooms. What kind of gossip is this here? However, right at this moment, their new group leader Lu Shi also walked to their side with a stern face and eyes containing fury, and said in a serious manner. Hearing Lu Shi's words, the three people over here couldn't help but shrink their heads, and then flew away from here. This new team leader doesn't look too good to get along with. However, these two's words caused Sure's mind to waver a bit at this point, regardless of what happened on this side of the sales center. At this time, Okai began to bury his head and pack up his things after returning home. I don't usually realize how I have so much stuff inside my house, and there are a lot of these things. Are some of the necessities of life, like his clothes, bedding, and so on, are to be used? This packing out several large bags. Looking at these things, he definitely can't carry them, but ask his buddies to come over and help move them. It's still work time, and it's not good to disturb them. So OK is still only called a moving company. And just as he was waiting here for the movers, that's when a figure suddenly scurried up to his door. Hey, what are you, getting ready to move? Looking at the man in front of him, Okai's brows couldn't help but frown, because this person was no other than his own landlord, Mrs. Lu. In fact, the original Okai's landlord is an old lady surnamed Lee. People are very good. In the past when the holiday season also gave Okai cooking, wrapped dumplings, but last year, the old lady got sick and didn't pull through, and now this Dame Lu is her daughter-in-law. A person far worse than Grandma Lee, and I don't know what she's doing here today. Chapter 6, Be prepared. Oh, Mrs. Lu, I'm ready to move. Listening to this Dame Lu's words, Okai also opened his mouth to speak. What? To move? To move to where? I heard that you just recently lost your job. This is ready to go back home? Hearing Okai's words, at this time, Lu Dame a pair of mercenary eyes also began to turn up. She came here, in fact, is to see if Okai is really unemployed plus lost love. If it is true, then she will have to mention the matter of rent. Although it is said that at this time Okai still has 20 days before the rent is to be paid, and there is still a month's deposit. But such a middle-aged woman does not care about that. They very much like to embody the feeling that they are superior. So even if there's nothing going on, you'll be willing to chew people out behind their backs, not to mention the fact that something is still going on. But come to get it, it's a hell of a thing to warn Oki not to fall behind on rent or something like that. But now that she was here, Oki was going to move out, which made her a little flustered. To know, Oki is a very good tenant, rented here for 3 years, never owed rent. The house is also cleaned up, and will not bring messy friends back. Just him and his girlfriend, 2 people, like they like to rent as the most favorite stable people. The result is that she was just ready to come over to say a few words. Oki is going to move. This is not good. So at this point she couldn't help but say, Kai, it's not that auntie said you. Young man, you still need to get ahead. This job is gone. Just find another one. Your girlfriend left you, presumably because you're not motivated. If you just go back home and admit defeat, what can you do? Farm? Looking at Oki. At this time, Lu Danian also began to condescendingly instruct. Listening to his words, Oki's eyebrows could not help but frown, not to mention whether he did or did not do anything. Just this attitude of hers. Oki was very uncomfortable, renting a house and also renting a sense of superiority. At that moment Oki also spoke directly. 1. I am a native of Longi, and secondly, I don't think there is anything wrong with going home to farm, and thirdly, I am moving back to my own home. Oh, you're local, so you used to, move back in with your parents? As soon as she heard Oki's words, at this time, Lu Danian couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then asked in confusion. No, it's my own house. Oki's parents had an accident when he was in high school, and his family's house was sold at that time, or he wouldn't have had to rent a room some years ago, but there was no need to tell her about it. You own your own house, so why are you still renting? Hearing Oki say this, Dame Lu became even more puzzled. Because my girlfriend likes it, and it's close to where she lives at work, and now that we've broken up, there's no reason for me to live here. It's just as well you're here. So help me inspect the room and then you can return my deposit. Looking at Dame Lu's appearance, Oki also spoke up. Listening to Oki's reason, Lu Daniang is also ahead of Black Lines. What kind of reason? However, since Oki has said this, it is impossible for him to rent his house anymore. She also took a step and walked in to start inspecting the house. Originally, she was also prepared to have a lamp lifting and fixing the deposit. She was not going to give Oki. As a result, this press simply did not give her the opportunity. She came in and began to inspect the house. Oki opened the cell phone and began to video. One look at Oki's posture. Dame Lu over here wouldn't dare to play any tricks, because if this is sent to the internet, the shame is small. The future of this house cannot be rented out. That would be a problem. The results of a circle, but also really did not find what can be deducted from the place, and ultimately can only be put a month of deposit 2,000, to the Oki played back, but she had no intention of refunding the nearly 20 days left in the month. But that's normal. Renting an apartment, it's all about the whole month. It's rarely deducted by the day, and Oki was too lazy to bother with her about it. He had more important things to do right now. Shortly after her side of the room inspection, the movers Oki here called came, started helping him move things down the stairs. And look at these busy workers. At this time the eyes of Lu Daniang turn. She actually still cannot believe in her heart. Oki has a house. In her look Oki is likely to be out of money, so go to a more remote place to rent a cheaper house. So at this point she also took advantage of the fact that Oki was helping to move things and found the moving company's worker and asked him about it. Hello, big brother. I am the landlord of this house. Can you trouble you to tell me where he moved this? His family still has some things. There is a possibility that I want to send, when I also know the address. I'm not sure about the specifics, I just know that it's delivered to Longtengjiayuan. You'd better ask him. Hearing the words of Mrs. Lu, the staff of this moving company did not have any heart, so they told her directly, and as soon as she heard this person's words, Dame Lu's brows couldn't help but furrow. If she had been talking about some generic upscale neighborhood, she might not have known, but Longtengjiayuan, the best neighborhood in Longi City, is not even one of them. Rumor has it that houses there go for at least a few $1 million a month's rent. At least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. This person who rents his own family's old broken house, even if he rents it, he can't possibly afford to rent a house that good, right? As for what he said about his house, beat her to death. She didn't believe it, but whether she believed it or not, this had nothing to do with Oki, and there was no way Oki would make a point of showing her his new home just to punch her in the face. She, for one, didn't deserve it. At this time, after Oki had finished moving things, he had already escorted the car and headed to Longtengjiayuan, but just as he brought the workers to the 32nd floor of Building 7 in front of his house's front door, he realized that sure, at that moment, was squatting in front of his house's door, as if he was still hesitating about something. Sure, you have something left in my place? Looking at Sure's appearance, Okai also had some doubts and asked, and hearing Okai's words, at this time, Sure also fiercely looked at him. She did not even notice just now. The elevator actually came up. After seeing that it was Okai, she couldn't help but raise a smile before speaking. No, I heard you say that you're moving. I guess it's going to be quite busy, so I came over to help. Looking at Sure in this timid manner, Okai clearly felt that her voice was shaking, but he didn't reject her to this point. Good, it just so happens that I haven't gotten anyone to come over and help me, so I'll trouble you. I'll treat you to dinner later. Looking at Sure, Okai smiled back. Forget about dinner. I've earned so much today by you, and you haven't managed to ask me for a rebate. I'm already very grateful, and also, our custom here is that after moving, the first meal should be at home to start a fire, so if you don't mind, I'll do it for you. While saying that, Sure also lifted up the vegetables in her hand that she had just gone to buy. It looks like she's, well, prepared. Chapter 7, Collapse, Bang. I'm back. As the time came to about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Liushi also dragged her tired body back to the house. After changing her shoes, she also sat on her butt on the sofa, and her body curled up. Today was really too big a blow for her. The boyfriend with whom she had been in love for 5 years was actually a rich man with a fortune of over $100 million. This really made her somewhat unable to accept. Liushi and Okai is a university, but the two did not know each other at the beginning, until the sophomore year when the dormitory sorority. The two know each other. Liushi is very interested in Okai. After chasing Oki for a year, the two got together. After getting together with Oki, Yuhi was actually originally happy. Okai is handsome, has a good body, is considerate of himself, works hard and takes things seriously, and most of all, the two of them are really happy together. But as you graduate from college and enter the world, she realized that being happy really didn't solve anything, especially the work she did. Sales, this job. There are really too many little girls with impure purposes doing it. When she watched her little sisters around her, through a variety of relationships, from the man to get brand name bags, brand name perfume, dry a 1 or 2 years after the ride in the trotters away, her heart is also more and more unbalanced. And on top of that, things are as they should be. And while Yohi was already a little unbalanced inside, her mother and her best friend were going to go even further. Liushi's mother, from the beginning, could not see Okai. She was bent on hoping that her daughter married a rich man. As long as the money, the rest does not matter. So ever since she learned of Oki's existence, her mother has been encouraging her to break up. That BFF of hers is even more so, and will even offer to introduce her to rich men. At first, she could hold out. After all, she didn't want to marry a bad old man. But all of that changed when Zhao Yu appeared. Zhao Yu, the owner of the BMW M4 that she had gotten into after breaking up with Okai today. He was actually the boyfriend of one of her BFF's friends, and because her BFF brought that friend to her counter to buy cosmetics, that's how she met Zhao Yu. And Zhao Yu saw Lu Shi, can be said to be shocked, and then launched a pursuit of Lu Shi, although it is said that Lu Shi is still hesitant. But Zhao Yu is very easy to first attack Lu Shi's mom. So a few days ago, her mom took the pesticide and said to Lu Shi, let her choose one from among Okai and herself. In fact, Lu Shi smelled when that bottle inside, in fact, is iced tea, but she did not know if it is because of this reason. So her heart also has a hint of the idea of borrowing the slope, so she agreed to break up with Okai. After she learned yesterday that Okai had been fired by the company, this idea within her became even stronger. So she moved out of the house Okai had rented yesterday and returned home. It was also an official breakup with Oki early this morning. Originally, she thought that after the breakup, how could Oki not turn over again? But she is still too naive. The day of the breakup, Okai actually told himself, he has not no money, he has a lot of money, only before they did not ask? Nima, what kind of bull asterisk talk is this? This face slapped so fast that Liushi felt a bit suffocated. An ex-boyfriend's development is much more heartbreaking than his own incompetence. Not to mention that the gap is actually so wide that he once almost had the power to share it with him. Why are you back so early? You didn't go out with Cho. At this time, hearing the sound outside, Liushi's mother also messed with her hair while walking out, looking at Liushi with some doubts and asked, I'm hanging out with him for what? Hearing his mother's words, originally there was some inner collapse. Liushi at this time even more collapse. After all, people are easy to forgive themselves. Forgive others is difficult. In her opinion, at this time, her own mentality collapsed. The first one to blame is Okai. This guy has money, actually let herself accompany him to live in a rented house. This guy really damned. The second person to blame was her own mother. If it wasn't for her pushing herself, how could she have agreed to break up with Oki? The third one to blame was that Zhao Yu. If he hadn't scuttled his own mother wouldn't have been so extreme all of a sudden, so much so that he had taken the opportunity to agree with her. The fourth one to blame, naturally, was that best friend of hers. If it wasn't for her introducing Zhao Yu to herself, these things wouldn't have happened. And at this time Lu Shi's mother does not know. Lu Shi in the heart has already put their own resentment. At this time she listened to Lu Shi. This is full of resentment words. Also cannot help but frown. Said, "You haven't parted with that poor man Oki yet, have you? First, I already broke up with him this morning, like you said. Secondly, he's not a poor man, he's loaded with money. He just bought 3 large flats, all paid for, nearly $90 million today, at the building where I work." Hearing her own mother's words, Liu Shi also looked at her and opened her mouth to speak, but the more she spoke, the louder her voice became, and by the end of her words, she was almost shouting. And having heard her words, her mother froze for a moment before she forced a smile and waved her hand with a disinterested expression. "No, it can't be, don't bluff me, that guy has no father, no mother, just himself. Where did he get the money? If he had money, would I let you break up with him? Doesn't my dad know our group? Today's money has already been called. He bought 2 houses and 1 on consignment. There should be a flow of more than 50 million in cash. The group should be able to check it all. I'm so tired, I'm going to rest." Looking at her own mother's still disdainful and disbelieving face, Liu Shi also laughed to herself. In fact, right now in this world, the person who wished the most for this thing to be false was her, but alas, she had double-checked that it was true. When she finished speaking, she braced herself and made her way to the room. She needed a good reprieve. And looking at her daughter with this look of a worldview that had completely collapsed. In fact, Liu Shi, her mother's worldview, was also about to collapse. Looking at her daughter like this, she hesitated and took out her cell phone to call her husband. She was retired now, but Liu Shi, her father, was still working and should be heading home now. And sure enough, not long after the call came through, Liu Shi, her father's voice came from over there. "Hey, I'll be back soon. Want to buy anything? Buy a fart." "Not let you buy what? I'm letting you inquire about something." Listening to Liu Shi, her father's voice, Liu Shi, her mother, also said what Liu Shi said just now. Once heard Liu Shi, her mother's words, Liu Shi, her father, at this time cannot help but sigh. In fact, he is still quite optimistic about Okai. But unfortunately, this family, he said, does not count. At this point, all he could do was call and ask about the veracity of this. Chapter 8, Making Money. At this time, how is Liu Shi's family? Okai does not know. He also does not want to know. Right now, he was sitting in the dining room, looking at the 3 dishes and 1 soup that Sure had brought up, counting. Oki hadn't eaten anything for a day. In the morning he got up and went to see Yohei, got broken up with, and then it was time to buy a house, go home and pack, and then move. His spirit was essentially in a constant state of excitement and busyness, so it causes him to not feel hungry. But now, when he was done with what he needed to do on his side, he felt hungry, front hunched over. But luckily, Sure was really good. She had probably known that Oki would be hungry, so she began to prepare dinner after she had watched the busyness pretty much take over. "Mr. Oh, dinner is ready, that's all. It's just some home cooking. I don't know if it's to your liking." As the last dish of chili fried pork was brought to the table, Sure also smiled and sat down next to Okai, looking at him with an expectant face, and Okai had long looked silly at this time. It had to be said that Sure was estimated to be a genius at cooking. She had made a total of 4 dishes tonight: a plate of mapo tofu, a plate of chili fried meat, a plate of garlic lettuce, plus a bowl of purple cabbage and egg flour soup. Now, even though it was said that they hadn't tasted the flavor yet, just by looking at the color and smelling the smell, Okai could conclude that the taste of the dishes she made must not be bad. At this moment, after hearing Sure's words, he also copied his chopsticks and ate at the first opportunity. The first bite of tofu in his mouth made him give a thumbs up. Numb, spicy, fresh, flavorful, tender texture. It is indeed tasty, quite tasty. If it's good, eat more. Needless to say, I won't have any left over. I'm starving. By the way, don't call me Mr. O either. I should be older than you. Call me Brother Kai. Looking at Sure smilingly, Okai also answered, then smothered and ate. Seeing that Okai liked the dishes he made, Sure on this side also gently pursed her lips. In the middle of her mind, she couldn't help but recall what those 2 seniors had said today. There's one thing to be said when she steps outside of herself and looks at Oki again. Oki is indeed a man well worth his own risk. Handsome, well-built, good personality, and most of all, rich, extraordinarily rich. If she can be with him, even if she can't be the main wife, as a concubine, as a mistress, she is not unacceptable. But she hadn't even had a boyfriend after all, and there were some things that she couldn't initiate herself. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but have her little face flushed, and for a moment the roots of her ears had reddened, while Okai, who was eating, also glanced at Shir out of habit. What's wrong? Face so red, tired? Or is the air conditioning here too cold? Looking at Shir, Okai also asked suspiciously. No, it's nothing, it's probably from cooking and baking just now, it'll be fine in a while. Hearing Okai's words, Shir also immediately fanned her face to cool it down. Hearing her say that now, Okai nodded as well before continuing to eat his meal. Soon, his side even dried 3 big bowls of rice. When he ate his fill, this side of the Shir has also finished eating, and then the two of them together cleaned up the dishes after. Shir while can't help but think about what to say next to himself. Finally, after it was all cleaned up, she spoke up to Oki as well. Well, it's all cleaned up, so I'll go home first. While saying this, Shir looked at Okai. In fact, at this time, she was really a little complicated. On the one hand, she very much hoped that Okai could say, don't go back when it's so late. Or a euphemism, I just came here. A lot of appliances still do not know how to use. Or you teach me again? If you say that, maybe she'll go along with it. But alas, being a dead straight man, Oki speaks up. Oh, well, it's only just 7 o'clock. It's not too late, so be safe on the road. Looking at Okai's smile that was warming up as he said this, Shir couldn't help but spit out a sentence in her heart. But then she took the initiative to take her cell phone out. Mr. Oh no, Kai, should we add a certain letter? If I find a construction team, I'll have to contact you. Hey, good. As soon as he heard the words of Shir, Okai then remembered that they still did not have a certain letter. So at that moment, he took out his cell phone, and the two of them added a friend. Then Shir carried the trash downstairs. After Shir left, Okai also went to the bathroom, put a tank of water, and then soaked in the middle of this jacuzzi. When that warm water, and the impact of the water injection smashed in their own body, Okai could not help but let out a long breath. Today, this day, he felt like he had experienced so many things, and that feeling of exhaustion, at this point, fell away. But while he now says his body is enjoying the impact of the jacuzzi, his head is not emptying, but is thinking about making money. Today, although he said that he had also bought the house according to the system's prompts, it was obvious that the system had not prompted him to make money. In that case, then the system will only determine and then reward you the moment the money you have earned is in place. Then that's another bit of trouble. To trigger a reward, you can't buy something that you can only make money from later. You need to buy something that you can make money from realistically. Of course, don't let go of what you can make money on later. But what is realistic and straightforward? Hey, stocks? Seriously, Oki has always stayed away from stocks and funds, but now with the aid of the system, he felt he could try. Besides stocks, isn't it okay to buy antiques and pick up the pieces? Then, gambling stones, gambling even if illegal things do not do. In the future if you have the opportunity to go to Australia City, you can play, but not to break the law. Shaking his head, Oki pushed the word gamble out of his mind. Since you want to make a lot of money reasonably and legally, it looks like the stock market is the best option. When he thought about it, he couldn't help but pick up his cell phone and look up what to speculate on. If it were a normal retail investor, it would naturally be to go to the stock market trading floor, open an account and register in that city. But a player like him who will have $110 million in his pocket tomorrow, it's best to find a financial company to operate. Thinking of this, Okai's eyebrows also raised. This can be then find a finance company tomorrow. With a small mutter, Okai also threw his phone to the side and enjoyed himself anew after finding a reputable and competent financial company online. Chapter 9, The Making of. Hitch, do you want something to eat? Looking at Lu Shi who locked herself in the middle of the room, her mother also gently knocked on the door and opened her mouth. And after not getting a response, she also looked behind her with an angry face at Lu Shi's father. Look at your good girl. It's said as if you didn't give birth to it, and it's something that no one would be able to accept. It's not even your problem at the root of this. Listening to Yanashi's mom say her own words, that's when Yanashi's dad also spoke up. What my problem? Where do I have a problem? I'm all for her good. When it becomes my problem, you two father and daughter don't have a conscience. As soon as she heard Lu Shi's father's words, her mom instantly blew up the temple and shouted with a pugnacious face. Okay, you're all right. Now the split is also split, so let it be. In fact, I see that other people Kai has been quite good. Forget about it. Looking at Liushi's mom's face, she looked like she didn't need to be reasonable. I am reasonable. Liushi's dad also didn't bother to be stubborn with her, and sat down at the table next to her to prepare for dinner. But before the first chopsticks could be moved, they were directly knocked off by Yui's mom. Eat, you just know to eat. Do not think about what to do now. And you keep looking at that Okai. He's good. What's so good about that Okai? Looking at Yuhi, her dad. Her mom screamed with an angry look on her face. He's got a good face, good height, the same education as our Cece, and he's progressive, polite, and filial, so what's wrong with that? As soon as she heard her mom's words, Lucy's dad also lost his temper and spoke up with a slap of his chopsticks on the table. Ah, I gave birth to a girl and raised her to be polite? He's 1,000 good things, 10,000 good things, and no money is just bad. Eyes crossed, Yuhi's mom spoke up as well. You really drilled money eyes line. People now have money, spend 78 million to buy a house. With our girls have nothing to do. This time good? Looking at the open-mouthed look on Ryuhi's mom's face, Ryuhi's dad's face sank before pointing and nodding, disliking the news he'd inquired about today in her face. Hearing what Yuhi her father said, Yuhi her mother's face changed color. What? Even if I made them both break up? Even if my girl brought up the breakup? Isn't he even remotely responsible? And you can't stop your mouth from eating. Can you eat? Can't eat, don't eat. It wasn't you who asked she to mention the breakup. It's not like people mention it. So what does it have to do with them? Also, wasn't it you who didn't allow me to eat? Come on. I can't afford to mess with you. I'll go out to eat. Looking at Lucy's mother's look of I'm just irrational. I'm just right. Lucy's father also waved his hand and directly left the restaurant, going out to eat outside. Eat. I think you just have someone outside. You just want to abandon us, mother and son. How can we mother and son so bitter How can my life be so bad Married, what kind of loser The girl let people bully into such a way. Actually even find someone to fight, the courage is not. Bah! Loser! Watching Ryuhi her father just walk away. Her mom also cried in the dining room at this time. But obviously Ryuhi her father's spirit is still normal. He knows that this is not related to Okai even if he talks about it in the big sky. But obviously Ryuhi her mom does not think so. Hearing the door to her house slam shut, that's when Ryushi's mom stood up from the dining room as well. Where was a trace of tears on her face? All there was calculation. No, we can't just let this go. I have to make him give up half of the house for our Hoshi. After a small mutter, that's when Yuhi's her mother returned to her room, taking her cell phone and launching some kind of letter. While Yuhi's gaze was a bit dull in her own room, she heard the sound of her parents arguing outside. She remembered that when she was small, they argued so much that they were very reluctant to go home. High school chose to boarding. College weekends do not come back. Graduation. Okai mentioned to himself to go out to live together. She immediately agreed, but somehow she became fond of coming home again, of listening to her own mother's nagging, and once again accepted her swing. I don't know when the person I was at the beginning has changed back to the person I was as a child. At the thought, she smiled to herself and then buried her head in the pillow. The night was silent, and the next day rolled around. Although it was said that Yanashi was still not in a good state today, the class had to go on as usual. After all, today was only her second day on the job, and while she was changing in the dressing room, that's when its other salesgirls arrived. However, when they saw her, these sales ladies could be said to be silent. Obviously Lu Shi, who had slapped a stinky face for a day yesterday, had made them a little reluctant to mess with her. After seeing the appearance of these people, the originally annoyed Ryoshi was also lazy to care about the ostracism of these people. Now she just wanted to hurry up and finish changing clothes so that she could go out. But just then Sure also came to the locker room. And that's when quite a few of the girls came over. Even if it is Lu Shi's attention, but also at this time ran over. The speed of changing clothes cannot help but slow down. To know that she can hear. Sure yesterday afternoon but went to Okai to help move. This leave is still the manager chartered. She was now just as curious as these people to know what was going on with her and Oki. Sure. Did you come out from inside the neighborhood today? As expected, these women were all the same way, and as soon as they came over, they smiled and asked the most crucial question. No, I came from home. Hearing their words, Sure couldn't help but speak. No, mister. Oh, didn't keep you yesterday? Well, it didn't stay, and told me to be careful on the road. I feel like you guys are just overthinking it. Kai is supposed to be a decent person. Hearing the words of these people, Sure also spoke up, but with her words, it was obvious that these women didn't believe them. But the corner of Lu Shi's mouth next to her gently raised a little. She believed that Okai this guy is a wooden head. Think about the first time the two of them went to the hotel. It seems to be their own initiative. But this woman actually dared Okai to call Kai brother. Really shameless Che, there's no such thing as a cat that doesn't steal fish. I guess this guy is a master of his craft, and is wary of throwing his weight around. These rich people are like this, afraid of getting into any trouble. Sure. Facing this level, you may not be an opponent. Or, push a certain letter to me. Better push me. I just had surgery to plump it up, hun. Bah, who among the rich would like fakes? The ones who like it also like natural ones like me. You're a natural, but not your face. Regardless of what Yuhi thought, that's when its other women spoke up. And listening to them, Liushi quickly changed her clothes and walked out of the locker room, afraid that if she listened any longer, she wouldn't be able to resist tearing them apart alive. But just as she left the locker room, she saw Jiayu standing in the middle of the hall with a bouquet of roses at that moment, although Yuhi knew that she had come to find herself. At the moment, though, he was teasing a salesgirl, and the two of them, with that gaze, looked like they might have rolled together if there hadn't been anyone around. Looking at Zhao Yu. At this time, Lushi also closed his eyes. The previous Zhao Yu compared to Okai, the only advantage is that he has money. Other than that, nothing works. But right now, he really can't do anything. But alas, one has thrown away the man who is anything but. Chapter 10, Manipulation. Achoo, the air conditioning on too cool last night? Gently rubbing his nose, Okai muttered with some confusion, then also shook his head. Now was not the time to consider these things, because he had already arrived at his destination for the day at this time. Tian-E Securities. Tian-E Securities, the largest securities trading market in Loni City, or even Lingjiang Prefecture. Good reputation, high throughput, and quite established in the local financial industry. The main thing is that he has the capital buttresses of several private banks behind him from the top four in addition to the big four, so it can't go down, and that's why Okai chose it. As Oki got out of the car, he stepped into the middle of the hall. But I don't know if it's because it's too early, or it's really not a recession right now. The first floor hall here can be described as a door-to-door. Only a few citizens who came to do business are filling out things in front of a few counters. And just as Okai was observing the place, there was also a girl who came over. Hello sir, are you here to open an account? Hearing the girl's voice, Oki looked over at her as well. The girl was probably in her mid-20s, with shaggy hair, and appeared professional. But one look at her, who was about the same age as herself, told her that professionalism wasn't going to cut it. Otherwise they wouldn't be pulling clients in the lobby. People's top, bull manipulators and whatnot have their own separate offices and groups. However, this girl was very clean looking, and with that pair of rimless glasses, she really did give off a very pure and capable feeling. Oh, no, I'm here for the manipulators. I need a bunch of obedient manipulators to make a fortune for. Okai doesn't need any professional analysis or anything like that. He has a system. He is here to make money. And after hearing Okai's words, the girl couldn't help but brighten up. That's a lot more than what you'd make by opening an account. Hello, my name is Su Nuwa. I haven't asked for your name yet, sir? Spare me the expense. My last name is O. Hello, mister. Oh, how are you? How much money do you have to operate? Hearing Okai's words, at this point Su Nuwa couldn't help but ask carefully, and Oki gave an index finger at that moment. $1 million? Looking at Okai's movements, Su Nuwa also asked suspiciously, but Okai shook his head. $10 million? Looking at Okai shaking his head, Su Nuwa's breathing had gotten a little tense, but Okai still shook his head, indicating that it wasn't $10 million either. If it's 100,000 or 10,000, you can open an account and operate it on the app as well. Seeing that Okai had been shaking his head, Su Nuwa over here couldn't help but laugh awkwardly, and Oki stopped teasing her at this point. As of right now, there's $110 million, with subsequent additions possible at any time. This morning, when Okai got up, he realized that there was once again an extra $1 billion inside his bank card. Counting what was left over from yesterday and before, he currently had a total balance, $111, 295, 867, 47, of which $100 million was just given, $11, 280, 000 was left over from yesterday's $100 million, and the remaining $10, 586, 747 was all he had left after 3 years of this job and also taking March compensation. I have to say, it would indeed be pretty miserable if there was no system, huh? Hiss, 100 million? For Okai at this point in time, a number that he had already gotten somewhat used to. For Su Nuwa, the impact appeared to be a bit too great. At this moment, she felt her heart was about to jump into her throat, and her eyes were flashing. Her head was a little dizzy. Such a big customer. She felt that she might not be able to handle it. Yeah, $100 million. Can't you eat it? I'm sure I can eat, but seriously, I'm probably not very good at it. So please wait, I'll go get the manager. After a while of celestial warfare, for the sake of the company's reputation and her own future, Su Nuwa gritted her teeth and decided to give up. She only hoped that her manager could give herself some soup while she was eating the meat. After saying that, she guided Okai towards the elevator side while she ran over to press the elevator first, and at the same time she also took out her cell phone right away and quietly sent a message to her manager, so that he could have some mental preparation. Not long after, Su Nuwa guided Okai to the third floor in the elevator, and at the third-floor elevator entrance, there was already a middle-aged man waiting here for a long time. As soon as he saw Sunhwa guiding Okai up, he also took the initiative to welcome him, grabbing Okai's hand and shaking it. "This is Mr. Oh right, hello there, my name is Sun Tao. I'm the manager of the business department here. Just call me Xiao Sun." Joking. Now the financial industry recession. This kind of take out more than 100 million people. Their own natural is not dare to slow down. Don't look at Okai than their own at least a dozen years younger. That their own is also a small grandson. But Okai naturally will not be due. "Hey, don't. It's better to call manager Sun. That's fine. Come on. This way please. Sunhwa, you go down." Hearing Okai's words, at this time, Sun Tao also smiled and said, but after finishing, he looked at Sunhwa and opened his mouth. "Yes, manager Sun." Having heard Sun Tao call himself down, Sunhwa couldn't help but sigh. "Come on, it looks like he's working for nothing." But just then, Oki spoke up. "Don't go down there. Talk together." Although Okai does not quite understand the financial circle of these twists and turns, but can be sure, if Sunhwa went down, then today's single should have nothing to do with Sunhwa. Men may always have a kind of chivalrous DNA in the bones at work. Just like Sure, Okai was willing to let her open the bill. Naturally at this point when he ran into Sunhwa, he was also willing to let her open the bill. As soon as he heard Okai's words, at this time Sunhwa also looked at Okai with a shocked face, and then looked at Sun Tao again, his eyes full of eagerness to try. "Come in and pour the tea." Hearing Okai's words, Sun Tao naturally wouldn't offend a customer like Okai because of a promise, and immediately opened his mouth to speak as well. Sunhwa then followed into Sun Tao's office behind the duo. As the two sides sat down, Sunhwa also took the initiative to crouch down by the coffee table and began to brew kung fu tea. Sales like them are specially trained to make kung fu tea. Not long, a cup of not much, but the fragrance of the green tea was placed in front of Okai. Okai won't drink tea. After all, the most tea he usually drinks is iced tea, but pretend not yet will it. End up smelling incense. Sip, and then put down. Gently nodded, and looked at Okai's action. At this time the Sun Tao also said with a smile, "This is this year's new arrival of the Guzhang Maojian. If Mr. Oh like it, after a while to give you some to take back. There's no rush on this. Let's talk about deductions and commissions first." Hearing Sun Tao's words, Okai also waved his hand and opened his mouth to talk about business. Chapter 11, Private Contacts? To open an account with us is to charge 3/10,000ths of a cent, and this small sum I will do my lord's work and waive it for you. And the trader, we charge you 2% management fee here. The profit part is to charge you 20% of the return. Of course, I can do the lord, to give you a slight downward adjustment, the management fee to charge you 1/8%, the profit part of the return to charge you 19%. Hearing Okai's words, Sun Tao also spoke directly. Don't look at what appears to be a small percentage of his downward adjustments, 1 by 0, 2% and 1 by 1%, but in reality it's a lot of money. For $100 million, 2% is $200, 000, and for 1% of the profit, that's even less accurate. But Oki wasn't about to give them that much. "I don't need you guys to advise me. I'm looking for manipulators that just follow my instructions." With a stretch of his hand, Oki interrupted him while speaking. "You mean to say, completely follow your advice to operate the market? Do not need our trader to operate? This, honestly, Mr. Oh, the stock market, this can be much more than gambling horror. A careless is to lose money. I understand that you want to be involved in making money, but do not have to. Professional things or to professional people to do better." As soon as he heard Okai's words, Sun Tao at this time also rushed to speak. He said this, on the one hand, he didn't want to give up that profit share, and on the second hand, naturally, it was also because if they lost all this $100 million under Okai's command, the people outside do not know that this is the Okai operation lost light. They only know that the money is in the Tianyi securities lost out, which hit the face of the Tianyi securities, especially now. The world's financial situation is not good situation. They manipulation. Need to be careful and careful again. If you let Okai manipulation, this 100 million may be minutes to lose all, which makes him have to persuade Okai. I just need some obedient trader. As for the problem of profit and loss, do not need you to be responsible for, lost all, as I grow a lesson. So this job, you take it or not. Looking at Sun Tao's urgent appearance, Okai also spoke up at this moment. Hearing Okai speak like this, Sun Tao couldn't help but break out a drop of cold sweat above his forehead. He was considering whether to take it or not. Now it's true that he could raise his management fee and make Oki a fortune if he were to take it on. But again, he's a little unsure about that compared to his reputation in this day and age. After about 3 minutes of contemplation, Sun Tao couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. I'm sorry, mister. Oh, if you insist on operating on your own, we may not be able to take such a large order from you. In the end, Sun Tao decided that there was no such thing as being careful, and pushed Okai's order away. Since that's the case, let's buy and sell. I'll go to a few other houses to take a look. Hearing Sun Tao speak up like this, Okai naturally smiled a bit before preparing to leave. Sun Tao heard Okai say so, also sighed. 100 million. He really is a bit reluctant to give up, but they here is the largest securities trading company in the whole Lonely City. 100 million is not a loss cannot afford, so he sent Oki over to the elevator after shaking his hand as well. Leaving Tianyi Securities, Okai here also stood on the side of the street, waiting for a taxi while also searching online for other securities companies. But just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind instead. Mister. Oh, hearing the voice, Okai couldn't help but look back and realized that Su Nuwa didn't know when he had already run out of Tianyi Securities, which made Okai froze. Did Tianyi Securities change its mind? Seeing Okai's puzzled gaze, Su Nuwa hesitated and spoke through clenched teeth. Mister. Oh, just now I heard you seem to be saying that you don't need an investment advisor, just some obedient manipulators, right? Looking at this Su Nuwa, Okai understood her idea at this moment. This girl is ready to do private work? Yes, you want to do it? But you're too few for one person. $110 million in cash, at least to be divided into more than 100 accounts to operate, at least a dozen people. And subsequently I may go to Hong Kong or American stocks, which needs to interface with the banking side. I'm looking for a proper securities company because of this. And of course the main thing is, your professionalism, I may not trust. Looking at Su Nuwa, Okai also said directly and frankly, Mister. Oh, I know what you said. I can pull over a dozen people for you in addition to myself. As for professionalism, you can sign a contract with us first to try it out, and if it doesn't work out, you can always quit. As for interfacing with the banks, I also know people on my side from the 3 banks, Zhanye, Yanxin, and Populous, who can do external interfacing. Hearing Okai's words, at this time Su Nuwa also gently pushed the glasses, and then said with glowing eyes, for her, Okai's this opportunity, she won't miss it. If she missed it, she didn't know how long she'd have to work here as a junior clerk. Hearing her words, Okai's brow couldn't help but frown. He's assessing the risks. After all, looking for private. Although he said he was going to do things these people can do, but not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality. If they engage in any ghosts, their side can be a loss. But come to think of it, a loss is only a loss of 100 million. He'll have it again tomorrow. So after thinking about it for a while, he felt like it was a risk he could take. How long do you have to prepare? If it's a domestic A-share, any time. If it's a Hong Kong stock, maybe we need a few days. But I don't think you would dare to ask us to go to the Hong Kong stock directly. Hearing Okai ask this, at this time Su Nuwa also spoke up. Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes. I can arrange for office space, but the computers will need to be prepared by yourselves. And in 10 minutes, bring your people and meet them here. Yes. Hearing Okai's words, Su Nuwa also perked up. She hadn't thought that she had actually seized this opportunity. At that moment she immediately picked up her cell phone and made a call. As for Oki, he also picked up his cell phone and was debating who to call. If they were to cooperate with the securities company, naturally the network, the resting area, ordering food and so on would be their responsibility. But now they were the ones who were cooperating with Su Nuwa and the others. So these things, rightly so, should be provided by themselves as the original family to come. But who does he get to do this? Calling his own brothers? They estimate that it is unlikely that they will believe in themselves now. In exchange for who? All of a sudden, their friends to give themselves a phone call. Told their current job don't do it. Come over to do it with him. Even if it is Okai is unlikely to believe. So you have to look for the kind of people who know something about their strengths. But people like this. After thinking about it for a while, suddenly Okai saw the division poem that he just added yesterday. And she seemed to be good. Chapter 12, Commencement of Operations. Mr. Oh, everyone is here. 10 minutes is a long time to say the least. When Okai called Shur and arranged for the situation over at Longtung Jiayuan, by this time Su Nuwa's side had already gathered 14 people. These 14 people, there are men and women, but none of them are very young. At a glance, belonging to the Tianyi Securities cannot pull the investment in the people, but should have a few years of financial practitioners, at least the ability to manipulate the market. This was also evident from the notebooks that one of them was carrying. Okay, if you all have cars, go drive yourself. If you can't sit down, take a taxi to Longtung Jiayuan. I'll reimburse you the full cost. Looking at the men around him, Oki smiled back. Hearing Okai say that, honestly these people were actually a little apprehensive. Where do you say you'll take a private job, only to have the owner not even have a car? However, they remembered what Su Nuwa had told them, that this boss was originally not prepared to take on private work, which was more than enough to allow Su Nuwa to take it down, so they also temporarily suppressed the tension in their hearts. Then there were several people who went to the parking lot together and drove off. Okay, too, rubbed against their car and came to Longteng Jiayuan together, and as they get here, these people's hearts are getting more and more apprehensive. How is this manipulation still manipulated to the family area? But soon, when Okai took them in the elevator and arrived at the 31st floor of his house, the doubts within these people instantly dissipated. I have to say, it's still good to have a nice house, at least it's a sign of strength. At this point, the 31st floor here has been completely transformed. The hall, which was originally the largest, has been emptied at this point, except for the 100-inch TV in the center, while the other locations have been set up with office tables and chairs. Next to each table and chair, there is a gigabit network cable. Although it is said that this is still not comparable to that of the securities company, but it can already barely operate. After seeing that Okai and the others had arrived, sure. Who was at that moment directing a few security guards who had been temporarily pulled over to help set things up, immediately ran over. Kai, tables and chairs have been arranged. The manager's side has also strengthened the network here. There should be no problem. The coffee machine I haven't come and go to buy, now temporarily ordered the downstairs cafes. They are doing fruits. I'll go and buy them in a while. Do you see what else needs to be arranged? Looking at Okai, Sure also asked with some apprehension. She just received a phone call from Okai, asking her if she was interested in being her assistant. Her head was confused, but fortunately, her reaction was not slow. She answered it the first time, and then Okai had to ask for her bank card, and directly gave her $100,000, and then she was asked to start to butt heads with the property, to borrow people, to borrow tables and chairs, to strengthen the network and to set up the resting area. And as far as it was concerned, Sure was doing quite well. Okay, everything at your pace, and when you go to get the fruit and stuff later, order lunch by the way, to the highest standard. Top-notch private dining or from a 5-star hotel is fine, the best of everything. The rest of the water and stuff, the ancillary stuff has to be kept up. And yes, also, this room, for a while, will be off limits to anyone but you. Listening to Sure's words, Okai also opened his mouth to command at this moment. Hearing Okai speak like this, Sure also immediately nodded her head and responded, and then immediately began to busy herself with the things that Okai had commanded. As for Su Nuwa at this point in time had already led the people, tested all the computer networks, and also synchronized them to that 100-inch TV. After all of this was done, Okai also stood in front of this big screen at this time, looking at the direction of the general market displayed above in front of him, but in his line of sight, in addition to the direction of these broader markets and stocks, there were a number of upward or downward arrows on top of these stock numbers. As his eyes swept over, it was clear to see when a stock would go down and when it would go up. In addition to the time of rise and fall, it is also clearly depicted. The maximum amount of money can be invested in the issue, because the stock dealer, if they feel that the loss, they are likely to burst, lift the table. This also need to pay attention to. It's okay to cut, but you can't do it so hard that you make the other guy anxious. This is still the domestic stock market. If it is a Hong Kong or U.S. stocks, you can also play the leverage. Then the operation in this need to be more careful attention. Just as he was looking at the stocks and picking out what he could buy in a while, that's when Su Nuwa also came to his side, taking out 14 account numbers at the same time. These accounts are our public accounts. In a moment operation will be carried out by these accounts. I do not know how to allocate funds. Looking at Okai, Su Nuwa also spoke up. 5 million per account. You guys split it up, and also, everyone must listen carefully. What I want to buy is what I want to buy. If someone buys recklessly, I will not only kick the other person out, but also hold them accountable. Got it? Hearing Su Nuwa's words, Okai also took out his cell phone and began to operate it, and while doing so, he also opened his mouth to the other 13 people present. Hearing Okai's words, all of them loudly responded with an understanding. After $105 million, each of which went into 14 manipulation accounts, Okai's eyes also looked at the 4 stocks, split out 3 accounts, full Tianyuan information, 3001XX, SZ, 2 accounts to buy Long Yen Environment, 4 accounts to go buy Blue Sky Medical, and 5 accounts to buy Yenxia Technology. Hearing Okai's words, Su Nuwa over here ordered it down at the first opportunity, but when these people found these plates and were ready to buy them, they were actually all a little torn, because these 4 companies that Okai talked about, seemingly, are a bit of a problem. Tianyuan Information is mainly to do communication base station. Not long ago just Storm Thunder said they study the base station has problems. Radiation exceeds the standard. there are several subdivisions in the country forcibly removed. The stock price also fell for 4 days. Now buy it, is not a little not very wise? Dragon Research Environment, this stock has been pretty bland, no loss or gain, not much fun. Blue Sky Medicine, this is last year's explosion of the mine. Rumor has it that their CEO bribed to a 3-hospital director. The results of the 2 were arrested. Blue Sky Medicine also declined. The only one worth buying is Yanxia Technology, but their company is up at most 1.37% according to the industry bigwigs. So is this any kind of buy? Looking at the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Su Nuwa nodded at that moment as well, indicating that he would just do as he was told. At that moment, these people also in the spirit of hesitation, began to sweep the full amount of these in the stock market above the loose votes, and soon $100 million and $500 million of all the money spent. Then all of them also looked at Okai, who had already gone to the side to drink tea. So, that's it? Chapter 13, I say they'll go up. Mr. Oh, what are we going to do next? Don't do anything, rest. If you're sleepy you can go to the next room and take a nap. If you're thirsty there's water here and a coffee maker over there. And when I want you to sell, you'll just sell and then buy the rest on my orders. After hesitating for a moment, Su Nuwa couldn't help but walk over to Okai's side amidst the gazes of the others before asking with some doubt. And Oki was calm enough to tell them they could rest. Well, but Mr. Oh, I want to discuss these 4 stocks with you. These 4 stocks, in addition to Yanxia Technology, may be held for a long period of time, some long-term money-making opportunities. The other 3 stocks, it seems that it is not too suitable for purchase. Hearing Okai say that he could rest, at this time Su Nuwa couldn't help but be a little confused. She didn't quite understand, what exactly is Okai going to do? But the boss had said to let the rest. She couldn't say anything because what she was more concerned about was in fact the stocks that Okai had bought. Do you believe me when I say they'll go crazy in half an hour? Just now Okai had already seen the change in the position through the big screen. He knew that Su Nuwa they had already listened to his words and bought. So at this point he also smiled and Su Nuwa said, "What inside information do you have?" Looking at how confident Okai was, Su Nuwa at this point could not help but be a little confused, then tentatively asked Okai in a low voice. But Oki just smiled this time and didn't answer. Joking aside, where does he get inside information to go on? It's entirely because of the system. And looking at Okai like this, Su Nuwa also stopped asking whether it was true or not. We would know after half an hour, but haven't waited for half an hour yet. Probably after they rested for 10 minutes or so. The first one to make a move was Blue Sky Medicine, which had been bubbling green all the time, and suddenly started to turn the corner at that moment. A small arrow slowly raised at that moment. The change also made the 2 people who had bought into Blue Sky Medical, who were a little apprehensive at the moment and were still watching the screen, freeze for a moment and then wipe their eyes before opening their mouths and calling out, "Blue Sky Medical! Blue Sky Medical is up! Where? Asterisk. It's really up! Haven't heard a peep! It's going up so fast, it's about to go up a dime! Hiss! It's almost 13 cents! Hearing the words of these 2 people, the few people who were still skulking around the neighborhood were instantly energized, and then they all returned to their chairs to look at the stock price of this Blue Sky Medical. Looking at the excitement of these people, Okai laughed lightly. This is only where, soon, it will have to go up, and it will be up for days. It would end up going up over 60% for 7 days before slowly leveling off, and then it could probably go up about 4% in the long run, which would at least be higher than the bank's interest rate. But Okai wouldn't be able to look at that kind of chump change by then. Not that I know what it was because of, but it was certainly something Okai saw that. It's also the fact that Blue Sky Medical is so small that if $1 billion or more was dropped on it, it would collapse. Otherwise Oki would have gone all Blue Sky Medical. And at this point, these manipulators don't know what the hell is going on. Watching Blue Sky Medical, basically every time it refreshes, the stock price goes higher. They are about to go crazy. 1%. Up over 1%. Asterisk. It's almost over 2% right. This rise, it's not going to break 3% in the morning. This is too much. Phew. I feel like 5% might not even hit. Looking at the data that was almost on the verge of being pulled into a straight line, these people were also exchanging whispers. But just then, suddenly another person called out, Tianyuan information is also rising. Tianyuan information is also rising. Hearing this person's words, the crowd couldn't help but look at the interface of the Heavenly Origin information, only to find that the Heavenly Origin information was indeed rising as well. And right at this moment, another wave of people called out, the Dragon Research Environment, too, is starting to rise. Sure enough, 3 of the 4 stocks that Okai had originally purchased had changed, and they seem to be progressing extremely quickly. Now it's down to just Yanxia Tech, which is still just going up slowly. Taking a look at the image of Yanxia Technology on top of her screen, Sunhwa couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva at this moment, and then looked towards Okai with a face of astonishment. She was now 1,000,000% certain that Okai must know something about the inner workings of the world. Looking at this time he was calm, a set of chest, the wisdom of the pearl in the hands of the appearance. She cannot help but feel some emotion. What is called Tarzan collapsed in front of the face without changing color. This is it. You know, at this point in time, Okai bought these stocks, on average, has risen about 2%. 2% of 100 million. That is 2 million. So a moment to earn 2 million. The result that he actually did not have a bit of excitement. This is really a person who has become a big thing. Of course, if Okai knew that Sunhwa was thinking about himself in this way, I guess he would be sweating a little bit. Jokingly, the main reason why he was so calm was because he knew that all 4 stocks were going to go up. And the main thing is that he doesn't hear much about what goes up by 12 cents or 23 cents per share. He doesn't have an exact idea. He had never speculated in stocks before, so how could he know how to do that? Even some of the financial stuff he knew from looking it up on the internet last night was all he knew right now, that his money was on the up and up, but it hasn't been raised yet, so the system doesn't count as earned by him yet. In the midst of these people shouting, about an hour later, the beginning of the rise of Blue Sky Medicine, at this point has risen by 6%, and it was at this point that, finally, the news of Blue Sky Medical was exposed on the internet. Blue Sky Medical R&D has just held a press conference on the 3rd generation of targeted drugs he is working on, and has made great progress, now has completed the 3rd phase of clinical trials, from the listing has officially entered the countdown. At this time the crowd reacted to why the Blue Sky Medicine will be so crazy. It is obvious that there is capital in advance to get the Blue Sky Medicine internal news. That's why they, the capital, have also entered early and started to lay out. At this time those shareholders know the news. The first time online operations want to buy Blue Sky Medical, but found that at this time Blue Sky Medical bulk shares have long been swept away, while the speed of this increase, at this time again to enhance a stage, just 20 minutes less than, that is, about 10:30 when, Blue Sky Medical has been up, a stop, 10%, that is to say, at this time Okai has been in the Blue Sky Medical this stock above to earn 1.5 million. Shares within the stock market are already worth 16.5 million at this point, and that's when the other 3 stocks are just coming into their power periods. At the same time as the news release on the Blue Sky Medical side, the National Information Bureau on the other side also released the results of a paper survey, and this is about Tianyuan information. Chapter 14, Insanity. Crazy UPS. Crazy. Sister Sue. The Ministry of National Information has released information that Tianyuan Information's equipment is fine. There's no radiation overload, and Tianyuan Information's stock price has lifted. As someone else got the message, he called out to Suno as well. Hearing his words, Sunhwa also ran over at the first opportunity and looked up. Sure enough, after the end of this information release, the Tianyuan Information, which was already rising today, rose even faster at this point. However, just as these people were looking at the Tianyuan Information that was all about to be drawn into a straight line, Okai also walked over at that moment. Note to self, sell all of them when the day source information pulls to the first stop. Sell, yes. Hearing Okai's words, at this time, the traders over here were very surprised and shocked. In their eyes, Okai's selling of this stock was a bit too hasty. They were extremely trusting of Tianyuan Information after seeing this message. However, if Okai said sell, then they definitely would not disobey, especially after seeing Okai's performance. At this time, they were very sure that Okai must know something, and the reason why Okai will choose to sell in the first stop is because this Tianyuan Information's subsequent increase, in fact, very general. The original stock price of Tianyuan Information is about $12.31, because a while ago the exposure came out, said that their base station equipment radiation exceeded the standard, so their share price has been very suppressed recently. Now it's just $10.08. Now that this news has come to light, it's definitely going to usher in a wave of incremental increases, and its share price will go back up to where it was before the drop, to say the least. But because it's not the same as Blue Sky Medicine, Blue Sky Medical has researched something new, but it hasn't followed up with anything high-tech, so the stock is probably just stuck near its original point. Today will inevitably rise a wave of stop, but the subsequent increase, it may take a long time to increase. Okai can be lazy to wait for it to rise. That's why it's best to harvest on the first wave up today. There's new news here in the Dragon research environment, too. Right after Okai had finished instructing how to operate on Tianyuan Information side, the several people who were staring at Dragon Research's environment also opened their mouths at this time. The crowd then immediately went to follow the new news from the Dragon Research environment side. In fact, the Dragon Research environment is the same as their judgment. This company, half dead, and not much worth paying attention to, and at this time the Dragon Research environment released new news. In fact, also has nothing to do with the company's products. They released the information. Is a shareholding changes in the information. Their original number one shareholder sold his stake to Carry Bio, and Carry Bio decided to inject $8 billion into long research environment. Carry Bio, currently the number one bio-based environmental company in the country, with a market capitalization of up to $200 billion. With the addition of Carry Bio, the future of dragon research is naturally looking up for sure. So at this point in time, the stock of this dragon research environment also began to climb sharply. Seeing this, Sunua's gaze towards Okai had begun to sprout little stars. This Oki, it is indeed strong. His inside information is actually spread across 3 industries: medical, environmental and communications. If the Yenxia tech side could also explode today, then this would be too much. But at this moment, Okai wasn't paying attention to Sunua's gaze. Right now he was talking to the person who had bought Dragon Research Technology. Dragon Research Environment can hold for 2 days and just sell when it goes up tomorrow. Yes, boss. Hearing Okai's words, the few people at that moment couldn't help but respond. Now they really weren't hesitant at all about Oki's decision. The one that all of them are focusing on the most at the moment is Yenxia Technology, which has yet to make a push. Everyone wants to know exactly when the hot summer tech is going to pop. At this time they have no doubt at all. Yenxia Technology will burst. Just waiting for the time, but they have not waited for Yenxia Technology burst it. At this time, however, Shur came back first, and she also brought quite a few workers with her, and bought all the things she needed, and then she was busy in the kitchen alone. In no time at all, washed and cut fruit, a brand new coffee maker, a variety of beverages, and a variety of snacks had filled the lounge area. When it was 11:30 and the stock market was temporarily closed over here, just in time, her lunch order had arrived, a lunch that was made by a high-end private restaurant in this neighborhood. The sales center here used to go over there for reunions, so she knew it tasted good, and the portions at this restaurant were quite large. 1 serving was enough for an adult. At that moment 16 people also ate lunch together in the restaurant over here. Okai was still satisfied with what Shur had prepared on his side. This delivery of boxed lunches taste very good. Other fruits, snacks, drinks and so on also quite can. The most important thing is that she also quite know how to save money. The price of these things she bought back is to be cheaper than the outside retail quite a lot, basically can be regarded as the price of goods. Okai is naturally very satisfied with an assistant who is so beautiful and eye-catching, and who is also a good officer and will save money for himself. So while the crowd was eating, Oki also chatted with Shur. Nice work, looks like you're good for an assistant. How's it going? Quit your job? Not yet. Hearing Okai's words, Shur also said timidly, go and quit this afternoon. Then find a law firm and type me 14 confidentiality contracts and 15 employment contracts, with 14 blank ones, and you're one, with a base salary of $50,000 per month, and a commission to be calculated separately. While eating this box lunch in front of him, Okai also said to Shur, hiss, 50,000? Hearing Okai's words, at this moment, not only Shur, even Sunua and the others couldn't help but look at Okai with a shocked expression. A monthly base salary of 50,000. A year is 600,000. If you also count the commission, that is not the annual salary can be nearly $1 million, or even break 100? For a moment they all couldn't help but look enviously at Shur, but on second thought, Okai plays with stocks, surely won't just play for a few days. If he performs well, he might be able to follow Okai in the future, and then their income will only be higher. Thinking of this, all of them couldn't help but look at each other. All of them could see the excitement in each other's eyes, and only Shur was a little confused at this point. A month, 50,000, or a base salary? Thinking about it, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This price, she really hadn't dared to think about it before, which really made her somewhat overwhelmed. The only thought running through her mind at this point was Oki sure he didn't want to sleep with himself for a bit? Now do not need Okai mention, only need Okai a look signal. She is very willing to take the initiative to drill into Okai's quilt in the middle. After all, this price, she has been some cannot refuse. Chapter 15, Rewards. Manager, I've come to hand in my resignation. Resignation? Why? When Shur finished her lunch inside Okai's house, she also returned to the sales center in a bit of a daze. Then she went straight to the office, printed a resignation report, and came to the manager of the sales department. And at this time it just so happens, these sales ladies, at this time also are here to rest, ready to work in the afternoon. Hearing Shur's words, everyone else was puzzled, but only Lucy's heart thumped. Her sixth sense told her that Shur quit, most likely related to Okai. As expected, after hearing the manager's words, Shur also smiled and said, well, I'm going to be an assistant on Kai's. Oh, that's Mr. O's side. Okay, you little ninny, got it? Mr. O sighed as an assistant. Running this day-to-day wasn't in vain. How much did Mr. O offer you? Breaking 10,000. Hearing Shu's words, at this time, quite a few of the sales ladies beside her spoke with a look of envy, and at the same time, they also asked Shu here about her new job. And people, they are all vain. Not to mention that Okai didn't say that she wasn't allowed to mention her salary. So at this time, Shu also smiled and spoke up. The pay is still pretty good, with a base salary of 50,000 a month. Hiss, 50,000? Is it really just an assistant? The kind that doesn't sleep with you? Even if it is to sleep with the value of now to support a college student a month is only 2 or 3 million. 50,000 a month, or the base salary. A year shall not be hundreds of thousands of Once they heard Shu's words, the group of women at this time couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Especially Lu Shi. That face screamed. He and Okai know 6 years, together for 5 years, not to mention 50,000, even if it is 10,000. He has not given himself. Right, and now this has just broken up. He turned his hand to a girl to open 50,000 a month. What does he mean by this? Good, congratulations Mr. O House Commission. To the month, I will press to send you. Lu Shi's face is hard to see. Naturally no one cares. This side of the manager after hearing the base salary of Shu. He cannot help but feel some emotion. I have to say, people's destiny is predestined by heaven, and it is really necessary to meet a nobleman. Although he said that he was also envious in the middle of his heart, he understood that Okai couldn't afford to mess with himself, so he still took this resignation letter very calmly, indicating that he approved it, and Shu politely bowed to the manager before preparing to leave, but as she was about to leave, she was suddenly stopped by the manager. Hey, by the way, I heard the security guard you called to help say that Mr. O got a dozen or so people inside his home to work on something. Can you say something about it? Of course, if it's inconvenient then forget it. Looking at Shu, the manager at this time also asked in doubt. I'm not too sure. All I know is that those people are traitors. It seems like Kai took out $100 million inside the stock market and they are in charge of the operation. Specifically, Shu even no cannot say, but this kind of anyone to find out the news. She can tell them. After all, these people in and out of the district, but also by the district's security guards to release it, and heard the yokai and took out $100 million at home speculation in the stock market. The crowd at this point couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air once again. Sure enough, rich people play differently from them, doing everything for $1 billion to play. As for Lu Shi, his gaze became even more gloomy at this point. Think about Okai, and then think about Xiaoyu who was sent away by himself this morning. She felt more and more that her mother, in her past life, must have had a grudge against her. Definitely. Obviously at this time standing beside Okai should be their own. This sure what things are they cannot do. Why give her 50,000 a month? On the basis of what? The current Yanashi felt like she was about to clench her back teeth. She wanted very much at this time to rush to Okai's home and then question why he did this to himself, followed by begging him to forgive himself and let himself come back. But, in Okai's presence, the high and mighty she was used to, it was obviously impossible for her to go. Admit you're wrong? Admit you're wrong? Such things are impossible. If Okai were to come over and beg herself now, then she could still think about it and not be so determined as she was yesterday. But for her to beg him? No way. Of course, whether she could or could not, what she thought, had nothing to do with Oki, or even with Sure just said that before turning around and leaving the sales department. Then it was off to a law firm, where 14 non-disclosure agreements and 15 employment contracts were obtained at Oki's request. Only then did she take a cab and return to Oki's house, and at the same time she came back. Okai's side also ushered in two things, one of which is that Yenxia technology finally went up, and it came up in a surge, because just now during dinner, the American Empire side suddenly announced that it would remove the restrictions on Yin Huang's drone imports, and although it was said that Yin Huang's side then issued a directive that would restrict drone exports, Yenxia technology, which is a research drone, entered everyone's attention at this time. When Sure came back, Yenxia technology here has also gone up, and as soon as this side went up, Okai also directly sold it together with Tianyuan Information stock. At this point in time when both of these stocks are up, there are people coming in to buy their shares, so his side could be considered perfect for cashing in at the highest point, when the amount reaches the middle of the account. At this time Okai's 8 accounts inside the balance, instantly became more than 24 million, buying and selling stocks need commission, according to the hand to calculate. Basically a hand will be cast about 2 10,000ths. In other words, the 8 accounts made Oki over $5 million in total. The moment this money arrived, a lot of information also came violently in Okai's mind at this time. Ding! congratulations to the host's success in earning money, earning an amount of 10,000, and obtaining the reward, a perfect body. The host's physical quality will reach the limit of human beings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully earning money, earning an amount of 100,000, and obtaining the reward, the great compassionate hand, from a one-person world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making money successfully, earning an amount of 1,000,000, and obtaining the reward, vocal master. The host will be proficient in all musical instruments and vocal techniques. With these three system beeps coming from within his mind, Okai then felt a warm current instantly begin to travel within his body. And as this warm current traveled, Okai realized that his body was undergoing a great change, and a full set of techniques for the great compassionate hands emerged from within his mind, plus countless practice techniques for musical instruments and vocalizations. There is one to say that the first two rewards, Okai feels very excited about the usefulness. After all, after the money, the personal body and safety of the issue is extremely important. But what the hell is this vocal? Do you need to go into showbiz when you have $100 million a day in pocket money? What's the point of this? Chapter 16, Contracts. Boss, the cash is in. Now which stock are we going to buy? Looking at the Okai who came out from the bathroom, Sunua, who was waiting for Okai to get an idea, actually accidentally found out that it seems like Okai has become more handsome and stronger. She had a feeling it might be her own visions, though, because she was pretty sure that Okai was Okai. The looks, the height, the clothes hadn't changed. It was impossible for someone to go to the toilet and come out a different person. In her opinion, she saw Okai become handsome and strong at this time, most likely because of the relationship between the filter. After all, what Okai did today, it is really for them to reverence to no end. They have never heard of someone to buy a stock, buy four stops. This is too much, but this is the reality. But in reality, Sunua hadn't been wrong. The Okai at this moment had indeed changed. Just at the same time the money changed out, Okai's mind among the rewards of making money will be a brain sent to Okai. What vocal master this first? Not to mention, white skills, to be about to be. However, that perfect body and great compassion palm could be considered extremely top-notch skills. The great compassion palm, this goes without saying, a martial art that specializes in making sheep scorpions, the body of perfection. On the other hand, allowed Okai to have the physical qualities of the human limit, and most of all, it seemed that his body, too, had undergone some secondary development. Just now he went into the toilet also because originally he still felt quite loose pants. At this point actually became a little tight, so he also went to adjust a little. Legend has it that in the preaching period, there was a big man called Paul. He had a supernormal ability called turning the wheel. Relying on this supernormal ability, he not only let Qin Shi Huang's mother gave him 2 children, but also almost made Qin Shi Huang, so that the great Qin no longer surnamed Zhao. During the spring and autumn period, family names were separate. Qin Shi Huang's family name was Ying. Zhao's, the family name was in fact matrilineal. The clan was patrilineal, and after the two were combined into a family name, the clan was the dominant one. And at this time Okai feels, he seems to know this special ability. Of course, it's just a figure of speech. After adjusting his pants, he washed his hands as well and left the bathroom. And as soon as he came out he heard Sueno's words. A look at the time, now almost 2 o'clock. Okai also immediately walked to the screen to check up. Originally he is already optimistic in the sale of Yenxia technology and Tianyuan information after what to start. Now just to determine again. After glancing at the arrows and messages that hadn't changed, he spoke to Sueno as well. Now for these 8 vacant accounts, 4 of them by Overdraft Life in Full, and 4 of them by Tiangong Education. Pointing at these 2 stocks that appeared on the screen, Sunua also immediately answered, before he flew back to the side of that line and began to make arrangements. Just as Sunua was buying stocks here, the Shur at this time also came back. There was also a stack of contracts in his hand. After receiving the contract, Okai read it for a moment before signing a copy in duplicate for Shur. The content is the same as what he and Shur talked about. From today onwards, she is her own assistant, with a monthly base salary of 50,000. As for the 5 insurance and gold and so on, because Okai is an individual, not yet a company, so this still needs to be studied again. But now it does come with a contract to carry the load. It was only then that he called over Sunua and the others, who had already finished buying the new stock. As the men sat down at the table that was used as a meeting room over here, Oki realized that the glances they were giving him were sparkling at. Seriously, he hadn't really encountered this kind of situation before, but it was pretty cool to have a say. So at this moment, he also coughed lightly and opened his mouth. Everyone, my work here then, that's it, but right now it's just playing with the A shares, the new B village, and later on, we'll most likely be going to the Hong Kong or U.S. stocks. The work is going to be a lot more intense than that when the time comes, but I can guarantee that the welfare and income of all of you, absolutely not in the previous securities company, can be compared. If you do not have any comments you can sign these 2 contracts. If you feel that you cannot be competent then I am here to help out for a day today. There is also a $2,000 pay. You can go to the division of the poem to receive it. Looking at these people, Okai didn't say anything polite at this point and spoke directly. Hearing Okai speak like this, there was hardly any hesitation. And Su Nuwa over here walked over it the first time to take away the 2 contracts and 2 confidentiality agreements. Watching Su Nuwa all move, the other 13 also had nothing to hesitate, and at that moment they all came directly over as well, taking the contract and the confidentiality agreement. Then these people also looked at it carefully. The things on top of these contracts and agreements are pretty much what they thought they were going to be. Trader, naturally, is not a 9-to-5 career. If you play in the domestic A-share, okay, open at 9:30 every day, close at 3:30 p.m. There is a lot of free time. But if you play Hong Kong and US stocks, you don't want to have a normal routine, and it's not uncommon for you to work back to back. However, since they have joined the financial industry, naturally, they have also long been psychologically prepared. Not to mention, the benefits given by Okai's side are not generally good. The other benefits are no different from the company, and the main difference is in the money. Each of these people, with the exception of Promise, has a base salary of $60,000 per month. So let's say they work 20 days a month, and that means $3,000 a day. At that price point, it's not a bad deal in financial circles. Most importantly, Okai will take out 5% of his profit every month as a reward and give it to these 14 people equally. If these people had heard 5% before they came here, they would probably have been a little dismissive. After all, the top bigwigs in their industry have annualized interest rates that are only estimated to be around 8%. 100 million, making 8 million a year. That's not so little. A month's profit of more than 600,000 yuan, only to pay out more than $30,000 in rewards, and also 14 people to share equally. That can be how much? One has more than 2,000, but not anymore. And today, Oki gave them the slip. A share, $105 million, and as a result, today's day, which is currently 1 hour away from closing, has already made more than $10 million. Let's just make a round number. If people make 200 million a month, 5% is 10 million, averaging over $700,000 a pop in bonuses, with the base salary, $800,000, and that's just for a month, and that's just the A shares? This if you go to the Hong Kong stock market, go to the United States stock market. That, wealth freedom? When they thought about it, they couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. This job, it can be done, and compared to all the secrecy and rules that OK has put in place, hey, that's nothing compared to almost $800,000 a month. What is not allowed to take leave during the work period? The unified management of cell phones during working hours, not allowed to use fruit phones, not allowed to use smartwatches. Every day when you come in you need to check if there are no bugs in cameras, etc. This in their eyes, these are all should be. Hesitate for a second, that is disrespectful to the money. At that moment, under Su Nuwa's leadership, the crowd also brushed and began to sign their names. Chapter 17, Drink? Holy, overdrafting your life for this hour can go up almost 4% too? Do they have any new stock pulling news? It's not available online right now, but that doesn't mean it won't be available in a while or tomorrow. That's right, there's no way our boss would tell us to buy without knowing the inside story. Seriously though, do you guys know what our boss's family does? Shouldn't pry, don't pry. Hey, Tiangong education also rose, closing up to 77%. Tomorrow is also estimated to be a flying master. As the crowd finished signing the contracts, one for Oki and one for them, the men then went back to their computers and began to stare at the final close. An hour quickly passed, with the termination of the general market, and finally today's Okai's earnings, as high as 11,870, 993, 636. Of course, because a lot of stocks have not yet been sold, the money has not been remitted, so Okai's reward of this $10 million has not yet been triggered, but it was just a matter of time. With the big close on this side, Su Nuwa and the others all said their goodbyes to Okai. After they left, only Okai and Shirshir, who was packing up her things, were left here. After all, after letting a dozen people stay here for a day, there was quite a lot of garbage and stuff in the room, and Shirshir thought to herself that she wasn't qualified to get $50,000 a month. So she could only make herself a little more diligent at this point, and clean the place properly. As for Okai at this time then gently scratched his head. He now feels really a head 3 big. He used to just think about money making things, but today as soon as he started to make money, he realized that he was actually not ready. there were many things before him at this time. For example, office space. He can't keep speculating inside his own home, and to have office space, he has to register a company. After all, he can't hire illegally. Things like his own shares, and the 14's 5 insurance policies, which he needed to pay, and the tax certificates for share and the 14, which he also needed to get. One might argue that speculation is a transfer of property and not subject to personal income tax. Indeed, the gains from speculation do not need, but people that is a salary, more than 5,000 to be paid. Okai certainly will not make such a mistake. When it comes to tossing himself in, there is no need. As soon as he thought of these things, he felt a little scalp numbness. He used to be just an ordinary guy who had been working for 3 years. He really didn't know how he was going to get the company. And on top of that, he wasn't actually too comfortable with all these manipulators that Promise had. And he definitely couldn't manipulate them remotely on his own. At least not right now. Today originally he was still thinking. He taught Su Nuwa in the morning to buy the stocks themselves to go to see the car. But the result? Now, not to mention the car. He did not even go out of this room today. So now you need to keep an eye on the place yourself. Then you need to let someone else run the show when it comes to starting a company, renting an office building, getting an office and all that. But even if you let someone else run, you have to find someone reliable. There really aren't many people he can trust at this point. Just when Okai heard gently tapping the desktop thinking, suddenly his cell phone rang. Okai looked and found that at this time to send a message over is not someone else. It is one of their own quite good buddy, Luo Guigang. He is his junior high school classmate. Although it is said that the university is not together, but the relationship has not been broken. In addition to him, Okai also has 2 diehard friends. One is called Li Weidong, also his junior high school classmate. The other is called Chi, is his university classmate. At the same time, they are also a high school, but it is not in a class. A few people can be quite close with Oki leading the way. The day before yesterday when Oki lost his job, they were the ones who drank with Oki. I just don't know what I'm doing bubbling up again today. At that moment, Okai also opened a certain letter, tuned to their small group. A little into it, heard Luo Guagong's very distinctive duck voice opened up. Guys, come out for a drink tonight. No way. You just drank it the day before yesterday and you're drinking it today? You got rich? Listening to Luo Guagong's words, Okai hadn't waited to go back to okay, when Chi-E couldn't help but open his mouth. Hey, you can't have old O lose his job. Everyone drinks, and when it's my turn, everyone quits drinking. Once he heard Chi-Yi's words, Luo Guigang also sighed and said, no, you're unemployed too. At this time, Li Weidong, who had not been bubbling, also said immediately, not yet, but it's getting close. Doesn't the boss of our company have a young son? He went to play poker in the Australian city, and as a result, people were detained there, and now they want $60 million to ransom them. And our boss is selling the company right now, one day at a time. I guess it's time for me to look for a new job when the new boss comes in. Hearing Li Weidong's words, Luo Guigang also said somewhat speechlessly, and as soon as Okai heard what Luo Guigang had said, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise a little. He remembered that the company Luo Guigang worked for seemed to do backstage. The financial back office is, to put it simply, the one that does the information gathering and data center. Now the big data module. It's these companies that are running the show behind the scenes. Although it may sound like it has nothing to do with speculation. After all, the biggest requirement for playing finance is the ability to raise capital, but for OK, the ability to raise money is rather the least important thing. He now had 14 manipulators under him, including Suno, and himself as the dominant man. He now needs a company that has something to do with finance, has a fast internet connection and a good office environment. Like, that's one delivered to the door? Thinking of this, Okai also spoke up immediately. Then let's have a drink tonight, just when I have something to tell you guys. Yo, replying so quickly, you don't need to pick up Lushi from work today? Hearing that Okai had replied back, at this time Luo Guigang also smiled and joked. Hey, people gave me a kick in the pants. I'm single now. Ha 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 ha. It's really a blessing and a curse. Don't be afraid. Brother, today you take you home. Brothers secretly found the treasure store, where the boss lady a great. Hearing Okai's words, at this moment, Luo Guigang couldn't help but smile with a cheap swish on his face. I've been to that store too, and the owner's wife is truly a class act. That bar, it sure is nice. As soon as he heard Luo Guagong's words, at this time, Chi-E and Li Weidong also spoke beside him. However, after hearing the words of these 3 people, Okai rolled his eyes and couldn't help but say, digging up grass and not taking me to a nice place? And, going straight to the bar at night? No dinner. There's a spicy noodle store right in front of that store. One of the best. Just a bowl of noodles at night. As for not taking you, shouldn't you find out why for yourself? As a result, as soon as Okai's words on this side fell, 3 looks of contempt were neatly sent over there, while Chi-E also opened his mouth disdainfully. Well, it seems like there's really no one else to blame for this. Chapter 18, Time to Save and Spend. Then, Kai, I'm off. Go on, get 2 janitors to come over tomorrow to help clean up, and don't wear yourself out. Hey, that's a little work that won't tire me out. With this side of the time is almost up, Kai and Shur also left his home, in the door of the neighborhood. Shur then went back to their own rented house, while Kai in front of the neighborhood to beat up the car, ready to go to the agreed place. While it's true that here, I guess, you can get there by subway, Oki is about to take a cab. His system has been awakened for 2 days, given 200 million, and he himself has earned more than 10 million. As a result, he feels as if his life has not changed much. Still having a boxed lunch for lunch, and going for spicy noodles later in the evening. Spicy noodles, is that something a billionaire should eat? Though that said, he's kinda good at it, so his last stubbornness was to take a cab too. But just as he was about to take a cab, that's when Leoshi from the sales center got off work. At a glance she saw Oki, who was at that moment standing in front of the cell door ready to take a taxi. Looking at his back, Leoshi couldn't help but physically stagnate, and the message in her hand that her mother had sent over, telling her to go and have dinner with Zhao Yu, stopped. When she saw Oki get into a cab, almost subconsciously, she then just happened to take one as well and sat in it. Where's the pretty lady going? Please follow the car in front. As soon as she got in the cab, the cabbie also opened his mouth to ask, and she immediately spoke up. However, after hearing her words, the cab driver couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then looked at her with some confusion. That's my husband up front. He's quietly coming out behind my back. I want to see what he's up to. Looking at the cab driver's gaze, Leoshi was not at all timid. At that moment, he spoke directly, and looking at Lu she so justified. The cab driver also answered, and then a foot gas pedal followed the car in front of them and ran over. As for Lu, she looking at her mother sent over the message, and Zhao Yu sent over the message asking if she had off work. She did not return. Now she could not fit these 2 people inside her heart. Her eyes have been staring at the car in front of her. The cab didn't take long to drive, only 10 minutes before it stopped. Watching Kai get out of the car. At this time, Lu she also got out of the car in the distance, quietly hiding behind a tree. Looking at Kai, who was standing in front of a store named Big Sister Spicy Noodle in the distance, waiting for someone. Who is he meeting for spicy noodles? Those foxy friends of his? Just when Lu she was a little hesitant. Sure enough, a few figures also appeared at this time. Kai's 3 hardcore diehards, Luo Gui Gang, Chi-E and Li Wei Dong came over together. Then the 4 of them walked into the middle of the store, hooking up together as well. Seeing this, Yanashi couldn't help but skim his lips. She knew that even if Kai was rich, his style with these friends of his wouldn't change. But why was it that in a daze, it was as if she saw that the person who had walked inside this store with Kai had turned out to be herself? Phew, calm down, you guys already broke up. I came here just because I'm hungry too. After looking around, she then found a wonton store not far away that was open. So she came to this store, sat down in a window seat, and after ordering a bowl of wontons, Leoshi was also looking at the 4 people of Kai in the middle of that spicy noodle store all the time. These 4 guys, especially Kai, really don't have the slightest bit of self-consciousness about being a billionaire, and they eat their noodles just like they used to. Soon, a meal of noodles finished, and then the 4 also ganged up to leave here. Lucy also at this time finished the bill, and then in the back followed Kai. They walked across the street, came to a bar called Night Phantom in front of the bar, watched them just walk in. Looking at the way they walked in that didn't hesitate at all, Leoshi couldn't help but frown even more tightly. She had remembered very clearly that Kai hated nightclubs. The first time she and he argued was because she went to a nightclub with her best friend to have a couple of drinks, and the 2 of them almost argued to the point of breaking up that time. But Leoshi was still in love with Kai at that time, so she hadn't gone to a nightclub since then. And now, the day after we broke up, he went to a bar with his friends? Sure enough, this guy is no good. I'd like to see how you guys are going to play when you come here. Gritting her teeth, Leoshi also tightened her bag, and then quietly followed Kai and the others into the middle of this bar, and then purposely picked a corner that Kai and their side couldn't notice and sat down here. And Kai and their line of 4 people at this time is directly sitting next to the bar. Then Lucy also recognized Chi-E at this time, also smiled and stood up, went to the counter side, to the counter inside. A very flirtatious woman said up, Sister Zhou, have 2 tis of Xiaoha, drinking Xiaoha again want to change your flavor, today Corona is on sale. Hearing Gao Yi's words, a woman who was inside the counter at this time also stood up, then said to Chi-E with a smiling face, and hearing the woman's voice, Oki looked over at her. When he saw her, even Oki couldn't help but stare. This woman should be the Ajiboss's wife that Luo Guogang and the others had mentioned, because this woman's looks were indeed what you'd call a masterpiece. This woman looks very tall, almost and have more than 1 meter 8, but will not give a person a kind of tall horse big feeling, but show very delicate. A head of long hair was coiled behind her head, but beside it, a lot of broken hair with waves fell down. A perfect melon face with a pair of eyes that weren't very big, but were like autumn water. A high nose, slightly thin lips, forming a picture of stunning color. What was most striking, though, was her figure. At the moment, she was wearing one of those very sexy cheongsams, and a wispy peach heart in her hunched mouth showed a huge and extremely deep scar. As soon as she stood up, Oki could feel the eyes of almost everyone around her looking over. As for Chi-e, who had ordered the wine, well, right now his consciousness felt like it was about to lax. Corona this one, on sale, how much? Chi-e, come back, sis, just ask for the Corona, and serve us with some ice and lemon. Looking at Chi-e, who couldn't even speak very well right now, Okai also laughed a little bit, although it was true that this boss's wife called it a masterpiece. However, in the last 2 days, Okai had seen more beautiful women, and Leoshi was still a beautiful woman, so he reacted quickly and then also called Chi-e back. Chapter 19, want to with me? Slut, don't look at how old you are. Want some face? Looking at Chi-e who was called back by Okai over there, as well as the boss's wife who was starting to get ready to get up. Lucy over here had her eyes on fire. But fortunately at this time there was also a waitress over here who saw her and took the initiative to come over, attracting her attention. What would you like to order? Miss, give me a Corona too, with ice and lemon. Hearing the waiter's words, at this time, Leoshi also said subconsciously. After finishing, she only turned her mouth, recalling the first time she drank this beer with Okai Peace. It was after they had just seen a movie about a race car, and they were outside and found the same type of beer that was sold in this race car movie. So the two of them bought some and went home to drink it. The results of the two bitter straight out of the tongue. Have the heart not to drink it, but this thing is particularly expensive. Do not want to give up. And finally studied half a day, and found that with lemon to drink, it is not bitter, but sweet. And then all these years, the duo seems to have never drank again. I can't believe that the current OK actually remembers. OK, looking at this lustful look of Leoshi, the waiter over here didn't have much to do, and after answering, he also went to prepare the beer. And at this time, OK over here, after pulling back the gaze of his 3 buddies, he also talked about the main purpose of his coming here today. I have something to tell you 3. Tell me, besides losing your job and falling out of love, tell us what's upsetting you, so we 3 can be happy for you. True best friends, that's what they are. They don't get down with you, but they pull you out of that low mood by plugging away. This is what Okai did when these 3 were low, and now Okai is low? Time. They used the same method on Okai. No, it's a good thing. I am actually a billionaire. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Okai also shook his head, then said seriously, Holy, you licking dog. I know you love Lucy to death, but it's not so bad that, when she dumped you, you went crazy. As soon as Okai finished speaking, at this time Luo Guogang also opened his mouth to speak. Let's give me bull *********. I'm serious. I'm really a billionaire. I'm now preparing to set up a financial company for stock speculation. It just so happens that, old Luo, you said that your boss is going to sell the company. Is it true? After slapping Luo Guogang's hand off with one hand, Okai also looked at him and asked, really? No, we are classmates from junior high school. What is the situation of your family we do not know? You what billionaire? Hearing Okai say this, Luo Guogang also said to him with a puzzled face, you guys just pretend that my dad once left me a piece of land. Now that it's been torn down and the state has compensated me a few $100 million, I'm going to the company. Stop it. I'm telling the truth. Looking at the several people's faces that were full of questions, Okai also spoke seriously. Several hundred million. Righteous father, or you do not die. If you really have several $100 million, you deposit the bank. I go to talk to you. The annualized rate of 3.5% can be there. 100 million a year 3.5 million. 200 million 7 million. I don't want to do anything. A few tens of thousands of dollars a day. Doesn't it smell good? Seeing this serious look of Okai, the Li Wei Dong at this time also spoke in a serious manner. Good guy. Just now he was calling Okai a dog licker. Now he's a righteous father. Yes, righteous father. I'm in the financial circle I know too well. This speculation. 10 speculation 11 loss. Or you look at the first lend me some. I buy a car. So that after I lose my job, I can go to run a drop? Luo Guogang also said with a smile on his face after hearing Li Weidong's words. Righteous father, I'm not that greedy, just pay for this wine tonight. At this time, Shi-e, who was next to him, also spoke up with a calm face. *********. I'm not kidding, I've finished looking for the manipulator. Now I'm missing the company and the place. Is your company really going to be sold? If it's going to be sold tomorrow, I'm going to go to you and acquire your company. Rolling his eyes, Okai also gave a middle finger to one of these three people, then said with a serious face, seeing Okai so serious. At this time Chi-E, Luo Guogang and Li Weidong all three could not help but look at each other. Could it be? What Okai said was true. This salty fish has its turn? To acquire what? This little Thai bar of mine? Business isn't doing too well right now, so I'd be willing to offer a little lower if I were to acquire it. At this moment, suddenly a teasing voice came from the side. Then Okai they followed the voice and saw that the boss's wife was holding 2 bottles of beer, plus some small dishes came over. Behind her there was a waiter holding 2 bottles of beer. After walking to the side of Okai the beer and the small dishes were also put on the table, all the while smiling and laughing. And at that moment, Okai also saw the lower half of this boss lady for the first time. Just now there was a counter blocking him. He hadn't seen it clearly, and now when he took a look, he almost sprayed his nosebleed out. This boss's wife was naturally still wearing a cheongsam on her body at this time, but underneath, she was matched with a pair of black long socks with letters, "Those who understand understand," and a pair of black red-soled high-heeled shoes. Add to that the fact that she has this look, this body, wow, it's really a killer. Sister Zhou, don't joke. You're on fire at night and it's hard to get a table. This business is still not good? Just when Okai was reciting, his heart is as clear as ice. The sky is not falling. Luo Guogang and the others had already reacted, then smilingly said to the boss's wife, "Hey, my business here. People are quite a lot, but they are all you guys who come to see the legs, just to see and do not spend money. Can have what running water?" Flamboyantly blanking Luo Guogang and the others. This woman also looked at Okai at this moment. This little brother, somewhat unfamiliar. First time here? Yes. Looking at the woman asking about herself, Oki returned awkwardly. This guy used to be a nice guy, pretty much in love with his girlfriend, and had to check in with us when he came out to eat, let alone come for a drink. But it's been broken up for the last 2 days, so we're bringing him in for the long haul. Hearing the woman ask this, at this time Li Weidong also smiled and spoke. "Shay, when did nice guy become a derogatory term? If I could find a good man, why do I still need to show my face and open a bar? I'll give you 2 bottles of wine. Remember to come back often to take care of your sister's business in the future." Listening to Li Weidong's words, this woman also looked at her with contempt, and then she put 2 bottles of beer in front of Okai, and then she used her own ring and easily opened the wine, and then personally poured a glass for Okai, and squeezed in some lemon juice. Then the glass of wine, too, was pushed in front of Oki's face. Chapter 20, The Last Love. Oh, the boss's wife poured the wine herself. Brother, a lot of lust. Looking at the boss's wife's actions, at this time Luo Guogang and the others too were all starting to coax, and although Okai said he was a bit shy, but not too torn, he still took the glass and took a sip. Well, it was still as sweet as inside the memory, and looking at Okai's side smiling and laughing. At this time, Liushi, who was far away, felt like her teeth were about to be clenched. Did she put B in the cup? You're laughing so hard. Clenching her fists, Ryuhi couldn't help but feel her eyes about to glaze over. As for the boss's wife over here, after seeing Okai drink the wine, she also laughed, and then looking around, she saw the stage in the distance, which was now empty as a field. "Hey, the resident band has not yet come. Strange cold, who of you will sing? Go on stage to roar a couple of voices. Who wants to be sung well? I send wino." Supporting her chin, the boss's wife also said with a smile, "But don't look at these guys one by one," screamed ferociously. But as soon as they really let them on the stage, these guys are dumbfounded. But at this moment Luo Guogang too was a turn of the eyes, pushed Okai. "Can't you? You keep saying you learned to play the piano when you were a kid. Get up there and show it off for some wine." "That's right. I thought you said you've been playing the piano since you were a kid." "Yeah, I just met him in college and I didn't really know if he could play the piano." Listening to Luo Guogang and Li Weidong, Chi-E also asked with some curiosity. Hearing these people's words, Okai's face couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It's true that he wasn't lying, but there was an element of blowing it. They were taught electric piano lessons in elementary school, but he only knew a total of 2 songs, 1 boat race and 1 doll and bear dance. Obviously this isn't something that can be displayed in public right now, right? Listening to the words of these people's uproar, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But looking at this boss's wife beside him with a curious look on her face, he became even more embarrassed. However, at this moment, he too suddenly remembered that today it seemed like he had been given a vocal master skill. Sure enough, a little thought inside his head. He felt that no matter what song it was, he could play it. It hadn't occurred to him that one of his most underappreciated skills could actually be loaded up. In that case, he's not polite. "Hey, I had been trying to get along with you guys as ordinary people, and all I got in return was taunts and mistrust. So I'm done pretending. I'm showing my cards. I'm a master musician. Che, you just said you were a billionaire. Listening to Okai's pretentious words, Luo Guogang also said with contempt at this moment, are these two in conflict? Toward Luo Guogang smiled. Then Okai also 3 steps to the stage, stood in front of an electronic piano to try the sound, to determine that there is no problem. Suddenly a section of music actually really sounded, also instantly attracted a lot of people's attention, especially in the distance Lu Shi. In the hearing of the prelude to this, her entire body cannot help but suddenly shock. Pupils are also unconsciously enlarged. She suddenly remembered, out of the blue, a song she really liked. Once upon a time, my own self, like other girls, loved those deep songs, but Oki liked to call them dog-licking songs. This one, on the other hand, is her favorite and a song that she used to often share with Okai, although it is only the intro, but her past with Okai is like the music video of this song, which is slowly unfolding in front of her eyes at this time. Only at this point, the man and woman are turned into them. The day we broke up, we got into Zhao Yu's car by ourselves. In the rearview mirror, Oki looks at his cell phone in a daze. Liuhi suddenly felt a pain in his hun. Breathing seems to have stopped a bit at this point. Woman, I'm back. You're back. It's so late. I'm going to help you put on the bath water. Woman, Jerry. Woman, I have something I want to say to you. Wow. What a national event you are. Woman, well, lately there's a guy who walks me home every day. I know, I have seen. Is that dry black Mercedes-Benz right? Not bad. Woman, he's chasing me. Really? So are you in love with him? Female, he is really good to me. He thinks of me and everything, plans for me, and gave up the opportunity to study abroad for me. So stop it. Just tell me, are you in love with him? Woman, I think, that's right. Do you remember? I said, if one day you meet a good man, he can give you happiness, make you happy all your life. I will choose, let go of my hand, to give you happiness. This promise is always valid. So, is that why you didn't open your mouth to get me back? The memory of the hero, with Okai's face, slowly blended at that moment, and the memory crumbled at the same time, as Oki on stage had opened his mouth to sing. I shut myself away, leaving only a balcony. Whenever it's dark and I push open the window, I stare into the night, watching the past, scene by scene, performing again you and my love. The moment Okai's voice opened, not only the tears in Luci's eyes welled up, even all the people who came to drink in the whole room, all of them couldn't help but have their bodies shaken at this moment, and then looked at the stage with a surprised face. They really didn't think that Okai actually sang so well. There are a lot of waiters, at this point have forgotten to work, cannot help but stand in place in surprise to look at the stage above the Okai, especially Luo Guigang, Chi Yi and Li Weidong. They used to go to KTV with Okai quite a bit. When did he still sing? Didn't the 4 of them used to be known as the Ghostbusters? How come you left the team so quietly on your own? A friend's success is much more heartbreaking than his own failures. Well, it looks like he even said he's a billionaire. Compared to that, it doesn't seem like it's so hard to accept that he can sing. The problem is that a billionaire sings well. Is there any justice in that? Regardless of the inner workings of these guys, Okai was still singing at this point, and as the second verse ended, he officially sang into the chorus part as well. When the tears flow one way, the hurt is overloaded, and separation is another way of understanding. I'll give it to you. The last thing that hurts is the hand letting go, not wanting an ocean between a double bed. Leave the emotional stains for time to bleach out. Put the love in the left pocket in front of the hun. The last thing that hurts is the hand letting go. Don't want to pull with words, so choose not to blame. Relationships are like waiting platforms. Some people leave and some people come. My heart is a stop sign. It says wait. Chapter 21, The Road to Justice. Encore, encore, tsunami. Sounds good. Man, when Okai's last scale ended, about 5 or 6 seconds had passed before these guests below reacted and then opened their mouths to scream. Listening to the flying whistles and shouts of approval from these people, Lu Shi, who was still immersed in her memories, recovered from under the daze, and then took a deep look at Okai, who was still on the stage at this moment, and she couldn't help but let out a long breath. Is that why you didn't retain me? Taking a sip of the beer in front of her, she stood up at that point as well, before turning around and leaving the bar. Her mind is a mess right now and she needs to go home and calm down. But right now Oki didn't know what she was in for. On the stage, he looked at these uproarious people on the stage, and although they said that they were all talking a good game, Okai could see a touch of teasing in their eyes. Well, singing that well is unlikely without a decade of dog licking. But the thing is, Oki hasn't been a lickspittle. When he was with Yuhi, it was also Yuhi who took the initiative. You can't say that a man who has a date and doesn't go to bars, clubs, or wash his feet is a dog licker. Then that's too cheap. So at this point, Okai was actually a little upset inside. And right at this moment, he also saw the electric guitar sitting next to him. Go licking dog. Labor is a war wolf. Muttering in a low voice, Okai also came to the side of the electric guitar, along with the pull piece of pull. Instantly an extremely violent music sound. For a moment the whole atmosphere of the bar intensified as well, compared to the earlier song Hands Off, which maybe there are still people who don't know it or haven't heard it before. This is now a song that is basically known by all, especially after Okai's wolf howl. Instantly the atmosphere of the bar was topped off. Yu-hee, who had walked to the door at that moment, also heard Okai singing in that extremely impure Hiroshima language. She put out the evening light and covered both shoulders with a ghost. Intertwined sparks, detained in precipitation. The heart has just been cut and damaged, and the warp does not move straight. She imitated with her fingertips, tugging on magnetic electricity. Love will be like a hungry wolf with a mouth that seems extremely sweet. If you get close enough to play with her, you'll get a bad look. Love will be like a hungry wolf. Shall it sleep in its arms? She shall give me a vicious wound for a souvenir. Listening to Okai's wild song, Ryoshi's heart also more chaotic, cannot help but speed up the pace to leave here. And after this song, Okai also played guitar tricks for a while. Then he smiled and bowed off the stage, because he saw that there were already a few people waiting there backstage. And needless to say, he knew that this was the band that was originally stationed here, and that he couldn't steal someone's job. However, just as he got off the stage and was about to head towards Luogwagong's table and theirs, when all of a sudden an angry shout came from the table near the stage. What's the matter with you? Don't you know when you spill your drink? Hearing the voice, for a moment quite a few people nearby, including Okai, looked over. As a result, he saw two middle-aged, wearing glasses. There are some Svenskam-style men, at this time as a face of anger looking at a waiter next to him. This waitress was a girl, although it was said that she was wearing a uniform, but it could be seen that the figure was not bad, and most of all, the face was long and beautiful. It was just a little too young. Okai was not quite sure if she was an adult at a glance. Of course, it is estimated that this bar's sister Jo is also unlikely to employ minors, so she is most likely only 18, 9, 20 or so, and at this time and being yelled at by this person, she is also a bit flustered. I'm sorry, you're the one who tripped me earlier. I'm so sorry. What? You're blind, or it's my fault. Hearing the girl's words, at this time, this guest also couldn't help but say with an arrogant face, no, that's not what I meant. Looking at the guest, this waiter also said anxiously, I say you this little girl, out to work, you have to know how to change. I see you walking around is also quite tired. Or you accompany the brothers to have a drink. This matter is settled? Seeing the way this girl was bluffed, that's when the other guy made a figure of speech. Only this yen map of his was a bit too short. Hey, two big men bullying someone else's little girl. Do you still want to have a face? Looking at this girl over here, looking like she was at a loss for words, and then both of these two lewd guys wanting to get their hands on her. That's when Okai couldn't help but speak up directly. Seeing that Okai actually stepped forward, at this time, these two people couldn't help but look at him as well. But obviously, at a glance at Okai's age, height, size, and the three companions sitting in the distance, these two people were a bit wimpy, but the guy who had picked a fight a while ago was still letting out harsh words. Does this have anything to do with you? It doesn't matter. I just see you guys bullying other little girls, and I have an opinion when I see the road. Looking at these two, Okai also raised his neck and looked at them with a displeased face. What do you mean we bullied someone's little girl? He was the one who spilled our wine. As soon as he heard Okai say this, at this time another person also spoke up. Here, serve them another one exactly the same, on my tab, while you get busy over there. Looking at the spilled wine on that tabletop, Okai was too lazy to pull those useless ones with them here, so he called a male waiter next to him and told him to serve them a new glass. Then he pulled the girl and told her to go work at a distance. See Okai this arrangement. This two people also turn mouth. Indeed, cannot pick what fault. Now fight certainly cannot be beaten, and they are ordinary workers. If it is a big deal, they also have to eat. Not to mention that now the reason is also no more. Okai directly compensated them a cup of wine, which also let the two people cannot help but turn their heads over and no longer speak. Looking at the two people have nothing to do, Okai also walked back to their table, but when he got here, it was found that there were only 2 mention of beer. At this time but became 6 mention. The table is about to be put out of the way. This, didn't I say it? Sing well, I'll send the wine, and it was handled well just now. I still have to take your favor. Looking at Okai's appearance, at this time, Sister Jo also smiled and said. Hearing Sister Jo say this, Okai also waved his hand. Just now also just a little hot-blooded, and looking at Okai's not very good look, Sister Jo also suddenly turned her head and snapped her fingers at a bartender over the counter. I've introduced a new drink here, just in time for you to try it today. While saying that, this bartender also at this time took a big bucket above. The bucket is filled with a lot of fruit and ice. Then Sister Joe also stood up. These opened beer, poured into this big ice bucket, and then opened the valve below, poured out a few big zapper cups of beer, placed in front of a few people. Try it. Looking at the crowd, Sister Joe also smiled and said, Chapter 22, Breakfast. Hiss. When the early morning sunlight, through the gap of the curtains, shone on Okai's face, Okai could not help but open his eyes a little puzzled, and then reflected in front of his eyes. It is an unfamiliar curtains. Looking at the curtains, Okai froze for a while before he countered to come over, then immediately looked around. The result is to find that at this time, he is lying in a strange bed, surrounded by the arrangement, also tends to be completely feminized. The bedside table at this time is placed in a few photos, and these few photos, he is not strange, because the person on top of the photo was none other than Sister Joe. When he thought of this, Okai's entire body couldn't help but stiffen, and then he began to try to recall the events of last night. Last night, Sister Chow said there was a new way to drink it and they tried it. I have to say, this new drink is really killing it. The fresh sweetness of that fruit, with the coolness of the ice cubes and the dilution of the melted ice water, and the pure malt aroma of the beer, just makes one's sensitivity to alcohol drop extremely fast. Okay, who originally had about 4 bottles of beer from a regular bottle and 6 bottles of Corona, doesn't seem to have improved his drinking too much even when he's physically at the limit. Last night, he felt like he'd had at least 24 bottles, and while it was true that he hadn't broken down and could still recall it now, it was also true that he'd had too much to drink. Drinking happy him, only remember that in the end he pulled Sister Joe, said he must prove he is a billionaire, and then he went with Sister Joe. Then somehow, it came to Joe's sister's home, and then the two of them looked at each other, and then inexplicably went back to the room, and then, thinking of this, he couldn't help but lift up the quilt immediately, and sure enough, the traces on top of the bedsheet showed that there was no deviation in his memory last night. Wipe, how do I still? Laughed bitterly, Okai could not help but wipe his face, and then some of his heart got out of bed. Looking at the side of his own clothes, he also flew to wear up, and quietly walked out of the room. Once he came out, he saw Sister Joe at this time is sitting in the dining room eating breakfast. At this time she is wearing a green silk camisole pajamas. That body, that a lazy feeling, really let Okai's eyes cannot help but somewhat frozen. And Sister Joe also noticed Okai coming out at this moment, so she couldn't help but look at him. Wake up, go wash up, got fresh teeth and towels for you. Oh, looking at Sister Joe's smiling face, Okai also answered very abashedly, and then went inside the bathroom to wash up a bit, and when it was done he came out again. Sister Joe also waved at him and called out to come over for dinner. When he arrived at the table, he realized that it was quite a hearty breakfast. A glass of milk, a fried egg, a bowl of porridge, and 2 slices of toasted bread. At this time, Okai was also really hungry, and at that moment, he also opened his mouth to eat, but compared to the usual, at this time, he could be said to be extremely cautious. What? First time out to play? Looking at Okai's look of a small sufferer, at this time, Sister Joe couldn't help but open her mouth and speak up. Ah, this is nothing to hide. Okai is indeed the first time to come out to play, and as a result, the first time, hey, think about it is really embarrassing. It's my first time too. Hearing Okai's words, at this time, Sister Joe also supported her own chin, then said to Okai with a smile, I know. Seeing Sister Zoe's appearance, Okai's gaze also glanced at the room. Isn't it incredible? Do you think it's possible that I did it after? Seeing Okai's gaze, Sister Joe also came over at that moment and whispered, cough, cough. Hearing Sister Joe's words, Okai almost didn't choke. What kind of words are these? Ha 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 ha, teasing you can be too much fun. Don't have any psychological burden. I didn't say that I want you to be responsible. You yesterday, I'm very satisfied. If you are bored in the future, feel free to come and find me to play. Go to the bar, come to the house can be, come to add a certain letter. Looking at Okai's appearance, Sister Joe also smiled and patted him, then took out her cell phone and put it in front of Okai. Okai looked at Sister Joe's appearance. He also immediately took out his cell phone and added Sister Joe's certain letter, then slightly hesitated to tentatively ask, Sister Joe, I still don't know. Your name is? My name is Joe Chin. I'm 31 years old. I'm 1.78 meters. My weight? I won't tell you. My circumference 97-56-88. Ho. Looking at Okai's careful appearance. At this time, Sister Joe also laughed and said, as soon as she heard her words, Okai's face also tongue red. This is indeed powerful. My name is Okai. This year, 25. Height 1.88 meters. Weight is not too clear right now, but I guess it's about 106. Actually, I can pay. Pay what? Pay? Hearing Okai's words, Zhou Qin directly interrupted him at this moment, then looked at Okai playfully. No, not, come on, look at you scaring me. Eat, then if you have something to do, go about your business. I'm going to go catch up on my sleep. I'm going to fall apart from you last night, and I have to get up in the morning and make you breakfast. Looking at Okai's flustered appearance, Zhou Qin also gave him a glance in a flamboyant manner, and then urged him to eat. Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai also lowered his head and continued to eat his breakfast, but while he was eating his breakfast over here, Zhou Qin over there wasn't idle either. At this time her right foot, always from time to time touched Okai's calf. Indeed, let Okai some apathy. After an early dinner, Okai also left Zhou Qin's house in a very abashed manner, and after he left, Zhou Qin also yawned, then smiled and went back to her room, and after changing the bedsheets, she also laid down on the bed and entered the dreamland. She wasn't wrong about one thing, Oki did give her too much of a toss and she needed a good rest, and this side of Okai, after leaving Zhou Qin's home, also took a car, straight back to the Dragon Garden, but when he came back, have been 9:10 in the morning, although it is said that now there is no official opening, but already can begin to operate, so Okai in the car after getting off the car, but also all the way jogging ran to the home, and he was just in time to be seen by Ryushi, who was working over in the hall. When Lucy saw that Okai came back from outside early in the morning and was still wearing the same clothes he went to the bar in yesterday, her pupils couldn't help but shrink. He didn't come home last night? Where did he go? Did he go to that flirtatious boss's wife? Or did he go to the home of the teacher's poem that he dug out? I also heard that he looked for those manipulators yesterday inside along also very beautiful. He this in the end. Where to go? Chapter 23, Acquisition of Companies. Blue Sky Medicine continues to hold. Longyan Environment will sell directly after today's halt, and then by North Gas Blue Valley. And this afternoon, Overdraft Life and Tiangong Education will also halt, and after selling, purchase all of them in the northern mining industry. Yes, boss, but this mining, is, hearing Okai's words, Su Nua hesitated slightly, but then said a firm yes. This mining industry, as we all know, is a sunset industry, but after a day of operation yesterday, Okai said to buy, then they will not have any objection. Sure, you watch here, if they have any needs, you try to fulfill them, and if there isn't enough money, feel free to call me, I'll go and sort out the company. Seeing Su Nua indicate that he understood, Okai also said to Sure who was beside him, okay, Kai. Hearing Okai's command, the Sure at that moment also spoke up. Then Oki went upstairs and pulled out that rare suit of his. Okai, do not like to wear luxury goods, also do not like to wear a suit. Is this suit or 3 years ago, their own college graduation time to do? At that time, some loose, he still have some doubts, but do the suit of the teacher told him, soon estimated to fit. The result is now really fit, but I guess the teacher originally meant that Okai will soon be fat. Do not think he is now strong. After changing his clothes, Okai walked downstairs while also making a call to Luo Guogang, and the call was picked up by Luo Guogang in no time. Hey, holy, you're out of breath. Haven't you slowed down yet? Hearing Luo Guogang's voice, Okai couldn't help but laugh and curse. Slow, yesterday drank too much. But speaking of which, where did you go? I went to the bathroom and came back. Then I realized you were gone, and the waiter even said the order you had already finished. Hearing Okai's voice, Luo Guogang also chanted breathlessly. Don't tell you. Go wash your face. I'm going to your company now, to talk about the acquisition. Hearing the words of Luo Guogang, Okai can't say. Yesterday's drinking on the head. Himself and Zhou Qin went to roll the sheets, which is not. Put Luo Guogang they are envied to death? Now Luo Guogang's main task is not to envy, but to help himself to talk about the acquisition. No, brother, are you for real? The moment Okai's words fell, Luo Guogang here also directly sobered up, and then spoke towards Okai with a tangled face. He naturally remembered that last night Okai had said that he was a billionaire who was going to buy his company, and originally he had thought that Okai was just bluffing, but it turned out that he was really going to come and buy it? Sure, now go wash your face and make an appointment with your boss. I've got a cab. Hearing Luo Guogang's words, Okai also spoke decisively. Good. Hearing Okai's voice so serious, Luo Guogang also took a deep breath, then hung up the phone, so he went inside the bathroom to wash his face, then found their boss's secretary, and told her that he was going to look for his boss in a while. Determined the boss side, today are not going to leave the company. Luo Guogang just went downstairs, waiting for Okai. Not much time, Okai will have already come to Luo Guogang company's downstairs in a cab. Of course, Luo Guogang's company, but also rented floors, and not have a building. If there was a building, it would be worth a few $1 billion at least. Given today's prices, there would be no need to be forced to sell the company for a measly $60 million. The building where Luo Guogang and his company are now located is called the Golden Spirit Building. This is a landmark commercial building in Loni City. A total of 47 floors, each floor 1,300 square feet. According to the current housing price prediction, at least must be worth more than $3 billion, or even higher. Kai also came here to do things before, but now when he got out of the car again, his inner thoughts had changed. Originally he was just a small employee who came here to do some work, but now he is about to become a tenant of this building. Of course it would be nice if he could buy this building, but the moment Oki had that thought, a downward-facing arrow appeared above the building as well. The Golden Spirit Building, where the land value will, in 5 years, drop by 17%, is not recommended for investment. Better rent it. Looking at the price of this Golden Spirit mansion, Kai also smiled. Although he said that he had money, but he still had no intention of doing a losing deal, so it was better to forget about it. Are you serious? Now I can still go and tell my boss that I was joking, or else you can't load me up in a while and get fired. I can still get a 3+N. Just as Kai shook his head and walked into the building. At this time Luo Guogang also walked over, and couldn't help but speak to Kai apprehensively. Don't worry, from now on you'll be manager Luo. Patting his chest, Kai also spoke up at that moment before following Luo Guogang in the elevator to the 27th floor that their company had rented. According to what Luo Guogang said, their company, in the past, was still quite powerful. This 27th floor, is their company a rent? A total of 1,300 square meters. Each square meter daily rent is 8 yuan 5. A year is 403 million. According to this price to calculate, every year here the rent can be collected about 100 million 800 million. 2 floors is the hall. There is no company. A $3 billion building with $180 million in annual rent. 6% return. Not bad. And without that dropped 17% land value, it would still be worth buying. But forget about it now. As the duo arrived at the 27th floor, Luo Guogang also guided Kai to the front of the boss's office. As they had already greeted the secretary, the duo also went straight to the main door. And at that moment, they also heard a man's voice coming from inside. Lao Jiang, if I didn't really have no choice, I wouldn't sell this company. The profit of this company is still very good. $50 million. It's really not that high. Okay, then think again. Hearing this voice, Luo Guogang and Kai also glanced at each other. But it was obvious that the look in the eyes of the two was somewhat different. Luo Guogang's look was one of weakness. Are you kidding? This company wants $50 million. He'll never make that much money in his life. While Kai glanced at Luo Guogang, he felt that the price was quite cheap. Originally, he was ready to spend $60 million, or even $70 million to buy it, because when he wanted to buy this company, the system gave a prompt. Anthem Financial, current total assets, $68 million. Generating about $4.2 million in annual revenue to invest. Unexpectedly, this boss's psychological price is actually only 5,000. It looks like the pressure that this son of his is giving him is indeed not small. Chapter 24, Becoming a Boss. Bang bang bang, come in, Mr. Son, this is my friend, Kai, and this is the boss of our company, Mr. Son. Listening to the person inside hang up the phone, at this time Kai also nodded towards Luo Guogang. Then Luo Guogang also knocked on the door at this time, and after getting permission, he also pushed the door and brought Kai in, and Mr. Son also raised a smile at this time and walked towards Kai. With the two of them shaking hands, they sat down together on the couch next to each other. Mr. is so young. Would you like a drink? No need. The purpose of my coming here, I think Luo Guogang also told you. I'm not much of a businessman, not very good at bargaining. My goal is to come to acquire the company, make a price. Looking at Mr. Son's appearance, Kai also directly smiled and opened his mouth, and heard Kai the straightforward words. Mr. Son cannot help but look at Luo Guogang and him. In the business world so many years, he is still the first time to encounter such a thing. So after a moment's silence, he spoke up as well. This company, I have founded it for more than 10 years. It's all my heart and soul in it, and every year's revenue is also very substantial. I am not too willing to sell it. If Mr. is interested, then 7,500 million. Mr. Son, this is meaningless. Watching Mr. Son make a big effort and say a 75 million. Kai also smiled. If he hadn't heard that phone call just now, he might have thought about it for a while, but now it was impossible. There's one thing, I'm just running to pick a bargain. I could have registered a company myself and recruited, but I'm too much of a pain in the ass. I happened to hear about your plight and I thought there was a bargain to be had. So I came. I have a cash deal here. No need to wait for the bank to release the money. When will the money here be credited to your account as soon as the equity transfer is over? Now, you quote again. Looking at Mr. Sun, Okai also waved his hand. He will not be what negotiation skills. He is simple to set out the car. Line on the line, not on the line, and there is nothing to be entangled. After hearing the words of Okai, at this time, Mr. Sun also laughed a little. Really, he cannot keep up with the pace of young people. This kind of negotiation method he is also the first time to see. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Luo Guogang. He didn't need to say that he knew that the matter of his own family must have been told by Luo Guogang to Okai, then the whole company should have already spread the word inside as well. He couldn't help but take a deep breath at the thought. One price, $60 million. Looking at Okai, Mr. Sun also spoke seriously at this moment. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to do it, but I've just heard your base price at the door. I'm not betting on you. Instead, I'll raise some for you, 52 million. If it's okay, you can hand it over today. Okai looked at Mr. Sun and said seriously at this moment as well. Hearing Okai's words, at this time, Mr. Sun also closed his eyes with some despair. At this price point, it's just stuck outside one's mental defenses. His base price was $50 million, and now if it was $52 million, man, he'd save it and still leave himself some funds to make a comeback. Although it is definitely not something he would want to sell because he would lose at least tens of millions of dollars at this price. But who asked for a living father in his family? If he didn't get the money together himself, the other side might send him to Southeast Asia. He could only have one son, and he had to save him. So after a long moment of hesitation, Mr. Sun gently nodded. Okay, 5,200. When can we trade? As I said, any time. I think your company also has a legal counselor. Call it over and just sign it. Hearing Mr. Sun's words, Okai also said calmly. Seeing that Okai had spoken like this, Mr. Sun also immediately walked out of the room and went to ask his secretary to call the company's legal counsel over. The company was going to change ownership. Only then did he return inside the office and drink tea with Okai and Luo Guogang. After about half an hour of waiting, a couple of men in suits walked in as well. These are the same law firms that work with this company. The next is very simple. Because the company is Sun's wholly owned company, his wife and children do not have shares in the company, so only need to check the company has no external debt, and loans and so on. After determining that there is no problem at all here in the company, Okai and Mr. Sun also signed the full transfer contract of the company in triplicate, and then Okai also put the $52 million in cash and hit Mr. Sun's card. In the course of a morning, this Anthem Financial had become completely Okai's. Think about 3 days ago, they are still an unemployed, lost love, live in an old broken small house inside the loser. The result of just 3 days' time. They live on the third floor of the large flat. On hand there will be 200 million in cash. Plus there is also a mediator value of 68 million of the financial company. It is true that life if there is no system, want to leap, too difficult, then this place will be yours from now on. My secretary knows the contact information of several of the company's partners. Looking at the message of successful remittance inside his cell phone, Mr. Sun also sighed, then held Okai's hand and said to him with a serious face. After saying that, Mr. Sun called a few people over to help him pack up his things, gave up this general manager's office. After Mr. Sun left, at this time, several lawyers on this side also came over, the leader of which could not help but ask Okai. Then Odong, the cooperation between your company and our law firm, 1 day at a time. They're charging Anthem Financial $200,000 a year in consulting fees. They didn't want the money to go down the drain. But while Okai didn't know any big law firms, and he was quite satisfied with the efficiency of these people's work, so he smiled back. Business as usual. That's good. Odong has just taken over the company. I guess there are still things to be busy. Then we won't bother. In the next few days, all the activities of our law. If Odong has the time, please also be sure to visit. Hearing Okai say so, the lawyer who was in charge at this time also immediately and politely took an invitation card and handed it to Okai, while Okai also smiled and nodded his head and answered. And after these lawyers had left as well, inside the office, only Okai and Luo Guogang, who had been very confused at this point, were left. What are you looking at stupidly? Looking at Luo Guogang's appearance, Okai couldn't help but chuckle. Try hitting me. Why do I always feel like I'm dreaming? Hearing Okai's words, Luo Guogang was also dumbfounded at this moment, turning his head towards Okai in a mute manner. But just as he finished speaking, Okai gave him a kick in the butt. The pain in turn made him instantly awake. This wasn't dreaming. This was real. His own brother, who was actually a real billionaire and had bought the company he worked for. Alright, before lunch, call the heads of the departments up for a meeting. General Manager Luo, Chapter 25, Naturally Different. From today onwards, the company side of the business are handed over to you to be responsible for. I only look at the revenue, but cannot give me to play tricks. Stable on the line, do not toss me into. And the main thing you have to do now is to take advantage of this afternoon, and Saturday and Sunday, to partition off a separate portion of the space for me. My trader is going to be working there on Mondays, ensuring the best desks, chairs, office environment, internet speed, decor, break room, pantry and whatnot. Don't be afraid to spend money. I've put $5 million on the company's books. You can use it as you like, but make sure you get this done. Looking at Luo Guogang, who was still a bit dazed in front of him, Okai also urged again and again. It's already Friday and the timing is just right. I'll try, but I understand the reasoning. You're telling me you're a billionaire who invites me, a general manager, to dinner, and you're having cassoulet for your first meal? Hearing Okai's words, Luo Guogang also slowed down a little from his mute. Then disliking the cassoulet in front of him with his chopsticks, he said with some confusion, "What else do you want to eat? Besides it's cassoulet, not chicken. We had spicy noodles yesterday, and I didn't even pick them. So what are you picking?" Looking at Okai's contemptuous gaze, Luo Guogang also nodded. "Well, that's true. Hey, did I get a raise? Didn't I sign a new employment contract with you just now? You're the same as the trader supervisor under me, with a basic salary of $100,000 a month." Hearing Luo Guogang ask this, Okai also said calmly, $100,000? What? Too little. Despising Luo Guogang's fussing appearance, Okai also looked at him and spoke. "It's not less. It's too much. You don't know this company. The annual water flow is just over $10 million. The net profit I heard from the finance, it seems to be just over $4 million. Tech 12 people, base salary 8,000, almost 10,000 per month. This cannot be less. Personnel, business, administration, procurement, logistics, a total of 24 people, an average of 6,000 a person. Just the wages, nearly $3 million a year. The only thing that can fall into your pocket is more than $1 million. And then you give me 102 now. You're playing for nothing." Listening to Okai's words, at this time Luo Guogang also counted up with Okai. If you follow me for a year and still only make $4 million, what the hell am I going to do? Here, just take it, and you'll probably get more than $1 million a month in the future. By the way, remember to give Donzi and Chi-E the benefit of the doubt and see if they're coming." Looking at Luo Guogang's serious face, Okai also smiled. His own company would worry about not making money? Don't joke. Hearing that Okai had said so, although Luo Guogang said that he was a bit puzzled, he still nodded his head and responded. After all, if Okai had said so, then he couldn't say anything. As for Li Weidong and Chi-E, it goes without saying that he would have gotten his way. The two of them then smothered a piece of cassoulet. And beef cassoulet. After a lunch, Luo Guogang returned to the company. Now the company's big boss just changed. He became the general manager. The company will certainly have some people's hearts and minds. It is the time to need to stabilize themselves. As for Oki, he took a taxi straight back home. He still had nearly $50 million on him, and there was no point in keeping that money on him. Surely he had to go home and take advantage of a small profit before the close of business this afternoon. As he waited for the bus, though, he was reminded again of the problem of not having a car. Tomorrow, Saturday, when the market is closed, I must go car shopping. I've been muttering for days about not buying one for the car, and I've ended up delaying it for all sorts of things. So this time I'm going to say what I have to do to get it. While thinking about it, he called a cab and then returned to Longtangjiayuan. When he got back to the house, his family was again in a state of jubilation, because today according to his instructions to buy the North Gas Blue Valley and Northern Mining 2 stocks, and, indeed, at this point has been up again. North Gas Blue Valley because announced that their own battery research was successful. According to the news OK got, it will go up for 4 days in a row until next Wednesday when it will equalize and can be held for a while. Northern Mining, on the other hand, announced that in the Monty region, a rare earth mine had been discovered. Rarely does it top these sunset industries, but that's it for this wave. Wait until Monday, it will become a growth rate of only 0.77%, which is better than nothing. So at this point, as soon as Okai came back, he directly sold all the shares of Northern Mining among these 8 accounts, and right after those shares were sold, Okai's earnings today reached $8.39 million, and with yesterday's earnings, Okai has made over $10 million, so the system also popped up instantly at that point. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his success in making money, earning an amount of $10 million, and obtaining the reward, master level of medical skills, including Chinese medicine, Western medicine, any of the disciplines. As the voice disappeared, a large amount of information was also stuffed into Okai's mind at that moment. Countless information about curing diseases and performing surgery were all poured into his mind at this time. As he finished receiving the messages, Oki couldn't help but ponder for a moment that the medical skills, well, at least they were much better than yesterday's vocalizations. And when he had received the full message, he looked to these people inside his house. With just one sweep, he could see what was wrong with these people in his own home. Like Shirshir had some uterine cold, Su Nua's cervical vertebrae and spine were a bit curved, and the others had more or less minor problems. I have to say, this medical skill, it's a bit interesting. Boss, is there anything else to buy with the withdrawn funds? Just as Okai was sizing up the crowd, Su Nua at that moment also walked over, looking at Okai with a somewhat fervent gaze and said, well, I'll inject another $50 million into your capital, all of it to buy me Mordor Bay Hill, Magic City Basehan, a semiconductor company. To put it simply, is to do the ream. According to the system, on Monday, it will announce a new generation of 5nm ream research success, and sign a contract with the northern mining industry belongs to the contract will be contracted to that piece of the newly discovered rare earth mine, and this news will send their family stock up 43% over a 5-day period next week. Good. Hearing Okai's words, at this time Su Nua didn't have any hesitation at all, and directly put the funds in his hand and began to sweep up the loose stocks of Mordor Bayshan. By her estimation, Okai had made 26% on his 100 million in the past 2 days alone. Deducting the commission and all that, a conservative estimate would put him at $25 million in earnings. Now with this $15 million, she could already imagine the bloodbath that would ensue when the market opened next week. And while Oki is making money here, naturally someone else is losing money. Take for example Okai's former boss, Feng Yu. Chapter 26, Supercar Club. This month kind of made it through, but what about next month? Looking at the secretary just sent to his computer statement. At this time Feng Yu also some helpless sigh. After selling the house, she now finally have this month's salary and to send to Okai their compensation to make up. But right now, in addition to the payroll, the entire company is still very much in the red. This is also mainly because Feng Yu can't do business and catches too much open. Just like what Okai thought, Feng Yu was indeed a rich man. Her father, Feng Wanan, is the first of the 100 richest people in Yanhuang, with total assets of more than 80 billion soft dollars, a giant, and she has an older and illegitimate brother in her family. Originally, according to his family's idea, the family was naturally inherited by the older or younger brother in the future, and Feng Yu's ultimate destiny was to go to the marriage and bring friends for the sake of the family. But Feng Yu was not willing to become a bargaining chip in the marriage just like that. She has to prove herself useful. So when she was in college, she was starting the company, and when she graduated from college, she just used her connections on his dad's side to spread the company around. Her own abilities are there, but the problem is that there is so little experience. She mistook the false prosperity in front of her for what she was capable of. 4 years ago, when the company was first started, with her dad's connections, the company had more orders than it could do, so she was constantly expanding the company. Currently, the Raincloud technology that she founded directly occupied 3 floors of another commercial building in Longi City, the Tianlong Mansion, and just by taking out a loan to buy these 3 floors, it cost her more than $300 million. The money, naturally, was also loaned from the bank. The most time the company inside the people, there are more than 200 people, even if the average monthly 5,000, each month's salary money, are more than $1 million, then all sorts of equipment, networks, renovations. There was no financial support from her dad's side, so she borrowed from the bank. So far, the bank owes almost $400 million, and her company's appraisal is just $130 million. In fact, even if this is the case, she originally did not care. In her look at this point of money, it is estimated that after a long time, she also earns, give flat. However, with the past 2 years, foreign countries are playing into the hot kiln, which led to the global economic situation is bad. The original order to her father's side of the old friends, their own is a clay bodhisattva over the rivulet, so these orders are also stopped. There was no income for a while, and this spread of hers was so big that she had to lay off staff when she couldn't make ends meet. But even if you lay off staff and save money, you can't pay the bank loan side late, and if it continues like this, you may have to sell the building yourself. She couldn't help but take a deep breath at the thought. Building, can't sell the building. This company still do what the hell, when the time comes not to be caught back to marry. Only a ghost, but besides the building, what else can I sell? Muttering in a small voice, Feng Yu also took her cell phone and rummaged around, flipping through the pages. All of a sudden, she saw an advertisement posted by a friend. Raincloud Ultra Club welcomes you. Raincloud Supercar Club. That's right, Hao Yun, the supercar. As soon as she looked at this advertisement, it suddenly occurred to her that she had bought a piece of land for her best friend Li Haoyun to build a supercar club. In the last few years, He was busy, and his best friend had run away to a foreign country because of a conflict with his family, so he hadn't been to this ultra running club for more than a year. Since you are now short of money, it is not impossible to consider selling it. It's who to sell, which is another question. Hey, right, that. Kai seems to have no car yet. Right, the day before yesterday to see him, as if he still take a taxi, or ask him, gently knocked on the desktop. Phone you suddenly bright. She has always been more windy character. Since she thought of it, then there is no need to be polite. At that moment, she picked up the cell phone and gave Kai a call over. At this time, Kai, on the other hand, has already after the close of business, arranged Su Nua them, and told them where to go to the office on Monday, the collection, and then ready to go to find Zhou Qin. After all, it was just last night that, so in Kai's eyes, the most important woman by his side right now is Zhou Qin. After learning about Zhou Qin, also about to go to the bar, Kai will also come out to take a car, ready to go over first, the results in the car. He received a phone call from Feng Yu. Looking at Feng Yu's call, Kai couldn't help but be a little confused. He really didn't know what Feng Yu was doing calling him at this time, but he picked it up anyway. Hello? Feng Dong, what are the instructions? Che, you are not my employee now. What are the instructions? Let me ask you again. Are you sure you don't want to join my company? Listening to Kai pick up the phone, Feng Yu on this side also opened her mouth and said, no kidding, I may have money, but I can't throw it in the water. Listening to Feng Yu's words, Kai also spoke blandly. Humph, I will make achievements sooner or later. Looking at how Kai actually thought so little of himself, Feng Yu at this time also spoke loudly. If that's what you're calling to vote with me, I'm hanging up. Listening to Feng Yu's exasperated huffing and puffing on the other side of the phone, Kai also said with some amusement. No, I wanted to ask you if you were interested in supercars and supercar clubs. As soon as he saw that Kai was about to hang up the phone, Feng Yu also immediately spoke up. Supercars and supercar clubs? Hearing Feng Yu say this, Kai also asked with some confusion, and at the same time, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Raincloud Supercar Club, a supercar club wholly owned by Feng Yu. Its own cars depreciate extremely fast, not recommended for investment, but the land parcel will, after 2 years, increase in price by 113%, recommended for investment. Looking at the system's prompt, Kai's eyes couldn't help but light up. A 113% price increase, that's more than double. Looks like a great location for this Raincloud Ultra Club. Interested? What? Are you ready to sell? Thinking about it, Kai also opened his mouth. Well, I have a supercar club. If you're interested, I'll send you an address in a few minutes. Do you have time tomorrow? Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. If you have time, I can walk you through it. Hearing that Kai was interested, at this time, Feng Yu also immediately spoke up. Well, okay, let's go check it out tomorrow then. As the two of them said goodbye, at this time, Kai also came to the street of that bar, then hung up the phone. After Feng Yu sent the address to Kai as well, she couldn't help but let out a breath of air. If she sold this supercar club, she should be able to hold out for a while longer. Think about it, I feel a headache. Chapter 27, Level Gap. Whether Feng Yu's side had a headache or not had nothing to do with Kai. After he got out of the car, he went into the middle of the street and bought a pancake thingy at a stand that sold those mixed green pancake nuts. Don't think he's worth a few $100 million now, but he still likes to eat this stuff. After eating a pancake to pat his stomach, he walked into the bar, but as soon as he walked in, he saw a number of waiters busy here at the moment. There was a lot of scrubbing of floors, taking chairs off the tops of tables, carrying wine. Upon seeing Kai walk in, a nearby waiter also walked over and spoke. Sir, we're not open for business here yet. You can see that you'll come back in a while. Oh, I'm a friend of your boss and came over to wait for her. Hearing the words of this waiter, Kai also answered. Hearing Kai say that he was here to find the boss, this waitress also guided him to the bar side, where it was already cleaned up. And then Kai also sat here and sent a certain message to Zhou Qin, telling her that he had arrived, and then he also looked at his cell phone. Then with this glance, he realized that the group he had with Luogwa Gang and the others already had 99 plus messages. He remembered that when they parted ways at noon he had told Luogwa Gang that he wanted him to have a good time in front of Li Weidong and Chi Yi, and by the way, he asked them if they wanted to come over to do it with him, and it looked like Luogwa Gang had already started it. Then he also opened the chat group, and sure enough, scrolling up, he saw the photos of the new contract that Luogwa Gang had taken, which clearly stated a monthly salary of 100,000, and the contract that Kai had acquired that company of his, and after seeing these two photos, Chi Yi and Li Weidong were in a daze. They also thought that last night Okayan was there to pull the wool over their eyes, but it turned out not to think that this is actually true. Today, Kai went up and purchased $52 million directly. What is the situation? How did Oki really become rich? Just when they couldn't believe it and were a bit confused, Luogwa gang at that moment also told them about Okai asking them if they wanted to come over to help, and seeing Luogwa gang's words, Li Weidong and Chi Yi were more or less hesitant. They don't have to worry, Okai will treat themselves badly, gave Luogwa gang a base salary of 100,000 per month, and gave them a presumably not less. But the problem is, Luogwa gang was originally from this company. He is aware of how this company is going to be run, so it's not unusual for him to be promoted to manager. And the two of them, one of them studied mechanics and now works in a machine shop, and the other one is a coder, a pure IT guy. They both don't know anything about finance at all. You can't just come here and do nothing and get paid for nothing. What kind of a brother is that? So at this point, they didn't say anything in the face of Luogwa gang's solicitation, and were still vociferously criticizing Okai and Luogwa gang, wanting these two to treat themselves to a meal and a bath in one line. Looking at the two of them in this unforgiving manner, Luogwa gang has already mutinied at this point. According to him, he has not yet gotten his paycheck at this point. It would have to be the big boss, Oki, to invite them. Seeing the last three people with the same enemy, Okai also couldn't help but smile, then picked up his cell phone, just ready to send a message to tell them that they can. Tomorrow he invited them to eat and bathe the dragon. Originally, Okai thought it was Jo-chin, but when he looked up, he realized that it was actually the girl he had helped last night. Yesterday was just a hurried glance. Today and then take a closer look. It was found that this girl Long is indeed beautiful. She may have to have 1.75 m or so, very tall, has a small round face, may not even have Okai's hand as large, and then with a large lion eyes, small nose, small mouth. It is indeed a glance over, as if it was underage. Even though she was said to be wearing a waitress's uniform, it set her off. A simple ponytail tied at the back of the head looks very innocent. Hello, sir. Oh, it's you. Hello. Listening to the other party's somewhat timid words, Okai also smiled. Thank you so much for last night. Seeing that Okai still remembered herself, this girl also said respectfully, hey, it's okay, just a show of hands. Waving his hand, Oki also said blandly, for you it's a show of hands, but for me it's a great favor. Seeing that Okai didn't care, the girl also said with a serious face, if you really feel overwhelmed, just buy me a drink later. Looking at the girl's serious look, Okai knew that it would be troublesome if he didn't accept this favor, so he smiled and said it as well. Okay. Hearing Okai say the way she would repay him, the girl nodded happily as well, and right at that moment, Jo-chin also walked in from the doorway. Today's Jo-chin had changed her clothes and her style. Yesterday's Chonsam turned into a wide, strapless t-shirt on top and a pleated skirt only slightly longer than this big TS underneath, coupled with starry black stockings, with a small white plate shoes, head above the hair coiled up, in today's also scattered, big wave volume, and a pair of glasses. It does look a little too bandwagon. As soon as she saw Jo-chin come, the girl also nodded to Okai and then went to the side to get busy, while at this time Jo-chin also took a step to Okai's side. What? Not forgetting to hit on our waitress even after all this time? Looking at Okai, Jo-chin also looked at him at this moment with a smirk. What do you call this? She was the one who came over to thank me for helping her yesterday. Hearing Jo-chin's words, Okai also gulped down a mouthful of saliva and spoke somewhat breathlessly. What's the hurry? I don't care if you still have other women. In fact, it's quite good for you to find more women. Otherwise I can't carry it myself. This girl is called Sun Shanshan. She should be a sophomore when school starts again this year. A certain letter pushed to you? Looking at Okai, Jo-chin also smiled playfully, and then also took his own cell phone to pull up Sun Shanshan's certain letter and looked at Okai. You a goblin. Looking at Jo-chin's appearance, Okai at this time could not help but roll his eyes. He felt that his rank, to be much worse than this Jo-chin and just as Okai and Jo-chin were chatting here, at this time she also dragged her tired body back to the house. As a result, she just came home and sat down on the sofa. At this time her mother came out from the kitchen and looked at her. Chapter 28, Crazy, Hoshi, let me ask you, where does that Oki work now? Looking at Yuhi, her mom asked, also a little confused. What's the point of going to work? People are billionaires and still go to work. Rolling her eyes, Yanashi couldn't help but be a little distracted. This morning when she saw Oki come back in the same outfit he wore last night, she felt her mind crumble even more. Originally, she was still fantasizing that she might agree to get along with Okai if he would come over to her and apologize to her. But what happened last night made these fantasies among her heart completely shattered. Okai's attitude towards himself is to let go of his hand, since it is his own choice, so be it, and he actually so quickly found his own replacement. Thinking about it, Okai is good looking, his character is okay, he doesn't have any bad habits yet, he doesn't even smoke, his only disadvantage is that he doesn't have any money, And at this time his biggest disadvantage has turned into an advantage. It's probably the only one who will choose to break up with him. This big bastard of himself. Billionaires don't work? Sitting on your ass. Sooner or later you'll lose it all. My vision is not wrong. It's right to let you break up with him. But breaking up is breaking up. This can't be left like this. You know where his house is, right? Take me to his house to find him. Hearing Yuhi's words, that's when her mom also spoke up with an angry face. What do you want with him? Hearing that her mother was still going to go to Oki, Ryoshi also looked at her with a shocked face. You've been with him for 5 years. These 5 years of youth loss don't cost money. He deserves to share his family fortune in half with you. Looking at Yui's shocked look, her mom also said with a serious face, are you serious? Or are you crazy? Don't say that we two aren't married, and now that I'm the one who brought up the breakup, and you made me bring it up, who are people to give me money? Hearing her own mother's words, Yuhi felt her triple vision getting shattered. Why can't I pay you? It's what he owes you. Also I'm crazy. Who am I doing this for? How long can I live and ask for the money back? It's not all for you. Looking at Lucy's appearance, her mom also shouted angrily, crazy? You're really crazy about money. Why don't you go look up on the internet which rich people have money and go ask them for it? Looking at her mother's wild look, Lucy was all pissed off and laughed. Then she also said towards her with an angry face, I don't know them. If I did, you'd see whether I'd let them have it or not. Do you know what kind of doctrine our country is? I deserve half of their money. With her eyes crossed, Ryoshi looked at her mother's look of, I'm just being unreasonable. I'm just being shameless. And she shook her head somewhat breathlessly. I can't say that. I want a face. If you want you can research it yourself. After saying that, Yanashi also took her bag and went back to her room, while Yanashi's mother was still counting behind her. Look at you. You deserve to be bullied. And your father. Why am I so unlucky to have you two losers? By the way, Xiaoxiao called me and said that you didn't go out when he asked you out the past few days. Do you have a problem with him? And also tomorrow he's going to take me and you to look at the car. If you damn girl don't dare to go, I'll break your legs. Looking at the door to Yuhi's heavily closed room, her mother was still calling after her. Listening to her mother's words, Yuhi also let out a long sigh. So tired and broken. How she wanted to go back to Oki at this point. A piece to go get a bowl of gooey hot and spicy food and then snuggle up next to him and watch a movie. But alas, there's no going back. Yuhi didn't know when she fell asleep, and by the time she got up again, she was awakened by her mother's clanging and slamming of the door. Glancing at the time, unknowingly it was already more than 7 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Although extremely reluctant, Ryoshi still sighed and sat up. At this point she was a little numb, a little hollow. It was as if her soul was gone. As for the current Okai, he was also woken up, but it was a certain letter from Sure that woke him up. Kai, the construction team has been found. Do you want to come and take a look? No, just set up a staircase. Just keep an eye on it. I'm going to trouble you for the next 2 days. Money is not a problem. Make sure you keep the quality and aesthetics. Listening to the message sent by Sure, Okai also replied back. After seeing Sure send over an okay, Okai also put his phone to the side. So busy even on a big weekend. Just as Okai put his cell phone to the side, Jo-chin also came over at that moment and rested his head on Okai's chest while saying lazily. The duo stayed at the bar for a short while last night before leaving. First we went to Hot Pot together, then we saw a movie, and this is considered the first date for the two of them? The duo then sort of made light work of it and arrived at Jo-chin's home. Compared to the drunken impulses of the night before, the duo were much more sober last night, working from about 10 p.m. until about 1 p.m. in the latter part of the night before they rewashed. And then Okai wrapped his arms around her and went into the land of dreams. This turned out to be just 6 hours of sleep before I was woken up. It's just a small thing. I've bought 3 flats and I'm going to knock them down to live in them. Do you want to come and live with me? Hearing Jo-chin's words, Okai also put his arm around her and asked, Don't. I'll pick the bed. But you can always come and stay at my place. It's okay. I'll go back to sleep if it's okay. Listen to the words of Okai. Jo-chin also shook his head at this time, and then said with a smile, but just at this time Okai's cell phone rang again. A look is not someone else. It is Fengyu sent over a message. Told Okai today cannot forget and their own appointment. How did it all happen in time for the news to come this morning? Seeing the message sent by this Fengyu, Okai also muttered somewhat breathlessly, and then also gave her a no problem back before putting the phone down again. And then he saw Jo-chin was looking at himself with a smile on his face. Seeing her gaze, Oki spread his hands in return. Go to sleep. There shouldn't be anyone coming back for me. Forget it, or don't sleep. I'll catch up on my sleep when you're gone for the daytime. And as for now, do you want to get up and have breakfast first, or do you want to eat me first? Looking at Okai's gaze, at this time, Jo-chin also sat up. In the gap between the curtains, the sunlight also shines on her body at this time. The towel quilt also follows the sunlight at this time to slide down. Watching this scene, Okai couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. All kidding aside, it's an attitude for young people to skip breakfast, and he has it. Chapter 29, Goodbye, I've arrived at. Oh, I see you. Here, as Okai took a cab and arrived at the Raincloud Ultra Sports Club, and when he got out of the car, he saw Fengyu leaning on her Primera waving at Okai on the far parking lot. Is this place yours too? As Okai walked over, that was when he also asked Fengyu in a somewhat shocked manner. At this moment, in his eyes, this Raincloud Ultra Racing Club was as big as it could get. This building covers an area of almost 1 square kilometer, about 2 kilometers long, half a kilometer Maximilian, surrounded by a circle of small 2-story buildings, while outside listening to the roar of the cars inside. It is not difficult to guess that there is a runway inside. Sure enough, these rich people play just differently from ordinary people. Yeah, I originally built this place for a particularly good friend of mine, but she's been abroad for the last few years, and I don't know if she'll come back, and the company's in a bad way, as you know, so I'm going to sell it too. Hearing Okai's shocked face, Fengyu at this time couldn't help but chuckle. Then he guided Okai into the middle of this huge building, and the first thing Okai saw when these two walked in was a row of cars. The cars, for the most part, are sports cars, but there are also some SUVs and sedans. The badges of these sports cars were not unfamiliar to Oki. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, Maserati, Aston Martin, and Bentley, like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi, have to step aside. And inside the SUVs, there were 3 of them over here. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan, but it was a fully smoked one, like it was called some kind of Black Knight or something. Next to a recent very hot Overlook U8, there is a big GG770. In the 2 cars next to the obvious is going to be the Aura is going to be much smaller, even if it is going to be more expensive than the Overlook on a lot of it. Next to the SUVs, on the other hand, there were several sedans, a Bentley's Flying Spur, a Maybach's S-Class, a BMW's M8, an Audi's S8, and a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which should be used for hospitality in normal times. But at this point, in Oki's eyes, these cars were downward green arrows in a sliver of water. Thinking about it, now the car is rolled into what kind of car by the domestic car. This car to buy is a loss. So Okai just sweep a glance, then put back the eyes. Seeing that Okai actually just took a look and then withdrew his gaze, this made Fengyu not help but feel a bit puzzled, because in her impression, men were all very fond of cars. How did Oki just look at it and then pull his eyes back? And being a straight shooter, she asked curiously at that moment, "What? There's no car you like in here?" "I just don't like cars." Looking at Fengyu, Okai smiled gently and said calmly, So you want to buy my supercar club?" Hearing Okai's words, Fengyu asked with a puzzled expression. She had clearly heard Okai say yesterday that he was interested in this place. "I am interested in the land. Tell me, how much are you selling this land for?" Looking at Fengyu, Okai also smiled a bit before directly asking about the price of the land. "Just the land. It's not for sale. If you want to buy it all." Hearing Okai say this, at this time Fengyu also couldn't help but frown. She had thought of all the possibilities, just hadn't thought that Okai actually only wanted to buy the land, didn't want to buy the car. "But what do I need these cars for? I want to drive on the line. I want them no use. And your supercar club, this place should be how to profit, I also do not know. I buy to do what?" Looking at Fengyu's appearance, Okai also spread his hands and looked at her somewhat speechlessly. There are 2 main areas of profitability, one of which is charging membership fees. This is a supercar club, so I have quite a few members here that come over to run the track for fun, and if they want to try out another car, such as mine, they are charged a fee. It's true that you can't make money but you can basically break even. Hearing Okai's words, Fengyu at this time also opened her mouth to explain how this supercar club operated. More than 70% of people who buy a sports car do it to play 13, but there are some that are in it for the performance, for that windy, rutting feeling, and out on the road. Even if it's a freeway, the fastest you can go is 144, and any faster and you're going to get your license revoked. But not here. There is a loop track, where it is not a problem to drive up to 200. So there will be a lot of people who are willing to spend money to come here to feel the performance of the sports car that they bought, and driving their own sports car to drive tired, or want to buy other sports car, try the performance. In such a case, it is impractical to buy directly, so it's possible to come and rent these sports cars or even SUVs and sedans that Fengyu puts here. According to Fengyu's words, just the membership money, the here annual card will be 88,000. Currently there are a total of 39 members. The annual membership fee alone can collect more than 3,400,000. And the money for renting the sports cars, it's almost 200,000 a month. And they'll sell things like lubricants, oil, tires, and things like that here. and a conservative estimate of 5 or 6 million a year in revenue here is there. But basically there's no money left over from those, because it's a place that makes a lot of money and spends a lot of money. Security, staff, janitorial, people who maintain cars, etc. The main thing is that the road is paved, and this is the real big expense. The roads they use here are built to highway standards, because it is only necessary to build a one-way 4-lane road. The cost of repairing 1 kilometer of road here is $12 million, and there are a total of 5 kilometers of road here, and it costs $60 million just to repair the road in the first place. Now maintenance, each kilometer almost needs 600,000, that is to say, 3 million a year to be put on this road. So basically Defengyu here can be said to have no pennies. There is absolutely no way to get back the money invested up front, and there is absolutely no money to follow up. Listening to Fengyu's words, Okai couldn't help but skim his mouth. This is not cost effective. He didn't come here to invest for any kind of lap running. He came here to make money. So after hesitating for a moment, he also spoke up towards Fengyu. So how much are you going to ask for? I hear, when I bought the land, built here, and the runway, a total of $230 million, plus these cars, I charge you 300 million, but not too much, goodbye. As soon as he heard Fengyu's words, at this time, in front of Okai's eyes, on the investment advice of this supercar club, it had already changed from an up arrow to a down arrow, although it was said that the down was not much, but it was also going to be a loss of 7%. That is to say, after 2 years of appreciation here, it would only be worth 279 million. Okai is not here to do a good deed. At that moment, he directly opened his mouth and prepared to leave, but Fengyu pulled Okai's arm at the first opportunity. Don't go. Good discussion. Roaming price, on the ground to return money at. Looking at Okai, Fengyu smiled awkwardly. Chapter 30, class? What does it count as? 120 million. Looking around the land, mainly also through the system's determination, let Okai know that in 2 years' time, this piece of land would be worth $279 million. So at this point, he also quoted a price. Just kidding, I've got more than $60 million in these cars. Hearing Okai's words, Fengyu at this time also immediately spoke up. Then you can pull the cars away. I just want the land. 120 million. Taking a look at the cars, well, basically he didn't recognize any of them either. And at that moment he opened his mouth to speak as well. Don't be so dead-eyed. You don't like cars, but you boys must really like cars. When you sell these cars, well, 250 million. Looking at Okai, at this time Fengyu also gritted his teeth and lowered $50 million. There's really no use for me to have these cars. You pull them away. I'll raise you another $10 million, $130 million, for this piece of land and this building, and you can take everything inside. Seeing Fengyu's appearance, Okai also quoted a real price. According to the system, the profit on this land is 113%. That means the land is worth just $131 million right now. One zone opening to 130 million would already be the highest price. If Fengyu did not sell, then forget it. And after Fengyu heard Okai's words, her gaze could not help but look at him with some grudges. She knew that this guy came up and wanted to buy the land, so he must have known the price of the land. She's selling this land plus these cars, and she's naturally well aware of how much it's going for. The land is currently worth about $94 million if it were to go to auction. And this supercar club built by himself. Don't look at the run spend, just spent $60 million. But in fact, if in the development of this land or the purchase of this land, that runway is not worth a penny, and only this building, the valuation can be up to about $30 million. That means that if she were to auction it off, or sell it to the public, the building, at most, would sell for about $124 million. The $130 million that Okai is now offering is a very reasonable price. Though she said she was still a little upset, she knew that was all the land price would be. It's just that she's still a little less than happy about it. I want these cars, and I have no place to put them. There are nearly 40 cars here. Look at this car, Lamborghini's Bull. Last year's prospective new car? A total of less than 200 kilometers. Fruit car price of 6,290,004, 994. I'm all down counting on the insurance, spent a total of 6,990,007, 040 it. This Mashus MC20. The beginning of the year when I just bought, and now less than 150 kilometers it. The fruit car on 2,530,000. This Continental, convertible big V8, fruit car on 3,8 million, all down 4,22,006,280. Tell you what, I'll take another loss, with the land plus the car, 200 million. Looking at Okai, at this point, Fengyu was still prepared to fight a little more, and heard her words, Okai also very calmly opened a used car app. This Maserati MC20, now still left 1.73 million. A year dropped more than 700,000. The same model Bentley Continental, which still has 3.13 million left, dropped over $1 million. But the worst offender is the Big Bull, the same Lamborghini Big Bull, which has dropped in price to $4.99 million, a loss of almost $2 million, even though it says it has about 6,000 kilometers on it. Looking at this number, phone you also stopped talking. For those of you who didn't buy a car, thank goodness for the role of the domestics, who have kept the price of cars new, crashing. But people who have already bought a joint venture or imported car are truly hating on the domestics, because their roles are depreciating the value of their cars so fast. If this was 10 years ago, these cars probably wouldn't have dropped that much money in 5 years, but now in less than a year, it's already fallen so far. Phew, okay, I admit it. The last bike price, 180 million. The car a piece of the package sold to you. Okay not even if. Looking at Okai's actions, in the end, Fengyu still endured, because she knew very well that the person who would now come to take over the supercar club of hers either didn't have that power or didn't have enough cash of his own. Now in these days of people tightening the purse strings, 180 million in cash, maybe her dad is hanging on. With the people she knew of, this mysterious Okai was probably the only one who could take it. Hearing Fengyu's words, Okai also looked over to this side of the car at that moment. There's one thing to be said for him, he does need a car. And if it's 180 million and these cars are only worth 50 million or incidental, it's not like he can't buy it, because the main thing is, Okai is not like Fengyu. These cars are in his hands, he can actually earn them back. He didn't have any sense of class for the rich. For people like Fengyu and the others, car is used to drive, in addition to their own driving, that is, lending to the same level of people inside the supercar club to drive, which has come to the end. A guy has a sports car and it's not a big problem for him to help out with a car when his friend gets married. But if they were to rent it to someone to play 13, or rent it to someone to run a wedding car, they would be fired from their class. But Oki has no such concerns at all. According to his understanding, the price of renting a wedding car on their side, like Maybach, Bentley, like this, Saturday and Sunday wedding rental, a trip is about 10,000 bottom. Those sports cars, a trip is 20,000. That's a big bull. 30,000 a trip, that's a reasonable price, isn't it? A week on the hit and run 5 weddings in these 40 cars, an average of 1 earn 20,000. That week also has 800,000 earnings, 52 weeks a year, is more than 40 million. Of course, that's his algorithm, and it's a pain in the ass to actually have to pay taxes, and go to whatever extent, and hire a driver, and so on, but it's nice to have $10 million in hand. As for whether those members will feel 13 frames dropped, it doesn't matter if they aren't here as members anymore, because that money alone has made up for the money these members have spent playing the track. If no one plays with the track anymore, the money to repair the track here will be saved, and then it will net more than $10 million a year, and then 2 years later, the land here can still be sold for $280 million, and these cars can be set up to continue to be rented by a wedding company, which is just perfect. With that thought, Oki nodded as well. Okay, $180 million. It's a deal. Hearing that Okai said it was a deal, at this time, Fengyu also let out a long breath. Fortunately, Okai decided to buy it. Then she also smiled and said to Okai, then it's a deal. I'll ask the manager here to come over for you to get to know him, and then on Monday, we'll go sign the contract. No problem. Seeing Fengyu say this, Okai also nodded his head and responded. This matter was settled. And just as Fengyu took his cell phone to go and call the manager here to come over, at that moment a voice suddenly came from the distance. Oki? Hearing the voice, Okai couldn't help but look over there as well, and then he saw Ryoshi, her mom, and the man, who was currently standing in the distance, looking over at him. Chapter 31, Cure the Sick. Oh, what are you doing here? Seeing the 3 Ryoshi people here, Okai couldn't help but stare. He wasn't surprised that the 3 of them would come out together. After all, was it because of this man that Ryuhi had broken up with himself? But in his impression, this man seems to have only an M4. Right, M4 in this down the track? It's not impossible, but at least it must be M8 to be qualified. Then what are they doing here? We came here naturally to buy a car. What are you kid doing here? Ah, yes, I heard that you are now rich. How come you also come to buy a car? Listening to the words of Okai, this time Lushi her mother also looked up and down Okai, wearing or the same rustic. This outfit, they have seen before, according to what Lushi said, as if he was $100 a buy. Sure enough, poor people are poor even if they are rich, and hearing her mom's words, Oki's brow couldn't help but furrow. Buying a car? They still sell cars here? Of course, the manager of this is my friend. We come to buy naturally, no problem. But you, listen to auntie said you have a little money, but the car here cannot be less than $1 million. You can afford to buy it. You're not here to rent a car, are you? Hearing Okai say this, at this time, Zhao Yu on this side couldn't help but immediately open his mouth and speak. In fact, his main purpose for being here was to act 13. He's done this more than once, bringing a girl to see a car, then pretending to be 13 with that multi-million-dollar car first, then saying he ordered one. Guess it'll be a while before it gets here, and until then, get a cheap one for the girl to drive first. Then by the time the whole Porsche 911, Mercedes-Benz AMG, Maseratis GT and so on, more than $1 million of cars, and so on to drive for a while, he got his hands on the estimate is also tired of playing with, and then calls someone to quietly tow the car back. It's perfect. 13 pretending to be mellow, and people sleeping around and getting tired of playing, and then all you pay for yourself is just some rent. And at this time Okai appeared here. In his look this guy is likely to also come to rent a car, so he first mentioned a mouth. The manager of this is his friend, meaning that if Okai wants to rent a car, then you have to think clearly. And after hearing his words, Okai's frown deepened, because the meaning revealed within this guy's words was very obvious. He was able to rent a car, and he was able to rent a car out. Just now he clearly heard phone you speak about it. Cars here are forbidden to be rented out on the grounds, so that's a bit of fun in the midst of it all. Just as Okai was looking at these three people with some playfulness, that was when Lioshi's mother also walked directly in front of Okai. Bring it on. Take what? Looking at the woman's actions, Oki couldn't help but look at her with some confusion. He didn't remember owing her anything. Don't pretend to me. Money. My daughter has been with you for so many years. There is no merit but also hard work. You deserve to give half of your fortune to my daughter. Looking at Okai's puzzled face, Yui's mom also said with a justified face, and listening to her mother's words, everyone present couldn't help but have their pupils shaken. How did she make such a shameless statement so justified? Especially Zhao Yu, who was still pursuing Lu Shi. His expression was the most shocked, but the good thing is, he originally didn't want to get along with Lu Shi for a long time. After playing enough, he naturally had a way to get out of it. As for Lu Shi's mother, that has nothing to do with him. At this time, Okai, after being shocked, but also slowed down, and then playfully looked at her and the embarrassed Lu Shi behind her. Liushi, although we two broke up, friends cannot do, but at least still classmates. Your mom this disease, more and more serious. Seize the time to take her to see it. You little uneducated player. You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. Is this how you talk to your elders? This side of Okai's words had just fallen. At this time, Lushi's mom had already jumped to her feet and scolded Okai. And hearing her words, Okai's eyes naturally narrowed. In the past, he didn't get on her bad side because he didn't want Yuhi to have a hard time. But now, Lushi has no gross relationship with himself. Then what is his own right? Spoil this old woman. At that moment, Okai also directly disliked back. Have education is also to face the normal old people. Face some leaning on the old. Mean and shameless. Stinking shameless old women old. I did not have hands to hit you. Already I have culture. You, he, are you deaf or blind? He's talking about your mom and you don't even react? Looking at this condescending look Okai was giving himself, Liushi her mom was pretty sure that if he said one more word, Okai might not really dare to hit himself. This kind of old woman don't look at the screaming joy, all day long complaining, but she herself is extremely no bearing, extremely afraid. A look at this situation, she can only go to find Lushi, and when Liushi heard Okai's words, although she said that in the depths of her heart she actually recognized some of them, but this was her own mother, so at this moment she also had to stand out and looked at Okai and said, Okai, as a friend, you're going too far when you talk about my mom like that. Excessive? Why don't I think so? You're the one who broke up with me, and then your mom comes over and asks me for money? I can't imagine anyone who understands propriety and honor saying something like that. What do you expect me to do that's not too much? Give you money or support your family? Though I say I have money, but my money is not from the wind. Throw it into the water. I still hear a sound of water. Give it to you guys. What can I get? Trolling? Listening to Yuhi's words, Oki smiled back. You, hearing Okai's mocking words that didn't give him any face at all. At this time, Lushi also opened her mouth to speak up, but when the words came to her mouth, she didn't really know how to retort. And looking at the way Lushi's mother and daughter were eating and holding back, at this point Zhao Yu felt that it was time for her to make an appearance. At that moment, he also took a step forward and came in front of Oki. Originally he wanted to grab Okai's collar, but it turned out that Okai was even taller and stronger than himself, so what he originally wanted to do turned into a mouthful at this point. Are you still a man? You guy, Facing the woman you once loved like this? Shouldn't you sincerely wish her well and find a man more worthy than you? I feel dirty with trash like you in front of my eyes. Looking at Okai, Zhao Yu couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said. Just at this moment he also saw Feng Yu walking over with a man in the distance. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Kid, you want to rent a car and pretend to be 13, right? Unfortunately, you don't have a chance. Wu Zhong, throw him out for me. You too. Isn't there some kind of misunderstanding? At this time, Wu Zhong, who was standing beside Feng Yu, and Feng Yu, who had just come over, couldn't help but be stunned. How could it be that after such a short while, Okai was in conflict with someone? And why does it feel like this guy knows the manager here? Wu Zhong, Chapter 32, You're fired. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? I brought my girlfriend over to pick out a car today and ran into this poor 13. Throw him out. Hearing Wu Zhong's words, at that moment, Zhao Yu couldn't help but speak up, and hearing him speak like this, Wu Zhong's face instantly changed, while Feng Yu's side also had a gaze that stared. Pick a car? She's not a 4S store. She owns all the cars here. She doesn't sell them. So what kind of cars do these people come to pick out? When she thought of this, she also looked at Wu Zhong beside her in confusion. You, don't talk nonsense. This is my friend, joking with me. Looking at Feng Yu's gaze, Wu Zhong also reluctantly squeezed out a smile at this moment, then glared at Zhao Yu and said with a serious face, but this Zhao Yu, the brain is indeed probably some pits. Looking at Wu Zhong's gaze, he didn't react and still spoke. What are you afraid of? Aren't you the one who calls the shots here except for your boss who hasn't been here in a couple of years? Who dares to chew the cud? Call security and throw him out. Pointing at Okai, Zhao Yu still said with a relaxed face. You shut up. I think it's you who's going to be thrown out. Seeing that Zhao Yu was getting more and more leaky. At this time, Wu Zhong also had some panic and immediately opened his mouth. And having heard Wu Zhong's words of not giving face, at this point, Lu Shi's mother couldn't help but feel even more upset. So she couldn't help but look at Zhao Yu and open her mouth. I say Zhao, what's with this friend of yours? Does anyone buy a car with us? Does he deserve it? Auntie, wait a moment, I'll go talk to him. Listening to Lu Shi's mother's words, at this time, Zhao Yu also compensated with a smile and said a bit before arriving in front of Wu Zhong. What's wrong with you? You're just going to give me face today? I think you're off your meds. This is my boss. Looking at Zhao Yu, Wu Zhong also whispered hatefully at this moment. After hearing Wu Zhong's words, it was then that Zhao Yu looked at this woman beside Wu Zhong with a surprised face. He had seen Feng Yu just now. Have a say. Feng Yu looks quite beautiful. Even if it is compared with Lu Shi, it is not inferior. Especially a noble atmosphere. With this famous brand, at a glance, I know that it is not rich. Originally he thought that this is Wu Zhong's customer. I didn't realize it was actually his boss. He had heard from Wu Zhong that his boss had a big company in addition to the supercar club, and his fortune might break $1 billion. $1 billion. It's not much to say, but it already seems astronomical to the average person. Originally, he had always thought that Wu Zhong's boss was a middle-aged man, but he had never imagined that it was actually such a gorgeous young girl. At first glance, it's obvious that it's also a rich kid. Wouldn't this just take off if you took her down yourself? Your name is Wu Zhong? That name really isn't wrong. Just as Zhao Yu was colorfully sizing up Feng Yu, Okai also looked at Wu Zhong over here and asked with a smirk. This imposing one must be Mr. Oh. Hearing Okai's words, at that moment, Wu Lu also reluctantly raised a smile, then asked in a voice that was not much better than crying. Your friend knows him? Pulling a hand on Zhao Yu, Lu Shi's mom also spoke up at that moment. Listening to Lu Shi her mother's question, Zhao Yu didn't know how to answer for a moment and could only look at Wu Zhong, whose face became even more embarrassed. Well, at this moment, Feng Yu then directly stood out and said, let me introduce you. This Mr. Okayo has just spent $180 million to purchase this supercar club, which means that he is now the owner of this place. Also, this is a supercar club as I recall, not a rental mall, much less a car sales mall. Wu Zhong, I need an explanation. Feng Dong, no, this matter, I guess, this is how I consider it. Hearing Feng Yu ask himself directly, Wu Zhong's mind was also spinning fast at this moment and he stammered. But before he could finish, he was directly interrupted by Oki. What else is there to explain? He's been renting cars privately behind your back to these trashy second-generation guys to pick up chicks. TSK, I really have you to thank for that. If it wasn't for you, I'd probably still be continuing to use him. But now, Wu Zhong, you're fired, and you have 2 days to make up for the money you used to rent the car privately. Or else you're using public weapons for private purposes and misappropriating public property. I have a very powerful group of lawyers who I think would love to fight this case. Patting Wu Zhong's shoulder, Okai also chuckled at this moment. And after Wu Zhong heard Okai's words, His legs softened and he instantly sat on the ground. It was over. Just like he thought. It was over. It was all over. Okai then also turned his head to look at Lu Shi and the others, and after hearing Feng Yu say that Okai had spent $180 million and bought this place, the three people who had been completely frozen in place. Okai bought 3 large flats for almost $90 million, only to spend another $180 million today on such a large supercar club. Originally, she had heard from Yuhi that her mother hadn't had much of a clue. As a result, now after hearing this with her own ears, she momentarily had some boom useless if she said. She did not persuade her own daughter to separate from the Okai in front of her. Does that mean that all these cars, from now on, will be owned by their family? For a moment, she suddenly felt as if Jiayu beside her didn't smell so good, and Jiayu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at this point. Did he just call someone who could take out 100 million 800 million in cash garbage? Dirty come to that, his memory was a little less than stellar and he had forgotten. As for Liushi, at this moment, her gaze was still very complicated. She actually wanted to go and beg Okai to forgive her, but her pride did not allow her to eat it back after she had said she was breaking up, and Okai didn't bother to care how their mindset was, and at this point had said, "Security, ask the 3 of them to leave, then follow your manager to pack. Mr. Oh, give me another chance, give me another chance. If you don't pay back the money, save that for the judge. Misappropriation of other people's property for profit. The circumstances of a minor case is less than 3 years of imprisonment. The circumstances of a serious case, 3 years or more than 7 years of imprisonment. Look at the guy's appearance. No, 7 years is expected to not be able to run, but Oki wasn't about to give him another chance. At that moment, he waved his hand, and the security guards who had already surrounded him directly split into 2 waves. One wave was driving away Lu Shi's 3 people, and one wave directly took away Wu Zhong, and Lu Shi glanced at Okai after. Also a turn away from here. Looked at Lu Shi are gone. Originally still want to owe her mother also had to follow the hurry to go. As for Zhao Yu, he hated that Okai couldn't notice him, because he feels that he may have invited a bad presence to the house. Chapter 33, Managerly, Take Office. I don't have a problem with you taking care of Wu Zhong, but shouldn't the money Wu Zhong handed back belong to me? After all, this is what I lost. Looking at this side of the world, Feng Yu couldn't help but smile and come over, whispering to Okai, "Isn't that Primera of yours also listed under this supercar club?" Hearing that Feng Yu even wanted to take advantage of this money, Okai couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "That's no good. That was a gift I bought for myself when I graduated." Okay, cheapskate. Obviously so rich, and you can't be bothered to leave a little out for a poor man like me. Blankly glancing at Okai, Feng Yu also opened her mouth to speak. "First of all, what about, you're not poor. Second of all, I've already left that car for you. What else do you want?" With a show of hands, Okai looked at Feng Yu and also muttered somewhat breathlessly, "I still want you to capitalize my company chant." Hearing Okai say this, Feng Yu also put her hands behind her back and tilted her head to look at Okai before smiling. "Big sister, with this 180 million, you'll have less than 100 million shortfall. 100 million. If you still can't dish it out, then you shouldn't do it either. Go home and be your big lady." Looking at Feng Yu, Okai also said helplessly, "Hey, how do you know I have $100 million shortfall? Did you investigate me? Are you ironically secretly in love with me?" Okai's side's words had just fallen. At this time Feng Yu also opened her mouth to speak up, but this, however, only changed back Okai's even greater look of helplessness. "Big sister, hey, is there a possibility that 4 days ago, I was still your employee? Also ha ha. Well, do not talk about the company's things. You here to open Wu Zhong. You have to have a person you trust to come over to be the manager, right? Do you want me to give you a recommendation?" At this time, Feng Yu remembered that Okai seemed to be fired by himself. Don't see that she and Okai hadn't gotten along more than a few times, but in the back of her mind, she felt that her relationship with Okai had skyrocketed. She had basically been communicating with Oki as if he were a peer being. It's not at all obvious that Oki has been in his own company for 3 years. Seriously, if you know the right manager, you'll just hand the company over to the other guy. What's the main thing Mal has to do to be a manager here? Seeing how Okai underestimated her own operating ability, Feng Yu couldn't help but puff up her mouth in anger. But while she was dissatisfied with Okai's words, she still talked about the things that the manager here needed to do. There are only 3 things a manager here needs to do. The first is to manage the staff here, the second is to deal with the members here, and the third is to wait on the cars here, and be at their best at all times when someone wants to use them. Crossing his fingers, Feng Yu also talked about what was needed for a car here. Well, I probably know. After thinking about this, Okai also picked up his cell phone and directly called Li Weidong. "Hey, Keiko, what's up?" The phone rang a few times before picking up. and then came the half-dead voice of Li Weidong. No way. It's noon and you're still sleeping? Looking at the time, Kai also asked with some hesitation. Hey, wasn't Black Monkey available to play yesterday? I came back and played all night. I didn't go to sleep until after 3 o'clock in the second half of the night. What's the matter, say it? As soon as he heard Kai's words, Li Weidong was not too kind to say. This guy's favorite thing to do is to play games. Of course, Kai, they used to be like this. I'll send you an address. After you wash up, hurry over, got a good job for you. Hearing Li Weidong say this, Kai also made his intentions known. Brother, it's not that I'm strung out. I'll take the love, but I really don't know how to finance. I can't take advantage of you for nothing if I go. Li Weidong is still too honest. Once he heard Kai's words, he still said with some hesitation. Not in finance. I just took in a supercar club. You're coming over as a manager and your main job is to serve my sports cars. By the way, sell stuff. Hearing Li Weidong speak like this, Kai also smiled. A sports car? That, I can wait for me. I'll be right there. As soon as he heard Kai's words, at this time, Li Weidong also immediately answered, then hung up the phone with an excited face, then got up and washed up, and on Kai's side, after hanging up the phone and sending the address to Li Weidong, he also looked at Feng Yu beside him. Does Mr. Feng have anything else to do today? No, the company is like a big mountain pressing down on me. I don't have any leisure time to do anything else right now. With a show of hands, Feng Yu also stated that he had nothing to do today. If you don't have one, try the car with me. Letting out a laugh, Oki happily walked to this Lamborghini Bull next to him as well. Although he says he doesn't have a car, he actually has a driver's license. He got his driver's license in college on the cheap and followed his classmates. Driving still seems pretty easy to him, since he passed his driver's test in a handful of times. Once in the car, though, he had some numb claws. First of all, this car is uncomfortable to sit in. Extremely uncomfortable. Sports cars are short and low slung in order to minimize the drag of the airhouse. So this car is all short and low slung. Sitting in the car, in fact, is considered to be half lying in, and then the line of sight is still very poor. At the same time, this sports car seats, but also the kind of wrapping is very strong. Sitting in it, as if to be pushed into the operating room in general, the body is so imprisoned in the inside, but also half lying. Maybe it's okay to get used to sitting, but right now this back, this neck, it's pretty hard. The second reason for the numb claw, is that inside this car, there is no Chinese. Except the brakes, the gas pedal distinguishable. Other things are difficult to distinguish. But fortunately, Feng Yu knew this very well, and although it was said that her derisive expression made Kai a bit irritated, he still listened to Feng Yu's explanation very carefully, then slowly drove this car and got on the racetrack. After 2 laps, he switched to the other cars, driving them one by one. After the sports car, the sedan. After the sedan, the SUV. There's one thing, his favorite thing to drive is still an SUV. And of those 3, the big G is the hardest. Hard everywhere. Hard everywhere. And this Black Knight in Cullinan is the softest. Soft everywhere, drives like a big boat, doesn't wobble, but it's just soft. The Overlook, on the other hand, is kind of a more centered one, not as comfortable to sit in as the Cullinan, but if you're off-roading, it's definitely much better. The main thing is that it floats when dropped in water, which is very empowering. So Kai thought about it for a while, and then decided that he would drive this car back in a while. And this car would be his own ride from now on. And just as he and Feng Yu got down inside the car, that's when Li Weidong arrived here. Chapter 34, No Room. Piss me off. This little he's got money and he sure as hell didn't come up the good road. I'm going to report him, and put up a banner for me tomorrow. I'll come here every day to mess with him. Come on, it's not humiliating enough. You want to rely on the old. Do you have the qualifications? If you go and make a scene, people won't call the police to arrest you. After leaving from the Raincloud Ultra Sports Club, Lucy's mother kept a gloomy face as she rode in Zhao Yu's car, returned home, and then pulled Lucy out of the car the first time she got out of the car before she returned home and started to go crazy, listening to this crazy words of hers. At this time, Yunashi, her father, couldn't help but speak up. Arrest me, come on, I'd like to see who dares to arrest me. Let's see if I'll make a mess of him. As soon as she heard Ryuhi's father's words, her mom also crossed her eyes and shouted loudly, Who are you messing with? The police? When the time comes, it was originally a detention, and then because you make a mess, it turns into a sentence? Looking at the way her mom was messing around here, Lucy also couldn't help but open her mouth. What's wrong with sentencing? You're just going to watch me get sentenced. As soon as she heard what Yuhi said, her mom came at Yuhi as well. You less shout with the child. The child's happiness are delayed by you. We do not watch how to do. We go to you to rob out. Why do not you let us revolt? Looking at her mom, that's when Yanashi's dad got a rare hard-on. Why can't you rebel? So many people in history have succeeded in revolting, but not you. To put it bluntly, you two are still losers. Watching me being bullied, you don't dare to fight with others? I also delayed the child's happiness. Her life is given by me. I do all this for Hua, but not for her. It's an impossible life, being bullied by outsiders outside. I have to suffer from you father and daughter when I come home. Looking at Liushi, her father actually dared to talk back. At this time Liushi, her mom, also instantly began to cry out. Hearing her mom like that, both Yuhi and her dad showed a flash of disgust from the bottom of their eyes. Come on, it's noon. Let's both go out to dinner without her. This time Liushi, her father, in a rare case, continued to be hardened, and after saying something to Liushi, he brought Liushi downstairs. In a small restaurant downstairs, father and daughter asked for 2 plates, 2 bowls of rice, also bored to eat, probably eat almost. This time Liushi, her father, also looked at Liushi. I say Hoshi, do you and Oki still have feelings for each other? Dad, I don't want to mention this. Hearing her own father's words, Liushi also lowered her head and said, hey, I understand. In fact, Kai, I have been looking at her good. Filial piety, for people character is also good. The main thing is that, to you also good. Although the previous said that there is no money, but it is not impossible to earn. In fact, if you have been and Kai together, also quite good. But, there is such a place should inside the family. No one can do anything about it. If you're interested in getting back together and can't open your mouth, I'll go talk to you. From now on, you two will live a good life. And this family, you don't have to come back. Looking at Yunashi, at this time Yunashi, her father, also spoke up in a rare manner. Hearing her dad's words, Liushi smiled bitterly. She really wanted to ask, why didn't you say that in the first place? In the beginning, if not because all the people around are against their own and how will be swayed and Okai mentioned breakup. And now, even if there is regret medicine also late. Dad, it's too late. There's no place for me around him anymore. He's got someone new. Smiling miserably at her own father, Liushi also took a deep breath and said, before continuing to bury her head and eat her meal. While listening to Liushi speak like this, her father also opened his mouth, and finally closed it. Yes, life is not a game, and there are still archives. Life, sometimes it's just like that. Some things pass, then they just pass. And so at that moment, Yuhi's her father bowed his head and ate his meal as well. And on the other side, Oki and the others were eating. They didn't go out to eat, though, but ate directly in the cafeteria of the Ultra Racing Club. Inside the Supercar Club, not counting the members, there were more than 40 employees. These 40-odd people cannot go out to eat all day long, or order takeout, because this place is located in the urban and rural areas, outside the 4th Ring Road, or the land could not be so cheap, so there has to be a cafeteria here. And the cooks in the cafeteria, to say the least, are really not bad. According to Feng Yu's words, she had only ordered a total of 2 staff members here. One is Wu Zhong, the manager, and the other is the chef here. Although rich people said that they might be wrongdoers, there was nothing wrong with their aesthetics. So Feng Yu also ate with them in the cafeteria today. During the meal, Li Weidong had been glancing at Okai and Feng Yu. He was a bit puzzled. What was the relationship between his buddy and this girl who had been fighting with him? If it's that kind of relationship, isn't that too fast for your own buddy? He didn't even know that the goddess of their hearts, that bar owner's wife, had already been taken by Okai on the first day. At this point in time, they still had the leisure to watch Okai fight with others here. However, the two of them were fighting while eating their meals, and as they ate, all of a sudden a phone call came from Feng Yu's side as well, and she didn't hide it, but directly picked it up in front of the crowd, and after casually dealing with a few sentences, she hung up the phone, and Oki asked curiously at that moment, who is it, calling you in the middle of the day? A bill collector? How can it be? The bank also rests on Saturday and Sunday. Besides, I have not reached the point where I have to let them rush to pay back the money. It's the auction. They also really do not do the back tone. I'm now about to die of poverty, and actually give me a phone call. Clipped up a piece of sweet and sour pork in front of him and threw it into his mouth. Feng Yu on this side also rolled his eyes and said, auction? This word, Okai seems to have only read it inside the metaphysical novels. In the real world, he really has not heard of it and has not been there. Interested? Looking at Okai's somewhat puzzled gaze, at this time Feng Yu also opened her mouth to ask, well, sort of. Touching his nose, Oki was indeed a bit curious as he had never been there before. Here, this is for you. This is my membership card. There will be an auction tomorrow. If you want to go and take a look you can go and take a look, but there's not a dime in it. You can just change it to your name when you go. Seeing Okai saying this, at this time Feng Yu also took out a membership card from inside her own bag and put it in front of Okai. You're not going? Taking the membership card, Oki looked at her as well. I won't go. I have to save money now. I'm afraid of chopping my hands if I go. You go by yourself. By the way, better bring a female companion. Looking at Okai's gaze, Fengyu also said in a somewhat tangled manner. Chapter 35, Female Companions. Female companion. Sitting in the chairman's office of this supercar club, Okai also looked at his cell phone and muttered in a low voice. After finishing her lunch, Fengyu left first. She had to go and prepare the contract first. Good to sign with OK for Monday. Okai is not worried about the problem of money at all. He now has more than 100 million inside the bank. Tomorrow is more than 200 million. The day after tomorrow, Monday morning, is more than 300 million. So even if the deduction of Fengyu's 180 million, he still has 120 million can be moved it. As for the 200 million inside the stock market, there is his operation slowly roll. No need to rush. That's why he wanted to check out this auction. However, according to Fengyu, he needed to bring a female companion to the auction, and his current first choice was naturally Zhou Qin. So at this point, he popped in a video of Zhou Qin as well. The video was quickly picked up, and then Okai saw Zhou Qin, who was wearing a white housecoat, sitting on the dining table and eating screwdriver powder at the moment. It's that the phone is sideways, and it's not hard to tell that she should have been watching a show or something just now. Seeing Oki, she couldn't help but smile a little, opening her mouth to ask, "Yo, you missed me so soon." "Yeah, I was about to ask if you had dinner. If I hadn't asked Luobwa Gang and the others to go for a drink in the evening, I would have gone back to look for you by now." Listening to Zhou Qin's words, Okai also smiled. "Don't come back. I can't hold out. Today you also go home and sleep. I want to take a rest." Rolling her eyes in a flirtatious manner, Zhou Qin also spoke up at this moment. "Don't. I'll go back tonight. I promise. I'll just put my arms around you and do nothing." Looking at Zhou Qin's appearance, Okai also stretched out 3 fingers with a serious face and said, "Bah, man's mouth, lying ghost, although I say you boy is my first man, but obviously I can't trust you either. And, what do you come to see me for when you don't do anything?" Smiling at Okai, Zhou Qin also raised his eyebrows at him. "I have to say, this goblin, too fierce, every move, really too seductive." Thanks to that, Okai had a perfect body. Otherwise he was really afraid that he couldn't resist Zhou Qin. Even so, her every move was about to fish Okai into a warped mouth. He felt like he was somehow transforming into a licking dog in front of Zhou Qin. Good looking, huge body, perfect personality, and not clingy and caring. Such a woman can really be the embodiment of perfection, can't she? Bah, lick dog, lick dog, lick dog. Lick until there is nothing left at the end of the day. He is definitely not going to be a lick dog. You're not looking for me just to chat, right? If you have something to say it quickly. Don't delay me from watching the drama. Looking at Okai's gaze wandering a bit at his own words, at this time Zhou Qin also supported his chin and opened his mouth to ask him, "Well, something did come up. There's an auction tomorrow and I wanted to take you with me." Hearing Zhou Qin talk about serious matters, Okai also answered, "An auction? Forget it. I don't really like such occasions, but you do need a female companion if you're going to attend. If you don't have one, I do have quite a few pretty little girls in my store. Should I introduce them to you?" Seeing that Okai brought up the auction, Zhou Qin shook her head, indicating that she was not very interested in the auction, but she could introduce a few female companions to Okai. "Or forget it. If you don't go, I'll find my assistant." Hearing that Zhou Qin didn't want to go, Okai thought for a moment. "So let's find Shir. If Shir didn't have the time, it would be fine to find Su Nua." "Well, okay. Remember to greet people in advance to make an appointment, and you also need to prepare some clothes for your assistant. Going to the auction, it doesn't matter to you, but the female companion has to wear a dress." Hearing Okai's words, Zhou Qin didn't have a single bit of jealousy or unwilling behavior at all. Instead, she also smiled and gave Okai ideas. Then after Okai chatted with her a few more times, Zhou Qin side hung up the phone and then continued to watch the drama. As for Okai, he also gave Shir a call over. "Kai, any orders?" As soon as the phone was picked up, Okai heard on the other side of the phone came the sound of a burst of electric drill. Needless to say also know that, it is estimated that now Shir is still in their own home to watch the work it. Shir, you're still at my house?" "Yeah, otherwise I'm always uneasy about them working. The stairs from the 32nd floor to the 33rd floor are almost done now. They're putting in the handrails. The whole thing is metal and solid wood with toughened glass. It's kinda pretty." It looks kinda pretty to me." As soon as she heard Okai's words, Shir also laughed at this moment. "Well, okay, I trust you. You watch to get on the line. But there is no need to watch all the time. It's all smoke. It's not good for the body. It's just as well you can go out and buy a dress while you're at it." Hearing this happy voice of Shir, Okai also opened his mouth. "Buy what? Buying clothes?" Hearing Okai tell himself to go clothes shopping, Shir couldn't help but ask with some confusion. "Buy a gown. There's an auction tomorrow night and you'll be my date." "Ha? An auction? A tuxedo? Kai. Am I no good? As soon as she heard Kai tell her to buy a dress to go to the auction. At this time, Sure couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva and said with some embarrassment, "What's not to like? You're my assistant. In the future, you'll definitely be attending quite a few occasions like this. You'll have to get used to it. Well, go buy it. Clothes, shoes, bags, and by the way, some jewelry will be fine. And then send me some kind of letter, and I'll reimburse you in full." Oh, hearing these certain words from Kai, Sure also let out a light "oh" over there. Kai had a sentence right. As his assistant, in the future, such occasions would probably not be rare, so Sure really did need to get used to it in advance. But buying a dress, she doesn't know how to do that either. And she picked up her cell phone and looked around. Inside all the people she knew, the only one who could possibly be related to dresses was Su Nuwa. So at this point she also made a call to Su Nuwa. And Su Nuwa was actually a bit confused after she heard Sure's words, because she used to be nothing more than a financial professional at the lowest end of the spectrum. Gowns, she also does not understand. But people have a kind of psychology, since others beg to their head, even if they do not understand, she must pretend to understand very well. So the two of them made a date to go shopping together as well. As for Kai, he was playing a game inside the original Phoneyu's office. Don't look at Phoneyu's lack of computer knowledge, but the mainframe she has here is top of the line. 4090 with 4K screen kind. Seems to match a set of more than 100,000 yuan. Just now, after hearing Li Weidong talk about black monkeys, Kai also placed one here, then began to play. But to be honest, his reaction speed, playing this game is just like a hang general. Boss attack. It is look like a slow play. What fast and slow knife? What time difference does not exist? An initial chopstick to interrupt everything. He doesn't care if he's fighting Guangji, Guang Mao, Big Head, Xiao Shi, Poly Wave, Ling Su Zi or whatever. He's a handful. By the time Li Weidong's side had finished roughly understanding what he was going to do, and the duo was ready to go, he had finished fighting the hidden boss Jin Shi, and watching this progress of Kai really hurt Li Weidong. Mind you, he played until 3 o'clock in the latter part of the night and was still stuck at Hidushi aka Snake Man. This game playing really depends on talent. Chapter 36, Classmates. With Kai and their 4 old men, white flowers to the top of the scrub table a lie. This side of the several bathmasters also cannot help but begin to rub up the mud on their bodies, and the 4 of them closed their eyes comfortably, feeling the bath. Of course, there's another reason to close your eyes and shut your mouth, the fear of mud falling into your eyes and mouth, which is weirdly disgusting. No, when the 4 men got down on their backs, that's when a few of them spoke up. No, Keiko, how much money have you gotten here? Another house, another company, another sports car club. Looking at Kai, at this time Luo Guogang also opened his mouth and asked, "This you don't care? Lao Luo, you just help me look after the company on the line. Donzi help me take care of that supercar club. After I sign the contract on Monday, you can contact if there is any wedding company. You can rent a car for them. As for the direct rental loan, even if now these cars are too new to be cost effective for straight leases and loans." Feeling the force of this older man behind him rubbing his back, Oki smiled back. Asterisk. I say, righteous father, you've arranged for both of them. What about me? Originally, if Kai only arranged Luo Guogang, there is nothing to say, just acquired Luo Guogang's company. This is normal. But now Kai also got a supercar club. Li Weidong also arranged, although it said that Li Weidong may not earn as much money as Luo Guogang, but conservative estimates also have to be $1 million a year from it. That's enough to buy a house in a couple years, or pay in full. This made Chi-E a bit anxious. There's no idea yet, but you can go to Gangzi's side first. Anyway, the technical department of this company is also in need of people who can knock out code, so you can be arranged later when there's another company. Hearing Chi-E's words, Kai also spoke up. Also, okay, it's better than still staying in this company and being aggravated. Hearing Kai's words, Chi-E also hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth to speak as well. Hey, you bird. You think you're not going to be aggravated when you come under me? You're too naive. Seeing Chi-E finish, at this moment, Luo Guogang also opened his mouth and laughed, but all that came back was a middle finger from Chi-E. Enough about that. In a minute, after the shower, are we going upstairs, or are we going for a drink? After laughing and joking, the Li Weidong at this time also opened his mouth to ask, going upstairs and drinking at the same time. Of course, hearing Li Weidong's words, Luo Guogang at this time also mouth hitched. Are you good? After going upstairs, do you still have the energy to drink? Looking at Luo Guogang, at this time, Chi-E also laughed and flirted with him. Going upstairs is not doing anything. It's just a normal massage. Why don't you have the energy to drink? Don't you know that the recent crackdown? Returning his middle finger to Chi-E, Luo Guogang also opened his mouth to speak. Then the four of them set their steps for a while as well. When the four of them had finished rubbing and rinsed off, they too changed into their bathing suits and went up to the third floor. Of course, they just got a big box massage, pressing the shoulders, pressing the back, pressing the feet, although it is said that the ones who pressed them were girls who were dressed in very simple clothes, but nothing happened that should not have happened. And just as they were enjoying the massage, at this time Luo Guogang's cell phone suddenly rang. He was then seen laughing lightly in disdain before he started typing. What's wrong? With such a disdainful tone, who messed with our manager Luo again? Looking at Luo Guogang, Chi-E on this side also asked curiously. You're not in there. Our junior high school group. Someone's pretending to be 13 in there. Hearing Luo Guogang's words, at this time Li Weidong couldn't help but pick up his cell phone and look at it as well. Then also could not help but chortle disdainfully. Then looking at the indifferent Okai, could not help but open his mouth. By the way, you did not add the group, is it? Lu Chifu, that grandson you still remember? Recently got rich, the family's land occupied, lost a lot of money, and then dry a processing plant. Originally seems to do pig feed, now get on the cement, made a lot of money. I just picked up a new car today and I'm pretending to be 13 inside the group. Okai did not add the classmates group, mainly because he once attended a reunion when he graduated from the university. Originally he thought that attending the reunion is to liaise with the feelings. The results found that this reunion is basically only two melodies. One is to pretend 13, one is to engage in broken shoes. He watched them after the party. There are several pairs of people are not together, hugging a piece of the left, and then those who used to go to school against the people who have money, and then also shyly have to go to flatter people's appearance. So he really is a little upset. So he also no longer have with these classmates have what contact. But Luo Guogang and Li Weidong are still around. As for what Li Weidong said, Lu Chifu, this grandson in junior high school is a too little cute. The type of person, perennial class bottom 3, the family is chartered to farm, so the teacher also do not treat him. The students also do not treat him very well. I heard later that he didn't even finish high school, but sometimes it's just like that. People's destiny, God's destiny. The public highway was rerouted, his family's land was taken up, and a one-time payout of like $10 million was made. They used the money to start a hog feed processing plant, and business was quite brisk, and then now it's back to the cement processing plant, which earns at least $700,000 or $800,000 a year. Among Okai and his classmates, it was already the most powerful. Of course, now it's time to take Okai, Luo Guogang and Chi-E out of the picture. Today here's so lively. On the other hand, because he just bought a BMW X5, and then the group also has a lot of people inside the group to hold up the stinking feet. Looking at this scene, Li Weidong also opened his mouth to Okai said, asterisk 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 asterisk. This 13 let him load. I'll use those cars of yours. No problem. No problem. Crush him. Hearing Li Weidong's words, Okai also smiled. Then Li Weidong directly picked a video and sent it inside the group of classmates. Young Lu is just awesome. This BMW X5 has to be $600,000 to $700,000. What's $600,000 or $700,000? This car has to be over $800,000. Young Lu is really young and talented. Hey, it's not much. It's just a few months of income. I originally wanted to buy an 8 Series, but sedans don't really suit me. I still like SUVs. Yes, this amount of money is nothing to Mr. Lee Weston shared a video. Li Weidong? What did he share? A new tractor from his machine shop? No, it seems to be a car too. A BMW. It's a BMW. An 8 Series? Old Lee, you're rich? BMW's 8 Series? It's gotta be over $1 million. What BMW 8 Series? Watch out. That's M8. This car more than $2 million. Looking at the group inside the sudden emergence of these people. At this time Luo Guogang also just hit the match. Chapter 37, Deadly Strike. 2 million. Million? Ha, old Luo. You're crazy. Knowing that you are good with Li Weidong, this also helps him blow? It's not really a blowout. I checked and the car is indeed over $2 million. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Weidong, don't tell me that this car is yours. Lee Weston shared a video. Looking at the questioning inside the group of classmates. At this time Li Weidong sent up the video of another car, and as soon as this was sent up, these people blew up again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mercedes? No, it's a Mercedes AMG. Gross AMG. This is a Maybach. Li Weidong, you went to sell cars? Li Weidong shared a video. Oh, this is Cullinan? Is that a big G next to it and an overlook? Li Weidong. Dong, what are you doing? You went to sell a car in Zinc Harbor? David Lee shares a video. Looking at these people shocked, Li Weidong is from time to time to put a video of his car this afternoon to shoot up. The video are not long, more than 10 seconds. There is him, there is a car, but look at these people froze. These luxury cars, the usual time not to mention look, even inside the TV is very difficult to get together. For a moment the whole group of students are studying what Li Weidong did to go. It was only after a long time that Li Weidong ventured out and spoke. Don't guess. These cars aren't mine. They're Okai's. He bought a supercar club, and these are the cars he buys for fun. I'm currently working as a manager at his place. If any of my classmates want to experience a luxury car, they can come over and play with me, Li Weidong said while looking at Okai, who also waved his hand. He pretended to be 13 and brought himself. Well, it was actually quite cool. Oki? He's not in this group, is he? What's he doing now? With a supercar club? Buying all these cars for fun? Asterisk. Can you guys stop bragging about 13? That's right. A supercar club is worth tens of millions of dollars at least. Sell you 3. Are you 3 worth a fraction of that? As soon as he heard Li Weidong's words, at this time, there were naturally some people inside the group who looked at them with a bad eye that emerged, with a righteous face ready to demolish them. Lee Weston shared a video. Hey, your guts are too small to guess at the bigger picture. This supercar club, worth $180 million, was just confirmed today. Lu Ogway just shared a video. That's nothing, he's also my boss now. He bought our company as well, and I'm working under him as a general manager, just like Li Weidong. Li Weidong had only just finished speaking, when Luo Guigang also shared a video, the very same video of him walking into the general manager's office inside the company, and the nameplate on top of the general manager's office was none other than his name, Luo Guigang. And as soon as these 2 videos were sent out, the entire junior high school classmate group, after 3 seconds of silence, suddenly countless messages popped up at that moment. Asterisk. Oh Kaino 13 ah. When I went to school it seemed like he was very average, but I can't imagine that he's actually so powerful. Luo, help push Mr. O's certain letter. Brotherly, can I trouble you to ask if Mr. O has any other jobs left? Kongzi, Dongzi, how much do you guys pay to work under Oki? It's all the same, base salary of 100,000 a month plus commission. Holy, you 2 big guys, help me out and mention it. We're all classmates. Do us a favor. Look at this group of students inside the crazy message. Luo Guigang and Li Weidong, but at this time very tacit understanding at the same time dive. As for Lu Chifu, now who will still go to his old broken X5? By the time they finished loading 13 on their side, Oki and the others had finished pressing their mojo. Then Oki was originally going to check out, only to find that the bill had already been settled. Watching this scene, Okai also smiled. Although it was said that he really didn't care about this small amount of money, and it was also these people who were teasing Okai to let him treat them. When it came to actually taking the money, they naturally wouldn't all let Okai take it. After all, between friends, the main thing is to be equal. If every day to let a person please, that counts for what? Rich people treat expensive, no money to treat cheap. These are normal. Between friends if you also have to count this, then really can not get along. But surely one can't be allowed to take just that. So Okita didn't say much. After taking a shower, Okai also drove his car and pulled the 3 of them together to Jochin's bar. As the 4 sat down, Chi-E couldn't help but open his mouth and say, "Why is the boss's wife dressed so conservatively after not seeing her for 2 days? Looking for a boyfriend?" Indeed, today Jochin wore can be more conservative than the first time Okai saw her. Now her upper body wearing a white bubble sleeve shirt, the lower body is a pair of high-waisted jeans. In addition to the navel side is still exposed some outside. Compared with a few days ago, this dressing style can be said to be a huge gap. While it's true that her body is just so powerful and sexy, it's true that there's so much less to show. Oki hadn't actually told her that he didn't like her dressing too sexy. However, Jochin clearly felt, yesterday has been changed into a pure wind. Today it is wrapped more tightly. Listening to the words of Chi-E, Okai just laughed a little. This thing it is not really good to say, but soon, Jochin came over to confirm the relationship between the 2, because this time, they have not waited to order wine it. Jochin saw Okai they took the initiative to take 2 curry sprinkles came over, put on the table, then naturally walked to the back of Okai, hands on Okai's shoulders, and Okai's head is just right on top of that countless focus of attention position. Sister Zhou, you guys are. Sister Zhou is now my girlfriend. Looking at these 3 people with a surprised look on their faces, Okai also smiled at this moment and said, "What girlfriend? I'm at best his lover now. I'm not going to be responsible for that. When you 3 come in later, the drinks will be enough, and it will be on his tab." Hearing Okai's words, Jochin at that moment also smiled and then waved her hand in a flavorful manner before walking back to the bar. And as soon as she left, The gazes of Luo Guogang and the three of them next to Okai instantly burned. You kid. You're good. You've hooked up with the boss's wife on your first day here? That's right. You kid is not good. We brought you over to see the boss's wife, but you just take away home to collect go? I said that just now when we were pretending to be 13. You ignored us, so it turns out that you were waiting here to give us a fatal blow. Hey, sure enough, good people are good everywhere. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He's just finished securing you a job and you're holding up your feet? Gratitude is gratitude. Help is help. Scolding him is scolding him. Listening to the words of Li Weidong beside him, who was obviously not drawing the right picture, Shi-e could not help but look at him with a face of contempt and said, and looking at them, Okai smiled. Sure enough, it's a great thing to make people envious. Chapter 38, Causes. Phew, I never should have let you come over. I thought we agreed it was just going to be sleep. Now what are you doing? Powerlessly whacking Okai with her hand, Zhou Qin couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. Tonight, Okai took Luo Guogang, Li Weidong and Shi-e to drink at the bar for a while, and then he slipped away with Zhou Qin and drove a car. So he returned to Zhou Qin's home, and as soon as they came in, naturally the duo had something happen. Something that should have happened. Oh, sleep, now. Grabbing Zhou Qin's hand, Okai also said with a smile at this moment. I can't sleep well now that I'm covered in stinky sweat. I'm going to take a shower. Breaking away from Okai's hand, Zhou Qin at this time also struggled to stand up. Together, as soon as he saw Zhou Qin's move, Okai also immediately said, no way, if we are together, I guess this bath won't be finished without an hour. However, although Zhou Qin said so on her lips, when her feet touched the ground, she felt her legs soften. One person really can't carry Okai, and Okai has long been prepared, now also a copy of Zhou Qin. Then the two also came to the bathroom. The bathroom bathtub here has long been put a good water. Then Okai and Zhou Qin also lie together to the inside. Looking at Zhou Qin who was leaning in front of his hun, Okai thought for a moment or opened his mouth. Wife, don't call me wife, you have to call me sister. Hearing Okai call himself, Zhou Qin at this time suddenly interrupted him and then said with a smile on her face, well, Sister Qin, can I know why you don't want to be my girlfriend? Embracing Zhou Qin, Okai also couldn't help but ask in a small voice. I thought you'd wait a little longer before asking, but it doesn't matter if I tell you now. There are two things about not wanting to be your girlfriend. Hearing Okai finally ask about this matter, at this moment, Zhou Qin's body shook, and then as she gently cupped a handful of water and poured it onto her collarbone, she opened her mouth to speak. And number one, Chaoan, you know, Zhouan? I've never heard of. Listening to Zhou Qin's words, Okai thought carefully for a moment, then shook his head. He indeed had never heard of the name Zhouan. Also, it's normal that you don't know. It's my father, but he's a big hooligan, involved in Ash. Long ago 3 years ago, he was caught in, and then he was also sentenced to death, and more than a year ago, he was already shot. Hearing that Okai didn't know, Zhou Qin also smiled and explained. When he heard Zhou Qin say that her father was a big roguehead, Okai did freeze for a moment, because he was also worried about how he was going to say no in case if this guy used his affection to kidnap Zhou Qin or do something illegal himself. However, after hearing Zhou Qin say that he was dead, Okai was relieved, but then he was a bit puzzled as to what this had to do with him being with Zhou Qin. Fool, don't you understand? After I am a sinner, being with me is not good for your future, and our children, in the future, can't take the public examination, can't join the army, can't hold any position inside the state-owned enterprises, and flat trip for 3 generations. So even for your sake, for the sake of our future children, there's no way I can be with you for real. Turning her head and cupping Okai's face with both hands, Zhou Qin at this time also smiled. Actually, hearing Zhou Qin speak like this, Okai couldn't help but want to open his mouth and say that in fact, he didn't need external forces, or the help of others, he relied on himself as well. But before he could say anything, Zhou Qin over here spoke again. Secondly, it also has to do with my birth. My mom is my dad's original wife, but since I became conscious as a child, my dad's attention has actually been on the lovers around him. Although it is said that lovers always change, he always loves his lovers. Love, my mom didn't wait until she died. So instead of marrying you and languishing at home waiting for that little bit of love you're doling out, it would be better to be your lover. Before you get tired of me, at least your love is given to me voluntarily. Running her fingers gently across Okai's chest, Zhou Qin also said with a smile, this is not who I am. I understand, but just think of me as having PTSD. I won't interfere with you looking for other women. If there's ever a day when you get tired of me, just tell me. I'm not going to pester you. Of course, if I'm in a difficult situation, I'll look for you when the time comes, and you can't not help me. Interrupting Okai once again, Zhou Qin also smiled. Then can I ask you why you chose me? Seeing Zhou Qin say so, Okai at this time is really some do not know how to answer. He may also can only through his own later doings, to let Joe Chin really open heart. So at this point he also asked his second question. The reason I chose you, probably getting older and wanting to feel the love. Secondly, mainly because, I am also very curious. You are so handsome, so well built, so rich, and so talented, meaning music, and no bad habits, and a very gentle character. Why on earth would your girlfriend separate from you? There is only one possibility that you can't, so I wanted to confirm it. While laughing, Joe Chin over here came over and whispered in his ear, and Oki looked at her at that same moment. So what's confirmed now? Confirmed your girlfriend probably couldn't handle you, so she ran away. With a wink, Joe Chin smiled back at Okai. That depends on whether you carry it or not. In the face of Joe Chin's teasing, Okai also took her out of the bathtub, and then the two of them laughed and returned to the room. The next day, Oki was again awakened early in the morning by a phone call, but this time it wasn't sure. Instead, it was a strange phone call. Okai has a habit, that is unfamiliar phone calls he will also pick up. If it is a harassing phone call or something like that, he will hang up, and then pull into the blacklist. So at this point in time, although he has not seen this phone number, but he still picked it up, and as soon as the phone picked up on this side, he heard a woman's voice. Hello, are you the head of the household on the 31st floor of Building 7 in Longtangjiayuan? It's me, what can I do for you? Hearing the woman's voice, Oki also asked with some confusion. I'm the owner of your downstairs, 3001. I say you people still have no merit. Don't you know that you're not allowed to renovate on Saturday and Sunday? Early in the morning you get up and start smashing the wall. What the hell are you doing? Hearing Okai identify himself, this woman at this time also directly opened her mouth to speak up. Hearing the dissatisfaction inside her words, Okai also froze for a moment, picking up his cell phone to take a look. It's only now just more than 7 o'clock. While it's true that his house isn't renovated, it does seem a bit early. Chapter 39, Neighbors. I'm sorry, my house is not renovated. It's ready to open a staircase. As for this early, I didn't think about it, because our original order seems to start getting it at 9 o'clock. I'm now in charge of people to go back to look at it. Hurry up! The person over there, hearing that Okai's attitude here was not bad, the fire did subside a bit, and as she said hurry up, she hung up the phone. Then Okai also made a call to Shurshur, who, at that moment, was on her way to his house, but the public transportation is a bit jammed today, so she hasn't arrived yet. Listening to her words, Okai also thought for a moment, or else send a small sports car to Shurshur? After all, is their own assistant? In the future will not be able to say will run everywhere. Always take a taxi, take the bus is not a thing. Right, oh yes, as if there is yesterday's money to buy clothes, they did not give her it. This silly girl also do not know to give themselves to shoot the invoice. What's wrong? Something happened at home? Seeing that Okai hung up the phone and then began to lie down in daze. At this time Joe Chin also lethargically plopped down to Okai's hun mouth and opened his mouth to ask. Nothing, I did not buy 3 large flat, ready to take over a piece of it. It is estimated that the construction team to catch up with the schedule. So early this morning, the division of the poem has not yet gone it. They began construction directly. Downstairs neighbors to find me here. Oh, that's right, by the way, this assistant of yours, is she a little girl without much work experience? Hearing Okai's explanation, suddenly Joe Chin also spoke up. What? Jealous? Looking at Joe Chin, Okai gently licked the tip of her nose and smiled. Eat your heart out. I'd be happy for you to find a few more sisters to share the load for me. I mean, a young lass dealing with something like this is definitely going to be a bit hairy, so go back and take a look at the earliest you can, and don't let your neighbors and the construction team bully your little assistant. Blankly glancing at Okai, Joe Chin also spoke up. Hearing Joe Chin speak like this, Okai thought about it for a moment, and it did make sense. Then I'll go back and take a look, La. You sleep first, later, don't come back for a while, and don't come back tonight either. I need to rest. Your house is decorated today, so go home and go to bed. Tomorrow, giving Okai a direct kick, Joe Chin couldn't help but wave his hand, hitting him to leave quickly. I had clearly agreed to just sleep in yesterday, but I ended up coming back last night and working for 2 hours, and then another hour after I took a shower. She really felt that if she kept this up, she might not even survive. But on the contrary, Okai was like poison. With him, even if Okai didn't take the initiative, she wouldn't be able to control herself, so the best thing to do was to ask him not to come, and take a break for 2 days. Well, or 1 day, 2 days of not seeing each other, and she would miss him. Seeing Joe Chin's look of fear and reluctance, Okai also smiled and kissed her forehead before going to wash up and then left Joe Chin's home. Going downstairs, he bought a drawer of buns and ate them while Oki drove back home. When he arrived home, Shurshur was already there. Having been informed of this, Oki couldn't help but quicken his pace. because he was really worried that these people would scold his little assistant to tears. When signing the contract, Okai has seen Shirshir's ID card. She is only 21 years old this year. Although it is said that I do not know because of what, did not go to college again, but after all, it is still a child. So it was normal for him to be a bit worried, but apparently, he was actually overthinking things a bit. Shirshir was indeed 21 years old and had started working right after high school, but she hadn't spent those 3 years working out in society for nothing. She was a soft girl in front of Okai, but it didn't mean that she was the same in front of others. So when Okai returned to the house, she had actually taken care of everything. The construction team had temporarily stopped the construction work, and after 9 o'clock, and that neighbor, too, had already been pacified by her, and when Okai rode up in the elevator, the face of this neighbor downstairs was already full of smiles, and when Oki saw her, both parties froze in disbelief. Don't get me wrong, they don't know each other on both sides. Okai is a little surprised that this girl downstairs in his house is actually very beautiful in her looks. It looks like it is also more than 20 years old. It should be bigger than yourself, but not much bigger. 1 meter 6'6", 6 or 7 tall. Although it says that wearing a loose TS when the pajamas, but look out of the body is very good. A head of dyed brownish yellow long hair draped in the back of the head. It looks a little bit of a stern. She looked at Oki with some surprise as well, because she knew that Shirshir was only Okai's assistant, while Okai had bought 3 large flat floors here, and knowing that she lived here, she naturally knew very well how much the building cost. She was downstairs, just a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 125 square foot house, which was already the envy of countless people, and she didn't even know that she was actually on top of her head in the legendary large flat. Originally, she had thought that Okai would be some kind of old man, or middle-aged, but she hadn't thought that Okai was actually so young and handsome. Are you the owner of this place? When the two had sized each other up, that's when the woman opened her mouth to speak first as well. Well, it's me. I'm so sorry for causing a bit of trouble early in the morning. Hearing the other party's words, Okai also said politely, hey, it's fine, they are all neighbors, tolerate each other in the future. I'll go down first. Looking at Okai's attitude is good. Rich, people also long handsome. This woman's last bit of fire also disappeared. At that moment also waved her hand, then went down the step ladder. When she left, that's when Shirshir walked over to Oki's side. Kai, I'm so sorry, I can't do this little thing right. Looking at Okai, Shirshir also said with a million apologies, hey, what's it got to do with you? It's obviously the foreman who wants to rush. Come on, let's go knock him out. By the way, did you buy the dress I asked you to buy yesterday? Touching Shirshir's head, Okai naturally spoke without caring. I bought it. It just feels a little weird. As soon as she remembered the dress she bought yesterday, Shirshir scratched her head. That dress was indeed a bit weird. Wear it in a while and I'll see. You didn't remember to send me a picture even after you bought the dress. By the way, do you know how to drive? Hearing Shirshir's words, Okai also smiled. Would be rather. It'll be fine. First come with me to pick out a car in a while, then go back to your house to look at dresses. Then we'll go to the shooting session. Seeing Shirshir's hesitant look, Okai also laughed, and then he just tapped the board. Chapter 40, Dresses. The foreman's side is still a good knock, because this foreman, in fact, has a contract with the sales office and the property here. If it were the average tenant, he couldn't get it right. At most, he'd be docked. But if Okai here gets it wrong, one word from Okai and he's out. This big house in Oki is no joke, so it's not hard to knock him to, and he was just trying to catch up, afraid he wouldn't be able to get it done by the end of the night. It's better to be early in the morning than to get complaints about being greedy in the evening. Now Okai, the main man came, said that if you can't get it right, you can continue to get it tomorrow. He was not in a hurry, and waited until after 9 o'clock before he called the construction team to start to get it right again. After they started to get it, Okai also drove Shirshir together to the Rainy Cloud Ultra Racing Club. As soon as he got here, he found that Li Weidong had already come. Although it was said that he and Fengyu hadn't signed the contract yet, but this matter had already been finalized. So Li Weidong was considered to have taken up his position in advance. As soon as he saw that Okai had brought a new girl, Li Weidong was a bit dumbfounded. Good guy, rich is different haha. In the past, although it is true that Lu Shi is beautiful, but Okai go anywhere just bring Lu Shi himself. But now, there are already 3 that he's seen alone. Zhou Qin, the original owner of this place yesterday. Fengyu, not to mention that he doesn't have a relationship with Fengyu. He, as an outsider, can see that the two of them must have a problem. And then today there's another Shirshir? Sure enough, if a man has money, he's not a man. And in the midst of his puzzled gaze, Oki opened his mouth and smiled. Introducing, this is Li Weidong, my hairdresser, classmate, and die-hard friend. From now on he will be the manager of this place, and this place is also my property. This is sure, my assistant, and I'm likely to send her if I have anything in the future. So I'm telling you, make your accounts look good, and don't say I'll jerk you around if she catches you, okay? This bull asterisk makes you nag. Miss Sure. Hello, my name is Li Wei-dong. Hello Mr. Li, from now on you can just call me Sure. With a contemptuous glance at Okai, Li Wei-dong also nodded his head as a greeting to Sure, who also returned a salute at that moment. Alright, you get busy, get all the twists and turns out of this. This is going to be yours from now on. I'll take Sure to pick out a car first. Okay, I know. Listening to the words of Okai, Li Wei-dong also in his heart despised this mouth thing is not the guy. Just ordinary assistant. Okai sheds people car? It's not because this soft girl called Sure is pretty and he covets her body. S cheap. However, Li Wei-dong just muttered in his heart, and then smiled and went to busy himself, because he knew that if he had money, I guess it is much more unbearable than Okai. And Okai also brought Sure to the front of these cars at that moment. Those executive or performance sedans and SUVs aren't really suited for division poetry, so Okai took her to pick out the sports cars, and looking at them, Sure was numb with claws, because these cars really don't move $1 million or so. She really doesn't quite dare to drive them. It was only after that I ended up with one of the Porsche Boxsters, a 2.5T soft top runabout. The car was originally priced at $817,000 and now it's dropped to $735,000 new, counting taxes and whatnot. All in, it's only about $820,000, which does seem to have been hit pretty hard by the domestics, but this car too quite suitable for Sure to drive. This car full insurance, and not afraid of her crash and so on. After taking her for a few laps around the racetrack in the area, trying out the car, and the switches and such, Oki joined her and drove her car slowly and leisurely to their neighborhood. Sure's neighborhood. Well, can't be said to be her home, because this is actually her rented house. It's an old neighborhood, but to the point that it's not far from Longting Jiayuan. It's about 4 stops for public transportation. If you walk, it's a 20-minute walk, but if you take the car you're there in 10 minutes. This was the reason why she would come to work as a salesgirl at Longting Jiayuan, close to her home. But it's an old neighborhood and surely quite a few of the packages aren't too good, like a parking space or something. Cars are parked all over the place here. But the good thing is, probably because of the disputes that have happened here, there are quite a lot of cameras in the neighborhood, to the point where you don't have to worry about anyone scratching or anything like that. It just doesn't park very well. In fact, Sure is still more suitable for the kind of car that can self-park. When she parked the car and got out of it, she had the kid sweating on the top of his head in a hurry and was indeed scared enough. Well, just drive slowly in the future. This car has full insurance. If something happens, don't panic. If you hit someone, then call 120, then the traffic police, then the insurance company. If you only hit the car, then the traffic police, then the insurance company. If you hit something fixed, like a flower bed or something, just call the insurance company. Kai, you can't expect me to be a little nice. Hearing Okai's words, at this time, Sure also beamed and said towards Okai, fine, just remember, let's go up and look at the dress. Looking at Sure's appearance, Okai also smiled a little. Then he followed Sure up the stairs. Soon the duo entered a room on the 3rd floor. This room was a 2-bedroom room, but it was obvious that Sure was sharing the room with someone else. The inside of the living room was conspicuously disorganized. Obviously 2 people's stuff. While both rooms had corresponding locks, though both were now in a tightly locked state. Brother Kai, you sit down for a while. I'll go change my clothes. After letting Okai sit on the sofa, at this time Sure also whispered to Okai before returning to his room, while Okai also answered and then played with his cell phone. It wasn't long before he heard the sound of a high-heeled shoe, and when he looked back at the door to Sure's room, Sure had also opened the door. Then in front of Okai, Sure also walked out wearing a small beige dress. The style of this small dress. It was the style of that kind of wraparound dress, but it wasn't that revealing. The skirt was to the top of the knee, and the top half of the body didn't show any scars even though it said it showed her collarbone. It was one of those stacked looks like Gushikuni, but it was obvious to see that Sure had scars. Lower body she was bare-legged at this time, stepping on a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals. That pair of white tender little feet in calves, just like jade, the same showed very beautiful. Most of all, when she turned around, Okai realized that the back of this dress was that kind of wispy design, so it still looked like it had a little touch of sexiness, but the problem was that the back was floor to ceiling, which meant that if one were to wear close-fitting clothes, it would be visible and a bit abrupt. Watching this scene, Okai was also a bit confused, and Sure over here who didn't hear Okai's comment couldn't help but ask, Kai, isn't this outfit nice? Chapter 41, The Auction. Nice to look at. nice to look at. But are you inside? Listening to Shurshu's words, Okai also scratched his head, then mentioned it in a small voice. Oh, there's Hun stickers in it, and Sister Huey said there's no way to wear a dress like that that's flattering, so that's what I used. Hearing Okai's words, Shurshu's side of the face also turned red for a moment, and then slightly stuttered towards Okai. Well, that is right, too. By the way, how much did you pay for that dress? I'll send it to you. Hearing Shurshu speak like this, Okai also murmured, and then he also opened his mouth to ask Shurshu about the price of the clothes. No need. This dress is only $170. Counting this pair of shoes is only $200. Anyway, it's also what I want to wear, so I don't need your money, brother Kai. Hearing Okai say that this dress looks good, at this time Shurshu also ran to Okai's side with a smile, and then sat down like this, and said to Okai, and having heard her words, Oki couldn't help but smile. You girl, are you saving me money? I don't need you to save me money. You should buy an expensive one. Gently touching Shurshu's head, Okai also smiled. In fact, it is not willing to want to save La. Mainly I do not know where to buy dress. Asked Su Nua's sister. She brought me to a small store to buy go, but I feel that the material is not bad. Feeling Oki's movements, Shurshu also smiled. Look at this person you're looking for. Su Nua wears formal dresses all day long. Where does she know where to go to buy a dress to go? I guess if you ask her, she's too embarrassed to say that she doesn't know. So that's why she's looking for a store on the internet. Laughing a little, Okai also looked at her and smiled. What he thought was actually not wrong. Su Nua. She was a girl who wore formal dresses all day long. Don't think she was pretty as well. But in fact she had never worn a dress either. But I don't know anyone else either. Hearing Okai say that, Shurshu also adorably spat out her tongue before smiling. Also, you'll know a lot of people from now on. This will do. It's beautiful. Go change out of it and let's go to dinner. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. Okai also said to Shurshu, who immediately stood up as soon as she heard Okai's words. Don't go out to eat. I'll make it for you. Shurshu's handicraft. Okai had already tasted it on the first day he moved in. A homemade flavor. He liked it, and at this moment, seeing Shurshu's face wanting to show it off, Okai also smiled and nodded his head, and responded. Shurshu then went to change her clothes, and then went to the kitchen to get busy. Not long after a burst of rice aroma came. Wait until Shurshu called Okai. He then saw a lot of dishes inside the dining room. A big bowl of boiled pork slices, a plate of shredded pork with fish, a plate of western red, scrambled eggs. It looks like the flavor is good. At that moment, Okai was not polite and ate here with Shurshu piece by piece. With the first chopstick in his mouth, Oki smiled again and gave a thumbs up. It's good that you like it. Eat more. Looking at Okai enjoying his own cooking. At this time Shurshu also smiled and said so, while she herself began to eat. Wait until the meal is finished. The two cleaned up a bit, then a piece of the living room sofa to sit on top of watching TV to go. Have to say, Okai and Shurshu actually still have quite a lot of common topics, especially in Thursday and Friday 2 days. He commanded Su Nua they manipulate the time. He mixed with Shurshu very familiar. So at this point in time the two sat together to watch TV also did not feel there is something wrong. So, in an instant the time came to more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After the two of them briefly warmed up the leftovers from noon for another dinner, they rode in Okai's car together and headed to this auction that Feng Yu had told Okai about. But this auction, in fact, is not like inside the movie. There is a special auction venue that are specialized in large-scale auction only. These small private auctions are in some temporary places, like at some private estate, or some private museum or something. Like this auction is in an art gallery. Okai and Shurshu arrived here, handed the car to the porter. They also entered into this auction venue. I have to say, come to participate in this auction. It is really basically a water of formal dress. There are some older people will wear zhongshan, tang, but the young people are basically all Western style clothes. Only Okai wear more casual, and their female companions, although it is also said that they are only wearing evening dresses, but one by one, but all of them are bejeweled. Not like Shurshu. In addition to long beautiful, young, on the body, even a piece of decent jewelry are not. But these people are also a little cultured. Although it is possible to say that the heart of the heart to look down on Okai them, but also did not say anything. As for Okai and Shurshu, they also entered this auction venue together. To get in through the door here, it is necessary to have that invitation card, and you need to swipe this card to make sure it's real to get in. The card given by Feng Yu naturally had no problem, but after entering, Okai also asked the person who greeted the guests here how to change his name. He couldn't just keep carrying Feng Yu's name, and the welcome guest was polite enough to ask someone to guide Oki to the office of the person in charge here. Hello sir, ma'am, how can I help you? Looking at Okai and Shurshu who walked in, the person in charge here also smiled. This membership card of mine belongs to my friend. she may not want to come much in the future, so she asked me to change this card to my name. Listening to the person in charge, Okai also made his intentions known. Actually, it doesn't need to be that troublesome. Right now, we only need to check the capital and have a property of more than $30 million. We can declare a membership card here. Hearing Okai's words, at this time, this person in charge also spoke up. Needless to say also no, this must be a change in the rules. After all, now outside the economic environment is bad, but also affects the domestic. Before maybe 13 grams is very high, but now there are assets can come. This has also let Okai save a lot of trouble. At that moment he also made a direct call to the bank and pressed the speakerphone, letting the other party hear exactly what he had after he currently had over $200 million in cash deposits. This head honcho's smile just got wider. In just 5 minutes, a new membership card also appeared in Oki's hand. As for phone, use this one. Tomorrow when we meet back to her is also. As for her chopped or not chopped the hand, with Okai has nothing to do. He then took Sure with him as well, and walked into the main venue here. After finding a place to sit down, then a waiter came over and gave them a flat plate, and in a while they would use this to call for whatever they fancy. And just as Okai and Sure were here looking over what would be auctioned today, with a bell ringing, this auction, too, had officially begun. Chapter 42, Auction Opening. Welcome everyone to our auction today. Everyone's presence here makes our place fluffy. With the end of the bell ringing, at this time, a middle-aged man wearing a tuxedo also smiled and walked to the top of the auction table in front of Okai and them, and smiled as he said his opening remarks. But after all, it is not what the school's opening ceremony, graduation ceremony, here to participate in the auction guests, also lazy to listen to him here to pull what egg. So after he just briefly introduced their company, and this art gallery that was being used as an auction today, he started today's auction straight away. The first lot of the day is a pair of earrings from Chopard, for the red carpet collection, model number 84979611002. The earrings are pear-shaped. The main material is 18K white gold eye. The two main emeralds have a combined weight of 12 carats, and the white diamond carat weight is 22 carats. These earrings are really good for fair-skinned ladies. It was on sale for $6.46 million, but has long since been discontinued. It is a very collectible piece of jewelry. This time on the auction, the starting price is $8 million, with an increase of $200,000 per lot. Please bid. As the auctioneer was introducing this side, there was also a high-flown lady of honor who took this pair of earrings and walked over to the booth, purposely picking them up and displaying them in a circle around. And as Okai saw the two earrings, the situation about these two earrings appeared before his eyes. Indeed, just like what this auctioneer said, these earrings were still quite collectible, because now according to the system's valuation, it would have been worth $7.2 million, to be about $800,000 higher than the price of the offering, and then probably will rise in price about 3% per year. To say that the high is not too high, to say that the low is not very low, but there is some collector's value. It's not too high, but if the price is right, it can be a good buy. And at this time, among this venue, there are quite a few people who have this vision, although it was said that they weren't sure how much the final price of this thing was worth. They knew a rough idea, so at this moment there were quite a few people who started to make bids as well. At the same time, some of the numbers of the opening bids appeared on a large screen behind this auctioneer. Okay, buyer number 3 bid 5 million, buyer number 12 bid 2 million, buyer number 17 bid 4 million, buyer number 21 bid 6 million, buyer number 16 bid 8 million, and buyer number 3 bid again, 6 million. Is there anything higher? Okay, buyer number 8 bid $2 million. With a round of bidding, when the necklace slowly came near the offer price, these buyers also saw some hesitation at this time. Call the price, and at that moment, Oki felt like he was almost ready to bid. Kai, another bid will be 4 million for a pair of earrings? Hearing Okai's words, Sure also lowered her voice and asked in a small voice, $4 million are enough for her to buy a house in Lontangjiayuan, but as a result, Okai just need to buy a pair of earrings now? Make a bid, it's worth it. Hearing Sure's words, Okai also smiled. Then Sure also pressed the call at that moment. At the same time, on the big screen behind this auctioneer, Okai's number, 26, also the last number in the room, also appeared. Of course, there aren't actually 26 people here, because the organizers are removing some of the less auspicious-looking numbers, like number 4, number 14, number 24, number 18, number 7, and number 13, which are not there. But it's also true that Oki's 26 is the last number in the field, with his side calling for $4 million. A lot of people looked at him at this time. This number of his was almost a clear sign, because the other people in here more or less knew who each other was and what their numbers were, and Okai was the only new face, and it seemed to be his first time here, so he must have been the last number. Originally, these people were still thinking that this guy Okai was just here to have some fun. After all, it didn't look like he would participate in the auction. It still looks like people can't look alike. Okay, guest number 26, bidding at $4 million. Any higher? $4 million for the first time. $4 million for the second. Just as these people were observing Okai, the auctioneer at this time also opened his mouth at this time. Sitting in front of the number 3, looking at this number, she couldn't help but frown. This number 3 was a woman, and she had come alone, and didn't look very old. She should only be a little older than Oki. Long, very beautiful, but not the kind of secular think that kind of beautiful, but a kind of extreme temperament beauty. Melon face, wide forehead, a pair of not very big eyes, with white skin. To this one sitting, it will make people feel that she is an artist in general. I can tell she's a big fan of the secondary earrings as well. But at $4 million, it would be $60,000 below the list price, and if she raised the price again, she had to feel like she'd be losing money, and after a moment's thought, she glanced back at Oki as well, and then added a bite to the price. Number 3, bid $6 million. Wow. I didn't think it would be so intense for the first item either. $6 million. Any more bids? Originally this side of the auctioneer feels $4 million is already good. A ready to fall hammer. This time the no. 3 rebid a price, which also let him excitedly called up. You should know that the auctioneer's salary is directly linked to the profit of this auction, so the higher it sells, the happier he is. And after hearing the words of the auctioneer, Sure also looked at Okai, while Okai was calculating in his mind. Another bid is $8 million. In that case, this thing will only earn $400,000 for himself. Somewhat unnecessary. Thinking of this, he also shook his head, made a gesture of invitation. Seeing that Okai had given up, the auctioneer at this point also immediately dropped his hammer. The first lot, $6 million, sold, and with the first lot sold, the later lots stepped into calm. The second lot is a Hermes bag. This bag is what crocodile leather spelling cowhide, Blue House platinum bag. The main thing is that this bag, $195 million, although Okai couldn't understand it, this thing was really worth something, because under his gaze, this bag was now also worth more than $1,800,000. He's definitely not going to buy it though. The bag, eventually, was bought by an old man, and when the third lot came up, Okai did suddenly realize why this was a private auction, because the third lot that came up was actually an antique. The auctioneer said it was a Yuan Longquan Kiln double fish wash, but the OS system is described as Northern Song Longquan Kiln double fish wash. Looking at this thing, Okai couldn't help but smile playfully. Chapter 43, Painting. Kai, what's wrong? Is this thing worth a lot of money? Looking at Okai's playful gaze at this moment, Sure at this moment could not help but ask curiously. The money is average, but these guys are getting rubbed out here. This stuff is illegal. Listening to Sure's words, Okai also smiled. Rubbed in? Illegal? Listening to Okai's words, Sure was dumbfounded. He looked at those ceremonial ladies on the auction stage. Although it was said that they were all wearing cheongsams and displaying their bodies perfectly, but they didn't show anything. This can't be considered as rubbing it in, let alone illegal. Looking at her puzzled look, Oki whispered back, the law of our country stipulates that things after the yuan can be bought and sold, and things before the yuan, that is, during the Song dynasty, cannot be bought and sold. Now the auction table of that double fish wash, in fact, is the Northern Song dynasty, but the auctioneer and these people below pretend to understand the confusion. They take it as the Yuan dynasty in the auction. If it was a Yuan Longquan double fish wash, the price wouldn't be higher than $1.5 million, whereas they started the auction here at $1.2 million, and it's now at $1.7 million. Only the Northern Song can go for about $2.6 million. Hearing Okai's words, it was then that Sure realized what Okai was referring to when he said rubbing edges and breaking the law, and for a moment she couldn't help but blush slightly. So Kai, want one? If they pretend to understand, then I will pretend to, and under $400,000 it can all be called. Hearing the words of the division Sure, Okai also smiled a little, like this Pisces wash, surely in the future will be higher and higher. Even the system said that the investment of the annual incremental amount of stable at about 5%, that is to say that this place should be, at least $100,000 per year, for why do not want to As Okai's words fell, Sure also pressed the call. Soon, the price of this Pisces wash surpassed $2 million. and by the time it reached 2 million, only Okai and No. 9 were left competing, but it was obvious that he also felt that he had reached his limit, so finally called a mouthful of 3 million, backhanded by Okai covered a 4 million after a distant middle-aged man who looks more than 40 years old, also made a pleased gesture, said not to shoot, and at this time the auctioneer also shouted 3 directly down the gavel. Since then Oki's first collection from today's auction has arrived, Northern Song Longquan Kiln Double Fish Full Wash. As to what this thing is useful, he doesn't know, but he'll make money anyway. After this 2 fish wash shot, 3 drinks were served in a row behind it. Separately, the spear 2 out of the big celebration, 150, 000, 8888, but now it will be worth only 100, 000 a bottle, only. Okai now the heart of the wild Here this stuff is sold in cases of 6 bottles with a starting bid of $500, 000. Okay also got in on the action and paid $620, 000 to shoot a box. Then the second wine is foreign, 09 Romane Conti, 168, 000 a bottle. This is sold as a single bottle, a total of 10 bottles. Oki also shot 2 bottles. The last wine, a 09 capped wine from Wolyang, was 190, 888 at first, but now it would be worth only 140, 000, and Okai bought 2 bottles, although it is said that he does not drink, but can be placed inside the home to see it. After the auction of these 3 kinds of wines, the auction of paintings and calligraphy started here. The first shot is a painting of Fanzang Fan Lao, who is still alive, but because he is now very old, he basically seldom paints anymore. It is for this reason that his paintings, prices have been rising over the years, like now this lousy out of the gate, although only 4 feet in size, but the starting auction is as high as 1.6 million, to be more expensive than that Northern Song Dynasty double fish wash, but the real price of the painting among Oki's system was a whopping $3.6 million, and according to the estimation of the system, it is almost going up about 8% per year. The collection value is very high. If we wait for one day, after Fan Lao 1,000 years, the price of this painting will rise even higher. So at that moment, Okai is not polite. He came here to make money. So at that moment, it is also the intention of the Shur must be photographed. There is a say 1. If purely according to the total assets to calculate, Okai in this room should be the bottom of the first, but to say the cash, these people together may not have more than he is now. So when this painting he bid to the 3 million, the other people are not quite dare to bid, and ultimately this painting was also shot down by him. After shooting this one, the next calligraphy and painting, Okai can be said to have shot a lot. Li Kuchin's, Lin Fengmian's, Pan Tianshou's. Basically, as long as he sees that it's a painting or calligraphy and the system gives an investment price that's higher than 6%, as long as it doesn't exceed the current price of it, Okai will auction it off. Soon, he had 6 paintings up for auction, but with all these paintings by famous painters up for auction, the auction went into a more peaceful state. Most of the next participants in the auction were paintings by young artists. Seriously, the people who auctioned these paintings basically had 2 ideas. Either they really liked the painting style of the owner of this painting, or they were just taking a gamble to see if this person would become a genius in the future, and if the initial paintings would be sold high in the future. That's why these paintings don't cost much. Basically, the cheap ones, starting from $20,000 to $300,000 dollars. The expensive ones are only $40,000 to $500,000 dollars, and it is difficult to sell for more than $700,000 dollars. Okai was not originally interested in the paintings of these young painters either. It's not like he knows anything about calligraphy or painting, he just bought it purely for investment. But among his systematic analysis, the paintings of these people, it is hard to have more than 600,000. Really one is worse than the other. So at this point in time, he basically put his attention on chatting with Shur, only to sweep a glance whenever a lot came on the floor, but it was that sweep that actually led him to a painting. Next on the auction is a young painter. Tang Mofan recently created a new painting, Starry Sky. As we all know, Tang Mofan is a very famous Chinese writer. His masterpiece, Notre Dame Weeping Woman, was once auctioned out in France 53 million euros of the sky. This Starry Sky, although it is said to be inferior to that one in terms of brush strokes, but no less in terms of mood. This painting, starting auction $450,000 dollars, each time the bidding increases, shall not be less than $20,000 dollars. Listening to the words of the auctioneer, Okai also looked at the painting playfully at this moment, because at that moment, in the middle of his gaze, on top of this painting, there was an arrow that went straight upwards, and if you focused your attention, you would see a line of small letters. The stars, currently worth $500,000, will be worth $3 million in a month and will grow in value at 12% per year. Oh, still really picked up a leak? Looking at this painting, Kai's eyes also brightened up at this time. He also did not expect. In this actually really earned ah. Chapter 44, A Good Eye. 450, 000. 6 bid 470, 000. Okay, 49, 51 up, 55 now. Number 3 bid 610, 000. Any higher? As the auctioneer's voice rang out, many people below opened their own price, but at 610, 000, the other people could not help but put their hands down, because in their eyes, Tang Mo Fan's painting, it is the level of more than 500, 000. On the 600, 000, it is not quite worth it. As for No. 3, the temperamental beauty sitting in front, looking at the people around her who seemed to have given up on the competition, she couldn't help but smile a little before looking at the painting in front of her with an engrossed expression. At this time in her eyes, this painting is not just a painting, here also contains their own feelings. But just as her memories were about to come flooding back, that's when suddenly the screen lit up. Number 26, bidding 630, 000. Once this No. 26, who had already made several bids today, made his bid, a lot of people looked over at this time, and so did this No. 3's beautiful girl, but she didn't forget to make a bid even though she was looking at it, because for her, this painting was more than just a simple painting. So at this time, she also bid 650, 000, but almost the instant she bid, Kai over there has bid 670, 000. Show, he at this time for this painting can be described as a must-have. Hesitation, she once again bid 690, 000, but Kai over there instantly 71, then 73, 75, 77, 79. After calling for 810, 000, the woman only calmed down a little, although it was said that the painting had a different meaning for herself. But seriously, comparing the heart to the heart, the painting was actually only worth more than $500,000, and now at $810, 000, it had already had a premium of $300, 000, and her jeans as a businesswoman were already feeling very short. Just then, though, Oki made another bid, $830,000. Bid number 26, $830,000. Any higher? Listening to the words of the auctioneer, the number 3 at this time also looked at Kai, and after looking at his playful and serious gaze this time, the beauty of the number 3 couldn't help but take a deep breath. On the one hand, she didn't want to part with the painting. On the other hand, her reason was telling her that she couldn't add more already. After all, she had already bought a pair of very expensive earrings today. If she added more, she might be risking her side. Phew, forget it, Mo Fan didn't just paint this one anyway. Taking a deep breath, the beauty at number 3 also nodded, signaling that she gave up. Seeing that the No. 3 beauty was not prepared to raise the price again, the auctioneer at this time also began to speed up the frequency of the hammer. And finally this pair of stars was sold for $830,000. And after this shot of the stars, the few paintings of small modern artists that came up behind them were of no interest to Oki. He's here to make money, and genuinely isn't here to appreciate art, which he really can't. After these several paintings, here again restarted the auction up some jewelry, bags and so on. Have to say, now the economic environment is not very good. These things are really easy to sell, and Kai naturally will not be polite. He saw that there is a collector's value. Appreciation value is relatively high. He received all, something like Van Cleef & Arpels ruby wedding ring, which was issued for $5. 55 million and could now go for $6. 25 million. He collected for $5. 18 million. Chopard's Animal World collection, a large necklace with an issue price of $497, could now fetch $6. 2 million, and he took it for $4. 85 million. A platinum hairpin with diamonds from Somerset Bazaar, issued at $4.45 million too, 000 and now worth $5.02 million. He also paid $4.35 million for it. The most expensive thing he bought, though, was actually a set of watches. Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak. These are 9 women's watches that are the same length, but made of different materials. The most expensive full set of emeralds in one watch, issued at $24,768, 000. The second most expensive is the full ruby set, issued at $12,384, 000. Full set of sapphires, $9,364, 000. One price for Tsavorite and Chrysoberyl, $5,893, 000. 8,001,000 of manganese aluminum garnet, tourmalines at $5.46 million. tanzanite and amethyst at 5,2,003,000 a pop. That means the 9 watches, issued at 79,56,009,000. In the past, he had always heard people, poor play with cars, rich play with watches. He always thought that watch may have a female character next to it, but now he realized that he was still too naive. A few tens of millions of dollars, one can buy a large flat, but for the really rich, it is just a small decoration worn on one's hand. But the main thing is that the watch actually appreciates in value. The 9 watches, currently worth a total of $87 million. That means it's already gone up by more than $7 million, and the price will go up by 5% every year after the collection, which makes Oki a bit interested. Anyway, he bought a bunch of things today, and now he has not spent up to 20 million. So at that moment, he was not polite, and directly opened the auction. And these people also formally saw Okai's strong financial strength. By the time these watches were auctioned off, Okai's spending for the day had reached 100 million, and he was content to call it a day. But when he saw the still empty hands of Shur beside him, he also looked at a bag that was up for auction next. This bag is also from Hermes. It's called something like gold buckle emerald green crocodile leather bag. It was issued at 125,991, but now the natural price has plummeted as well. But it's still worth $1.09 million in terms of OK's systematic evaluation. It was unfathomable, but it was certainly a big shock, and Oki was calm enough to buy the bag. After buying the bag, he didn't really buy anything else, until the end of the auction. The first time on Okai's side, a staff member came over to find Okai to settle the bill, fearing that Okai had run away, and naturally, Okai wouldn't run away. He swiped the card painfully, and then told them that they could send these things home to him tomorrow, because when he and Shur came just now, that contractor of the staircase had already called them. The stairs were installed today, so if there are any problems, feel free to call them, so it doesn't delay these guys from delivering tomorrow. After paying for it, he also quietly asked these people to send the bag he had shot first. Shur didn't hear him when he said this, so although Shur said that she didn't know why Okai was still waiting here after paying, she naturally wouldn't have any problem with it. And just as he and Shur were waiting here for their bags, that's when that number 3, that artsy beauty from earlier, came over. Do you like Don Mofin's work too? You know, all the other things you bought, you made a profit. Only that one you lost money on. Looking at Okai, this beautiful woman also smiled and said, "Ha, maybe, but art? It's hard to tell 1, 2, 3, 4 about that stuff." Okai couldn't say that he had foreseen the future, right? As of now, that painting was indeed a loss for him to buy. It seems that our artistic touch is quite similar. My name is Zhuomei. I opened an art gallery. If you have time, you can come to my gallery to have a look. While saying that, the woman handed over a business card. After receiving the business card, Okai was slightly embarrassed because he didn't have it. Chapter 45, Come up and sit down? I'm really sorry, I haven't printed a business card yet. If you don't mind, save my phone number. Looking at the other party who was still waiting for her to receive a business card, Okai couldn't help but say a little awkwardly, then took out his cell phone and asked her. Zhuomei obviously didn't think that Okai would actually say this, and while being a bit surprised, she was obviously more interested in Okai as a big boy. He gave himself the first feeling, does not seem to be the kind of rich second generation ancestor and so on, but his auction moves, and significantly mature. In addition to his own fancy Tang Mofin's paintings, his other shot things, are quite solid. Yeah. Hearing her agreement, Oki also called the number on top of her business card. After the two of them saved each other's phone numbers. At this time Zhuomei also nodded a little bit, then turned around and left the place. Shortly after she left, the staff over here also brought over the bag worth more than $1 million that he had photographed. After Okai checked it again and again to make sure it was all fine, he also directly handed this bag to Shur behind him. Ah, do you want me to help you hold it? Yes. Looking at the bag Okai handed over, Shur also asked with some hesitation at this moment. Seriously, just now, she looked at Okai again, and then shoot the bag, and then shoot the hand watch, and then shoot the jewelry, and said that she did not envy, do not want to if it is impossible. But she was well aware of her position. She was an assistant. She was not Oki's girlfriend, and these things were not bought for her. So while she said she was a little envious, she had it under control. The bag, though, is really pretty. What do you mean get it for me? What do I need it for? It's for you. Listening to Shur's words, Okai also smiled. While saying that, he threw this bag directly to Shur, and then he walked towards the outside. Hearing Okai's words, at this time, Shur had some numbness, and couldn't help but once again stutter a little towards Okai. This is too expensive. Expensive what? As my assistant, I'm sure you're fully armed. Here, just keep it, and when you don't want to do it one day, just return it and the car to me. Looking at Shir's appearance, Okai also said bashfully, who would want to leave you? Looking at Okai's back, at this moment, Shir also muttered in a small voice. Although it was said that she hadn't spent much time with Okai, but seriously, right now Shir felt like she would probably agree even if she had to die for Okai. Of course, there was no way Okai would let her die. This little assistant of his, he was still very satisfied. Let's go. Good. Listening to Okai's words, at this time, Shir also smiled and ran up, then quickly followed Okai to leave this art gallery for the auction. Outside just drove away the porter. At this time has long been cleaned the car, and parked the car in front of the door. This auction these aspects do quite good. After Okai and Shir got into the car together, Okai also drove the car and came straight to the downstairs of Shir's house. With the car parked, Oki also looked at Shir in the passenger seat. It's hard for you to work overtime tonight. It's not hard work, not to mention there's such an expensive thank you gift. Hearing Okai's words, Shir also smiled and shook her head, then also displayed her bag. Well, go back to bed early. You have to go to your new company tomorrow. Tomorrow Okai has a total of 2 things to do. One is to formally sign the contract to buy Fengyu's Supercar Club, and the other is to bring Su Nuwa and they continue to fight in the stock market. He was going to play here for a few more days, and he was going to look for connections in banks to exchange money to play in the Hong Kong stock market. Domestic is indeed a novice village. Up cannot rise much, down cannot fall much. For a lot of novices, it is indeed very suitable, but for Okai to say, not so suitable. After all, he is hanging, if still so by the book, it is really a waste of his hanging. However, just as Okai's words fell, the Shir at that moment did not leave in a hurry, but instead looked towards Okai and took a deep breath before speaking. Kai, do you want to come to my house, and sit down? Looking at Okai, Shir at this time to drum up the courage. There is one to say one, the most just started to know Okai, although said that time the sales office of the people are in the joke also, said she should take the initiative some, but her heart is actually reluctant. This was also the reason why after cooking for Okai, when Okai didn't keep her, she slipped away at the first time, but tonight, she felt that if she was going to miss it, she might regret it. So at this moment, she also looked at Okai seriously and said, and having heard her words, Oki couldn't help but stare at that moment. It was now after 9 p.m. Everyone was an adult, and he knew exactly what it meant to go upstairs and sit down at this hour. Okai subconsciously wanted to refuse, because in his consciousness, he has a girlfriend, Zhou Qin, but after thinking of what Zhou Qin said to himself last night and this morning, he was going to refuse the words, but also swallowed at this time. Looking at Shir beside him, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and ask, are you sure, and would it be inconvenient for your roommate? Kai, did your ex-girlfriend ever tell you that you're a party pooper sometimes? Hearing this careful look from Okai, Shir suddenly laughed, and when he heard Shir speak like this, Okai couldn't help but laugh awkwardly, as if Liushi had indeed said it before. Okai himself is also clear that he is in this regard, indeed, is not so smart, but at this time before he could answer, this side of the Shir has already taken the initiative to come over, hands cupped Okai's cheeks, and then directly affixed to it. After a long time, the two of them separated, and then Shir also looked at Okai and said, I don't want to walk, can you carry me upstairs? Fine. Now that it was all over, what else could Oki say? So at this point he also swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then got out of the car, carrying Shir back to her home together, but only just entered the door. At this point Shir had already kicked off his shoes, and then took Okai with him and then collapsed in one piece on the couch where they had watched TV together in the afternoon. Looking at Okai's face, which was close at the moment, Shir couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Such an image she had dreamed of many times over the past few nights, but this time she was sure that it wasn't a dream, but real. I haven't. So, tonight, please. Well, leave it to me. Listening to the words of Shir, Okai also looked at her at this time, and then also took the initiative to put together the past. The wind tonight, but also really very noisy it. Chapter 46, Everyone Loves to Act 13. Hello? Have you gotten up yet? The lawyers on my side are ready. Will you be signing at my company later? Or where are you going? Big sister. It's just 7 o'clock. Looking at the time above his cell phone, Okai also spoke to Fengyu. This girl is really too quick-tempered and is supposed to be a rooster. It's only been a few days and Okai has already been woken up twice by her. Yeah, it's only just 7 o'clock. Hey, wasn't I afraid you'd oversleep? Anyway, you're up, so answer my question. Hearing Okai say this, Fengyu also looked at her cell phone, then smiled. Sign it at my firm. I've got my firm's legal team there too. Listening to Fengyu's laughter on the other side of the phone, Okai was also somewhat speechless. Hey, you started a company? Hearing Okai say that he had started his own company, Fongyu couldn't help but be a little confused. Well, to make it easier to pay insurance and file taxes. Casually answering Fongyu's doubtful words, Okai also chatted with her for a couple more sentences, and after arranging to meet at the company at 9 in the morning, Okai also hung up the phone, and then sent Fongyu the address of his company. By the time he got through with this call, he also looked over to Shir, who was at that moment blocking his face with the blanket, just showing a pair of eyes that were not looking at him in an uninteresting way. It is as if a certain Zhang antebellum writer had said that the nearest road to the middle of a woman's heart is a good night's rest. At this moment, Shir's gaze towards Okai could be described as extremely infatuated. Oki really did fulfill all her requirements for the opposite sex. At this time the sunlight among the gap of that curtain shone on Okai's body, that perfect face, the same perfect strong body, that warm smile, really made Shir look about to be intoxicated, especially when she remembered what happened last night. Her eyes were a little bit mesmerized. The only pity is that the position beside Okai is too dazzling. She knows very well that she is not qualified to sit on it, and through last night's understanding, she also knows that she is also very difficult to completely leash Okai, so the best choice is to just maintain the status quo ante, and be a good little assistant. Woke you up, sleep a little longer, I'll go make you some kanji, just rest today. Looking at Shir's gaze towards himself, Okai also sat down beside her at that moment, and after reaching out his hand to touch her hair, he also smiled and said to her, I'll be fine, I don't want to hold you up. Hearing Okai's words, at that moment, Shir also spoke up, but she had only just finished speaking when Oki gently scratched her nose. What can I do? Rest easy. After saying that, Okai also smiled and left the bed. First went to the kitchen and cooked porridge for Shir before he went to wash up, and he also couldn't help but smile when he saw the toothbrush, toothpaste, and towel that Shir had prepared for himself long ago. This little ninny, it looks like she has had thoughts about herself for a long time, and her things are well prepared. As for his current relationship with Shir, the two of them tacitly did not mention it to anyone. Just as he finished washing up on his side and came out, at this time, the room door of Shir's house also suddenly came out with the sound of a key opening the door, and then Okai saw a girl who looked, although she said that her face value might be a bit worse than Shir's, but in general she was quite pure, yawning and walking in from outside. But when she saw Okai, she couldn't help but be stunned. It was Oki's side that reacted first. Hi, I'm a friend of Shir's, and you're her roommate, aren't you? Ah, yes, hello, you guys. Oh, Shir isn't up yet? Hearing Okai's words, at this time, this girl also reacted and said with the same somewhat overwhelmed voice, not yet, last night, she was a little tired. I cooked porridge, you guys drink it later. I've got things to do here, so I'll leave you to it. Looking at the girl, Oki said with a small smile as well. Originally, he was prepared to accompany Shir to have kanji by himself, but now that her roommate was back, it was more or less awkward for him to be here, so after hesitating for a while, he decided to go ahead by himself. The girl, who was obviously a bit embarrassed to face Okai as well, nodded her head as well and gave way to the doorway, and then Okai put on her shoes and left Shir's house as well. He had only just left on his side when the girl quietly pushed open the door to Shir's room. At this time, Shir, naturally, hadn't fallen asleep yet, and she had heard the conversation outside clearly just now, so when this girl pushed open the door, she also blushed a little and looked at her. Okay, is this the one you said was your boss? He's so handsome. Looking at Shir, the girl said with a raised eyebrow as well. Aha. Hearing the girl's words, Shir also nodded with a red face. But long handsome cannot be a meal. Right, you so easily with him. Your first month's salary cannot have arrived yet. He said that there are 50,000, but has not yet given you a hit. Looking at Shir, the girl also sat on her bed and whispered, look at that bag. Hearing her roommate's words, Shir also pointed with her chin to the handbag hanging over there in the distance. Wow, it's beautiful. Where did you get it? Did he buy it for you? How much was it? As soon as she looked at the bag, Shir's roommate's eyes lit up. It looked like just an ordinary pocket to Okai, but to her it looked as if it was the best piece of art. Yesterday at auction, over $1 million. Hearing the words of Shir, originally also wanted to take a bit of this bag, close to look at her roommate. The hand cannot help but momentarily tremble, and then it was put back. This bag, more than 100 million? See that Porsche downstairs? Looking at her roommate's shocked pupils, the Shir at that moment also laughed. Gulp. See, I still want to say to you, our neighborhood there is driving such a good car. This car will not also be your right. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Shir's this roommate also at this time carefully asked toward her, and the only thing that answered her was the car key that Shir had picked up from the nightstand. Wow, that's okay. Looking at this car keys, looking at this bag, Shure's roommate at this time or some do not know what to say to be good, and Shure looked at his roommate like this, also cannot help but laugh. No wonder so many people like to pretend to be 13. This kind of shocking, enviable feeling is indeed very cool. She has not felt this kind of pleasure before. She grew up in addition to the long and beautiful, can be said to do what not. Learning is not good, or else it is not possible to graduate from high school out to work. But now with Okai, the kind of feeling of other people's children when she was a child, she also felt. Of course, for her to speak of at this time pleasure is just an add-on. Her favorite, still, was last night's feeling yet. Chapter 47, The Role Panel. There's no problem with the contract. I'm giving you the money straight through. As Okai left Shure's house, he also went out to have a breakfast before returning to his house to change his clothes before arriving at his company, Antai Financial, at around 8:50. When he got here, he realized that everyone had already arrived. Fengyu had brought his company's lawyer, who was now being entertained by Luogwa gang, and Chi-E had also come, but was now in the process of being inducted, but he would have to wait a little while, because at this point Su Nuwa and the 14 of them were going to be a little more important. HR is ramping up to onboard them, which is the company's top priority right now. Of course, the company's legal counsel had arrived by this point, and Okai then completed the deal with Fengyu first at this point, with the signing of the contract in quadruplicate, one for him and Fengyu, and one for each side of the law firm. Okai's side of the public 180 million hit the past. Fengyu's supercar club is also at this time officially surnamed O. Meanwhile on the other side, Li Weidong also formally processed his entry at this time and became the manager of this supercar club. And at that moment Oki's side of the system popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully earning money. Earning an amount of 100 million. And obtaining rewards. Character panel opened. Precognition ability opened. Ha! A character panel? Okai hadn't really thought that this divine hero system had a character panel. Still, he subconsciously opened it and looked at it. A translucent panel that only he could see then appeared before his eyes. Name, Okai. Sex, male. Age, 25 years. Height, 188, slowly growing to 192. Weight, 85 kilograms. Physical fitness, 100, all attributes average 10 for the average person. Charisma, 100. Wisdom, 47. Operations, 33. Innovation, 39. Socialization, 9. Management, 37. Special ability, perfect body. Physical qualities will reach the limits of humanity. Skills, great compassionate hands. Master vocalist. Master healer. Beginner cook. Beginner driver. Property under the name, 31. 32. 33 floors of building No. 7 of Longtangjiayuan, worth 89 million. Antai Financial Corporation, worth 68 million. Raincloud Ultra Club, worth 210 million. Stocks under the name, worth 198. 87 million. Miscellaneous goods under the name, worth 133. 37 million, those things that were just auctioned yesterday. And the current cash, 24. 924. 033. 47. Total assets, $704. 16 million. Looking at the detailed record of his character panel, Okai was surprised by three things. One of them is accidentally his basic attributes are not bad. Physique, charisma and so on. Surely they are all given by the perfect body. Not to mention it, business and so on does not matter. What he is most interested in is that his intelligence has 47. It's not bad. According to the ordinary people 10 points is 100 IQ line to calculate. Their own 47. How to have more than 120. More than 130 it, but why they went to school when the results are not very good. And socialization 9. Well, it's true. One is sort of a social terrorist. The second is a little surprised at Fengyu's this supercar club. Good guy. She really is not suitable to be the boss. 200 million one of the supercar club. The result of 180 million sold to himself. There was something to be said for her needing the money, but the price did take advantage of itself. But that's exactly why it also makes him more than $100 million at this point. Originally, he thought he might have a few more days before he activated the 100 million reward, but unbeknownst to me, it actually activated right then and there. I have to say, Fengyu is really quite prosperous herself. Of course, she belonged to the candle that burned itself to illuminate Oki. The third is this character panel, where not only can Okai see his own attributes, but he can see the attributes of others as well. For example, at this time, Fengyu's attributes were like this. Name, Fengyu. Sex, female. Age, 26. Height, 171. Weight, 45 kilograms. Physical fitness, 12. Charisma, 97. Wisdom, 55. Operations, 6. Innovation, 5. Socialization, 84. Management, 42. Favorability towards the host, 86, below 50 is disgust, 60 is casual acquaintance, 75 is good friend, 85 is close friend, 95 or more is favorite friend in family, 100 is faithful until death do us part. Well, she was indeed pretty, and to be even smarter than Okai, but she really wasn't suitable to be a boss. Growing up in a rich family had made her well suited for socializing. She was actually more suited to go into PR. Socializing 84, definitely a high attribute. But what surprised Okai the most was that she had 86 favorability towards herself. 86. This is already not low. If he wants to chase her now, I guess she won't refuse. Of course, Okai won't chase her either. He has 2 women around him now, and other than Fengyu, Okai swept a glance at the people around him, and their attributes were all pretty average now, like Luo Guigang. Name, Luo Guigang. Sex, male. Age, 25. Height, 181. Weight, 92 kilograms. Physical fitness, 9. Charisma, 11. Wisdom, 32. Operations, 42. Innovation, 8. Socialization, 45. Management, 36. Favorability towards the host, 93. There is a saying that Luo Guigang is actually not very suitable for the appropriate manager. He is whether it is business, or the level of management is average, especially the management is not as good as their own it, but he was loyal enough to himself. Okai didn't need to care about the other person's ability when he used them. He only needed to care if they were loyal to him or not, and if they listened to him or not. As for business, management and whatnot, it's an acquired talent that can be practiced. This character panel, for him, was indeed quite useful, but what this precognitive ability meant, he wasn't really sure. However, now is not the time to study this thing, because this side of Fengyu watched the contract signed, and then prepared to leave. But just at this moment, suddenly Okai's cell phone rang. He picked up a listen to realize that this phone is yesterday that auction call. They have to send something to Okai, but at this time the Okai a moment but also commands Sunua them to buy stocks. Temporarily cannot go Thought of this, he fell to look at Fengyu. With 86 points of goodwill, it shouldn't be a problem to ask her for a favor. So at that moment, Oki smiled back at her. Are you doing anything later? A while? No, you're asking me out? Hearing Okai's words, at this time, Fengyu also smiled and looked at Okai and said, no, I bought a lot of stuff yesterday and it's about to be delivered to my house, which is empty right now and I can't get away. If you're not busy, could I trouble you to collect a load for me? Looking at Fengyu's appearance, Okai also said a little less kindly. Hearing Okai's words, Fengyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy still knows that it's not good to trouble himself so much, but I don't know because of what. When she heard Okai troubling her words, not only did she not get angry, instead, she was quite happy in her heart. Must be in a good mood since we've solved most of the gaping problems. Looking at Okai, Fengyu also muttered in his heart, and then poured down and answered. Chapter 48, Precognition. Mrs. Oh, the goods you ordered are all here. With Fengyu's promise to Okai, he drove his own Primera to Longtang Jiayuan, and saw a few tightly armed vans at the entrance, and even people escorting the goods. After all, this was $100 million worth of goods. They had to be careful. And when Fengyu walked over and finished docking with the person leading the group, identifying herself, the other party did not know what to call her. But generally speaking, the people who can make people feel at ease to come to receive their own 100 million goods must be the closest people, not relatives. Then it is only possible to be couples. Oh, come with me. Having heard the other party call herself Mrs. Oh, Fengyu obviously froze for a moment. She subconsciously wanted to argue a bit, but then stopped, because she realized that she actually wasn't very resistant to this name. Of course at this point she was thinking of her own lazy explanation. She then took these people along with her to the elevator, and then straight to the 33rd floor. Okai didn't change the password of the 33rd floor combination lock, so Fengyu could still come in directly. And when these workers put everything down and left, Fengyu also took stock of the inventory. The more she looked, the more alarmed she was as well. Originally she thought that Okai went to the auction just to have fun and buy a few things, but who knows, he actually bought so many. Good lord, just the stuff here. It must be almost $100 million. This guy really trusts me. He's not afraid that I'll roll up the stuff and run away. If I sell these, my company's debts will be paid off. Looking at the row of royal oak watches in her hand, she couldn't help but sigh and say, of course, she was only joking. After all, $100 million. For ordinary people, this was money that they had never seen in their lives. But for her, it was just money that she could easily get if she went home and served her time. But it's impossible to say that you're not jealous. Taking a deep breath, she also took the smaller, expensive jewelry and such, into the bedroom where there was a safe that she had bought in the first place. But Oki hadn't used it either. The combination was still the same as before. and once she had this safe open, she filled it with all this jewelry. As for those calligraphy and paintings and the like, they couldn't be put in, so let Okai study them himself when he came back, and after putting them away, Fengyu was also ready to leave. But before she went, she then saw the stairs that had been made here at this point. Going down, ghostly, she stopped her footsteps. Suddenly she had some interest in Okai's home. Then she also stepped to the 32nd floor. That is, the floor where Okai lived. Oki's home was simple, clean, so clean that it was basically empty. When Fengyu saw amongst Okai's closet, there wasn't even a single piece of female clothing. She couldn't help but laugh a little for some reason. It looks like our young billionaire is still alone, although it is said that there may be some lovers, but there is no rightful owner in the family. Growing up in a rich man's circle, she didn't believe in love, because her mom and dad are like that. Together, there may have been love between them in the beginning, but society is a big dystopia, especially after she started her own company as well, and it became clear that some things were indeed forced upon her in the beginning, like her company to talk about business, is the need for business banquets, and in the end of the banquets, the customer made a request. Want to see the city's nightclub or business K? Can they still strictly refused? If you go to a place like this, where the customers are having a go at the girls, is your own manager, the salesman, sitting next to you like a saint? Who are you slapping in the face? The 4 ironies of manhood. Having been in the same class together, having carried a gun together, having shared the dirt together, one has to mingle with them and then a lot of business can be done. It may have started out as a game, but it played and faked. That's why Fengyu had looked away from the beginning, and her mother had taught her that, if she longs for that kind of single-minded love, then she will find a loser who loves her. But she doesn't, and although it means that she will be very tired and the other person will have no self-respect, and even in the future, they will even turn against each other. But this is the only way for their kind of people to get love. If you want to find someone who is a good match and you like, you have to learn to look away, because he can't say how many lovers he'll have. But a dominatrix, there is only one, and she has to learn to be one. Obviously Fengyu these 2 roads she did not choose, she chose one out of their own business, but it seems, she really isn't entrepreneurial material. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly, and then she couldn't help but think of Okai in the middle of her mind. I wonder what would happen if I got together with Oki? And at this time, Okai naturally didn't know what Fengyu was thinking. After he had arranged what he was going to buy for the stock market today, he then also came into the middle of the chairman's office that Luogwa Gang had prepared for him and studied his other ability, precognition. In fact, this precognitive ability doesn't mean that it allows him to know 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future. This ability, above all, is a complementary ability to his original system. It's like before, he only knew that a stock, or a piece of land would go up in value, but he didn't really know why it would go up in value. But now with this ability, it would be followed by a detailed description, like why Longteng Jiayuan, where his current house is located, has appreciated by 62% after 3 years? It's because after 3 years, the city's education port will undergo a campus replanning. Now Longteng Jiayuan is a single campus city. 3 years later this place will become a double first-class campus. Not only will the elementary school have 2 T0 level presence, there will be a T1 level middle school, and a provincial key high school will appear nearby. So house prices do soar. And where that supercar club is located, the court will plan a factory industrial park there in 2 years. This can be worth much more than a school, so the land price will go up by 113%. Obviously for Okai, the ability to add this supplement is quite powerful, because after he knew this information, he could actually circle the block, even in some of the more remote places, and rely on lower prices to get land and houses. It's a great way to make money. At the same time, he adds this when he looks at stocks. Bang bang bang. Just as Okai was sitting here studying this ability of his, suddenly there was a knock on the door of his room when Okai called out to come in. He then found to watch Sueno walk into the middle of his room at that moment. Chapter 49, Different Minds. Oh, Suno, what can I do for you? Looking at Sueno, Oki smiled back at her. Su Nuo should be the only reliable talent under Okai as of now. At this time in front of Okai, her attributes were as follows. Name, Su Nuo. Sex, female. Age, 25. Height, 172. Weight, 47 kilograms. Physical fitness, 9. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 53. Operations, 94. Innovation, 11. Socialization, 22. Management, 57. Favorability to host, 96. Her business skills are really strong, and she's not a bad manager. Most of all, she was genuinely loyal to Oki, and her goodwill skyrocketed. Okai do not know why she is on their own favorability. Actually all reached 96, to no Luogwe just 93 ah. But anyway, this is good news for Oki. "Oh, boss, the stock you told us to buy is already bought." Hearing the words of admiration, at this time Su Nua gently pushed his glasses and opened his mouth. "Good, go rest then. I saw the lounge that Lu Ogway just made. It's still pretty nice." Lu Ogway gang hadn't been idle in the past 2 days. Don't look for Oki to be running around, but he's been overseeing the remodeling of the place. Today their office, along with the lounge, recreation room, and pantry, Oki had taken a look at, and it was quite nice, even beyond expectations. Inside the lounge there are not only massage chairs, but also one of those capsule hotel-like places to lie down and relax. Inside the recreation room, billiards, TVs, game consoles and more are also available. Inside the pantry, fresh fruit, a new coffee maker, water dispenser, various snacks and so on were also available. And of course, Oki didn't leave him in the lurch. While he was getting this area, he upgraded the original office area in the meantime. Although it is said that there is no lounge, the standard of the pantry is uniform and there are also massage chairs available, which makes the original employees here very satisfied. I thought about what you said about entering the Hong Kong stock market soon, so I've compiled information about the banks on our side that are suitable for cooperation in the Hong Kong stock market. There's also a report on the dynamics over at the Hong Kong stock market over the last month, if you have the time. Hearing Okai's words, at this time Su Nua also took out a USB flash drive from behind himself while speaking towards Okai. Okay, tell me about it. To be honest, Okai investment. He actually cannot use these things. After all, the previous he will not speculate on stocks at all. He is now these two are learned with the system. But in front of his subordinates, he can't always know nothing. So this recent period, he has also been learning how to speculate on stocks, and some rules of the financial industry and such. The information that Su Nua was now organizing was indeed very informative for him. Hearing Okai agreed, this time Su Nua also immediately walked to the side of Okai, and then directly put this USB flash drive, inserted into the Okai in front of the computer that is putting the stock market chart. Then it was familiar to open some PPTs as well. The first thing you see is the problem of cooperative banks. At the same time Sueno spoke up, "Boss, from the index position, the CSI Shangjiang Bank Investment Index top 10 weighted banks are, respectively, the construction of the very bank, occupies 15.29%, while Wind Holdings occupies 14.73%, but this bank's reputation is very poor, although it is said to be more skillful in the local business in Shangjiang, but he will betray one of his own. ICBC has a weighting of 14.29%, in fact, is not worse than him, but, ICBC, understand, more rogue, it is afraid that by the time the money earned in Hong Kong stocks, they will find a reason to withhold. The following BOC's share is 10.5%, but this very bank, rarely trades with private savers, followed by the Agricultural Bank of China, ABC, at 6.14%, the Transportation and Communications Very Bank at 5.83%, CITIC at 5.49%, China Merchants at 5.46%, Bosai Shannon at 5.43%, and Hang Seng at 4.89%. My advice is not to start a direct cooperation with the Bank of Hong Kong. CITIC, traffic, investment can be, and my people, investment and CITIC have people who know inside, you can always talk about. Here's what's been the big move over in Hong Kong stocks this past month. After this PPT out, Su Nua is very active leaning to sit in the boss chair. Okai, seriously, at the beginning of what she said, Okai still here, but with her more introduction, the more to lean to their own side. Slowly, Okai in front of his eyes, has been a mountain, blocking roughly 30% of the line of sight. He realized that, unknowingly Su Nua actually has leaned to his side, and when Okai looked at her, she clearly saw Okai in her afterglow as well, but it only caused her face to blush, while her body had no intention of moving from the side at all. Looking at this scene, Okai is a little confused. Good sense 96. She cannot also look at their own right, to know that their own and her can only see 2 days. Today is the third day. The third day on. This is not also too fast? But in reality that's not fast enough. Su Nua actually had a good feeling about Okai when she first saw him. After all, he was handsome, humble, and most of all, he had money. Most of all, he was willing to give himself a chance. Most of all, he was willing to give himself a chance while being ridiculously strong himself. A lot of people, both men and women, are actually moo strong. Maybe men still need to think about their pathetic egos and talk tough about the scene. And a woman's moochang is much more direct. Okay, a man who crushed promises ego and professionalism on all fronts. Her original status at Tenyu Securities was in the wistful category. She didn't think she was any worse than the traders or stockbrokers. The only thing she was probably worse at was seniority and backstage. But here in Okai told her what is called real venom, what is called real ability. Okai the first day to buy the stock, she cannot see, yet all these stocks went up. The next day was no different. After today's opening, it is obvious that Osa's stock is still in the midst of a strong increase, and I guess it's just a matter of time before it stops. Plus Okai is handsome, has a good temperament, and his personality is still pleasing to her. In such a situation, Sunhwa actually didn't mind what happened between herself and Okai. It was just that it was the first time she'd ever done something like this, and she didn't know how to act, and as far as she could tell, Oki didn't seem to mind contact with herself either. Just as she was thinking this, suddenly her hand slipped and her entire body fell into Okai's arms at that moment all at once. Ouch! When Sunhwa made this ouch, full of fragrance into her arms, Okai was even more confused, and seeing that she fell into Okai's arms, but he didn't push himself away. Sunhwa also gently bit her lip, and she wasn't in a hurry to get up. But just then, a sudden knock on the door came. Chapter 50, No Misunderstanding. Ahem. Who? Oh Dong. It's me. Hearing the knocking sound, it was then that Okai and Sunhwa reacted, and then Sunhwa immediately stood up, straightened her clothes, and stood next to her, and then Okai asked, and then Shure's voice came from outside. Shure, come in. Hearing this voice, Okai also said with some doubt at this moment. After hearing Okai's words, the door was also opened, and then Shure also poked her little head in, and after seeing Okai and Sunhwa, her eyes parted with some inexplicable flavor. Then boss, you read it first, I'm going out. Oh, good. Feeling Shure's gaze, Sunhwa also had some uncontrollable redness in her ears at this point, so in order to avoid embarrassment, she opened her mouth first. Hearing her words, Okai also nodded in agreement before Sunhwa quickly crossed with Shure and left Okai's office. After she left, Okai also waved to Shure, and then Shure smiled and walked to Okai's side, and it was obvious that she was still walking strangely today. In this regard, she wouldn't be able to recover as fast as Jo-chin. When she walked to Okai's side, Okai also suddenly stretched his hand, and then with a gentle pull, Shure had already sat in his arms with a small exclamation of surprise. Why did you come over? Didn't I say I'd let you rest inside the house today? Looking at Shure, Okai and she looked at each other, and then they couldn't help but come together, and after a long time, the two of them separated before Okai asked towards her, I can't sleep inside the home, and today is the first day of work, I can't just miss work. Hearing Okai's words, Shure also gasped for air while whispering, finished going to personnel? Looking at her like this, Oki asked with a smile as well, well, go ahead and finish. Hey, me and you now, that's kind of an office romance. Sort of. So should we make it public? Listening to Shure's words, Okai also asked her, but at Oki's words, she immediately shook her head. Don't. I know I'm not the material to be a boss's wife. I still like being your little assistant. Looking at Okai, she smiled back, and Okai, at that moment, glanced at her attributes in passing. Name, Shure. Sex, female. Age, 21. Height, 169. Weight, 46 kilograms. Physical fitness, 11. Charisma, 98. Wisdom, 33. Operations, 31. Innovations, 6. Socialization, 62. Management, 20. Favorability to the host, 100. Well, a perfect vase with a charisma value of 98, which was a little higher than Fengyu, and I don't know if it was because of himself, and for her favorability, she's even locked right at 100. It was understandable when you thought about it. Sunhwa already had 96 favorability just because of Mu Chang. And Shure was the one who had experienced the strongest existence of Okai, so locking up 100 was understandable. The rest of her attributes are really quite average though. It's the only thing that's still sort of passable socially, and it's fine to be your own assistant to communicate with people. But still, Oki's men don't need to be too strong, just loyal enough. Obviously, she has been the most loyal. With that thought in mind, Oki asked her the same. By the way, do you want to move to my house? That roommate of yours came back early in the morning. Will there be anything? Well, inconvenient inside the house? No, I live here quite well. As for the how may I you said, she is not some kind of messed up person. She and I are sisters who know each other inside the factory, and also dropped out of high school after graduating to work. The reason why she only came back this morning is because she works at a 24-hour supermarket as a night shift cashier. Hearing Okai say that, at this time, Shure also explained to that little sister of hers, as for moving to Okai's house, for the time being, she didn't want to. Oh, so, then, that's fine, be safe. Hearing that Shure didn't want to separate from her little sister just yet, Okai also nodded. After warming up to her for a while, he saw a flash of sleepiness in Shure's eyes, so he told Shure to go to the restroom to take a nap, and Shure also saw the PPT above Okai's computer. She naturally would not disturb Okai live to make money, so she also left Okai's office with a smile. instead of going to the lounge, though, she went straight to the manipulators area. Now the three parts under Okai, Anti-Finance, Raincloud Supercar Club, and the work area of the manipulators all knew that Sure was Okai's junior assistant. The other parts were not allowed to wander around. Even Luo Guogang couldn't go to that distinction of the manipulators, but only she could. And naturally, when she entered, she didn't go to the room where the manipulators were maneuvering, but to the pantry, where she found Sueno. When Su Nuo saw Sure, a flash of worry flashed under her eyes. After looking around to see that no one else was around, she pulled over Sure as well. Sure, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I went to Odong's room to show him the PPT report I made. Hey, Sister Suno, you're not making any sense. You dare to say you don't have any thoughts about Kai? Looking at Su Nuo's eagerness to prove to herself that nothing had happened just now, Sure at that moment interrupted her while speaking. Me. Hearing Sure's words, Su Nuo couldn't help but be a little speechless for a moment. Don't be nervous, I won't be jealous. On the contrary, I'll even help you. After receiving a cup of coffee from inside the nearby coffee machine, Sure also said with a smile, how do you help? You and the boss yesterday. Looking at Sure's smile, Su Nuo then combined it with the fact that Sure's posture was a bit strange when she walked just now, as well as the fact that she had asked herself to accompany her to buy an evening gown. It was as if she knew what should have already happened between Sure and Okai. Well, it was last night. In the face of Su Nuo's question, Sure didn't hide anything, and as a result of her saying this, Su Nuo's eyes brightened even more, immediately pursuing the question. How does it feel? This, how can I say it? I can only speak. Very well, just as you understand. But I do remember distinctly that I passed out 4 or 5 times. Kai is capable of more than one. No, not 4 or 5 girls can handle. He'll definitely have a lot of women around him in the future. And I'm happy with where I am right now. So, I'm here for an ally. Will you be my ally? Looking at Su Nuo, Sure also threw out an olive branch at this moment. And after hearing the words of Sure, Su Nuo had some hesitation. Although she said that she did not mind being Okai's mistress. But this matter was brought up by Sure. But she always felt some strange. Chapter 51, Chatting. Okay, everyone has worked hard. You can go back to rest. Let's quickly adjust in the next few days, because at any time we may go to the Hong Kong stock market. As the time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Okai looked at his stock market among the funds, has from the morning of nearly 200 million, into 288 million, he also satisfied with the clap of hands, and then toward the 14 trader set up. For them, these are minor issues as long as the money is there. Keep in mind that OK has invested a total of about $170 million in a share so far. That means that in 3 days, not counting Saturday and Sunday, they've already made over $50 million. And as written inside the OK contract, they have a 5% interest as a bonus. That means these guys have made over $2 million. On average, that's nearly $200,000 a person. $200,000. Not to mention going to the Hong Kong stock market in a while to be busy. It doesn't matter if they are now allowed to work overtime until 10 o'clock every day. Money, as far as the current situation is concerned, is the least of the problems, so all of them were happy now. But just as the others were packing up to go back, that's when Su Nuo found Okai. Boss, did you read the PPT I gave you? Well, it's been looked at and the advice is good, but we'll have to see how it operates when the time comes. Hearing Su Nuo's words, Okai also smiled and said, he wasn't lying, he did read it, but he really didn't get it either, especially the back of the stock analysis, and what policy and so on. He is looking at a head of 3 big, really cannot understand. He buys stocks are through the system. This kind of professional play should be. He really can't see it. However, on the surface, he still has to recognize everything the other party has done. Otherwise, this only one talent under his own command. If the heart is upset, it will be troublesome. Otherwise, there's still time. So I'll tell you more. The A-share halt was only just 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So for the rest of the world, it was indeed still early. So Su Nuo, after listening to Okai's words, also opened his mouth to speak up. Let's do it tomorrow morning. And when there's nothing else to do, you can come to my office and explain it to me. But Oki was engaged for the afternoon. I didn't go to Joe Chin's place yesterday, and I definitely want to go to Joe Chin's place tonight, whereas now I can get together with Sure for a date, dinner, and a movie. So the promised lecture is better left alone. But just then, Sure ran over from the side, smiling. Otherwise let's join together. We can't let our personal matters cause a delay in our official business. Looking at Okai, Sure also whispered a suggestion. Ha, together? Hearing Sure say that, Okai was dumbfounded. What play should be together? Aren't they going on a date? What's a date? But looking at Sure's appearance, and Su Nua's serious gaze next to her even though her face was a little red. Okai felt as if the two of them had a deal. Then there really is little room for rejection on one's own, so he could only nod in agreement. Seeing that Okai agreed. At this time Shur and Su Nua also let out a long breath in their hearts. At least now it was confirmed that Okai was not averse to Su Nua. The three then left the company piece by piece as well. As for Luo Guigang and Chi-E, these two also had a meal with Okai at noon and then went to be busy. Okai was off work now, but the two of them couldn't. And as Okai went downstairs with Shur and Su Nua, Shur pushed Su Nua into Okai's car, reasoning that her current car skills were too poor to carry someone, and she herself felt dangerous. And that's a reason that Oki doesn't really have the luxury of refusing. So he got into a car with Sueno as well. Counting. This was the second time outside of this morning that the two were alone in the middle of a space. But as soon as the car's engine began to start, the two realized that the atmosphere was a little awkward, as Okai didn't quite know what to say at this point, and Su Nua didn't seem too sure either. However, she had heard Shur tell her that Okai had a great personality, but he did seem to be a bit of an introvert, so it would be best to take the initiative if she wanted to have anything to do with him. So after thinking about it for a while, Sueno spoke up first as well. Boss, do you have any hobbies in your normal time? Hey, don't call me boss after work, call me Okai, or follow Shur and call me Kai. Hobbies, don't really seem to have any. Hearing Su Nua's words, Okai also spoke hesitantly. He used to have many hobbies when he was in school, playing basketball, fishing, playing games, but it seems that since the work, these hobbies gradually away from their own. Busy, every day 996, Sunday rare day off, but also to go out with Lu Shi, dating, so it feels like every day is very busy like. All of these hobbies that took time and finding people slowly disappeared. Now, even though he said he had time again and had money after all, it was a bit of a hassle trying to pick up the hobby. I heard Shur say that you took a lot of pictures and paintings yesterday. You should like calligraphy and painting a lot. Hearing Okai's words, Su Nua at that moment couldn't help but speak up. Hey, I buy that stuff mostly to make money. Seriously, I don't actually know anything about that. His family, obviously, wasn't the type of family that would let their kids learn calligraphy and painting when they were young. It's a pity. I thought that if you knew how to do it, I could play the guzheng for you on the side to cheer you up when you're painting again. Hearing Okai say this, Su Nua at this time also said with some pity, you play the guzheng? But after hearing her words, Okai came to be interested. Well, I learned it for more than 10 years when I was small. Seeing that Okai was interested in this ancient, Su Nua at this time also immediately opened her mouth and said with a smile, oh, awesome, I can play too. This is something we can play later. Vocal master, let Okai will be all the instruments in this world. As long as mentioned, he will play. Although said Okai this let Su Nua cannot help but stunned. But no matter what, this is also considered to be hitched. And then the two of them also talked about the fingerings of playing the guzheng and some of the more famous guzheng's tunes. Su Nua was getting more and more surprised the more she listened, because she realized that Okai wasn't just talking about it, he actually really knew how to do it, which made her more and more curious about Okai as well. With the two cars, one after the other into the underground parking lot of a shopping plaza. A car, Shur found Okai and Su Nua's relationship, but it seems to be closer than out of the company when a lot, so she smiled and walked over, took the initiative to take up Okai's arm, and in her eyes gesture, this side of Su Nua hesitated a moment later, took the initiative to take Oki's other arm as well. Although it was said that Okai was a bit surprised by Su Nua's move, he still didn't refuse. Then the group of three also took the elevator and went straight to the top floor of the theater. Originally, Oki wanted to buy 3 regular movie tickets, but Shur bought 3 bed tickets. Chapter 52. Movie theaters are really fancy these days. Okai has been to small halls, 3D halls, max halls, giant screen halls. He had never really been to the bed hall. Inside this movie theater, the original sitting seats have become beds at this point. Of course, they're all of the single kind, which makes for a cozy way to recline and watch a movie. But it was obvious that Shur and Su Nua weren't prepared for 3 people to lie down each. This is not. After cutting the ticket into the movie hall, this side of the Shur and Su Nua will naturally come together in the middle of this bed. And here was originally Okai's position. At the same time Okai has also been lying here. So this 2 people basically is a left and a right directly in Okai lying together. Before the movie started, the place could still be lit up. So the people who came in here, when they saw Okai's 1-2 punch here, the women all revealed a shameless look, and the men all revealed a yes. The women all showed the shameless look, and the men all showed the can-ah. However, when they got a good look at Okai and Shur and Su Nua's looks, these people's mentality changed at this point. Women become it's okay too, while men became dog thieves. There's no way around it. Shur and Su Nua, it's so beautiful. Not only beautiful, The body is good. Just did not see clearly. They also look at a hilarious. Now see clearly. The flame of jealousy cannot help but begin to burn in the middle of their hearts, and a lot of girls think of his so handsome little brother, but not impossible ha. Facing the gazes of these strangers, Kai was embarrassed, but if Shir and Su Nua didn't leave, he naturally couldn't say anything. But the good thing is that soon the movie starts. When the lights went out in the movie room, the eyes around the room went out with them in one piece, though it was likely that they were still whisper curling themselves. Not being able to hear or see always calmed the social terror that was Oki slightly, but as his perception of his surroundings dropped, he then felt the presence of Shir and Su Nua around him become clearer and clearer. The three of them were leaning in at this point as well, especially their legs, and Oki was just wearing his normal big, casual pants today, and Shir and Su Nua are both wearing silk stockings. Shir wears flesh-colored, while Su Nua is wearing black, at this time hitched to his legs. For a moment Okai felt his attention have some control over. He can only shift his attention, but the result is that the upper body is attracted to the past again. At this moment, his hands, is being the two of them left and right in the arms, plus the three of them a piece of crowded in this may only be 1 meter 3, for above the small bed, it can be said to feel the depth of it, feeling the breathing sound of the two people around him. Okai also subconsciously raised his hand, and as soon as he did so, Shir at that moment naturally leaned into his chest. Heaven and earth can be judged. He originally just wanted to raise his hand up. There was no such intention, but Shir this lying. At this time, Su Nua next to him hesitated for a moment before also lying to the other side. When their ears leaned to Okai's chest, they heard Okai's heartbeat that was like a drum beating and beating like a drum, beating like a crazy heartbeat. Of course, at this time, Su Nua might be similar. After all, it was also the first time for her to be so close to a man, and right at this moment, Su Nua suddenly heard some noises, and there was no way to depict the rest of the story. Let's just say that today's movie was a good one. A comedy, 150 minutes long, and everyone's laughter and some of the playful noises coming from inside the movie from time to time really muffled a lot of the sounds that might otherwise have been heard by the rest of the audience. As for Okai, Shir and Su Nua, the three of them seriously, these three actually have no idea what this movie plays. Their attention has been off the screen since shortly after the opening credits, but Su Nua through this movie, she also had a very clear perception of Okai. It was also clear why Shir had specifically sought her help to become Okai's lover. At the same time, he also understood the reason why Okai said that Jo-chin didn't mind. As far as she knew about Okai, it was true that Shir and that girlfriend of Okai's couldn't mind either. They didn't feel anything yet. The movie ended and then the three left the theater together as well. Each of the three then went to stay inside the sanitation for a while before coming out of it. When they faced each other again, Okai's condition was fine. Shir was also fine, and only Su Nua's face was red. But luckily, Oki took the initiative to open up at this point and asked what the duo wanted to eat. And after thinking about it for a while, the duo decided that they wanted to go for hot pot. The three of them then ate a hot pot together as if nothing had happened. After finishing the hot pot, Okai was about to go find Jo-chin. Just as he was wondering how to tell Shir and Su Nua, Shir over here took the initiative to speak first. It's getting late. Su Nua and I will go back first. I'll send her off. Let's continue tomorrow? Looking at Okai. At this time, Shir also smiled and spoke up, and Su Nua stood beside Shir with a small flushed face. Ah, oh, good. Hearing Shir's words, Okai also said a bit woodenly, then you'll be the one to give sister Su Nua a ride tomorrow. Seeing that Okai had agreed, Shir also spoke up at that moment. Of course, there were other meanings within her words. Sending Su Nua, naturally, was more than just sending her home. What happened after she was sent home was the most important thing. And hearing Shir's words, Okai nodded. Today is already like this. It seems like it's impossible not to send it home. Seeing that Okai had agreed, Shir also pulled Su Nua out of here with her. And after getting into that Porsche of hers, she also carefully drove the car away from this side. Looking at Okai, who was still a little dazed in the rearview mirror, Shir at this time could not help but let out a light laugh before looking at Su Nua, who was also a little dazed. Sister Su Nua, happy cooperation. Looking at Su Nua, Shir also extended her hand to give the other party a high five. And seeing Shir's hand, Su Nua couldn't help but remember just now in the middle of the movie theater, as if she was using. Then he himself also took out his own that hand, and the two of them gently patted it. I didn't lie to you, right? Kai is really good. A movie, 150 minutes, 2 hours, TSK. Maybe both of us can't carry it, but the good thing is, Kai has other lovers. As the high five was completed, Shir chuckled at this point. Listening to the words of Shir, Su Nua also nodded. One-on-one love. Here in Okai is indeed extravagant. After all, this is to Daya. Chapter 53, Classes. Thinking about what? Sure on this side. Sensu knew a home, and Okai also drove his car to Jochin's bar at this time, and after parking his car, he also came into the middle of the bar. It was now after 8 p.m. and the bar was starting to fill up. When Okai came, he saw that Jochin was busy, and after exchanging a glance with Jochin, he also found a seat and sat down. At this point, he was still very confused, and he didn't know what this was all about in the afternoon. Just when he felt his brain was very confused, at that moment, Jochin's figure also walked over to Okai's side and asked with a smile, "Oh, nothing, thinking about entering Hong Kong stocks." Having heard Jochin say this, Okai also smiled and said something. "Oh, you still speculate in stocks?" Looking at Okai saying that he wants to enter the Hong Kong stock market, Jochin also asked with some doubts. "That's the main income right now." Laughing a little, though much as the current Okai had a lot of industries, he wasn't making much money from them right now. He's going to be rewarded by the system, and he's going to have to rely mainly on speculation for the time being. While chatting with Jochin, Okai also glanced at her attributes in passing. Name Jochin, sex, female, age, 31, height, 178, weight, 48 kilograms, physical fitness, 19, charisma, 99, wisdom, 78, operations, 72, innovation, 11, socialization, 97, management, 85. Favorability to the host, 100. After seeing Jochin's attributes, Okai was really very shocked. Charm is just 1 point short of full value. No wonder it is so hard for Okai to fight. But what is even more shocking to Okai is that her other attributes are also high. 78 for intelligence, 72 for business, 97 for socializing and 85 for management. Seriously, if she hadn't been stuck inside this little bar because of her family, she would have been a sensation everywhere she went. And her favorable opinion of herself. That's not to mention, it's impossible to say that any woman who has ever felt Oki's favor is not 100. Speculation is risky, but I have a feeling you'll work it out. Sniff. You smell of 2 perfumes and so deep. Although I said I would like you to find a few lovers, but you don't want to go out and screw around for me and come back with some dirty diseases. Or else, it's better if I introduce you to a few of them. At this time, Jochin didn't know that Okai was checking his attributes, and now she just smiled after hearing Okai's words. But as she sat down beside Okai, she also got closer to Okai and smelled him, and asked with some doubts, I'm not messing with this is the smell on my assistant and the head disc jockey on. Hearing Jochin's words, Okai's face reddened before he whispered. He, as a person, was indeed not very good at lying, especially when facing Jochin. There was so much difference between the segments of the two. Assistants, trader managers, well, you know they're decent people when you hear them, but only 2. That's not enough either. Listening to Okai's words, Jochin also broke his fingers. Hearing her speak like that, Okai also looked at her with a speechless face. I didn't go back to her place just yesterday, and then I got 2 lovers, and she's saying it's not enough? How many would it take? You didn't bring them? Seeing Okai's speechless look, Jochin also laughed, and hearing this from her, Okai became even more speechless. Bring it? What for? To feel the torture chamber? Don't worry, I have a feeling we should both be smart enough that we both just want to be your lover and not your wife. So we should be on the same page. In the future, the heads will not see each other. There is no chance that they will still be together with you, so there is no problem to familiarize with it in advance. Remember, bring them to me tomorrow to play. By the way, how do you feel about Shannon? Let me introduce her to you. Otherwise, what if the 2 of them are in a gang and ostracize me? I'd have to pull a gang and form a faction as well. Looking at Okai's gaze, Jochin also smiled and gently nudged Okai's face with her hand before opening her mouth to speak. And after she finished, she didn't forget to point to Sun Shanshan, who was in the distance, who was getting the wine for the guests, and spoke with a smile. And when Okai looked at Sun Shanshan, he realized that she was also looking at herself. And then as soon as she saw that she was looking over, she couldn't help but immediately retract her gaze. Seeing that the other little girl was so clear, Okai also smiled and said something. Don't be ridiculous. I'm a little overwhelmed dealing with you guys right now, so don't hold up the little girl. What do you mean by delay? You said Shan. This year's school year has just started, just sophomore year. I've asked around. Her family is from the countryside, and her family doesn't have much money. Otherwise you wouldn't have kept working for me. Even if you finish college and get a job, it's only $4,000 or $5,000 a month. Find someone who is also $4,000 or $5,000 a month, though it is true that the days go by. But the bad part is that Sam is so pretty that it's hard not to be taken in by others. When the time comes, it doesn't matter if it's a rich kid who wants to get hitched for fun, or a rich kid who wants to adopt her. As soon as she moves the slightest bit to make a class leap, she'll only go down a path of no return. Listening to the words of Jo-chin, Okai at this time cannot help but some speech, because he and Lu Shi, as if this is the case, the man has money, and women are beautiful is the same, do not experience the community is good, a variety of temptations to experience the community will come in droves. Lu Shi is so. In fact, Okai is very clear, that Zhao Yu to her is also just playing. When she is playing with feelings, feelings are also playing with her. In the end there are only two results. Zhao Yu got tired of playing, kicked her out, she began to degenerate, began to frequent for money, become the plaything of those rich second generation. A better ending would be that she takes some of Zhao Yu's secrets, marries him, and then Zhao Yu proceeds to have fun on the outside while she becomes a deep-rooted winner. Maybe with money and class, she does make the leap, but it's really kind of a point of no return for a woman, especially one who also once had a vision of love. But it's different if she follows you. Let me ask you, if she follows you, will you abandon her? Just when Okai was still thinking about him and Lu Shi, Jo-chin at this time also supported his chin and looked at Okai and said with a smile, no. After thinking about it for a moment, it was true that Oki wasn't the type of person to abandon someone. That is, with you, the class gets a jump. Your body will not give her a chance to have a deep grudge, and most of all, she likes you. Love, money, class, people, all of them, then why reject it? Gently nudging Okai's hunghole, Jo-chin chuckled. Chapter 54, Gifts, Quackery. Maybe people are just simply thanking me. Forget about her. Let's talk about the two of us first. Come home with me today. After grabbing Jo-chin's hand, Okai gently kissed it before opening his mouth to speak as well. Going home with you? That's good. I haven't been to your house yet, but is my toothbrush, towel, whatever, ready? Hearing Okai say this, Jo-chin did not refuse and said with a smile on the contrary, but I prepared a gift. Hearing Jo-chin's words, Okai couldn't help but pause for a moment before saying with some slight embarrassment, the gifts he's talking about are the jewelry and such that he photographed yesterday. When the time comes, you can let Jo-chin pick whatever he wants. Listening to Okai's words, Jo-chin also laughed louder. You're really rough and tumble. But speaking of gifts, I've prepared one for you as well. After laughing, at this time, Jo-chin also took out a locket from amongst the small bag by her side. This locket, at a glance, should be a watch box, because when Oki was shooting those Royal Oak watches yesterday, the box outside those watches was similar to this one. Looking at the watch box, and with some confusion, Oki picked it up and opened it. Then a silver white watch with a pink dial right in the center. A watch that honestly didn't actually look too good, at least on Oki's aesthetic. But when the system popped up, Okai's pupils could not help but shrink. Sure enough, he does not understand the watch, because at this time under the system's tips, this watch is worth 2,018,000,000. The Patek Philippe Super Complicated Timepieces Collection, 6300 A010 watch, limited to one piece worldwide, with an issue price of $218 million, is currently valued at $232 million, making it a worthy investment. Hiss, $218 million? Looking at the watch, Okai couldn't help but mutter in a small voice, and upon hearing this from Okai, Jo-chin was slightly surprised. Okay, no the goods Originally I thought you would think that this watch, only worth a few million it. Looking at Okai, Jo-chin at this time also said with a smile, This is also a bit too expensive. Hearing Jo-chin's words, Okai also stammered, but Jo-chin interrupted him again. Between you and me, it's no fun if we have to talk about money. This watch was left behind by my father. He felt something was wrong after the incident went in. Then he asked someone to buy this watch and quietly handed it over to me, hoping to give this watch to his topmost person for a life. But alas, the man at the top of his list was taken in shortly after him, so the watch was never given away. Now this watch, I can't sell it either, because there are too many people who are staring at me. My dad's old crew, the Crown. If I sold this watch out of the blue, guess if they'd come after me? Hearing Okai's words, at this time, Jo-chin also lowered his voice and spoke. I can protect you. Hearing Jo-chin say this, Okai also immediately spoke up. I naturally need your protection if I need it, but now that I've paid my taxes properly, it's up to the police to protect me. Looking at Okai, Jo-chin also smiled, then took out this watch and gave it to Okai to wear, then nodded with a smile. Well, just right. Listening to Jo-chin's words, Okai couldn't help but open his mouth. Honestly, in fact, he didn't like to wear a watch, but now since this watch was given to him by Jo-chin, he really couldn't help but wear it. Looking at the watch on his hand, Okai couldn't help but smile bitterly. How is it that you suddenly have a feeling of being adopted? In the past, I was poor and no one looked at me when I wanted to be adopted, and as a result, now that you're not poor, you end up with a package? Of course, this watch. Okai also certainly will not take Jo-chin for nothing. He is ready to go to Hong Kong stocks to make money. Divided into $200 million is considered to be Jo Chin's, but you cannot tell her first, and so on later there is an opportunity to give her directly on the good. Miss, you're okay. Is it any of your business? Off. Report, call the police. I don't know them. Just when Okai and Jo Chin were talking here, suddenly there was a quarrel in the distance, and following the sound, Okai saw Sun Shanshan, who was in front of a table, and on the other side of the table, there was a woman who seemed to have drunk too much, and couldn't stand up steadily, and as for her side, there were two men who were assisting her. These two people, one looks more than 30 years old, tall and thin, the other looks like there must be more than 40 years old, short and chubby, wearing a pair of large gold chains, a face of fierce like, among the two people, it should be this short and chubby people mainly. When Sun Shanshan sensed that this situation was not right and then stopped them at the first opportunity, it was also this short and fat guy who first opened his mouth to threaten. But they didn't expect that the woman actually didn't completely lose consciousness and actually struggled to speak. As soon as they heard this woman say that she wanted to call the police, at that moment, the faces of these two people couldn't help but change drastically, and Sun Shanshan, who was on the opposite side of the room, also felt out her cell phone in the first place and prepared to call the police. As soon as he saw that Sun Shanshan wanted to call the police, this fat man also gave a wink to the tall thin man next to him, and this tall thin man directly came over to snatch Sun Shanshan's cell phone, while the fat man took this opportunity to prepare to pull that woman away. You can't understand a word, can you? Bring me my cell phone. On this tall thin man came to the front of Sun Shanshan, ready to grab the phone moment. Suddenly Sun Shanshan felt his body violently backward. When she looked again, she found that Okai at this time has already appeared in front of her, and directly blocked the two guys. Saw Okai actually win the head of the head. The two guys cannot help but face change, because Okai was obviously not comparable to a pretty waitress, no matter her height or her size. As soon as they saw Okai standing out, both of these two couldn't help but be stunned, and then a flash of fear flashed across the bottom of their eyes. It was obvious that Okai didn't look like he could be dealt with. However, if they were to give up the beauty that was about to arrive in front of them, there was something that they were not quite willing to give up, and just when they were a bit torn, Jo Chin walked over and put her hand on Okai's shoulder. Leave it to me. Hearing Jo Chin's words, Okai also retreated to the side. He knew that Jo Chin dared to open a bar here, and also wore so sexy before knowing himself. There must be some means, especially when he saw the way Sun Shanshan dealt with these two things. He knew that the usual time here is estimated to be very few people will make trouble. The current Okai beat up these two guys, just like beating up a grandson, but he knew that if he had to fight, it would inevitably not make a mess of the place, and it would also leave a bad impression on the guests, and most of all, it would be troublesome if the police came. So at this point he chose to let Jo Chin settle the matter. Chapter 55. Do you actually know each other? The two of you have only just come out not long ago, right? You dare to make trouble in my place. You don't have a lot of guts. Watching Okai take half a step back, but still blocking his side, Jo Chin couldn't help but smile. This feeling of being protected was really great, but when she looked across the room at this tall and fat man, that gaze turned much more somber. Jo, Sister Jo, we didn't make a scene. We just saw that she was drunk. We didn't do anything. We, purely helping people. Hearing the words of Jo Chin, at this time originally drank some on the head of the two, but was instantly sober. A more than 30 years old, a more than 40 years old man, at this time called Jo Chin Jo sister. Really a little bit of shell or not card. While this fat man was talking, he also put the woman over here, who was drinking all the time and had some trouble standing up, back on the chair next to him. Well, in my bar, do I need your helpers? Looking at the appearance of these two, Jo Chin also sneered at this moment, and then looked at these two even more icily, and these two also looked at each other at this moment, and then clenched their teeth, and then they saw these two copied the bottle of wine on the table next to them. A look at the actions of these two people, Okai subconsciously flashed over, blocking in front of Jo Chin, but what he did not expect was that these two people were not trying to fight with Jo Chin, but at this point directly clunked twice and smashed the bottle directly on his head. The bottle instantly exploded, while beer and blood flowed out above the heads of these two at that moment, but they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they smiled and looked at Jo Chin. Sister Jo, look, you're generous. Let us off the hook. Get out. Hearing the words of these two people, Jo Chin raised his eyelids at this moment and said with disdain and contempt, and then these two people immediately ran away with their heads smothered. After they left, it was then that Jo Chin looked at Sun Shanshan by her side. Call someone over to clean it up, and as for the girl, let her sleep here and keep an eye on her things. Okay, Sister Jo. Hearing Jo Chin's words, Sun Shanshan also immediately answered, and then went to find the housekeeping to come over and pack up things to come, while Jo Chin walked over to Okai's side at this moment and said to him with a smile, These two guys are just two rollers. They've been in several times for rape and theft, and they were just released a few days ago. They're probably about to even live now. They're happy for you to beat them up so they can blackmail you for some money. Patting the spot of wine that crashed onto Okai when the duo opened the door for themselves just now, Jo Chin also laughed. Shouldn't I count this as bravery and self-defense? And the guys weren't drugged? Hearing Jo Chin's words, Okai couldn't help but ask with some confusion. No, I took a look and the girl must have had too many cocktails for the first time. And as for your claim of self-defense, of course it doesn't count. The determination of self-defense is difficult. For example, if there is a man with a knife who wants to kill you, and you have to run, and then he chases you, all the way to the middle of a corner, begging him, and he still wants to persecute you, you only have one shot at self-defense. If one blow doesn't subdue him, and then you strike again, it's a case of over-defense. If you grab his knife and it starts to turn into you chasing him, it's a mutual assault. If you had gone after him and stabbed him a couple times, that would have been willful injury. Obviously Jo Chin could be much more familiar with this aspect of the criminal law than Okai. Hearing Jo Chin's words, Okai couldn't help but skim his lips. He hadn't tried the strength of this skill since he had obtained the great compassionate hand, and it seems like he doesn't seem to know the strength of his physical limits, so he could find an opportunity to go to the gym and try it out. He remembered that there was a gym inside their neighborhood, and would see if he could hang out one day when he had nothing else to do, just when he and Jo Chin were talking here. At this time, Sun Shanshan had already found the cleaning, and when the cleaning cleaned up the things here, Sun Shanshan also cleaned up the things of this girl who had drunk too much, and when Sun Shanshan stripped the girl's hair, Okai was suddenly frozen, because this girl, he actually also knew. What the girl's name was, he didn't know, but this was someone he'd met yesterday, the very same neighbor downstairs from his house. I have to say, it's a pretty small world, but right now he didn't know what the woman's name was, and subconsciously he also glanced at her and Sun Shanshan's attributes next to her. Name Sun Shanshan, sex, female, age, 19, height, 175, weight, 44 kilograms. Physical fitness, 21. Charisma, 95. Wisdom, 36. Operations, 18. Innovations, 6. Socialization, 11. Management, 5. Favorability to the host, 98. Name, Suya. Sex, female. Age, 29. Height, 167. Weight, 46 kilograms. Physical fitness, 8. Subhealthy. Charisma, 97. Wisdom, 68. Operations, 99. Innovation, 77. Socialization, 34. Management, 83. Favorability towards the host, 71. Looking at the attributes of these two, they both surprised Okai a bit. For Sun Shanshan, some surprise is that her good sense of their own actually have 98, which can be higher than the bet to be their own subterfuge Sunua or higher. To know that this afternoon after watching the movie, Eat a Meal, Sunua's good sense of their own only just 98, she has that value now. It seems like the hero saving the day is a cliché, but it does work. Originally, Okai was still searching to find out if Sun Shanshan was just grateful to himself. Turns out it doesn't really seem like it now, and Suya's general favorability towards herself was understandable. After all, the two didn't know each other before yesterday. What made Okai a little surprised was that her ability was actually so high. 99's business ability is the highest he has seen. There is no one to be stronger than Su Nua. Just do not know what she is doing. How the business ability is so powerful. What? Recognize? Seeing Okai looking at this girl in a daze, at this time Jo Chin couldn't help but ask suspiciously. She was aware of Okai. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. Not to mention that in terms of face value, Jo Chin was still quite confident in herself. So at this point Oki froze, presumably because of the recognition. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Oki nodded as well. Well, my downstairs neighbor. She's the one who called me yesterday morning to say that the decoration inside the house was too noisy. Looking at Jo Chin, Okai also told the truth. Oh, looks like we're leaving early again today. Hearing Okai say that, Jo Chin couldn't help but smile. Since we know each other, we can't let her sober up here. We must send her home now. Chapter 56, Sisters, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm sorry, we were wrong. We'll never dare again. Inside the city, on the path of a certain urban village, the two that were still arrogant just now, one tall and one fat, at this moment fell to the ground in an incomparable mess, and looked at the back of the room with a horrified face. And at that moment, under the streetlight that loomed behind her, a woman also flung two dagger-like thorns out from under the streetlight. If Okai was here at this time, he must have recognized this woman. He had also seen her, because she was also one of the waitresses inside Jo Chin's bar. Once Okai went to Jo Chin, that's what she said to herself. However, at this time, compared to the bar, coquettishly smiling appearance. Now her eyes are covered with a bloodthirsty look. Just as she had reached the duo and was about to raise her hand, a stone pellet suddenly bounced over from a distance and smashed in front of her. Alright, just teach them a lesson. You're really going to kill them. Isn't that going to cause trouble for the lady? Also, these two guys are only on parole now. They still have to report back to the police station every month. Guess who would be in trouble if they didn't go back? With this stone interrupted the action of this person. This time from the darkness of the ground as such, there is a woman came out. This woman, Okai also recognize. It is the bar among the other waitress. But compared to the first woman, she is more often in the warehouse side is responsible for the ODs. So Oki was only slightly impressed with her. Scram! Hearing the woman's words. At this time, the woman at the beginning also coldly grunted. And then these two people immediately shut up and ran away with a roll. Looking at their pupils that were already scared lax, it was evident that they were really about to go crazy with fear, because just now they were so close, they were about to become two corpses. They had no doubt at all that the woman would hesitate for a second to kill herself. Watching them run away, at this time, this woman also put back the two thorns that looked like daggers, and then pinned them on her head, one on the left and one on the right, turning them into two hairpins, then looked at the woman as well. What brings you here, ma'am? And over at the bar? Jenny's watching. It'll be fine. And as for Miss and Auntie, they're gone. Hearing her words, at that moment the woman also gently played with the two long hairs that hung down in front of her, and then smiled. What auntie? I didn't recognize him as an auntie. Hearing this person's words, the woman who started out said in a low voice while walking out, oh, what does it matter if you recognize it or not, as long as the lady does? But honestly, auntie is handsome, well-built, and rich. What do you not recognize? Looking at this person's appearance, at this time the second person also jumped to her side and asked towards her with amusement, because this guy is a piece of two, and he's not all about the lady. Looking at the second person, the first woman spoke up as well. You are a bit unreasonable. That is not the lady, let it, and you are not unaware that the aunt is really powerful in that area, and it is understandable to find more lovers. It's not likely that in the end, all three of us will have to go to the common room. Blankly glancing at this person, the second person also opened his mouth. While hearing this person's words, the first person couldn't help but stop his footsteps, then glared fiercely at this woman. To pass, you guys, to pass. After saying that, this woman also accelerated her steps and flew away. Looking at her back, the second person who appeared at this time couldn't help but laugh softly, and there were also some complexities amongst her eyes, but then didn't say anything, and just followed her. Okai was naturally unaware of what was happening over here. At this time, he had already joined Jo Chin and helped this woman called Suya return to the neighborhood, and after coming to the 31st floor, he also carried her to the 30th floor, and then followed the approximate direction to the location of 3001, and then knocked on the door. Nowadays, these doors are all combination fingerprint locks with no keys, so if there's no one inside the house, it's still a problem yet. But luckily, there was someone inside her house, coming. Who is it? As the people inside heard the knock on the door, at this time, a girl who looked 7 times similar to Suya also opened the door from inside, and then saw Suya at a glance. Sis, as the girl called out, she also looked at Oki and the others warily. How his own sister, drunk as she was, let a strange man carry her back felt weird and abnormal. Oh, she's your sister. I'm the one who lives above your house. I met her yesterday morning. It just so happened she got drunk inside the bar owned by my girlfriend, so I sent her back. Looking at the girl's gaze, Okai also immediately opened his mouth mid-explanation. Hearing Okai say so, most of all, she also saw Jo Chin behind Okai before she tried to pick up Suya. Then she also took a look at the clothes on Suya. Although it was said that there were some wrinkles, but it was not messy. There were no traces of being taken off, and the things inside the bag were behind her back before she politely said to Okai, "That's a real pain in the ass." "Thank you. You're welcome. It's a favor. You take care of him. I'm going upstairs to rest too." Waving a hand, Oki also addressed the girl. Then after this girl closed the door behind her, Okai also pulled Jo Chin back on the elevator to the 33rd floor. As for this girl, she also helped Suya back to her room at this moment. Looking at the already drunken unconscious Suya, this girl also reluctantly helped her slightly clean up after, then also went back to rest, and that's all that can be done. And at this time, when she arrived at the 33rd floor and entered the door of her home, Jo Chin, looking at these arrangements inside Okai's home, she couldn't help but look at Okai in a somewhat odd way. This guy didn't think that there was some girlishness? I didn't renovate this room. I bought the lower 2 floors. This was originally sold up here. It was renovated by the previous owner, but she hadn't even lived here a day before the company failed. So they sold this house, and I just happened to buy it outright. Looking at Jo Chin's gaze, Okai also smiled awkwardly. Oh, you're quite familiar with it. It's not going to be us resting here tonight. Looking at Okai's explanation, Jo-chin also said with a smile, can you not be familiar with it? I've worked in her company for 3 years. She's my ex-boss. It doesn't matter where the break is. The main reason I brought you here is because the gift I'm going to give you is here. After saying that, Okai also pulled Jo-chin and ran into the room, then opened phone use safe. Chapter 57, Negotiations. These are for you. Looking at these things inside the safe, Okai also seriously said to Jo-chin, give them all to me? What do I need so much jewelry for? Especially this watch. 1, 2, 3, 9 pieces. I still wear one every day. Hearing Okai say this, Jo-chin at this time also said with a smile, you can if you want. Looking at Jo-chin, Okai also spoke seriously. However, Jo-chin shook his head after thinking for a while, and took a ruby one, the second most expensive one among these 9 watches, the one with an offer price of 12,384,000, and then wore it on his hand as well. I'll take this one then, and that most expensive one, the emerald one, will be reserved for your future wife, and I, besides her, the big sister. Looking at Okai, Jo-chin also smiled. Where's Mrs.? Listening to Jo-chin's words, Okai also said with some tears and laughter, we'll have it later. Let's go. Show me your home. Hearing Okai's words, Jo-chin also smiled and sat up, and then pulled Okai together to leave this floor. Went to the bottom, but just a simple look around. The two returned to the 32nd floor. That is, Okai live in this floor. And then the temperature between the two people is very quickly rose up. But soon, just as Okai and Jo-chin had entered the room, suddenly Jo-chin pushed Okai away. Wait, almost forgot. After calling off Okai, Jo-chin then immediately ran back to the living room and found inside her bag, then took out a plate of medicine and got one out of it. What are you doing? Not feeling well? Looking at Jo-chin's behavior, Okai couldn't help but stop her, at the same time touching her pulse. There is no problem, but what medicine to take? Needless to say, of course it's a defense. We don't like umbrellas. Besides, there's no umbrella that can protect you from the rain, so I have to do some protection. Hearing Okai's words, Jo-chin at this time also gave him a blank look and said, hearing her words, Okai couldn't help but cry and laugh a little, while being a little hurt at the same time. Don't you want to have a baby with me? Think is think, but not now. Have to wait until you married. Have the first son after the first son, illegitimate son then the first son is bigger, then inevitably will not cause any trouble. After all, Yenhuang since ancient times to set up the long not set up the young. Set up the first line not set up the commoner. There is no need to make it difficult for you to do. Hearing Okai say this, Jo-chin also touched his head and comforted him. There's no such thing as a firstborn or a firstborn. It's not like it's some kind of female frequency abuse article. Looking at her, Oki was also speechless. Good boy, listen to me. Hey, if you really don't want to get pregnant right now, I have an idea. Don't eat this thing. It's not good for your body. Seeing that Jo-chin still had an ironic look at this point, Okai also sighed and then opened his mouth to speak. Really? Of course, you don't believe me. Believe it or not. Well, then don't eat. Looking at Okai's serious appearance, Jo-chin at this time also laughed, and then wrapped her arms around Okai, and went back into the middle of the room. Okai wasn't lying to Jo-chin. He did have a way. Only he also didn't expect that the first thing he did after obtaining the medical master level was actually this. But Jo-chin didn't want to get pregnant that early, and Okai would still comply with her wishes. The evening still passed quickly. The next morning was a rare occasion when no one called him. In the morning, he and Jo-chin washed up before they went downstairs together to have a breakfast before he sent Jo-chin back to her house before he drove himself to the company. When he arrived at the company, Su-nuwa and Shur had already been waiting here for a long time, with Okai injecting the 100 million that he had obtained today into the stock market as well, and then telling the traders to purchase new shares according to his own requirements. Today's business was over for the time being, and then he returned to his office with Su-nuwa and Shur as well. Only just coming in, Shur pulled Su-nuwa and sat on Okai's lap, and Su-nuwa naturally opened the computer in front of him, revealing yesterday's PPT, and seeing that Okai had indeed read it all, she smiled in relief. Then he turned toward Okai and asked, Boss, since Hong Kong stocks are a must to enter, have you decided which bank to talk to? Do you have any recommendations? Listening to Su-nuwa's words, Okai also opened his mouth to ask, while it is true that transportation, CITIC, and merchants, according to the weight of equity share is so, I would recommend merchants the most, followed by CITIC, and then transportation, because merchants are the most specialized in this area. The main business of transportation is rather not on this. Hearing Okai ask about himself, Su-nuwa at this time also opened her mouth to speak. Good, sure. Contact investment in this area of leadership. We first talk about investment. If not, then go to CITIC. As the old saying goes, use people, doubt people, not to mention Su Nua's degree of professionalism is extremely high. This is just a simple question of exchange of money and guarantees. So Okai at this point in time also according to what Su Nua said to do. Hearing the words of Okai, Shur also immediately left here with Su Nua, went to find the trader who owns this line of investment. This trader through the internal relationship, Okai to speculate on Hong Kong stocks, and directly want to get 500 million in the past. The other party instantly incomparable importance. Are you kidding? 500 million. That's 500 million. Right away the other party said that there was absolutely no problem and that the leader had time now. After determining the appointment, at this time Okai also took Su Nua and Shur together to the headquarters of their city's investment promotion line, where they met with the highest leaders over here. The talks between the two sides were smooth, and the other side could give Okai a guarantee to exchange money and enter the Hong Kong stock market, while also providing him with 10 times leverage. However, there is no free lunch in this world. And Okai also promised that if there is going to be business dealings in banking in the future, he will also consider merchants first. $500 million is indeed a ridiculously large amount of money for the average person, but for a big bank like this, it's nothing. This side of the morning about 10:30 to talk, signed the contract. The other side told Okai, you can apply for an account, ready to call the money, but today's okay, there is still only about 330 million among the stock market, and after the end of today, there will be about 300 million six, and tomorrow there is 100 million of new money, that's 400 million six, plus yesterday's operation, less will say that there is more than $500 million of cash in the shares. By then, once sold, there will be 500 million can enter the Hong Kong stock. Hong Kong stock's closing time, more than half an hour later than the shares, that is to say, Wednesday afternoon they can go, then on Thursday he'll have another 100 million to work with. It's kinda exciting to think about it. Chapter 58, Incomprehensible. Oh Dong, happy cooperation. Governor Lee, happy cooperation. As Okai reached a consensus with this side and signed the contract, that was when he also took Shur and Su Nua to leave the place piece by piece. Next, Okai needs to go to the company and study the Hong Kong stock market in the meantime, and Su Nua and the others will already have to start registering their accounts in the Hong Kong stock market. Shur didn't go back with them. Okai asked her to take the contract she signed with Governor Lee and help him send it home to lock it up. By the way, she was asked to pick a watch because yesterday Zhou Qin had picked one, so she couldn't keep Shur from picking one. This was naturally not a problem for Shur, so she drove the car and returned to Longtengjiayuan with the contract. However, because of her car, she hadn't recorded a license plate inside the district, so she didn't bother to register it into the underground parking lot. Instead, she directly parked her car next to the plaza in front of the district, and then she got out of the car with the contract, and walked towards Okai's house. Just as she was walking towards the inside of the district, the people who were here at the sales center just this side of the square's main entrance also happened to see her. With regards to Shur, these people were naturally no strangers, and at that moment, there were also a few people who muttered in whispers, TSK, look, it's really the same person with a different life. This Shur looks beautiful, life is good, this is only a few days, small bag carrying, small run driving, hey, when can I have this day? Looking at Shur who walked past the sales center, a woman also opened her mouth at this time. Hey, that bag, seems to be from Emmaus, it's so pretty, let me search how much it costs. Hearing this woman's words, a woman next to her at that moment also spoke up. I'm guessing it'll be tens of thousands of dollars, it's so beautiful after all, where did she get the money? The manager gave her the commission? Hey, where else would you need a commission? It must be from Mr. Oh, it's only been a few days and you're carrying this bag? Do you guys think Shur is on top? This, I don't know, maybe it's a fake. As soon as the bag was brought up, that's when quite a few of the women came over and whispered about it, and at that moment, next to these people, Liushi was organizing a set of information. It wasn't just because of her dad's connections that Yuhi could come straight over as a steward, also she is really quite good at sales. Aside from the 2 days when she first arrived and had a bit of a mental breakdown from Oki's whole thing, it was only just 2 days into the week, and she'd already sold a house. Although this house is the smallest type here, only 80 square feet, but it is also for 8 million according to the 3,000ths of a calculation, that is nearly 15,000, for her is also a good income, but just when she was in an okay mood, she also heard the words of these people, and at the same time, when she looked up, she saw Shur in the distance, looking at her. Yanashi's gaze then turned somber once more, but she hadn't waited long to be gloomy on her side, when all of a sudden a woman called out, wow, more than that bag is more than a few tens of thousands of dollars, this bag is over $1 million. Listening to the woman's screams, its other people also looked at her with horrified faces. Over $1 million. $1 million? Are you sure you're not talking about a block? Then it's safe to assume that it must be a fake. Over $1 million is enough to find a not so great place to buy a house at full price. If this is true, TSK, unimaginable. Too much. Do you guys think there's any chance this is real? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sure is now Mr. O's assistant. Is it not unlikely to take a fake bag to accompany him to a meeting? Anyway, it's just not possible. Alright, you women don't be impossible here. Do you know, what kind of car did the other sure drive over? Just when these women were inwardly incredulous. At this time, a security guard outside who just happened to change his post and came back also opened his mouth and spoke up. What kind of car? We can just see what looks like a sports car here. Mercedes? BMW? Audi? Upon hearing the words of this security guard, these sales ladies also looked at him at that moment. Porsche. Although I don't know which one it is, but it must be $1 million to $800,000. For these rich people, what's so rare to give $1 million to $800,000 sports car, and then $1 million to $800,000 bag? Upon hearing the words of this security guard, these sales ladies couldn't help but be a little silent at this point, because that bag, in their consciousness, was already real, and Lu Shi, who was organizing the information at this time, couldn't help but exert force on her right hand, and her fingernails embedded deeply into the palm of her hand, and she couldn't even feel the pain. At this point her insides were starting to break down again. She really wanted to ask Oki now. On what grounds? On what grounds? What has he ever given himself in the 5 years he's been with him? This side has just broken up. A small assistant. Gift to buy more than $1 million of bag. More than $1 million of sports car. What is the right? What's going on? Why are they all gathered here? Just when Lucy's heart was extremely unbalanced, the manager of the sales office over here also came over and couldn't help but open his mouth. Hearing his words, the salesgirls at this time also reluctantly left, while the security guard was a normal shift, so he smiled and said to this manager, "What else can I do? I'm envious and jealous." Sure. You remember, came over just now, carrying a bag of over $1 million and driving a Porsche. Hearing the words of this security guard, this manager could not help but also shook his head with emotion. It is true that choice is greater than fate. However, at this moment, he did suddenly remember Lu Shi, and then immediately turned back to look at her, only to see Lu Shi's back as she turned to leave. He was now really wondering more and more why Lu Shi had separated from that Mr. O. Was it really like what he said, just simply because Okai lied to her? But people's business also has nothing to do with himself. He is now also very curious to go out to take a look at the Porsche that sure drove back. It is indeed handsome. At the same time, there was another person thinking about Oki. This person was no other than Suya. After she drank too much last night and was sent home by Oki, she waited until she woke up again to find that it was already this morning, and when she sobered up, she was very scared, afraid that she would appear in a hotel or some unfamiliar environment, because she distinctly remembered getting drunk last night, and then two men trying to pull her away, eventually being held back by a hazy man. What happened back there she didn't know, but luckily, when she opened her eyes she found herself actually appearing at home. Through her cousin Su Lele's description she realized that the one who sent herself back yesterday was actually the rich neighbor upstairs. Oh Kai. But at the time, she was running late and didn't have much of a mind to worry about that. After washing up, I changed my clothes and went to the office. Now that she was busy with the matter at hand, she remembered Oki. Chapter 59, Treats. Oki, it didn't occur to me that he was quite kind. Muttering in a small voice, Soya also tapped the pen she was holding on her own desk. Suya, don't think Okai didn't know who she was. But if she was in the fashion circle, her name could be said to be unknown to everyone. She was a genius from a young age, completing the Yanhuang Academy of Fine Arts at the age of 20, and was then recruited by full scholarship to attend graduate school at the Royal College of Art in England. Graduated from graduate school at the age of 22. First joined Chanel and was called the girl kissed by the muse by the old Buddha of their circle, Karl Lagerfeld, and at the age of 24, jumped ship to Donkey, also known as Louis Vuitton, and in the following year mixed up after the chief designer, 25 years old, chose to return to China, and now in the country's largest fashion magazine, The Circle, hired as the editor-in-chief, and is to be equity dividends of the kind of editor-in-chief. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her, who had just turned 29 this year, to drive a big car and live in a big multi-million-dollar house. But life, which seems unbelievably perfect to a lot of people, has its own annoyances, and that's a rocky relationship. Because her criteria for choosing a spouse is very similar to Hui Fei in Love Apartment. She likes men who are either smarter or stronger than her. But the question was, why would such a man want her, even though he was available? Yes, she's beautiful, she's brilliant, but the problem is that the men who can hold her down, or else the older entrepreneurs, she can't see each other. Either that, or, what family trained the son of the family? They are all political marriage. Where is her share? That's the same reason I drank so much yesterday. Yesterday, inside her high school group, a classmate with whom she had been at odds got married, had finished pulling the license, set a date for the wedding, and notified her classmates inside the group. Then talking about it, someone brought up that her boyfriend, who used to pursue Suya when she was in school, women's jealousy came together. Who cares about this? So she started talking bad about Suja. But the problem was that they thought Suja wasn't in this group, but in reality Suja had been there, only she hadn't said anything. As soon as she saw that this guy actually dared to speak ill of herself, Suya rushed out to find her to argue. As a result, this guy couldn't argue with Sua and started personal attacks. Call her an old C-suite, call her out for not being able to find a man for the rest of her life. After all, Suya was still too civilized. This kind of personal attack, she would not be able to scold people, so she withdrew from the group. Originally, she had a bellyful of anger inside the cell phone group, and when she came out, she found that the people under her were also cricketing her, saying that she was just too strong, and that she definitely couldn't find a boyfriend, and that she wasn't already so strong that she had gone into menopause, or something like that, but it pissed her off enough. After lecturing her own men, she went off to have a drink. It hadn't occurred to her that the cocktails at that bar were that strong. By the time she felt a little drunk, she was already spinning out of her mind, and just then, she realized that someone was trying to take her away and struggled. Someone vaguely helped her out, thought it was Oki. What happened after that though? She broke off. Though she still wasn't in the best of moods today, she was a person who had a favor to pay, so she also decided that when she went to pick up her car in the evening, she would stop by and look for Oki and his girlfriend, and then say thank you and treat them to dinner herself. After writing this down, Sua also continued to start throwing herself into her work. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave work for the evening. She, who usually always dragged her feet for a while, got off work on time today. This was a bit of a surprise to her men, but once she was gone, the others were able to leave on time, and after she left the office, she took a cab straight to the bar. After finding her car first and making sure there were no problems, she entered the bar as well. It's too early for that though. The people inside the bar are still packing up at this point. As she walked in, Sun Shanshan, who was busy at that moment, saw her at a glance. "Miss, we haven't opened here yet, hey? Mrs. You recognize me?" Hearing Sun Shanshan's words, at this time, Suya also asked curiously. At the same time, she was also a bit surprised, because Sun Shanshan, with this face value, this looks and this figure, was actually just a waitress here? To know, her looks are more beautiful than many big models she has seen. It's too much of a waste to be a waitress here. Oh, yesterday you drank here, drank too much and almost got taken advantage of. Miss, next time you drink you must be more careful. Looking at Suya, Sun Shanshan also smiled and spoke. Well, yesterday was not paying attention. I'm really sorry. I came here today to specially thank your boss. Is she here? Hearing Sun Shanshan's admonishing words, at this time Suya also smiled a bit embarrassedly and then asked. Yes, she's here early today on a rare occasion, just over the counter. I'll take you there. Looking at Suya's expression, at this time Sun Shanshan also smiled, then brought her to the counter here. When Sun Shanshan called out the boss, at this time Zhou Qin, who was wiping the wine cabinet, also turned her head. If Suya saw Sun Shanshan, just a little bit of a surprise. When she saw Zhou Qin, even she was shocked by Zhou Qin's stunning face and style for a moment. Today's Zhou Qin, wearing a green dress on the inside and a small white shirt on the outside. Her hair was also combed into a large braided look, hanging casually behind her. With such a look, such a dress, such a body, not to mention men, even women can't carry it. When Zhou Qin saw Suya, she couldn't help but stare. Then she smiled. It's you. Don't drink so much alone from now on. Yes, yesterday is also do not know. Your cocktail here is so strong. I come this time, mainly also to say thank you. I do not know if you and your boyfriend have time. I would like to invite you to have a meal. Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Suya also smiled awkwardly and made her intentions clear. That's a bad time for you to be here. He won't be coming over today. Don't you have his contact info? Just ask him directly. I'm always available. Looking at Suya, Zhou Qin also smiled a little, but she remembered that Suya had Okai's number. Otherwise, I'll add you and then you talk to him? Hearing Zhou Qin speak like this, Suya also said a bit. What she was thinking was that it was indeed not good for her to add a certain letter of a married man, but obviously Zhou Qin did not care. After Zhou Qin repeatedly stated that she was directly discussing with Okai, at this time, Suya also once again said thank you, then left the place and returned to her car, drummed up the courage, before pressing Okai's cell phone number, found Okai's certain letter, added up, and at this time Okai is having dinner with Shur and Sunua. Chapter 60, Status Symbols. Ding Tom. I'm Suja, your downstairs neighbor. With the cell phone came a sound. At this time is eating barbecue Okai, also lowered his head to look at their own cell phones, and then some puzzle to put, is playing with the division of Sure and Su Nuwa Cab's hand picked up. Today the three did not go to the movies. After all, recently there is no good film to go see every day. The three just find a shopping mall to stroll up. Of course, the main is also Okai to Su Nuwa and Sure to buy things. Oki doesn't look like he cares a bit about what he wears all day long, but he does like to buy things for his women. That was the case today. After arriving at this fancy mall, he took them on a shopping trip to whatever Dior, Emmaus, Donkey or whatever was here. Each person probably spent about $100,000 or so on clothes. Then they went together to a very 13-frame barbecue restaurant here in this mall, ready for dinner. And originally Oki was thinking of just sitting in the lobby. It turned out that when I got here I realized that there was no lobby. It was all kind of cubicles, as the shopkeeper put the food and the charcoal and whatnot on the table. Sure and Su Nuwa, at this time, sat next to Okai on the left and right, and naturally put their legs on Okai's lap, while their hands began to grill up the meat. As for Okai, all he needed to do was play with the duo's legs, and if they ate, they would feed Okai with their mouths. It had to be said that such a scene was indeed a bit too much of a look at depravity, but Okai was very happy, touching one of the white stockings that Sure wore today, plus Su Nuwa's very favorite black stockings. This feeling was very powerful and at this moment, the message that Suya sent over made Okai freeze for a moment. What's wrong? Looking at Okai's frowning face, at that moment, Sure couldn't help but ask, the woman downstairs from my house, you remember, she friended me. Hearing Sure's words, Okai also returned. Didn't you finish installing the stairs to the house? Why are you still looking for you? Didn't I tell her? If there's anything, just contact me. Hearing that Suya had found Okai again, Sure also said with some dissatisfaction, it's not the house thing. Yesterday when I was at the bar, I ran into her who had drunk too much and then sent her home. I guess it's because of this thing. While explaining to Sure, Okai chose to pass the friend request. Once they heard Okai's words, Sure and Su Nuwa both looked at him in confusion. Last night, you and the guy went to the bar. No, she just runs the bar. And well, she still wants to see you guys for a bit. Do you guys want to meet her? If not, forget it. Hearing Su Nuwa ask this, Okai also smiled and spoke up. And after hearing Okai's words, both Sure and Su Nuwa couldn't help but glance at each other, both seeing a touch of scorn in the other's eyes. They were afraid that if they saw Jochin was going to proclaim her sovereignty, and then they would be in trouble. But since the rightful owner had said that he wanted to see them, if they didn't go, wouldn't it show that they were weaker by half? Although the original is a bit weaker, but they didn't want to just chicken out before the fight. We can meet once. It won't be hard for you to do it in the middle. After thinking for a moment, Sure also whispered. Hearing her words, Okai also shook his head. No, she should get along with you guys. And really, she's the one who instigated the fact that I'll be with you guys. So you'll see when the time comes. Oh yeah, her name is Jochin. She's going to be a bit older than me, so you guys can just call her Sister Jo. Just when Okai and Sure and Su Nuwa were talking, at this time Suya also sent over a message again. In fact, the message was mainly to express gratitude to himself, and then asked himself which day he had time. Could he invite himself to have a meal or something like that? Okai naturally also at this time typed back, polite, said just a show of hands. Our neighbors do not need to be so polite, but the other party is now determined to want to invite Okai to dinner. It is really not too good to shirk. So after thinking about it, Oki booked it for tomorrow night as well. Tomorrow he will have $500 million within the stock market and will be busy the day after tomorrow after he starts withdrawing from A shares in the afternoon and then injecting into Hong Kong stocks. The only free time is tomorrow night. So Okai also gave Suya a sentence back. Suya naturally had no problem and answered with her mouth full. After making an appointment, Okai also put down his cell phone, and then continued to start eating up the dinner. Until the dinner was finished, Okai and their group of 3 people also left together. Sure then drove straight home, while Su Nuwa took Okai's car back to his home. Since the current Sweno is still living with her parents, it's obvious that this isn't a good place for a date. When they arrived at Okai's house, after all, it wasn't the first time Su Nuwa had come here. The previous week, Thursday and Friday, they were still doing business here, so she's no stranger to this side of the world. But she did not really have a careful visit. Today followed Okai directly to the second floor after Okai also took her to visit. And when the two visited the bathroom, the temperature between the two also slowly rose up. Looking at Okai's gaze towards himself, although he said he had already prepared for it, Su Nuwa subconsciously gulped a mouthful of saliva and timidly looked towards Okai. At this point there was nothing to say, and looking at her gaze, what came next went without saying. briefly truncated. The night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning, and when the duo woke up at around 7 o'clock the next morning, it just so happened that Sure had also arrived, having been specially called by Okai, and she had brought breakfast for Okai and Sunua. Looking at Sure, Sunua was now more or less a bit too nice, but thinking about the possibility that the three of them would be together often in the future, there was no way to avoid such a scene, so it didn't matter. After holding Sunua and going inside the bathroom to wash up, Okai and the three of them also ate breakfast together, and then Okai took them with him to the third floor and opened the safe. This watch, pick one for each of you. Ha, this watch is too expensive. Hearing Okai's words, at that moment, Sure and Sunua couldn't help but look at each other before saying with some concern, especially Sure, who accompanied Okai to shoot these watches. She knew that the watches, the cheapest ones, would cost more than $5 million, 510,000. Here, take it. It's also Sister Joe's idea. She said that my women, each one of them picks a piece, as a status symbol. She picked the ruby one, and said that the emerald one was to be reserved for my future wife. But where am I going to get a wife? And if you guys like it, it's fine for either of you to take this one. Looking at the puzzled looks of these two, Okai also smiled and spoke up. Hearing Okai said, at this time, Sure and Sunua also looked at each other, also picked two pieces of the same price, a Tsavorite, a gold emerald, both 5,890,000 that, and then smiled and wore it to their hands. Chapter 61, The Sharks Are Coming. Originally, Okai was prepared to let Sunua rest today. However, because the duo came back early last night, they rested early, and she was still in good shape, so she still had to come to the office with Okai today. Oki didn't refuse. Along with the three of them, they came to the company together, and everything went on as usual, first buying the stocks, and then Okai took Sunua and Sure with him. The three of them went together to the Raincloud Ultra Racing Club where Li Weidong was. It's here to pick out a car for Sueno. Li Weidong has been officially on the job here for 2 days and has basically smoothed out the club side of things, mainly also because the operation of this club is actually very mature. A lot of the partners, they just pan over. At the same time, because Li Weidong, unlike Wu Zhong, he cannot eat both sides of the problem of kickbacks. At the same time, he himself is a machine shop origin. For the maintenance and repair of the car, he is more proficient, so no matter whether it is the sale of the items, or the quality of service, it seems to have improved. And Okai also glanced at Li Weidong's attributes. What made him a little surprised was that of the three people, Li Weidong, Luo Guogang and Qi Yi, Li Weidong's attributes were actually the highest. Name, Li Weidong. Sex, male. Age, 25. Height, 178. Weight, 83 kilograms. Physical fitness, 16. Charisma, 10. Wisdom, 46. Operations, 79. Machinery alone. Innovations, 6. Socialization, 43. Management, 38. Favorability to the host, 94. And the properties of Qi Yi inside the company are now as follows. Name, Qi Yi. Sex, male. Age, 25. Height, 180. Weight, 95 kilograms. Physical fitness, 9. Charisma, 9. Wisdom, 41. Operations, 39. Innovation, 16. Socialization, 33. Management, 29. Favorability to the host, 92. Oki was relieved to leave this ultra running club in his hands. Su Nua looked around here, and eventually she picked a coupe, a Mercedes-Benz Clean. This car is still new this year. The fruit car price needs 710,800,8800, but now the car price has dropped more than 20,000 yuan. Of course, this refers to new cars. If they were used, the drop would be even worse. But it's good that Sueno likes it. But today she can't drive. At this time her feet are still weak. This is also the relationship between Okai to take Sure. Need Sure to give Su Nua the car first to drive back to the company. Then in the evening, Promise drives home again. With Li Weidong here after exchanging pleasantries for a while, Okai, Sure and Su Nua also returned to the company together. At noon simply eat something. The afternoon opening, Okai also came to the trading room, began to direct these traders to sell stocks to close. From 1 p.m. until about 2:30 p.m. all of OS's shares in the A-share market were sold out, and at this time, he also had a total of 511.47 million in his stock market account. He then made a phone call to the merchant side, and soon, the manipulators under him exchanged the more than $500 million of cash, through the merchant's very line, for Hong Kong paper, calculated according to the exchange rate. This money, in total, can be exchanged for more than $560 million of Hong Kong paper. After exchanging these Hong Kong papers, these traders under Okai also injected money into the 28 accounts that they registered yesterday and today. They operated 2 accounts by themselves. If they were to look at the usual situation of stock speculation, it was possible that they would be a bit frazzled, but with the current situation of Okai's command, there was no problem at all for one person to operate 2. At the same time, these people under the command of Su Nuo, into these accounts at the same time injection of funds. Okai also at this time to look up the Hong Kong stock side of the situation. In the midst of his gaze, he quickly locked on to 3 stocks. One of them is the East Choice. This company Okai no, is the original and orient a transformation of the company, is now mainly to do live bandwagon. Live bandwagon, which has a big problem. That is, such a company is rarely a fist product to push up the stock price. In fact it did. The stock looked like it had even gone up to over $12 at the earliest, but now it's only worth about $10. A big loss. However, in the middle of Okai's gaze, it was written that the stock would start to rise in half an hour, and that it would go up 3-4% today, and then another 7-8% tomorrow morning at about 10 a.m. In total, it would go up 11-2% to $12, and that it was the most worthwhile stock to buy at the moment. Of course, after it reaches its peak at 10, it drops back down to $11.64, but before that, this was really one of the highest rising stocks, but now he has loose shares out there, only 14 million shares, or more than 100 million, and if he were to buy more, he would attract the attention of the bankers, and the loss would outweigh the gain. The second stock worth buying is Panhandle International, which is a shipping company. It was also featured among the PPTs promised to myself, because it's been so chaotic out there lately, and there's an important shipping lane that only Yenawang ships can travel. The stock prices of many of the domestic shipping companies have been good lately, but this Panhandle International, with an original total market capitalization of just over $800 million, is not impressive. But in the middle of Okai's gaze, this company's stock price will skyrocket 71% tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. It turns out that the system also gives out that it is precisely because of the bullishness of the marine transportation that they will get an injection worth $5 billion, which will instantly pull up the stock price. And the reason why they are behind Eastern Choice is because this company is so small right now. Their annual volume of $881 million before they even got capitalized. Their bulk price above the stock market is just over 40 million shares worth $50. 8 million. So OK would have to buy $50 million in stock. In third place is a company called Golden Phoenix Technologies, which does industrial engineering and is extremely large, with a market capitalization of $191.8 billion. There's 10% of the loose shares out there, almost $2 billion of loose shares in total. But of course, there's no way OK could buy that much loose shares, because more than 5% would require a raise. But it's not a big problem to buy the remaining 400 million Hong Kong dollars of paper. It will go up 46% tomorrow. The reason is because they will announce tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. the official cooperation with the 7 stars, although it is said that in the country, the products of the 7 stars really are not used by the dog, but in foreign countries, this is still the world's second largest high-tech company. That's why their stock will still go up so much tomorrow. Okay, then set these 3 companies in the heart of the face of the calculation. 500 million this even if all spent tomorrow night. At least they can rise more than 10% of the total assets. That day is nearly 60 million? Seeing this, Okai also smiled. But just as he was about to tell Su Nuwa and the others to buy Oriental Choice first, all of a sudden, he saw a glance at the screen next to him to see the situation of some of the new stocks that were about to be listed. Basically he swept over with this one glance, and all of these new stocks, all of them, were green downward arrows, which meant that they were going to break up and fall on their issuance. But among those stocks is one that is red hot at this point. Chapter 62, The Soaring Future. Boss, the funds have all been injected. There are still more than 40 minutes until the halt. Should we operate? Just as Okai was looking at this stock, Su Nuwa at this time also walked over and opened his mouth to ask Okai. Split out 100 million, buy Oriental Choice, 50 million to purchase Panjo International, and then pay attention to Golden Phoenix Technology. You can purchase some today, and after the opening of the market early tomorrow morning, you will have a full position of income. Yes. Hearing Okai's words, Su Nuwa at this time also immediately ordered down. As she finished her orders and these manipulators began to operate, Oki looked over at her. Do you know, what's the situation with this gold and silver world? While speaking, Okai pointed to this new stock, because at that moment, in the middle of Oki's gaze, the stock clearly read, Gold and Silver World, 43 hours after the issue, 1 hour after the issue, up 397%, the issue price of $0.53, up to $2.63, after will be in 2 hours, fell back to $1.58. Recommended investment. Although it is said that the system has explained in detail how the stock has risen, it has not explained the reason why the stock will rise so dramatically. Quadruple? Even for Hong Kong stocks, that's a bit too much. So at this moment, he also asked towards Su Nuo. Well, this gold and silver world is a labor support company behind several large enterprises in. But honestly, I don't think too much of him, because labor support, to put it bluntly, the main thing is still to have natural and man-made disasters. But recently a few battlefields in foreign countries have not been divided into winners and losers. There's been some flooding in the country, let's say, but it's not over the top, so there's a chance it could go up after his release, but it shouldn't be by too much. Industrial support, which can actually be called engineering support, is basically where a natural or man-made disaster occurs and they go in to rescue people and rebuild. Many of them are formed by large groups such as energy groups and real estate companies. When something happens, the local court contracts out this rebuilding and they go ahead and build it. It was true that the last few years had been uneventful, with natural and man-made disasters, but it wasn't so bad that a newly established company that had just gone public would skyrocket. So Su Nuo wasn't optimistic, and hearing Su Nuo's words, Okai smiled. Stock analysts, after all, are only analysts. They cannot guess what the capital behind these companies think. This 397% profit. Okai, eat it. Want to make a bet that when this company goes public, it's going to skyrocket. Looking at Su Nuo, Okai also whispered. This news was only known to him now, and he wasn't about to tell outsiders. How do I bet? Hearing Okai say that, Su Nuo also glanced at him before asking in a small voice. Just bet on whether this stock can go up to 100% after it's issued the day after tomorrow. Okai thought for a moment. It's better to say it in a more collected way. 100% is already scary enough. If he directly told her that it can go up by nearly 400%, it is estimated that Su Nuo will be scared crazy. 100%? No way. Absolutely no way. What's the bet? Hearing Okai's words, Su Nuo's pupils couldn't help but tremble before he lowered his voice and said towards Okai, if I win, the night after tomorrow, let's do something fancy. Looking at Su Nuo, Okai also whispered. Hearing this bet from Okai, Su Nuo's little face couldn't help but redden. In fact, Okai doesn't gamble. As long as she raises the request, she will also surely satisfy all of them. After all, at this time, her intimacy to Okai has also risen to 100. But looking at Okai's very interested look, she didn't refuse and instead opened her mouth. And what if I win? You said, what do you want? Hearing Su Nuo's words, Okai also smiled. If I win, the night after tomorrow, I'll deal with you with sure. Looking at Su Nuo's serious face, Okai couldn't help but be a bit speechless. Is it a punishment or a reward? Why did he suddenly want to lose? Still, the man's desire to win and lose came into play at this point, and he gave Sueno a high five, even if it was a deal. While he and Su Nuo were whispering here, the traders on the other side had already purchased the shares of Eastern Choice, and as a result, Eastern Choice started to rise after seeing this scene. Sure enough, his own boss, a true genius, a super genius. It has only just entered the Hong Kong stock market and as a result, it has already started to make money. Looking at that is pulling up the stock price of the Oriental Choice. Some of these people also moved some other thoughts. For example, to follow Okai to buy or give away Oki's side of the story, etc. But the idea had only just risen when they pressed it out. Quite simply, because the returns are not equal. Okai had said that these people, the monthly base salary is 60,000. The bonus is 5% of the monthly earnings. With the current situation, they every month, probably at least $1 million or more income. A year is more than 10 million. It's still over $10 million for basically doing nothing. And what if they put this out there for some benefit? They did sign a non-disclosure agreement, and when the time comes, OK is sure to sue them. And their reputation stinks. No one is going to use a guy who is of average ability and has betrayed his former owner, and give up a great career for that small profit. Unless they are crazy, but if they have money later on and have a good relationship with their boss, they could have begged the owner to take them along for the ride. With that thought in mind, the men also worked more vigorously. Soon, the Hong Kong stock side also closed, and finally they purchased the Oriental Choice of shares, also rose 3.4%, and earned more than 3,400,000 Hong Kong paper. Beautiful. And after the close of business, OK was off on their side. Su Nuo and Sure went back to their respective homes tonight, while Okai went to pick up Joqin. He didn't forget that Suya also had to treat herself to dinner tonight. When Okai went to Joqin's home, he also cozied up with Joqin for a while. Looking at the time almost, at this time, Suya also sent over the location of the hotel she had booked. It could be seen that Suya was very attentive to this dinner used for gratitude. as she had booked a proper 5-star hotel as well. One might say that there are immodest 5-star hotels? Of course, because there are some 5-star hotels that are open, and some 5-star hotels are labeled. The service above is really much worse, and this hotel should be the best one in Lonely City. After determining the location, Okai and Jochin left the house together and headed towards this hotel. Chapter 63, The Confessions Bureau. Hey, you didn't go to work today. As Shir unscrewed the door to her house, she also saw her roommate, Hao Mei, who was, at that moment, sitting in the living room watching TV with a piece of mask covering her face. Hao Mei's job is in a 24-hour supermarket on the night shift, all year round, unless there are times when something is really wrong, or sick, or else Shir will rarely see her also at home when she arrives at home. At best is in the morning work of in their own rest time. The two of them will only have to cross paths. Yeah, hey, maybe I'm about to lose my job, but why are you back today too? Hearing Shir's voice, at this time, Hao Mei also asked with some doubt. What's that supposed to mean? I haven't moved out yet. I'm off work and I can't come back. Looking at Hao Mei's puzzled look, Shir also smiled and said, no, I mean, aren't you with that boss of yours? People say that when you're just in love, it's the time to eat your heart out, and when you catch a glimpse of your eyes, you'll want to. 2 days ago it was fine. At least they still came back together after dinner. Why did you come back so early today? Seeing Shir's joking appearance, Hao Mei at this time also said curiously, how do you know that we didn't lock eyes? Don't we have to wait until the night if we want to? Well, do you know it too? I'm just my boss's lover. The day before yesterday and today, he went to accompany another lover, and yesterday it was me who let it go, letting his other girl who was allied with me go with him. Looking at Hao Mei's curious look, Shir also sat down on the sofa next to her with a but at this moment, then smiled and said, this thing, with Jean? Guess, did I get it? Hearing Shir talk like this, Hao Mei was dumbfounded. Lover, she could understand, but that maid, allied, what did another lover mean? Hey, things are complicated here, mainly because my boss a little too powerful. Don't look now, he counts me have 3 lovers, but we 3 can't even swing him. Leaning against the sofa, Shir also spoke with an emotional face at this moment. Cut the bull ********. Bullying me for not having had a boyfriend? It's said that there's only tired cows, but no broken fields. My boss can plow the earth to explode. Looking at Hao Mei's disbelieving gaze, Shir also said seriously at this time. Seriously, Shir, have you ever considered leaving this boss of yours? After all, I feel love can't be like this all the time. Looking at Shir's gaze, Hao Mei hesitated before opening her mouth to ask as well. After all, at this point in her life she still had some longing for love. However, at this moment, Shir looked at her. Hao Mei seriously, long is not bad, although it is not as beautiful as Shir and the others, but it is also belonged to the small family type. Although it is said that Okai saw her when she had not awakened the attribute table, but it is estimated that her face value must also be above 90 points. Most of all, she's got a body that's a bit exaggerated. Okai side of the people inside, the most powerful body is Jochin, and she has to be more than Jochin, also more powerful some, coupled with perennial night shifts, but also often buy supermarkets or about to expire skincare products, masks and so on. It leads to her skin especially white. It's about to catch up to the kind of white that Oki's has. Seriously, normally Hao Mei just doesn't hit the snatch. Her body is indeed too seductive, so she should be able to too. Thinking of this, Shir didn't care about Hao Mei, who was still persuading herself, but stretched her left hand over, and Hao Mei also saw the watch at the first time. Wow, what a beautiful watch. Of course, it's over $5 million. Hearing Hao Mei's words, Shir also smiled. Upon hearing this price quoted by Shir, Hao Mei's hand couldn't help but shrink. What's with the millions and millions of dollars? Is the soft currency devaluing so badly now? But it's really pretty. Want it? Looking at Hao Mei, Shir also spoke up. You're giving it to me? Once she heard Shir ask this, Hao Mei asked excitedly as well. You're thinking about fart eating, but I can get you a piece. Think about it. Millions of watches, millions of bags, millions of sports cars, in the future, but any trouble that can be solved by money, then it's not called a trouble. And a good-looking, huge body, gentle and stable boyfriend. Think again. Do you want love, or do you want all of the above? Supporting his head, Shir also looked to Hao Mei, and then Hao Mei heard her words, could not help but open his mouth. Do not look at her just now. Also Baba to Shir lessons. Now Shir said can also help her introduce Okai. Her words behind it seems to have some cannot say out. And just as Shir and Hao Mei were chatting, Sunua at this time also parked her car and then returned home carrying those luxury items that Okai bought for her yesterday. As soon as she came back, she realized that her parents were actually at home. which made her not a little apprehensive. Although she said that before she wanted to talk to Okai, she had already prepared herself mentally, but now that the matter has come to a head, she really doesn't know what to say. Xiao Nuwa is back. Hurry up and wash your hands, get ready to eat. You bought so many clothes again? How much does this cost? By the way, you said you stayed at a friend's house yesterday. Which friend's house? Seeing Su Nuwa back, at this time her parents also looked at her and opened their mouths to ask, especially her mother, who couldn't help but say with concern, well, I was, yesterday, staying at my boss's house. Looking at her parents' concerned gaze, Su Nuwa thought for a moment, but still clenched her teeth and decided to be honest with her parents. Maybe it's a little hard for them to accept right now, but if they don't say anything, it's planting a mine that won't be able to detonate at some point in the future. And it's even more troublesome. Your boss? These things are also from him? Upon hearing Su Nuwa's words, her dad's originally smiling face instantly clouded over at this moment. Then looking at these things in her hands, he also opened his mouth to ask, well, yes, these things are worth about $100,000 that my boss gave me. In addition to that, there's a Mercedes-Benz coupe downstairs, 80 or 90 million, I think, and this watch, nearly 6 million, all of them were given to me by him. While saying this, Su Nuwa put these clothes, the car keys, and the watch on the coffee table, and hearing her words, at this time, her dad's originally gloomy face couldn't help but stagnate, and Sueno continued to talk, and then there's my job, which is explicitly 5 insurance policies and a base salary of $100,000 a month, but in reality, I pretty much get at least $2 or $3 million a month, if not more, and, he is 25 years old this year. This is his photo, 1 meter 88, full of muscles, the character is quite good, very gentle, unmarried, and no girlfriend, above. Is there anything else you guys want to ask? After saying that, Su Nuwa also looked at his parents, and they were indeed somewhat speechless at this time. Chapter 64, Narrowing of the Grievance 2. Achoo, Okai, at this time, does not know that Sure is developing a fourth lover for himself, as well as Su Nuwa is playing a confession game with his parents. He was now following Jo Chin and Suya, sitting in the middle of this hotel's restaurant. After the three of them casually ordered some food, they started chatting. That's when Okai just realized that Sua's identity is the editor of a Time magazine. He wouldn't have anything to do with fashion. He gets his hair cut at a barbershop outside the neighborhood he used to rent, and at $25 a cut, he feels expensive. He buys undershirts that are somewhere over $80 and he feels black pants and pants. He prefers jerseys and overalls because there are more pockets and it's easy for him to put his keys, cell phone, paper or whatever. Shoes, just wear running shoes. This is the only one of his slightly demanding brand. He only wear domestic, like Batchgrams of 2 and Lee de Zois, and Terry's Nitrogen. He loves them all. All in all over, $300 is enough. He also didn't like to wear a watch or anything, but now there was a piece on his hand. After all, it was sent by Jo Chin, so Okai had been wearing it on his hand. What? The watch is over $200 million? More than 200 million on more than 200 million. Just 2 days of pocket money. Wait a few days. His side earned more and more principal. Then more than 200 million. Maybe a day to earn back. He does not need to care about these. So fashion and all that is really not his thing. But Jo Chin clearly understands this. And she also knew that fashion magazine. She had also read Suya's article. And when the person and the article corresponded at the moment, the two of them fell into a happy chat. And Oki was happy to watch them chatting, because the food here was also delicious. And was he in a good mood watching two beautiful women chatting? However, just as the three of them were quite happy eating here, when suddenly a group of people walked into the middle of the restaurant in the distance. As the men walked in, 4 of them instantly saw Okai and the others. Seriously, there were a lot of people who saw Okai in them. After all, the two beauties were so beautiful and Okai was so handsome, so it was normal that they would see them. However, among these people at this moment, there were 2 men and 2 women whose gazes could not help but light up when they saw them. One of the pairs was seeing Suya's eyes light up when he saw her, and there was a man and a woman who lit up when they saw Okai, especially the man. When he saw Okai, his eyes both flashed with a strong hatred. However, before Okai felt this hatred to look at the other party, at this time the woman among the man and the woman, but took the initiative to come over and opened her mouth. Yo, the big editor-in-chief is still eating in person. I thought that fairies like you were all drinking wind and eating farts. Facing Suya, this woman said with a smiling face. Listening to this woman's words, Okai and Jo Chin naturally knew that this person should be rushing towards Suya, and then they also took a look at this guy, but at a glance, Okai's eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle a little bit, because it was obvious that this woman should have been knifed and knifed many times, and that big shoe-pulling face could really zap herself to death in general. What smells so bad? Did someone put the top and bottom on backwards? And at that moment, Suya glanced at her, then said disdainfully, "You this rotten." Then the yin and yang too. This woman is naturally not Suya's opponent. The only thing she has the advantage of is that it is coarse enough, so come up to prepare for a personal attack, but was pulled by the man beside her. "Watch your image." Hearing the man's words, the woman at this point only slightly collected herself. However, the gaze of the eyes towards Suya was still full of sinister intent. The man, on the other hand, came forward with a light cough and a smile. "Ahem, Xiao Ya, long time no see, they are all classmates. I guess there are some misunderstandings. There is no need to clip the gun, since you guys are here for dinner. So coincidentally, why don't you join together? It just so happens that a couple of my friends are coming over today and we're going to get together." Don't look at this man, as if he was rounding up, but in reality, while he was saying this, his eyes had been staring at Suya. The strong possessiveness in that gaze was about to devour him. In fact, it was understandable. Suya was indeed too much worse compared to this one beside him, but obviously, it was impossible for Suya to look at him either. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the look on Suya's face became even more disdainful. "What's wrong with you? Aren't you the ones who came over here looking for trouble? I'm the one who's talking out of turn? You can't see the scolding between your wife and I in the group. Are you blind? And I know you well, don't I? Yeah, is that what you should be called?" Looking at Suya's completely unsympathetic words, this man's face was also red for a while and white for a while at this moment, just as he was also a bit unable to get off the stage. At this time there was also a voice coming from the back in a ghostly manner. "It's really true that things come in groups. Uneducated people are only worthy of playing with uneducated people." Hearing this conspiratorial voice, Okai and the others also looked over. Sure enough, Okai then saw a familiar face among the crowd. "Yo, isn't this Broken Shoes? Broken Shoes, is this someone else? But you're not as good as Lu Shi. Hey, you won't be kicked by Lu Shi too, right? Then you're a bit fast. You won't be kicked before you even get started." Looking at this familiar face, Okai knew that he was shading himself because this person was no other than Zhao Yu. The person beside him at this moment was not Lu Shi. In fact, he didn't need to be told that since the day he directly got under Zhao Yu's face at the Ultra Running Club, and also fired his best friend Wu Zhong, with that snarky person Ryui's mom was, it would be a hell of a thing to have a good face for him. And this kind of rich second generation, naturally, it is impossible to sacrifice so much for Liushi. Let her mom to beat her own face. So needless to say no, it is estimated that there is no play. At least now there is no play. That's why he's re-bringing a young model over at his side at this point. At that moment, Okai naturally wouldn't be polite with him, so he spoke directly. "You." Listening to Okai's words, this Zhao Yu's eyebrows could not help but condense. At that moment, he came up to open his mouth and scolded. But obviously, Okai will not be spoiled. He cannot be as cultured as Suya. "I'll you up." While cursing, Okai stood up. "So let's start the fight." Look at Okai, this height, this head. For a moment this side over the four men cannot help but some of the goat, especially Zhao Yu. He is also about 1.75 meters. The body has long been emptied by the wine and color. Okai then he was nearly half a head high. A look at the Okai to do their own. The first time on the stopping of the footsteps, but also backed up a half a step. However, this was after all the best hotel in all of Longi, and the people here had already noticed the conflict over here. So the first thing that happened was a team of security guards rushed over and separated the two sides. Chapter 65, Vengeance on the Spot. A few, out for dinner. There's no need, Mr. Lu, right? The box you ordered is this way, please. You guys, have a seat. Have a seat. With the two sides separated. This time the manager of the restaurant also ran over, but also to the two sides of the opening said, "Looking at the manager and security guards have come, this time Zhao Yu. A few of them also come to God, cursing, but a look at the Okai to go forward. They sloped down and left. I'm sorry, I didn't think that I would actually run into them while eating here. I should have known that I would have booked a private room." Watching these people leave. At this time, Suya also smiled bitterly, then opened her mouth. "There's no relation. I originally had a grudge with that person as well. It has nothing to do with you." Waving his hand, Okai also smiled at this moment. "Who was that you were talking about? Yuhi, your ex-girlfriend?" Hearing Okai speak like this, at this time, Jochin couldn't help but look at Okai with a crooked head and said, Yes, but she already broke up with me not long ago." Looking at Jochin with this smiling look, Okai couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and said, Look what scared you. I know, I just don't know what her name is." Hearing Okai say that, Jochin also smiled and waved her hand. Although I know, it's not good to talk too much. You guys broke up because, that guy just now?" Seeing that Jochin seemed to really not care. At this time, Suya also had some doubts and asked, yes. There was no need for Oki to deny this reason. And what does she? Figure? Money? You have so much money. You're also better looking than he is, taller than he is, and with a personality I can sense, better than he is, so why? Hearing Okai admit it, Suya was puzzled plus confused, and hearing her words, Okai couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He couldn't say that his money was earned in the last few days. Surely the system can't be exposed. I tell you because he too pure love, he that aspect, strong outrageous, you went to school abroad for so many years, should be quite open, so I told you, he starts for more than an hour, and can't fight for 3 or 4 hours, and then he doesn't take the initiative to find a lover. I'm guessing that Yuhi just broke up with him because she felt that if she didn't find a reason to break up, she might die. He's got a couple of lovers out there now, and they're all still there because I urged him to get them. Looking at Suya's puzzled appearance, at this time suddenly Jo-chin smiled and spoke. Hearing her words, Okai and Suya were confused. This word of tiger and wolf can also be said directly? You have to know that full count. The three of them have only just met 3 times, right? Why is Jo-chin talking about this now? After Jo-chin finished speaking, Okai's face was filled with embarrassment, while Suya's face also pranced and turned red. She hadn't really thought about chatting about this, but her gaze, indeed, was somewhat uncontrollable as she swept towards Okai's pants. Then she realized that at this point, even though Oki was said to be dressed rather loosely, it was vaguely true that she could notice that he was amazingly gifted. She said she had never been in a relationship, but she had experienced so many walks abroad. Models walked the runway, both men and women, without the piece of clothing inside. So while she said she hadn't been exposed to it, she had seen quite a bit of it, and as far as she could tell, it was clear that Oki was the most powerfully gifted being, but urging her man to find a lover. This, even if she has studied in the West for many years, there is something she cannot understand. And look at Suya's look. At this time Jo-chin also sat to her side, and then the two also whispered and bit their ears, although it is said that Okai is very curious about what they are talking about, but obviously at this time it is still better to smother the meal, or this is also too embarrassing. Soon, a dinner was almost finished, and originally Okai was thinking of paying the bill himself. As a result, after arriving at the counter, he realized that Sua had staked money here, and the single didn't need him to buy it, so Oki was ready to use the restroom and go back. However, just as he reached the men's restroom, he happened to see Xiaoyu wobbling at this moment, with a drunken face, coming out of the men's restroom. Obviously, these guys, after entering the box just now, started drinking, and drinking quite a lot, so much so, that when he faced Okai at this point in time, although he said he didn't dare to curse up explicitly, the shape of this mouth spoke clearly. Watching the scene, Oki smiled. He then instantly walked behind him, pulled the guy by the collar, and then, in the midst of his horrified gaze, returned to the men's restroom before being heavily propelled into a cubicle by Okai. Clang! The sound. This guy also hit the wall of this cubicle. This collision, but he hurt him enough, but just wanted to scream. Okai directly pressed his hand on the corner of his mouth, and then the door of the cubicle closed, and then there was a thud and popping sound from the inside. After about 2 minutes, Oki let out a long breath as well before stepping out of the cubicle and going to the outside urinal to take a pee before stepping out to go wash his hands at the far end of the place. As for Xiaoyu at this point in time, he had already fainted. But don't worry, Okai hands down a very divided rain. The Great Mercy Hand plus the medical skill master level. He knows too well, hit in which in pain, and will not leave any traces. After this guy wakes up, even if he wants to sue himself and call the police to arrest himself, he won't have any evidence. After all, even if there is surveillance here, it's impossible to put it inside the toilet. So the surveillance at best caught him pulling Xiaoyu into the middle of the bathroom, but no injuries, so where could he go to sue Okai? Thinking about it, Okai couldn't help but laugh a little. Not bad, the gas came out some, but there are still quite a lot of it. Wait for the opportunity later. See him once, beat him once. While thinking, Oki washed his hands, but just when he washed his hands, suddenly he saw from the next door to the women's bathroom, there is a woman walked out. This woman, Okai has some impression, as if just now is also in the midst of those people, although it is said that it is not Xiaoyu's female companion, but it is also a group of people, so Okai just swept a glance and didn't care about her, but when she saw Okai, she herself took the initiative to come over and leaned on the sink on the men's side of the restroom, and then looked at Okai with a smile and said, "Long time no see, old classmate." "Ha, you call me?" Hearing the woman's words, Okai looked around with some confusion. There was only himself here. She recognized the wrong person. "Okai, you really don't recognize me?" Hearing Okai's words with a puzzled face. At this time, this woman could not help but smile, and then took the initiative to move forward again and said, Chapter 66, Old School. Looking at the girl's serious face, Okai couldn't help but look at her with some doubt. This girl was very tall, even a bit taller than Jochin. She was wearing a pair of slim-fitting jeans, and on top of that was a tight-fitting like a base layer that framed her body to perfection. Long, a standard net face, melon face, big eyes, double eyelids, high nose, small thin lips, although it is very natural, but also can vaguely see some traces of the knife. But overall, it is still very beautiful. And looking at this pretty girl, if Okai and the other party had crossed paths, he would definitely remember the other party. But now he really didn't know who this girl was. Even Okai directly checked up on her attributes. Name CC, sex, female, age, 25, height, 179, weight, 48 kilograms, physical fitness, 14, charisma, 94, wisdom, 51, operations, 78, innovations, 6, socialization, 64, management, 23, favorability towards the host, 87. Shin CC. Seriously, this name, he was slightly familiar, but he really didn't know who she was. As for this favorability towards him, there was actually 87. It was even more shocking to him. She must know herself, but who she was, she really couldn't remember. And looking at Okai's dumbfounded look, at this time, Shin CC also couldn't help but give him an angry look, then puffed up her face in front of him, and with that face bulging, Oki did suddenly remember who she was. I just recognized it. Hearing Okai call out his name, Shin CC only smiled at this moment and said, it was no wonder that Oki couldn't recognize who she was. In junior high school, Okai's academic performance, it is not bad, but people are very naughty, often do not listen in class, engage in small movements, so that their teachers are very annoyed with him. So often he would be punished by going to the last row. It is said that the back row by the window is the home of the king. He was a regular visitor to his hometown, and in front of him sat a girl, and that girl was Shin CC. It is no wonder that Okai could not recognize her, because at that time Shin CC has been 1.75 m. The weight is conservatively estimated to be with the height of 1:1. Their school games, Shin CC is specializing in throwing the shot put, and fight fiercely a match. Okai they once in the 3rd year of junior high school, they elementary school 5 years junior high school 4 years, by the neighborhood delinquents robbed money. The result is heard at night. These delinquents also robbed Shin CC. The result is Shin CC 1 to fight 3, but also all twisted to the police station. However, probably because of growing too tall and strong, Shin CC seems to be a bit introverted, and then her academic performance is not good, and she seldom interacts with other people when she goes to school. The only one who has a good relationship with her is Helan, the class flower and study committee member of Okai's class at the beginning. The two of them are hair children and go to and from school together every day, but then graduated from junior high school. We have no contact. Helan went to the best provincial key high school in their area. The university went to a 985 and 211 double first-class university in the imperial capital, but it seems that they got married while they were still in school and haven't been in touch since. And Shin CC did not get into a good high school, and then went to do what? No one knows. After graduating from college, that one junior high school reunion, these two did not come, so Oki really didn't remember much about them either. Unexpectedly now Shin CC actually appeared in front of him in such a posture. Wow! Indeed did not recognize, but also really female big 18 changes. Do not think that actually ran into you here? Recent life is not bad, right? I haven't heard from you since middle school. Looking at Shin CC this angry gaze, Okai also laughed a little and then opened his mouth. Hey, don't mention it. I'm working as a model now. I'm so tall and I'm not good at studying. What else can I do? My grades were too bad in the midterm, so my family hooked me up with an art high school, and after losing 2 years of weight, I went to work as a model, now flying all over the world every day, working blindly and not making any money. It's not like you, old classmate, although I haven't attended our classmates party, but I'm in our classmates group, so you can become a big boss. Hearing Okai's words, at this time Shin CC also smiled and sat up, and then touched out a box of cigarettes from inside the pocket, opened it and drew out one, handing it to Okai, but Oki waved his hand and spoke. I won't. No, don't I remember you smoking when you were a sophomore? When did you quit? Hearing Okai say this, Shin CC couldn't help but ask with some doubt. Actually, at the time, I was smoking, just pretending to smoke. There was no addiction, and then when I went to high school, my family had a bad ancestral trachea, so I just stopped smoking, but I don't mind if you smoke yours. Thinking about the green days when he was in school, Oki smiled back, and after hearing that Okai didn't smoke, at this time Shin CC also put the cigarette back, and then asked him about it. You broke up with that girlfriend of yours from college? Now you're talking about the one who was just sitting next to you? The one next to you is your boyfriend? Nodding his head in response, Okai also opened his mouth to ask at that moment. No, that is a chase my small open. I am now a car model. His father is a 4S store manager. This side of the car show when the acquaintance had to take me out to dinner. Anyway, I eat at home is to eat. Come out to eat is also to eat. I didn't expect to run into you here. Hearing Okai ask this, Shin CC vetoed it in the first place, then said with some emotion, CC, have you seen Zhao? Rane. However, just when Shin CC still wanted to chat with Okai about something, at this time, that female companion of Zhao Yu's today, also walked in from the outside, and when she saw that Shin CC was chatting with Okai at this time, she could not help but be stunned. You know that just now the two waves of people were almost fighting. How come the Shin CC is still chatting with Okai? Oh, no, then I'll look somewhere else. Hearing Shin CC say this, at this time, Zhao Yu's female companion also turned around and left the place, and Okai just remembered at this moment. There is still Zhao Yu who was knocked out by himself inside the toilet. He has to leave now, or else he will wake up in a while and still have trouble. So he said to Shin CC as well, old school, you guys go ahead and eat. I should get going too. Oh, good. By the way, exchange a contact information. Looking at Okai about to leave, it was obvious to feel that Shin CC was a little reluctant to leave, but she still smiled and shook her cell phone. With the two exchanging phone numbers and a certain letter, Oki left as well, and Shin CC looked at the avatar of a certain letter of Okai, could not help but laugh lightly. Chapter 67, Commencement of Operations. This little hiccup in the restroom was not taken seriously by Oki. Before and after returning to the table, Oki and the three of them left together. Then Okai and Suya also drove their cars, back and forth, back to the basement of Longtang Jiayuan. Then a group of three people also rode the elevator up the stairs together. It was only that Suya had gotten off at the 30th floor, while Okai and the others had gotten off at the 32nd floor. Okai's side got off the elevator and went back home, so naturally he couldn't describe it in words anymore. And after Suya returned home, she saw Su Lele who was still watching TV at that moment. Seeing that Suya had returned, Su Lele couldn't help but raise her head and ask with a smile, back from inviting guests? Didn't bring me anything to eat either. Hey, don't mention it. Almost had a fight over dinner. Shrugging off her shoes, Suya also walked over to the sofa and patted Su Lele's small feet before she too sat down on the sofa in a paralyzed state. What's going on? So exciting? Upon hearing that there was going to be a fight, Su Lele's attention was instantly focused and she asked with a curious face, and Soya talked to her about what had happened this evening. Of course, what she and Jo Chin said about those tigers and wolves, even if Su Lele is Suya's cousin, her third uncle's family's child, only just graduated from college this year. From Suya very young can read art, and then go abroad to study art colleges and universities can also be seen. Her family is in good hands, so Su Lele is just like those standard after 00s who are rectifying the workplace nowadays. She is really not much enthusiastic about going to work. She graduated in June, and now in the middle of August, she has already changed 4 jobs. In the end, she really could not endure her parents' nagging, so she ran here to look for Suya, came over to dawdle over food and drink, and in the meantime, see if Suya could find herself a job that was light, earned more, and had less to deal with, and didn't work overtime, and didn't have any annoying co-workers. Suya is also very tempted to tell her, if she has such a job, but also trouble to tell her have to say, these children, from childhood to receive the education is, I want all of them, and now to the work, cannot change Okay, go ahead and watch. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. After telling Su Lele about what happened tonight, at this time, Suya also patted her, then turned around and went to take a shower inside the bathroom. When she finished her shower and lay down on the bed in her pajamas, she didn't know because of what. The words Jo Chin had said to her this evening kept ringing in her ears, as if for a moment, her eyes had the function of perspective, as if she could see what Okai and Jo Chin were doing on the 32nd floor at this time. This feeling, it's weird. Sua, are you crazy? You're in heat. After a small mutter, Suya was forcing herself to fall asleep as well, but some days, the more you try to sleep, the less you can. She'd gotten into bed just after 9 at night, but hadn't even fallen asleep until she'd tossed and turned until 11, and she didn't know how long it had been before she'd drifted off to sleep. Then she had a dream where she went out on a date with a man whose face she couldn't see, and the two of them saw a movie, ate ice cream, and then went on an escape room. In the evening, the two returned to her home together. Su Lele did not know because of what did not in, just them, and then when the two were about to water, she saw the man's likeness, but why this man looks exactly like Okai. Suya's dream, Okai naturally did not know. After he and Jo Chin went home, he slept until dawn. The next morning, The two of them washed up and went downstairs to eat breakfast after. Oki then dropped her off at home before driving to the office. But today it's just not like in the A shares. Hong Kong stocks do not have up and down stops. In addition to not being able to short SOEs, basically the U.S. stock side of how to play. This side is how to play. So after Oki got here, he got into the swing of things as well. Sure and Su Nuan naturally wouldn't drag Okai's feet at this point. One prepares the logistics, one directs the manipulators, and then begins to meet the challenge of the Hong Kong stock market. The first thing that happened was that at the same time as the opening of today's market, Goldwind announced that they had started a cooperation with the Seven Stars Group in South Goryeo. Then his side of the stock began to rise. At the same time, Oriental Choice also began to pull up the stock price. Watching these two stocks began to move, Okai and his traders also began to seriously look at the general market of Hong Kong stocks. At 10:27 a.m., when Eastern Choice's stock price officially went up 12 bucks and 12 cents, with a single cry from Okai, Su Nua and the others began to sell off. Of course, the sell-off can't be done all at once, it has to be done tentatively, a little more, a little less. This hand throws a 300 hands, one hand is equal to 100 shares, the next hand throws a 5,000 hands, and then throws 200, 300 in a row after throwing a few hands, and then a big hand. Avoid dumping too much and subjecting the stock price to volatility. However, the good thing is that Okai chose an extremely prosperous time to throw out. This time is willing to take over at a high level. There are a lot of people. The stockholders are such a mind, buy up not to buy down. So such a situation is very easy to turn into a leak. And after all, his own volume is not big. 500 and 600 million. Oh no, now it has been 600 million Hong Kong dollars of paper. Perhaps to an ordinary person, 600 million Hong Kong dollars is an astronomical sum of money. But for the Hong Kong stock, a little bit of wind and waves, because the total market value of the Hong Kong stock is high as 31 trillion, not to mention the Okai this few hundred million. Even if the system said directly to him a few trillion, that would still have a big impact, but a few hundred million really wouldn't. After selling off both sides of the stock, Okai called for promises that they'd income 3 more stocks, win 2 properties, Marshall System Life, and Fourth Way. Of course he was prepared to play a big game on Gold and Silver World. But this Gold and Silver World would not ring the bell to go public until tomorrow at 1 p.m. Before that, he needed to accumulate more wealth. One has another $100 million in savings today and another $100 million tomorrow. If they operate properly, today plus tomorrow morning, may not be unable to turn the money inside the Hong Kong stock market into 700 million, or even more, by the time more than $900 million smash down, up 397%. That is to say a wave can make Okai earn more than $3 billion. Not only instantly completed the task of 1 billion, and even 10 billion, are about to complete a small half of the task. Think about it is really some small excitement. And just as Okai was seriously operating the stock market here, Shen CC, whom Okai had met last night, was also found at that moment in a cafe. The other girl Okai had thought of when he thought of her yesterday, the schoolgirl from their junior high school. Helan, Chapter 68, Help Me, Ran, C, Rare, up so early today? Looking at Helan walked into the cafe. At this time Shen CC also waved her hand towards her. Then Helan also smiled and walked to the opposite side of Shen CC and sat down. Compared to Shen CC, who was wearing a neck-hanging kind of camisole with a pleated skirt and white knee-high socks today, Helan was wearing something much more conservative. Just a white dress. Show incomparable innocence. Is the left-hand ring finger above the ring? Show some too dazzling. Hey, I'm not going clubbing anymore. Quit. I'll get up early every day from now on. Hearing Helan's words, Shen CC also handed a cup of juice that had already been ordered long ago to Helan's front, while she also took it with a smile and started to drink it. You can quit going to clubs? What? Looking for a relationship? After taking 2 sips, Helan also looked at Shen CC with some doubts and asked, well, kind of, and guess who I ran into yesterday? Hearing Helan ask this, Shen CC actually nodded and then asked her with a smile, who is it? Helan looked at Shen C to also cooperate, and asked with some doubt, Okai, that, Okai who's been so hot inside his classmates group lately? Hearing Shen CC said so, Helan also has some surprises. With a few days ago, Luo Guigang and Li Weidong in the classmates group inside Arthur Okai is now a billionaire, and a person to get the road they followed together after the ascension. The classmates group inside the recent there are always people in the discussion of the Okai from time to time. Of course, mainly because of the Luo Guigang and Li Weidong from time to time will also send out some messages out of the relationship to pretend to be 13. But as soon as someone pipes up and asks them for Oki's contact info, they pretend to be offline. But it made these people inside the group of classmates angry. Unexpectedly, Shen CC actually touched him yesterday. This world is really small, but But after thinking of this, Helan suddenly looked at Shin Si with a somewhat odd expression. You don't, by any chance, still have a thing for him, do you? Doesn't he already have a girlfriend? Looking at Shin Si, Helan also asked with some doubts. She should be the only person in this world who knew that Shin Si used to like Okai all the time. Mainly because when she was in junior high school, Okai had helped Shin Si to relieve herself once. That time, Shin Si accidentally knocked over the class inside a very Thai girl's water cup, splashing water on the other side of the body, and then the other side is attacking Shin Si. At that time Shin Si is tall and fat. Learning is not good, so it is very low self-esteem. Being scolded by other people, she also do not know how to talk back, and then sitting behind her Okai may be annoyed. So they helped Shin Si to open her mouth to dislike this girl. One of the words said, compared to you, Shin Si is much more beautiful than you. If I look for a girlfriend, certainly find her. Do not look for you. It was because of this statement that it led to Shin Si actually quietly liking Okai all along. And the reason why she went on a diet for 2 years was also because of Okai. But alas, after Oki went to college, the next year, he got together with Yuhi. For that reason Shin Si was positively depressed for quite a while. Since then, she likes to go to nightclubs, for other people's pursuit. She will no longer explicitly reject, after graduating from college, that reunion. In fact, Shin Si has time, but she did not go, is afraid to see Okai after they will not be able to control themselves. But I can't believe I ran into it yesterday. Last night after Okai left, she went back to the box and left as well. Going home she thought for a long time. She felt that she was still not willing, so she asked Helan out early this morning. Looking at Helan's hesitant gaze, Shin Si also smiled a little and looked at her. He broke up, but now he's got another girlfriend. A very pretty, very flamboyant woman. One who's probably not even shorter than me. I didn't even know that Oki actually liked me like that all the time. He already has a girlfriend. Listening to the meaning inside Shin Si's words, at this time, Helan couldn't help but open her mouth to persuade. Ran, you're my best friend. I still want to try. You'll help me, right? However, Helan had only just finished speaking when Shin Si at that moment opened her mouth to speak as well. Looking at this serious gaze of Shin Si, Helan couldn't help but open her mouth. How to take this? Don't worry, I'm not going to stalk you. I just want to fight for it again. I can't just give up without even fighting for it. If it doesn't work then forget it. Seeing Helan's shocked gaze, Shin Si at this time also said again, looking at her with the look of a king's ass eating a weight, Helan couldn't help but sigh. Well, how do you want me to help you? Seeing Helan agreed. At this time Shin Si could not help but smile, and then immediately came over, whispered to discuss with Helan. Shin Si and Helan in the study of what? Okai naturally not clear. Today's his rare attention has been in the stock market. Even with Shur and Su Nua cozy time or no longer. After they ate together at noon, they continued to open up in the afternoon. It was until 4 p.m. when the Hong Kong stock market closed. At this time, the value of Okai's shares in the Hong Kong stock market is already as high as 630 million Hong Kong dollars. In other words, he made $70 million in Hong Kong paper in one day today. Looking at this record high gain today, these traders under him have long been amazed when they look at him. They never thought that someone can actually be like Okai, without analyzing, even without begging, can know a lot of insiders? Just what stocks to buy. This is not enough. He also knows when to buy, when to sell. This is really too much. It was also that some of them were male and some of them were average looking. Otherwise they would have just followed Su Nua and Shur's example of sticking it on. With Okai, it was really something that didn't need to be considered at all. Okay, on the other hand, was fully focused on the broader market at this point, tomorrow, and then injected 200 million into it. A morning time, can certainly earn another 70, 80 million, by then afternoon 900 million Hong Kong paper opening, is bound to be stable. Seeing this, Okai also couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. But that's all for tomorrow. Today their work is done. With these manipulators off duty, Okai also left with Shur and Su Nua. Yesterday Okai accompanied Jochin. Today it's their turn. The three also went shopping and ate, as they always do. But in the evening, today Shur didn't voluntarily retreat. She had been home alone for 3 days, and it was her day anyhow. Su Nua also knew this, so after finishing her meal, she was ready to go home. But just then, Shur pulled her back. Chapter 69, Getting a Babysitter? Let's both get together today. Hearing the words of Shur, at this time Su Nua couldn't help but look at her and Okai with some surprise, knowing that she and Okai had bet that it would only be the two of them together if there was no more than 100% return on the gold and silver world tomorrow. How come they were ahead of schedule today? However, once she heard Shur say this, Su Nua didn't have the intention of refusing. Instead, she even looked curiously at Okai. As for Okai at this point, he was indeed a bit clueless and embarrassed, and asked in a small voice, the world, it's not going to come crashing down because of this. He was timid. He was afraid of losing this world if he was not careful, and hearing Okai's words, sure couldn't help but smile. What are you afraid of? People don't know what we do at home. Playing poker, fighting the landlord can't. Smiling at the somewhat entangled Okai, the sure at this time also opened her mouth and said, this, okay. Seeing that sure had said so, although Okai said that he felt his heart beating with a thump, at this point in time, he really did not have any reason to refuse, so he nodded his head as well, and then the three cars also drove back to Longtangjieyuan at that moment, when the three of them rode the elevator to the first floor. Coincidentally, the elevator stopped right here, and then the elevator door opened, and then Okai saw Suya and her cousin Su Lele just walked in from outside, and Suya couldn't help but be confused when she saw Okai, sure and Su Nuo. Last night, Jo-chin was still talking about Okai having several lovers, but as a result, she ran into them herself today? Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but be a little confused. However, Su Lele didn't know these people, and immediately pulled her inside the elevator, and then greeted Okai with a smile as well. She didn't know what relationship these two had with Oki. Yo, brother, what a coincidence. You just finished eating here too. Well, I just came back from dinner. MS. Su, you guys also just finished eating? Hearing Su Lele's words, Okai also smiled at this moment and spoke to the duo. At the same time, he also looked at Su Lele's attributes. Name Su Lele. Sex, female. Age, 22. Height, 169. Weight, 52 kilograms. Physical fitness, 12. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 47. Operations, 13. Innovation, 11. Socialization, 42. Management, 8. Favorability to the host, 78. Well, a very standard, just out of college student values. Is that this charm is indeed high? As for the weight, although it is said to be over 100, but Okai can see that the nutrition is mainly concentrated in some of the location that should be concentrated. Well, it's a rare occasion when my sister won't let me order takeout for dinner. At this time, Su Lele didn't know that Okai could see her attributes, and at that moment, she smiled and talked to Okai as well. By the way, I just moved here not long ago. Are there any good restaurants around here? Okai in this neighborhood. Just eat breakfast, their usual time to eat, or we'll go to the shopping plaza, but that is also too far away. Cannot be nothing later? At home inside the bed, but also to go to the shopping plaza to eat it. One look at Su Lele knew that this girl for eating should be very insightful, so Okai also opened his mouth to ask. As soon as the mention of eating, Su Lele immediately came to the interest. It looked to her like there was a lot of good food in the neighborhood. The reason why the houses here are expensive is because this neighborhood is really upscale, and also because of the amenities that surround this neighborhood. The restaurants, in particular, have a lot of good food. There was a Szechuan restaurant in the area that did a good job, 2 barbecues that were both very good, and a very famous yakitori restaurant, but she didn't feel it was very good. There are also 2 good stir-fries, and an iron pot stew that's ready to go. On the next street over, there's a seafood that's also good, especially the spicy crayfish, which tastes great. Or you can order takeout and have it delivered home with good flavor. Alright, let's go. Just as Su Lele and Okai were gushing here, the elevator also came to the 30th floor at this time. And then Suya also pulled Su Lele out of the elevator. And although Su Lele said that there was still some unfulfilled feelings, she still said goodbye to Okai and got off the elevator. And as the 2 sisters returned home, Su Lele also looked at Suya. Sis, why did you feel so angry with that brother just now? Didn't he help you fight yesterday? Why don't you even talk to him today? While changing shoes, Su Lele also had some doubts and asked the 2 women following him, you didn't see that? Hearing Su Lele's words, Suya also gave her a blank look and opened her mouth. Oh, that brother is called Okai. See they seem to be living on the first floor with this brother. Looking at Suya's appearance, at this time Su Lele couldn't help but say with some doubt, what live a layer? The 3 floors above us are all Okai's home. The 2 of them, one I have seen, is Okai's assistant. The other, should also be his lover. With a sigh, Suya also explained Sure and Su Nua's identities. Lover? Just so blatantly lead home? Hearing Suya say this, Su Lele are a little shocked. It looks like Okai is quite gentle. Can't think of playing so wild? This, in fact, is also allowed by his girlfriend. Her girlfriend told me that he that side. Hey, you are still small. Tell you this for what? Glancing at Su Lele, Suya also changed the topic at that moment. Che, I'm 22. If this was in the countryside, I've been married for several years. And sis, don't see that I haven't been in love, but I've seen that kind of movie with my roommate. Tell me more about it. Upon hearing Suya's words, At this time Su Lele also came over, asked with a curious face, her age is the most curious time, talking to you my ass, taking a shower, but it was obvious that Suya wouldn't say this to her, and after giving her a despicable look, she turned around and went to take a shower. Only Su Lele raised her head curiously, wondering what Okai and the three of them had gone upstairs to do. As for what Okai and the three of them did, after they went upstairs, they naturally could not tell her. Let's just say that the night passed quickly, in the blink of an eye to the next day. The next morning, when Okai and the three of them up, Sure and Sunua obviously feel still can't carry on. Originally they were still thinking, Okai even if it is against wrong, the two of them together, not to say that the fight, at least they can carry it. It still seems so naive now, and so at this point, Sure also felt it was time to bring up his original plan as well. When the three of them washed up and went downstairs to have breakfast, at that time, Sure also pulled Okai and then whispered, Kai, your house is so big, you can't get a housekeeper to come over and clean up the house every day, or else recruit a nanny who is based in your home. Looking at Okai, Sure also blinked up her big eyes. Chapter 70, Ganging Up. Getting a babysitter would be fine, but do you have someone you trust? Hearing Sure's words, Okai thought about his home. It had only been a few days since he had cleaned up, and there was quite a bit of dust inside his home. It would be nice to find someone to come over and clean up, but there were quite a few things of value inside his home, and it would be too difficult to find someone he could trust. How about that roommate of mine? Hearing Okai's words, Sure at this time also said with a smile, and as soon as they heard her say that, both Okai and Sunua beside her couldn't help but stare. Okai froze because he did remember Sure's roommate, who looked very white and long. Although it was said to be not as pretty as Sure and the others, it was still not bad. One also used to misunderstand that the others' work was a little weird. I can't imagine that people just work the night shift at a 24-hour supermarket. But she's coming over to babysit? Would she want to? Sunua, who was next to him, cackled in his heart at this point, because she sensed it. Sure called this roommate of hers over to babysit. It's not as easy as one might think. Combine that with what happened last night. She wouldn't want to introduce this roommate of hers to Oki as a lover as well. Sunua didn't mind if Okai had a few more lovers by his side, as it would be hard to satisfy Okai with just the three of them now. But she was considering the fact that she was now on equal footing with Sure, and that only the girl called Zhou Qin was considered to be half ahead over them. But if Sure had been introducing lovers to Okai, then undoubtedly the status on her side would have risen. And although he said he had no intention of competing with Sure, but if he could, shouldn't he also find some women for Okai? Thinking of this, Zhou Qin's eyes couldn't help but narrow. As we all know, there are a few majors that do produce beautiful women, like health school, teacher training, flight attendant, high school, design, art. In addition to these, there is another specialty, which is finance. Of course, these people get into finance as basically girls watching TV shows or parents who don't know anything. I thought that if I majored in finance, I would be able to get into a bank or go to a securities firm, but I didn't think that it would be that easy to get into a bank. Going to a stock exchange and not thinking about it, why would people give real money to a newbie to let her run the market and make their commission? Does she speculate in stocks and futures? Who's to blame for the loss? So after these girls graduate, they will understand the truth that there are times when what they think is not the real world. The financial industry, graduated, is basically similar to the unemployed. Currently in the financial circle of girls, basically there are only 4 ways to go, or I'd change careers. Otherwise, the family has a mine, and the family has directly taken $3 to $5 million for her, so that she can have a standing in this industry. The third is that they have fallen for the sake of getting to the top, using their bodies in exchange for financial support from their leaders and clients. Otherwise, it would be the same as running into Okai's previous promises. Even if he had the ability, he could only be a small entertainer, expecting someone to look at him or her favorably and help him or her out. But in this world, there is only one Oki. They don't stand a chance. But now, one can help them out. Doesn't she have a class? Willing to come babysit for me? Just as Sunua was rambling here, Okai also asked Sure. Of course, that store of hers recently had to be renovated. She might be out of a job. That's why I asked for her. Looking at Okai, Sure also smiled. That's so, but this place is 3 floors and over 1,000 square feet. Can she handle it all by herself? Listening to Sure say this, Okai had been a bit moved, and also had some doubts when he asked. It should be fine. After all, it's not like you need to clean up the whole family every day, one layer at a time. And if she's too busy, I'll find you a new person then. After thinking about it for a while, Okai's home was indeed too big. Even if he let Haume clean up inside his home all day long, it would be hard to clean up all 3 floors in one day. So Sure spoke up as well. Hearing Sure say that, Okai also nodded. Since that was the case, it was fine to hire it. then you should find a chance to talk to her about it. How much does she make a month now? I remember her telling me it was 3,005. This way, I'll give her 5,000 a month, and then she can hang out inside the company, and I'll pay her 5%. Okay, I'll go back and talk to her. Seeing that, Okai agreed. Sure also nodded, then smiled. Then the three of them also went downstairs together, and after getting into their respective cars in the underground parking lot, they drove back to the company together. When they arrived at the Ontai Financial, Okai and Sunua also in the first time into the state of work. Okai sighed first through the merchants, for 200 million soft money into the 200 million soft money, for 288.8 million Hong Kong paper, plus yesterday earned, his account now has a total of 800 million 500 million or so. This morning break 900 million certainly no problem, but these things don't happen by talking about them. Oki has to actually do them to make them happen. He started by buying Anter Sports and its other brand. Anter Sports are, both brands, would be up 37% one and 26% the other shortly after the opening bell. With these two waves, that's actually enough, but OK can still buy a hypertropic bio after selling these two stocks, as he'll be up another 15% in the morning. The intense morning passed quickly. When the time came to 11:30, Oki also announced at that moment that he would begin to sell all the stocks he had on hand and begin to collect his money. When all the stocks are sold out, at this time Sunua they are surprised to find that Okai at this time in the Hong Kong stock among the money has become 922.37 million. Looking at this gain, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, because they know very well, the night before last, Okai just entered the Hong Kong stock market. His money is more than 560 million Hong Kong paper. Even if the additional 218,880 million today, add together, Okai's principal is only about 780,880 million, but now there is 922.37 million here. That is to say, Okai half an hour the night before last, a whole day yesterday, and a morning today, altogether within less than 48 hours, he has earned more than 140 million. That's 100 million, 40 million more. They never thought that money, actually, was so easy to make. They soon learned, though, that the chance to really make a lot of money hadn't arrived yet. At noon, Sure went to order an excellent meal, and Okai also ate lunch with the traders in the middle of the trading room. Then it was time to wait for 1 p.m. and get ready for the opening. But just this side of the big plate is about to open. Suddenly Okai's cell phone rang. He took a look at the call over is actually Li Weidong, which makes him cannot help but frown. Now this critical time, Li Weidong call over. Do what? Chapter 71, The Troublemaker. Hey, Tuko, I'm very busy right now, so say something right away. After hesitating for a moment, Okai still picked up the cell phone and then opened his mouth at the first opportunity. Oh, then I'll say right away, there is a woman, came to our club, to drive away that big bull. We stopped her. She said she was the boss's friend, so I called to ask you. As soon as he heard Okai's words, Li Weidong knew that now Okai was up and down millions and millions of dollars a minute, and he could not be delayed, so he immediately said what he had encountered. My friend? Who is it and what's his name? She said her name is Li Haoyun. Hearing Okai ask this, Li Weidong at this time also said, Li Haoyun, I don't know, I guess it's to touch the porcelain. I have no time here. You are solely responsible for it. If it doesn't make sense, then drive away. If you can't drive away, then call the police. Looking at this time, has been close to 12:59, Okai really does not have time to pull with him again, so said a little after hearing Li Weidong said understand. Then Okai then also at this time hung up the phone. As he put the phone down, Oki clapped his hands together and spoke. Attention! In a moment, 28 accounts. Full positions in Bullion World. Attention! It's Bullion World. 024XX. Understand. Understood. Hearing Okai's words, at this time, these traders under him all responded at this time, and then stared at the large market in front of them at the first time. At this time, within the first block of the Exchange Square of Hong Kong's Connaught Place, the current legal representatives and shareholder representatives of the gold and silver world have all converged here at this time as well, came to the little clock and waited for a point. At the same time, the bosses of several large companies with at least hundreds of billions of dollars of assets were now gathered in their company's offices, looking at the Hong Kong stocks in front of them with a serious face. Gold and Silver World is not a simple industrial support company, it is also behind the Yen Xin Energy, Chuanwu Technology, Luo Sheng Guofeng, Yen Hang First Engineering Department, Xiang Province Energy, Tianhe Heavy Industry and so on, a total of more than a dozen companies in the back. They launched the Gold and Silver World, first of all, naturally, in order to rely on the gold and silver world to make money in the future. But secondly, they are also for this Hong Kong stock listing, so as to cut a wave of leaks. Gold and silver world opening price is extremely low, only 53 cents, but the share price of the same type of company probably will be around $1. That is to say, they are able to take advantage of this opening price to earn about double the profit. Of course, if the push is higher, then they also earn more. The main pit is also the money of retail investors. For these companies, they don't care at all about how the retail investors are doing. They are also mainly interested in their own company's profit. So when the market opened, they had already prepared 20 billion shares, worth 10.6 billion Hong Kong dollars of paper, in order to harvest a wave of big ones. For the sake of this plan, they have been formulating it since the beginning. All the people in the know have never left the company. Cell phones and whatnot have never been on hand, and it seems to them that it's foolproof. But what they didn't know was that someone had actually gained insight into their plans and wanted to take the biggest piece of cake out of it. As they watched the countdown above the screen getting closer and closer, quite a few of them wiped the sweat on their hands with their clothes somewhat nervously, and some of them were taking deep breaths. Finally, the clock went to 1 p.m. sharp Imperial time, as the legal person of gold and silver world over here gently rang the bell for the listing. At the same time, the stock of gold and silver world appeared above the general market, and just as this stock appeared, a dozen or so people from the company and OK all began to collect it at that moment. Then those stockholders who were paying attention to the new shares were surprised to find that this gold and silver world was actually rising like crazy after its issuance, which made them a bit confused. No idea at all what this is all about. Labor support. This section can be an extremely cold one. Normally, if you can pour a 5% or so, it's considered a surge. How come this has just been released for less than 3 minutes now and it's already up 10%? Just as a lot of people were watching, a little confused. There are some fast-footed retail investors who have also entered the market at this point. When these retail investors came in, it was obvious that the growth of this section started to skyrocket. Just 10 minutes later, the issue price of 53 cents gold and silver world has risen 36%, rose to 72 cents. Watching this scene, all the people cannot help but breathe a little sharply. Su Nua and the gazes they looked at Okai with became even more shocked and reverent. 36% on a principal of $922. 37 million, which means that OK would have made $332 million by now. And this kind of value is still going up. 76 cents, 78 cents, 82 cents. In 20 minutes, the value of this stock was already at 64%. And at that point there were fewer and fewer retail shares out there. And that's when the dozen or so companies realized that there was a very powerful force that was sweeping this stock. But they didn't care, because it seemed to them that Okai was most likely one of the dozen or so of them. Or else how could they have started sweeping so early? That's one of the trouble points of having too many people, is that it's hard to know everyone's movements in the first place, and it makes it easy for others to take advantage of the situation. If these people knew at this point that Okai was the one who was going to take the biggest slice of the cake, I guess they would have had to take action to suppress the stock price long ago, instead of letting it continue to rise upwards as it is now. The time came half an hour after the opening of the market, and it was at this time that the stock of Bullion World, at last, rose to $1.08, more than a 100% increase. Seeing this, at this moment, the crowd around Okai and the others couldn't help but cheer. It's more than 100%. That means it's now made over $900 million. Okai had promised them that they could share 5% of the profit, which meant that they could already share $50 million right now. $50 million. 14 people, each gets 3. 57 million. More than $3 million. One day, more than $3 million. And in the excitement of these people, at this time Su Nua cannot help but think of their own and Okai bet. Although it is said that yesterday she and Okai bet on their own rewards, Okai has been first to give themselves. But now, they are clearly betting on the loss. That is to say, it is very likely that they are going to play some more flowery. Why is it still vaguely expected? However, Okai frowned at this time, because he knew that he saw this stock can eventually rise nearly 400%. It now only just rose 100%, has been a little after the power. According to this increase in the rate of view, this stock today can rise 120% are troublesome, not to mention is 397%. This is not right. And just as Oki was feeling a little odd, suddenly his cell phone, and the cell phones of everyone behind him who had turned in their phones, shook uncontrollably. When he looked down at this go he realized it was a message from a country. A 7.5 magnitude earthquake struck Shimako Noto at 13:29 p.m. Today, with tremors felt in our coastal cities. Chapter 72, A Wave of Outbursts. Well, can I take the car? Just when Okai was making money in the company. At this time in the middle of the Raincloud Ultra Racing Club, Li Wei Dong also walked down from the upper floor and saw the woman who was leaning on the body of that big bull car. This woman, with one word, was not bad looking. She looked to be in her mid-20s, had a small round face, big eyes, and was very good looking and cute, but was wearing a smoky punk makeup. The figure is very tall, almost have to have 7 meters more than 10. The body is also good, is dressed, at a glance no is a little too girl. Inside the top was a black sort of bottom tank top with a black jacket on it, while the bottom was a pair of black leather pants with a pair of black leather boots. It's summer, and she really doesn't mind the heat. The back of the hand, neck have tattoos, jewelry also wear messy. Hair is considered the only one is still normal, black long straight. Is the tip of the haircut is very messy? When she watched Li Wei-dong come down, she was ready to go straight to the car, but Li Wei-dong stopped her. I'm sorry, young lady, our boss said he doesn't know you. Shaking his head, Li Wei-dong also opened his mouth and said towards her, don't recognize me? Are you crazy? I doubt you even called. Do you realize that the cloud inside this rain cloud refers to me? Hearing Li Wei-dong speak like this girl called Li Hao-yun at this time also could not help but scream, clearly hearing the anger in her words. I don't know who this cloud is referring to, but I did finish calling my boss, and he told me clearly that he doesn't know you. So miss please also leave. If you keep pestering me, I might have to call the police. Li Wei-dong, as we know from his attributes, is not very good at socializing and not very good at management, so when faced with something like this, his approach is very raw. At this point, a look at this woman is very cranky. If a qualified manager, at this point will say something soft, and then ask for clarification, but Li Wei-dong did not. He directly put the yokai with him to say the words, repeated, and as soon as she heard Li Wei-dong say that, this woman's fire also rose up in a flash. Call the police, call the police, you're gonna get fired. Looking at Li Wei-dong, this woman also directly raised her middle finger towards Li Wei-dong, and then also directly cursed. Hearing the words of this woman, Li Wei-dong's frown deepened. Security, since he couldn't communicate with this guy, then Li Wei-dong wasn't polite and directly called for the security guards. While looking at the security guards surrounding her, a flash of disdain flashed through the woman's eyes, followed by another curse. I'll you up. Then it turned around and kicked this big bull right on top of one of his headlights. This woman's shoes are metal. This foot up. This big bull's headlights directly blown up. Looking at this scene, Li Wei-dong all smiled. Line is indeed just enough. That's a couple $100,000 for a headlight. So it's not a good idea to not call the police now. You can do it. Wait for the police. Saw here, Li Wei-dong also directly took out a cell phone to call the police. And this woman is like nothing. At this time again to this big bull's front mechanical cover above a sit, then they are not bothered to wait up. Although it was said that this supercar club was located in the middle of nowhere, but after all, it was still considered to be in the city. So the police came very quickly, and after 10 minutes, a police car drove here. What happened next was easy. A statement was taken, and because of all the surveillance and stuff, the woman was not given a chance to rebut, and seemingly, she didn't want to, took her straight away. It was only after the woman was taken away that Li Wei-dong sent a certain letter to Okai, telling him about the matter, but naturally at this time, Okai didn't reply because he was making money. At this time, Okai is looking at this notice issued by the state. Some doubts it. His sixth sense told him that Gold and Silver World, since it was an industrial support company, if its stock wanted to skyrocket, it would surely have to have something to do with the reconstruction of such a natural and man-made disaster. So the surge in Gold and Silver World stock is likely related to this news. But the problem is, this company is a domestic company. On the Hong Kong stock market, what has to do with the earthquake on the island? The earthquake in Shimako, that skyrocketed should also be the Shimakei's industrial support company, right? But just as Oki was wondering, all of a sudden Suno found him. Boss, we might be getting rich. Oh, looking at Su Nua's excited look, Okai also looked at her, and one look at Okai's gaze, that's when Su Nua reacted, then smiled to himself and continued to speak. Hey, I'm being a class act here. I forgot. You must know the inside story or you couldn't have bought it so firmly. I checked out this company yesterday after you spoke to me. This Gold and Silver World behind the Luo Shangguofeng biggest shareholder, in fact, is the Island Soft Bank. So this company before the listing, had signed a contract with the island side. There are a few areas of labor support. We'll use them to rebuild. And the area where the earthquake is happening now just happens to be the area where Gold and Silver World sign up. Listening to Su Nua words, Okai at this time only gugu hui galang so it is so but on the surface, he just pretended to be a deep smile. Cannot be exposed too obvious it? Looking at him this smile, Su Nua and these manipulators at this time the eyes have some away from Okai, especially Su Nua. She really felt, at this point, that she had found the right person. Oki is the man to follow in his own right, and in the midst of this inscrutable smile of Okai, at this time, the Gold and Silver World suddenly broke out extremely strong. Originally rose to $1.80, on the stalemate of the stock. In the exposure of the reconstruction of the island they once signed a contract. It skyrocketed again, and this time it was going to be even more exaggerated than the rise just now. 1 block 2, 1 block 4, 1 block 7. In 10 minutes or so, this stock has gone up to $2, nearly 300% pure profit. And looking at such a rise, those retail investors are going crazy. Human nature is so. Look up not down. After reaching $2, more stockholders entered the market, and Oki's eyes stayed on the rise. Finally, at 2:03 p.m., the stock went up to $2.60. It's up 390%. And at that moment Oki's voice came out. On sale. Yes. Hearing Oki's words, at this moment, Sunua and the others all answered in a loud voice. And then the crowd also began to throw up the shares of Gold and Silver World. Looking at that quickly recovered money, all the faces are full of smiles at this point. Chapter 73, One Fold Card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully earning money. The amount earned has reached 1 billion, obtaining the reward, One Fold Card, physical. After watching the stock price of Gold and Silver World rise to $2.63, it began to fall back. At this time, Oki sighed, but has long been the hands of these stocks are out. Don't think it was only about an hour and a half before and after, but when all these shares are sold out, OK's balance in Hong Kong stocks at this point becomes 5 billion 88 million. That's 1 billion when converted to soft dollars, and within that money, a full $3 billion or so are all that he had earned back today, when the money from the stocks he sold on his side received more than $1 billion. At this time, a system prompt also popped up in his mind. One-off card? Listening to the system's prompt, Oki also checked the card's effect in his mind. In simpler terms, the card is a card that allows him to buy a physical presence, such as a building, a car, jewelry, etc., at a 10% discount, but not to buy stocks or anything like that. Looking at this One Fold card, Oki's brows couldn't help but frown. Naturally, he couldn't let this one-off card be used for too little, so he was definitely going to maximize his purchasing power to buy into an item. At present, his total assets have more than 4 billion. In addition to some real estate, he can use the money, a total of more than 41 billion. That is to say, he can directly buy a 41 billion or so. This price, said not much, said less certainly not less, but what it could buy, he wasn't really sure. So for a moment he pondered. And look at Oki support their own chin, looking at the broad market contemplative look, this time behind a lot of manipulators, also in the excitement of the frozen for a moment. It seemed to them that this was a bit too much for Oki. You know, Oki just made over $3 billion. That's billions and billions. As it turned out, Oki also showed a smirk just now, and then he resumed his contemplation. It looks like this 3 billion or so is just a hair's breadth to Oki. It's not worth mentioning. Looking at this scene, at this time, quite a few manipulators at the back who already had nothing to do for the time being, at this time also muttered in a low voice. As the old saying goes, a man who can worship a superior general without changing his face when Tarzan crumbles in front of him. I never believed it before, and now I do. Our boss, indeed, is not an ordinary person. Sister Sue, this time it's kind of a pick-me-up. Hey, do you think I have a sister that our boss will look at? What does your sister look like? It's a lot like me. Then, don't stand a chance. Just as they were muttering in whispers, Oki at that moment also suddenly moved. There was also no time limit on this 10% off card, so he could wait until he saw the right entity to buy it, but he wasn't going to be able to keep his money here. At this point, he also saw a stock above the broader Hong Kong stock market that would soar next. Inferno Pacific Insurance. While it's not clear why it's up, as it's labeled, it's up 13.2% on Monday. There is no mistake. Today is already Friday. This week, he has been very busy. On Monday when he officially bought Feng Yu's club, watched Su Nua's PPT, determined to enter the Hong Kong stock market, he went to sign the contract on Tuesday, transferred the money into Hong Kong stocks during Wednesday night, Thursday, which was yesterday, and today, Friday, at which point his assets have multiplied many times over. Saturday and Sunday, the Hong Kong stock market is also closed, so it's just as well that OK can have a good rest. But even if this Yanhuan Taiping is a state-owned enterprise, but its total market capitalization is only more than 30 billion, naturally, it is impossible to put out too many loose shares. That's why Oki only bought 1.5 billion of it, and then another 400 million for Jintai Technology, which is in OK's sights, and it's going to be up 10.91% on Monday. And then Ruifeng Energy bought 300 million and it's going to be up 9.8%. And Thousand Wonders stocks bought 500 million and it's going to be up 8.53%. Bought another 300 million Uptown Development. It says it will go up 7.9%. The others are some that will go up 5 0% or so, 0% or so. OK had some lazy buys, so after identifying the stocks to buy, Oki also gave a direct order. OK, everyone, buy Yenuang Taiping for 1.5 billion, Jingtai Technology for 400 million, Ruweitheng Energy for 300 million, Thousand Hope Stock for 500 million, and Uptown Development for 300 million. Then the rest of the money will remain untouched for the time being. Su Nuwa, withdraw 50 million soft-seeking coins out of it, and each person will be paid $1 million as a bonus first, and the rest will be hit into Ontai Financial. Yes, boss. Hearing Okai's command, Su Nuwa at this time also immediately followed what Okai said and instructed these manipulators to start operating. When these traders heard that Okai actually directly one person sent $1 million in bonuses, they are even more excited. Really? Follow Okai too, right? It's only been just over a week, just 9 days to be exact, and they've already made $1 million, which seems to them to be something that would never happen on a regular basis. If the current Okai looked at the attributes of these people, he would realize that their loyalty levels were all surging at this point in time. Basically every one of them had reached around 90, though it's still quite a bit short of 100 compared to Su Nuwa and the rest of them. But a loyalty level of 90 is basically a level that can't be bought with money or something like that. Obviously for them, following Okai, they are confident in their future. When these people to Okai said things are finished, Okai looked at the time. Has also been more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So today he also do not wait for the closing of the market, directly to these traders on vacation. As for Su Nuwa, and the division of the poem is also a piece of go. Sure is going back today to tell Hame about Okai agreeing to let her go as a nanny. And Su Nuwa is going home to honor her parents. Don't look at Okai gave her watch, sports car, bought new clothes and so on, but did not give Su Nuwa what cash. Today it is not easy to send $1 million. She does not go back to have a good time. Is not it a waste of Okai's heart? As for Okai, he is going to find Zhou Qin today. Although Zhou Qin had mentioned that she wanted to see Sure and Su Nuwa, it was obvious that the two of them still had some goons left, so they would have to wait until later. Just when the three people, ready to leave the company, that's when Okai saw the message sent by Li Weidong inside his cell phone. Looking at the other side kicked the lights of his sports car, and then Li Weidong called the police to arrest the other side. Okai couldn't help but laugh lightly. What's the point of making a scene like this, Li Haoyun? I really don't recognize it. Touching his chin, Okai is sure that he really does not know a called Li Haoyun. Just when he is ready to be like this, he is going to go to find Zhou Qin. This time all of a sudden his cell phone rang. A look at the caller. Actually is Feng Yu. Chapter 74, Catch Me If You Can. I'm sorry about that. I originally started this ultra running club because of this friend of mine. I sold this place to you without telling her. I'm really very sorry. When Okai drove his car to the police station, he saw Feng Yu standing here at this moment with an embarrassed face, and the first time she saw Okai, she first bowed to Okai and then said very sincerely, this last week has been busy for her as well. With the 180 million given by Okai, her company finally got a reprieve. The way things were going, even if there was no income, her company would be able to hold off for at least another year or so. After all, her current deficit was just about $100 million, $100 million owed to a bank. For many companies, that's no different than not being owed at all. However, although Feng Yu said that the current breath of relief came up, it does not mean that she will sit on her hands. So this week, she has been running around the country, hoping to get some orders to revitalize her company. But right now, with the economic climate the way it is, people don't have the spare cash to back her up, let alone knowing full well that she's in a big hole and can't make it back. So looking at Feng Yu's current situation, she also knew that she probably hadn't found any new orders. And now this company was still very difficult. It was at this time, though, that this friend of hers also gave her an eyeful. Oh, this friend of yours? I remember you saying, the one who stayed abroad. Right. Looking at Feng Yu's appearance, Okai also laughed at this moment. Well, that's her. I knew she'd be back in the next few days, but I didn't know she was going to pick up her car as soon as she got back here. And, well, LOL. Hearing Okai ask this, Feng Yu also said with some embarrassment, it's okay. Since we know each other, just pay the price. Hearing Feng Yu say this, Okai also waved his hand. Although it is said that today he just earned more than $3 billion, but it does not mean that he will not want to repair the car money. After all, he is not this person her father. Why should she be spoiled? And after hearing Okai's words, Feng Yu's face couldn't help but twitch at this time, and then a bit awkwardly was just about to open her mouth to say something, but found that at this time, the door of the police station was also opened. And then their company's legal affairs also followed a girl dressed in a very rebellious manner to walk out. As soon as the girl came out, she saw Feng Yu and couldn't help but have her eyes light up. The first thing she did was run over, and as soon as she did, she took Feng Yu's hand. Xiao Yu, you're here. What happened to the club? Why did you sell it back? Looking at Feng Yu, this girl also said with some anger. At the same time Oki glanced at her attributes, namely Hao Yun. Sex, female. Age, 26. Height, 173. Weight, 47 kilograms. Physical fitness, 14. Charisma, 97. Wisdom, 23. Operations, 98. Innovation, 3. Socialization, 19. Management, 16. Favorability towards the host, 45. Looking at this attribute, Okai cannot help but be a little puzzled. It is understandable that the low degree of goodwill towards himself. After all, Li Weidong sent her into the police station. She does not hate herself as Li Weidong's boss is strange, but her business has 98. But according to Feng Yu's words, she is a street skater. What business ability does she have? Not. What does she do for work? The company can't go on, so it was sold to him for money. Hearing this Li Haoyun's words, at this time Feng Yu also looked to the side of Okai and said, as soon as he heard Feng Yu say that the Okai next to him was the culprit who sent himself to the police station. At this point, Li Haoyun's face instantly turned gloomy. Just you're the owner of the club. What are you? You dare to arrest me too? Listening to this Li Haoyun's words, Okai was shocked at this point. She was so righteous that Okai seemed to be under some illusion. Could it be that she had damaged her car? At that moment, Okai all gasped and laughed, then looked towards Feng Yu whose face instantly changed at that moment as soon as he heard her speak. Feng Dong, your friend, quite arrogant. If she talks like this, I'm going to criminally prosecute her. Looking at this Li Haoyun, Okai also spoke up at this time. He wasn't trying to scare her. By the law of the land, the story damage to another person's property is $5,000 or more, and that's enough to be used to define the criteria for filing a case. As soon as she heard that Okai wanted to criminally prosecute her, at this point Li Haoyun also came to her senses. Come on, this is right in front of the police station. Arrest me. I'll see how you can arrest me. Listening to Li Haoyun's clamoring, Okai naturally wanted to satisfy her, and at that moment, he walked towards the inside of the police station. But just then, Feng Yu pulled Okai back at the first opportunity. Okai, don't be impulsive. I'm sorry, I've apologized to you on her behalf. I'm sorry, I'll pay the price. Xiao Yu, don't pull him, let me see how much power he has. I haven't been back for a few years and I'm still lawless? Let me see how many years he can sentence me to. Hearing Feng Yu speak like this, at this time, Li Haoyun also said with arrogance written all over his face. Nah, you heard it, Feng Dong, it's not that I'm not humane. People ask for this. Looking at Feng Yu's face of despair coupled with a dumbfounded look after hearing her words, Okai smiled and gently wiped Feng Yu's hand away, then walked straight into the police station. Only then did Feng Yu look at Li Haoyun with an angry face and roared, "You're crazy. I think it's you who are lawless. Do you think this is the American Empire? This is Yanhuang. Even if it is the son of the richest man in Yanhuang, if you hit someone, you still have to squat in. You more than what?" After yelling at Li Haoyun, Feng Yu at this time also immediately chased after him with quick steps. After hearing Feng Yu's words, Li Haoyun was indeed a bit confused. The last couple of years she had spent abroad had indeed been a human being on the verge of stupidity. Foreign countries, for the rich, is indeed a paradise. Why Yanhuang? A lot of rich people, after having money, will emigrate? It's because in foreign countries, money is really a master. Capitalism, capital, is above all else. In the American Empire, as long as you have money and power, you can get out in a month after a rape conviction, and you can even get away with murder easily because they have a jury system, and you can also plead guilty in private, with a lawyer and a judge. For example, if one kills a person, which is supposed to be a life sentence, and as a result pleads guilty privately, it can be changed to 10 or 8 years, and if the person has more energy, he can go through the connections and make good with all the jury members, and then 10 or 8 years may become 3 years, and then the judge will see that the person has a good attitude, and change it to a probationary sentence of 2 years, no offenses in the past 2 years, and none of those 3 years sentence need to be squatted. Of course, the U.S. Empire isn't even too black yet. The islands in southern Goliath, in fact, are going to be even blacker, because there is more or less a process to go through on the American side, and there is not even a process to go through on that side. There is a profession in South Korea called prosecutors who have the power to decide whether to file a case or not. Let's say there's a guy who kills someone. The evidence is overwhelming, and the police catch him red-handed, but the prosecutor doesn't feel the need to file a case. Then the police will have to let him go and won't even sentence him. A hotel employee on Jeju Island in South Korea's Goryeo broke into a Yankee tourist's room and raped him. That's how they sentenced him. The police arrested him, then the prosecutor said, "No need, let him go," and then he let him go. It's also the island in southern Goryeo that are still particularly exclusive to rich Yenhuang people, or else more of these rich people might go to these two places. At this time in Li Haoyun's consciousness, it was still the same yet, but obviously she was overthinking it. This is Yenhuang, not American Empire, not Island High. So she's finished? Chapter 75, recovering a little bit of unruly. Bluff who? He can still sentence me. How long can he sentence me? Looked at Feng Yu sold urgently ran into the police station. At this time Li Haoyun also looked at this legal affairs behind her. At the same time whispered to her. Hearing her words, this legal officer felt that she still hadn't smoothed out the current situation. Ms. Li, I need to remind you that according to Article 275 of the Code, the crime of intentional destruction of property will result in a prison sentence of up to 3 years if the amount is large. According to the headlight invoice submitted up by the other side, that headlight is worth more than 100,000 yuan, is already a larger amount, and you kicked out this light, is not a traffic accident, but you intentionally, and your attitude is now so bad. The other side, if you are to prosecute you according to this article, 3 years tops, you cannot run away. Gently pushed his glasses. This legal affairs is also very serious to Li Haoyun set up. I'll listen to this legal affairs, to sentence himself to 3 years. This time the bottom of Li Haoyun's eyes also flashed a flash of panic look. She was a bit of a crazy critic and a bit unaware of the sky, but she didn't want to go to jail either. So at that moment she also lowered her head, and then quickly walked towards the inside of the police station. When she walked in, she was just in time to see the way Feng Yu was blocking Okai with a helpless face. I'm sorry, I apologize for her. She dulled her brain abroad. She's not bad in person. Really, please, why didn't I realize you were such a scoundrel before? Get out of the way or I kiss you la. Looking at Feng Yu who was almost about to hug herself, Okai said it this time, also somewhat in tears. Clearly that woman is dead. What has to do with himself? She wants to go in and squat in jail. She is just fulfilling her wish. How come this Feng Yu is still sticking to herself? In the past when she worked in her company, this Feng Yu was high and cold like a high goddess. Although it was originally almost the same, but like this is so rogue. Okai is still the first time to see it. For a moment he was a little speechless. A kiss and you can't sue her? However, after hearing Okai's words, Feng Yu at this time suddenly blinked her eyes and looked at Okai. It's not. Hearing her words, Okai was all a bit teary-eyed. Is that the point? But it was obvious that Feng Yu wasn't prepared to give Okai much of a chance to explain. Just when Okai wanted to refuse, Feng Yu at this time suddenly stretched her hand and pulled Okai's neck, then came over and directly kissed Okai's lips. Looking at this scene, the police officers who were originally watching from the side were dumbfounded. Okai was also dumbfounded. And of course, Li Haoyun, who came in after, was also dumbfounded. So at that moment she ran over at the first opportunity, pulling Okai away and then blocking Feng Yu behind herself. What are you doing? Looking at Okai, Li Haoyun's eyes widened in anger at this moment, and looking at her in this anxiety, Oki was dumbfounded. What had he done? No, this woman smashed her own car? Wasn't it the fact that Feng Yu had suddenly kissed herself out of the blue? While looking at Okai's confused face, Feng Yu at this time pulled away Li Haoyun. It's a deal. One kiss and you can't sue her. I'll pay you back for the car repairs. Okay, let's go. After saying that, without giving Okai and Li Haoyun a chance to react, Feng Yu directly pulled Li Haoyun away. Only Okai, who was standing in the middle of the police station, was left in a daze. Sir, would you like to report a crime or? Looking at Okai stayed in place, a face at a loss for words. At this time the police in the middle of the police station also asked Okai. Hearing his words, Okai could not help but touch his lips. He cannot really report the case now. After all, his relationship with Feng Yu is quite good. Sorry, it's okay. Sighing, Okai also left the police station. When he came out, Li Haoyun and Feng Yu had already disappeared, and Okai also returned to the car and drove towards Zhou Qin's home. At the same time, he also gave Li Weidong a phone call, telling him that the matter was dealt with, and the lights would be repaired for the time being, and that in a few days, there should be money for the repair of the car on the company's card. Hanging up the phone, Oki couldn't help but touch his lips at this point. Aren't the peach blossoms a bit too much lately? Through the rearview mirror, Okai looked at himself. In his looks no different from before. Why recently so attract women like it? Is money, really, the best medical beauty for men? Just when he was thinking, then suddenly the phone rang again. He picked up a look, found another girl sent himself a certain letter. This person to not someone else. It is the day before yesterday he ran into Shin CC, old classmate. Is there anything tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner. It just so happens that Helan also has nothing to do. Let's get together too. Looking at the message sent by Shin CC, Okaita fell into a memory. Speaking of Shin CC, It was true that he had no interest in Shin CC, although it was said that the current Shin CC was very beautiful, but the flavor of the wind and dust was too heavy. Of course, there was a possibility that she was still a good girl, but there were too many pure beauties around Okai. Jo-chin, don't look at it, is also flavorful, but also has 31, but when she was with herself it was the first time. Sure. Su Nua are all the same, even if it is Lu Shi, so Shin CC, he's not very interested. As for Helan, if he were to say that in the past, he must have had a crush on Helan. After all, she was the school flower, but Helan had also been married for a long time, so Okai didn't have that kind of emotion towards her too. But looking at the message sent by Shin CC, he really wasn't too good at refusing. So after a moment's thought, he returned the favor. Tomorrow should be fine. Noon. I'll buy you guys. Well, just don't be polite. I'll book a place and give you the location when the time comes. Seeing that, Okai agreed. At this time Shin CC also immediately smiled back. Then after a while, sent him a private room location. Okai also returned an okay. Then the two do also have a sentence to chat for a while. He chatted until Okai reached the downstairs of Jo-chin's house before he ended the chat, with Okai going to find Jo-chin. At this time Fong Yu also drove his car and pulled Lee Haoyun back to his home. As soon as he came back, Fong Yu laid down on the sofa with a tired face, and after taking a closer look at Fong Yu's home, Lee Haoyun couldn't help but sit down next to her, then looked at her with a puzzled expression. You and that Oki, what's the deal? Good on? Your family isn't that different from when I left. Hearing Lee Haoyun's words, Fong Yu also rolled her eyes at her. Chapter 76, Specialized Teams. What's going on inside your head after a few years abroad? I don't really have a situation with that, okay? He used to be an employee of mine, and I laid him off a while ago when I downsized. As a result, who knows? He is also a rich man. These 2 years the global economic situation is not good. My company is about to hold out, so the first to sell my Long Tengjio Yuan house. It just so happens to be that he bought. The company's shortfall is a little big, so I sold that club. Guess he was too lazy to change his name before you made such a mess. Looking at Lee Haoyun, who had a curious face beside her, Fong Yu also spoke up. And you kissed him? Hey, seriously, you really have no interest in that little white boy? Hearing Fong Yu's words, Lee Haoyun also looked towards her and said with a smile, there is no interest in. Not really, I kind of see. I'm not what business material. After how it is also have to marry by marriage. Rather than marrying a I do not know at all, it would be better to marry a I am slightly familiar with it. I think he's a bit more pleasant to look at. Unassuming, good personality, good ability, good family history, and of course, good looking, so it's something to consider. Supporting his chin and thinking back to Okai, Fong Yu also whispered at this moment. Hey, this is also good. That is also good. I think you just look at that bird, man. You say you this little face boiled, waxy yellow, or you go with together. The company also quit. Suffer this bird gasset. Looking at Fong Yu's appearance. At this time, Lee Haoyun also spoke up, but it only returned a second blank stare from Fong Yu. If only I were as dashing as you are. There's no inheritance to give me an annual dividend if I go away, and I'll probably starve to death if I do. Hey, don't talk about me. You came back this time, said you want to check the account. That little mother and that brother of yours, will they do something from it? You have to be more careful. Your dad can't be relied on right now, and you need to prepare early. Looking at Lee Haoyun's appearance, Fong Yu also whispered at this moment. Well, I'm also considering this matter. I'm now in the country with 2 eyes. The only one I can rely on is you. But you're in this situation. It's even worse than I might be. It's really necessary to think of a way. Hearing the words of Fong Yu, Lee Haoyun also pursed her lips, and now her family's situation is more complicated. At this time, Okai, naturally do not know what Fong Yu and Lee Haoyun is talking about. At this time, he, after coming to Jo-chin's home downstairs, then also lightly go to Jo-chin's home. But what surprised him a little was that in Jo-chin's house now, there were 3 other girls besides her. All 3 girls. Oki also had some impression. The one who has been looking at herself with an iron face is called Sang Won, who is a waitress just like Sun Shanshan. There is another smiling one who is called Hui, who is mainly in charge of the warehouse side. And there is also a foreign girl called Jenny, who is in charge of bartending. When Okai used to play with Jo-chin at the bar, they always seemed to avoid his place consciously or unconsciously, so he didn't have close contact with them near. As a result, now that I look at them, these 3 girls have changed out of their waitress clothes and into their regular clothes, and they're really pretty. Although Sang-won had an ironic face, she was a cute little round face with big eyes and heavy undercover silkworms, and across her face she also made it seem as if she looked cute when she was angry. Hui is the one who often smiles and laughs. In the past, because she often worked in the warehouse, Okai seldom saw her, and now she looks like she has a very good figure. Even if it wasn't as good as Jo-chin, it wasn't far off. but if we talk about the body, the best is Jenny. If purely look at the face, Pelvet One and Hui is actually more beautiful than Jenny. But if you count the body, these two guys will not be able to. Good guy. According to the ABCD So ranking, her alphabet may be ranked in the 12th, 13th level, and with her somewhat nerdy looks, it really is a killer. Now that it was hard to see, he subconsciously checked their attributes as well. Name, Sangwon. Sex, female. Age, 23. Height, 176. Weight, 55 kilograms. Physical fitness, 88. Charisma, 95. Wisdom, 35. Operations, 99. Innovation, 1. Socialization, 8. Management, 9. Favorability towards the host, 72. Favorability towards Jochin, 100. Name, Hui. Sex, female. Age, 24. Height, 168. Weight, 51 kilograms. Physical fitness, 78. Charisma, 95. Wisdom, 67. Operations, 99. Innovation, 11. Socialization, 69. Management, 45. Favorability towards the host, 79. 100 towards Jochin. Name, Jenny. Sex, female. Age, 22. Height, 181. Weight, 58 kilograms. Physique, 81. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 11. Operations, 99. Innovations, 6. Socialization, 62. Management, 58. Favorability towards the host, 88. 100 towards Jochin. Looking at the attributes of this role, Okai is very surprised at this time, because they three this attribute is not right. This physical quality, far more than ordinary people are, among humans, is also considered to be the top type, and this business ability are 99. They're all just bar staff. What business 99? There was also their favorability, or you could say loyalty, towards Jochin, which was a bit too high, right? What was the situation? Just as Okai was a bit shocked, the three of them at that moment also saw Okai. The three of them obviously didn't really want to get too involved with Oki either. At that moment, the three of them also nodded to Jochin before leaving Jochin's home. When passing by Okai, Pelvet One basically just ignored. Hui smiled and nodded his head as a kind of greeting, and the only one who greeted Okai with a lot of enthusiasm was Jenny. And after these three left, Okai also looked at Jochin. It looks like Jenny likes you a lot. How about it? Want to make a date with her tonight? Raising her eyebrows, Jochin also walked to Okai's side and asked with a smile. Auntie, don't joke. I haven't even said a complete sentence with her. Looking at Jochin, Okai also said with some speechlessness. Who is joking with you? They three as my mother left me. Used to protect me. Say as my sister is not too much. I once persuaded them can be self-supporting, but they are absolutely not going to leave me. If you have been with you in the future, then they three will have to be with you too. While saying that, Jochin looked at Okai and winked mischievously. Hearing Jochin's words, Okai laughed awkwardly again, but he did know what these three people that 99's business was. It was probably either killing or protecting, thanks to the fact that he is also very strong. Or else these three guys would not be as good as the sword of Damocles above his head. As for taking them in piece by piece, at least for now, Oki doesn't have that in mind. Chapter 77, Targeted. No, the accounts are wrong. No. Right after Okai and Jochin chatted for a while inside their home, Okai also pulled Jochin out for dinner, and the two of them ate dinner together before going to the bar, listening to the singing of the band Jochin invited, drinking wine, chatting with Sun Shanshan from time to time, flirting with Jochin. Honestly, Okai is living a very comfortable life. He hadn't known before that he could have so much fun inside a quiet bar like this, but while he was happy, there were a number of people who were not happy at this point. As the Hong Kong stock market closed at 4 p.m. today, the major shareholders behind Bullion World also started to take stock of their accounts to see how much they had actually earned today. Their money-making model today is to first put the gold and silver world, all the shares, 20 billion shares all take out to sell, to promote the stock price, and then wait until the close of the market. The stock price stabilized, and then according to the proportion of the major companies previously agreed to stay about 2 billion shares, that is, 1/10 of the bulk of the shares in the market, and then recover the other shares. Don't look at it as a simple in and out. There's a lot of money to be made here, going by the big model estimates they made at the beginning, because the stock of this company, the original point, should be about $1. Now they 53 cents to sell, is bound to cause a lot of retail investors to scramble. Going by the estimates of those experts under them, they only need to take out 15%, or about 3 billion shares, and that's enough to top the stock price to about $1. After letting it smooth out a little bit, at about 230, and then taking out 30%, or about 6 billion shares, there's a good chance that they can top the stock price to about $1.50. At this point they can dump out in large quantities and the stock price will naturally fall as a result. By the time they have finished dumping all the shares on their hands, the stock price will most likely be back below $1. And then they will start collecting from the retail investors at the original ratio. That's just enough so that at the close of business, they can complete the reorganization of the board's shareholding at $1 or so in stock price. And there's a big profit to be made. Think about it, 20 billion shares total, 53 cents a share. That's 6 billion. First 15% at 53 cents, then 30% at $1, then 55% at $1.50 on the field. That $10, 6 billion translates into $24 billion and 90 million. At the end of the night, another 18 billion shares are recovered at $1. That means they netted $6 billion on this entry and exit. A dozen or so shares, as little as $200 million to $300 million, and as much as nearly $700 million to $800 million. This is a lot of money, but they have not counted on 1,000 calculations. The island earthquake today just happened to be beforehand just to sign a contract. Mixed qualifications of the gold and silver world of the area looked at. This went up, at its peak, to $2.63 for the entire stock. That's not a $24 billion profit. It's a $36.5 billion profit. And even though it cost them a little bit more to say that the stock price was $1.53 at the final close, even then they had a $9 billion profit. Profits have increased by more than a third directly, but when they did the math they realized something was wrong. Because when a dozen or so companies finished their accounts, found that they only gained a profit of more than 50. If you say that if the original plan, to 6 billion, the result is to make more than 5 billion is still understandable. Some people see their plan, the wind up, let a person cut off a sum. But now, what should have been a profit of $9 billion has turned out to be more than $5 billion, a direct loss of more than $3 billion, which is a blowout for these companies. From the end of the first reconciliation at 5 p.m. or so, they reconciled the accounts 6 times in a row. It was right up until about 10 o'clock in the evening when they determined that the biggest piece of the cake had been taken, which was a huge blow to the dozen or so companies. For a moment, many of the chairman, general manager of the Office of the Valuable Ornaments are broken. Find out for me. Make sure you find out who did it. Find it for me. And an internal company inventory. Don't let me know who's behind this, or I'll make you die. Cut off people's wealth, such as killing parents. Not to mention that this is billions of dollars. This is not a small amount of money. At the moment a lot of companies within the company have come to check the end of the instructions, and at this point, Oki doesn't know this. Now he is having fun, and at night he also returned home with Jo Chin. The two first took a bath together. It is natural to go back to the room to rest to go. In the blink of an eye it was the next day. Today's Saturday, Oki cannot have things. He and Jo Chin slept together until dawn, and then in the morning also warm up more than an hour before in the morning is almost 10 o'clock. Wash together and then go downstairs to eat up the meal. Originally Oki do not want to eat breakfast, because he and Shin Cc still had a lunch date for noon, but Jo Chin said that he couldn't do without breakfast, so he forcefully dragged Oki to have breakfast. But just as Oki was eating breakfast, that's when a call suddenly came in. For this phone, Oki is not a stranger, because this phone is being Merchant's local head office president, Oki, and he signed the contract. The two exchanged contact information with each other, but I didn't think about how he called himself up today, though it was a bit confusing to say the least. He picked it up. Hello, Governor Lee. Hello, is this Mr. Odong? Hello. This big day off, and still call you. I'm really sorry. Hey, what's this? Governor Lee, if you have something to do, just order it any time. After all, it was an official person, so Oki was still very polite. There was no need to start a conflict with such a person. What command? I just want to invite Odong to have a tea. I do not know if it is convenient. Hearing Governor Lee say that he wants to invite himself to drink tea, Oki's eyebrows raised. This won't be a hongmen banquet, but after thinking about it, the money he has in Hong Kong stocks right now can all still be in the hands of merchants, so even if this is a hongmen banquet, he still has to go. So after thinking about it for a moment, Oki responded as well. Governor Lee has an invitation. I'm sure I have time. Name a place. Well then, I'll send you the location. With Oki and Governor Lee exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two of them also hung up the phone, and then Governor Lee also sent Oki a coordinate. Looking at the coordinates, Oki also looked at Jo Chin. In a little while, I'll drop you off and then I have some things to take care of. I'll go with you. While saying that, Jo Chin took Oki's hand and spoke with a serious gaze. It's fine. I'm going to dinner with my female classmates. You still have to follow. Seeing Jo Chin's gaze, Oki also joked at this moment, but Jo Chin laughed a little at this point and spoke softly. I'm sure I'm not interested in having dinner with my female classmates, but, is your female classmate's nickname Governor Lee? Chapter 78, Industrial Protection. Governor Lee. Oh Dong. This is my inner circle. No need to recuse yourself. Oh, hello to the lady. Along with Okai and Jochin, they arrived at the localized tea house that Governor Lee had sent after. Okai also saw Governor Lee in the middle of one of the boxes here. However, it was obvious that Governor Lee was a little surprised that Okai had brought Jochin along. However, after Okai said that Jochin was his insider, Governor Lee just laughed for a moment before nodding and signaling the two to sit down. However, only Okai sat down to the position of the guests, while Jochin invited the tea master invited by Governor Lee, and invited out, and he himself sat down to the position of the tea master. And Governor Lee naturally will not feel a little abrupt, because he felt, at this time, Okai and Xin is very wary of himself, so it is normal that they will have some caution. However, what made both Okai and Governor Lee have some surprises was that Jochin's level could be good. Along with the two of them took a sip of tea. At this time, Okai also opened his mouth first. Governor Lee, I don't know what is the reason for calling me here today. It can't really be to come over for tea. Okai wasn't a serious businessman, or a politician. He didn't really like to mesmerize people, and even more so, he didn't like to be metaphysical. And Governor Lee, but he knew too well what was going on with people like Oki and the others. To put it simply, it's Mang. If it had been an average late bloomer, Mang, it would often have been accompanied by danger. But Oki was different. The boy was reckless, but he had the real power to set the table. He's not a pawn, he's table ready. Whether it's personal strength or strength behind it, it's enough. So at this point, Governor Lee also smiled and spoke. Oh Dong, I'm trusting you, so I'll call you old brother. I don't know if you know about the shock that happened in the Hong Kong stock market yesterday? Putting down the teacup in his hand, Governor Lee also asked with a smile. As soon as he heard his words, Okai's pupils could not help but shrink. He admitted that his ability to be city smart was indeed not good, and he still needed to practice. His brain was spinning fast at this moment, and after thinking about it for a while, he still opened his mouth and spoke up. Okay, then I'll call you Ali brother. You said the shock refers to the gold and silver world? Looking at Governor Lee, Okai was also ready to directly spread out to speak. Hearing Okai point this out bluntly, Governor Lee also smiled. Well, exactly. Yesterday's shock. In fact, 16 companies joined together to make a big move, originally prepared to harvest some money on the stock market. As a result of this mantis catching cicadas, the yellow bird in the back, this mantis and cicadas all over the place, but this yellow bird, they can't see clearly. Shaking his head, Governor Lee also smiled and made his intentions known, and after hearing his words, Okai's brows couldn't help but frown. He could hear it. This Governor Lee's meaning was to say that he knew that he was the yellow bird. So what's he up to now? Is this preparing to expose himself? At the thought, he couldn't help but speak. Then what does Lee mean by finding me this time? Wanting me to spit out my money? Or is he preparing to sell my information to them? Hey, old brother misunderstood. We are doing the bank. If the bank did so, that still live not live? Look at now Wolfong. After that mess, the market value of the direct waste dropped more than 700 billion. The domestic banks are basically about to close without. And then there's Riksbank, where credit collapsed straight away and the stock dropped 30%. Being a bank, honesty is the main thing is. So your information, within us is only known to me and our boss. No one can ask for your information. Of course, if you had committed treason, that's another story. Seeing Okai's gaze, at this time, Governor Lee immediately opened his mouth and spoke up, stating that he wasn't threatening Okai with his identity or anything like that. Hearing his words, Okai couldn't help but look at him with some confusion at that moment. Brother Lee, those 16 can have state-owned enterprises in them as far as I know. So what if the state-owned enterprises, the stock market, which is a free trading market, can not only allow the state-owned enterprises to make money, do not allow the state-owned enterprises to lose it. In that case, those 2 barrels of oil has long been issued. After smiling and taking a sip of the tea in front of him once again, Governor Lee also smiled and spoke. Alright, Brother Lee, let's not beat around the bush. I don't know what Brother Lee came to see me for this time. Looking at Governor Lee, Okai also spoke up. There are 2 things in total, and one of them is that, if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Although it is said to be one country, 2 rules, but the Hong Kong stock market, after all, is also our country's own. If you play too aggressively, then the impact will be too great. Listening to Okai's words, at this time, Governor Lee also looked at him and said slowly. That statement was a nod to Oki, and the meaning was obvious. Oki is indeed a bit too magical. In 3 days, it went from 700 million soft dollars to 1 billion soft dollars, nearly 6 times the gain. Wouldn't that mean that next week, he could flip from $4, $1 billion to over $20 billion? And then next week, isn't it just going to go from over 200 times to over $120 billion? The implications of this are too great for the country to gamble on, or dare to gamble on. So OK can continue to play in the Hong Kong stock market if he wants to, but things like this should not happen again. He can make money, but the amount of money he makes should be scaled back. Though it is said that man is selfish and man wants all the wealth of the world to be his own. But society doesn't think so. A piece of cake, you can't just go up and eat it all. You have to let others eat it too, or else when the other side lifts the table, no one is better off. Of course, that country's meaning also shows, OK if he went to the U.S. stock so play, then the country does not care, he casually play, but the U.S. stock side won't be as nice as the Hong Kong stock side. There that, clanging off the table. I see. And second, hearing what Governor Lee said, OK nodded and then asked, secondly, it's actually a little bit of my personal advice. You know, what's the best talisman? Watching OK understand, Governor Lee also nodded with satisfaction and continued, being an officer? Owing the bank alone? Hearing Governor Lee say this, OK's brows furrowed, then asked tentatively, but this statement made Governor Lee almost choke. You're talking about that was decades ago. Now the amulet is industry. Looking at OK, Governor Lee also said seriously, industry? Hearing his words, OK also looked at him with some confusion. You can't pay taxes on the money you're making now, and you can't solve the problem of employment for the people. Our country's policy is to let some people get rich first, and then drive others to get rich with them, instead of letting a portion of the population get rich first and become a privileged class, and then letting the common people chip away at that class. Got it? Looking at OK who hadn't realized what the problem was, Governor Lee also spoke up. Chapter 79, a small gathering of classmates. How much money did you make them? Still all over the world? As OK and Zhou Qin walked out of the tea house, the Zhou Qin at this time couldn't help but ask with some doubts. 3 billion or so. Hearing Zhou Qin ask so, OK did not hide, but directly explained how much money he earned. Once heard the words of OK, Zhou Qin at this time have some shock. Over $30 billion? How much did you use to earn it? How long did it take? Looking at OK, Zhou Qin's pupils shook dramatically for a moment, then he also lowered his voice to ask in a small voice. It took $700 million, a total of 3 days, I think. Looking up at the sky, Oki also briefly took stock. Hiss, 700 million. 3 days earned more than 3 billion, more than 500% return. This is too horrible, right? In that case, then you manage the money in the future. Hearing Okai speak like this, Zhou Qin also took out a bank card from her own small bag and stuffed it into Okai's hand. Ha, this is. Looking at this bank card, Okai was also in a daze at this point. This is my private money, a total of 500 million, and it's yours too. Seeing Okai's puzzled look, Zhou Qin at that moment also smiled and spoke. You just did not also hear it. The above does not allow me to get too much action. Estimated that the Hong Kong stock, they can accept the limit. It is about 1 billion. I've still got over 4 billion here that I don't know how to get. And here you are giving me another 500 million. Looking at the bank card inside his hand, Okai also smiled bitterly. Hey, it's no use putting it in my place. I'm just eating a bank interest. It's better to put it in your place to be more useful. You can do whatever you want. Just watch and use it. Well, I'm going home. Send me back. Don't forget, you still have an appointment with 2 classmates. Hearing Okai speak like this, at this time, Zhou Qin also smiled. Finalized this matter. Hearing Zhou Qin said so, Okai at this time also really don't know what to say to be good, so also nodded and should be down. Then he first drove the car. After sending Zhou Qin back home, at this time he looked at the time, also arrived at the time with Shin CC appointment, so he also drove the car, came to her booked position outside the private dining room. When his car pulled up, he saw Shin CC standing outside the door with a girl waiting for him at that moment. This girl didn't need to be said to know that it should be Helan. Today's Shin CC, wearing a flesh-colored wraparound skirt, bare legs, as a car model that's super long legs, it is indeed incomparably attractive, plus wearing a pair of pointed meat-colored high-heeled, showing her legs to be longer than a lot of people's lives, a head of long hair, permed into a big wavy look, exquisite makeup, with jewelry. It can be seen that she for today's meal, can be said to be extremely important. As for Helan beside her, she had to dress a bit more normally. She just wore a white slim skirt, her delicate face, with long straight black hair, standing there quietly, just like a fairy walking out of a painting. The two are hot, a pure, to hear one stop, have a say. This attention is not generally high, basically regardless of men and women. From here a walk through, will turn around to look at a bit, only in the eyes of the man is stunning, while the eyes of the woman is vigilant. In the face of such a special creature, Those with girlfriends have little recourse but to be dragged away. But these tarts without girlfriends have some spring in their step. Although it was said that looking at the two of them, they had an icy cold look. But the beauty was current, and there were quite a few people stopping by. Just as Oki pulled up, he saw a group of young men, probably college students, looking at the duo in the distance here. It's beautiful. It looks older than us. What's wrong with bigger? It's so pretty. I can live with a little bigger. As Oki got out of the car, he also heard the students. Should I, go ask for a certain letter? I don't quite dare. You go ahead. You're the best looking one we have here. So, then I'll try? Hey, you guys. They look at me and smile. I'll go then. Just as Okai heard the sound of them talking, it was obvious that Shinsisi and Hilan at this time also saw Okai, so they also smiled and looked at Okai, but this smile of theirs made the few students over here misunderstand. At that moment, within these people, there was a boy who was indeed quite tall and handsome, and gathered the courage to walk over towards Shinsisi and Hilan, and at the same time took out his cell phone. Hello, you two young ladies, can you add a certain letter? Ha? Oh, no. Looking at this male college student's expectant face, at this time, Shinsisi smiled and said very firmly, while beside her, Hilan shook her head with a smile at this time, and then the two of them directly leaped over him and walked over to Okai's side. You're here. It's still smooth when you come. There's no traffic jam today. Looking at Okai, at this time Shinsisi was very natural, and took one of Okai's hands. As for Hilan next to him, naturally she wouldn't come up and make a move, but instead stood playfully by Okai's side and looked at him with a smile. Looking at the appearance of these two beautiful women, at this time this side of a lot of people, have heard the sound of their own heartbreak, especially that just was encouraged to come over to ask for a certain letter of that boy, now is really ashamed. At that moment, immediately Grace slipped away. For these people's actions, Okai naturally didn't care. He now also opened his mouth towards Shinsisi and Hilan. Hilan, it's been a long time, you came quite well, but you're here so early. Am I late? Wasn't it booked for 11:30? It's been a long time. Well, there's no mistake. It's booked for 11 o'clock, but I'm the one whose treating can't afford to press for time. So let's go. We haven't ordered yet. Hearing Okai's words, Hilan also nodded his head first and answered. Then Shinsisi pulled Okai into the middle of this restaurant, with a few people ordering a few of the signature dishes of this place. They came to a window seat on the second floor, and after the three of them sat down on three sides, they began to chat as well. Old classmates, chatting about nothing more than two things. Either reminiscing about their old school days, or talking about what they are doing now, or what classmates are doing now. However, Shinsisi came this time. After all, the drunkard's intention was not to drink, so when the dishes all came up, and after a few people ate for a while, she also naturally led the conversation to her love life. Looking at Okai, Shinsisi also opened her mouth to ask at this time, your girlfriend that I saw the other day is older than us, isn't she? Chapter 80, Drunkenness. Well, it is indeed a bit older. Shinsisi had met, naturally, Zhou Qin, and although Zhou Qin said that she was extremely well maintained, she looked just like she was 27 or 8. After all, her actual age was already 31, and of course, Okai didn't feel that there was any problem. Previously I heard that you found a college classmate. I heard others say that your relationship can be good. How come you still split up? Hearing Okai say so, at this time Hilan could not help but ask with some doubts. Hey, think I'm poor, and her mother, a bit of a psychopath, and then a few of her girlfriends, I guess, are not quite right in the head either. Laughing a little, Okai also shook his head. He, in and of itself, is not a problem, it's the people around her that are so problematic. Think you're poor? What kind of reason is that? Who does she want to marry? The world's richest man? Hearing the reason Okai said, Shinsisi on this side was dumbfounded. Now that their whole class knew that Okai was a supercar club and owned a company, no one knew how much money he had, but it had to be a few $100 million at least, hundreds of millions of dollars. So handsome, such a nice personality, and then think he's poor? Shinsisi and Hilan couldn't understand it, but were greatly shocked. Hey, don't mention me, talk about you guys. That guy from Shinsisi that day, didn't continue to contact him? And Hilan, I heard that you got married very early. Now how is your husband? Looking at these two, Okai also casually waved his hand. His matter could not be said clearly, because if he were to say it carefully, it would be easy to involve the system. So at this point, he also naturally changed the subject. Hearing Okai ask this, Hilan revealed a touch of embarrassment at this time, and her right hand also gently touched the wedding ring on her left hand, while Shinsisi directly waved her hand at this time and said, contact what? I'm just going for a meal. If you don't like it, I won't go in the future. Supporting her chin, Shinsisi also looked at Okai. Hearing her words, Okai couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He actually vaguely felt as if Shin-CC's heart towards himself was impure, but he had always believed in the four major illusions: whether the window was left open, whether the door was unlocked, whether someone was calling me, whether she was interested in me. Whenever he had such a feeling, he would deny himself this feeling in his heart, unless the other party was like Sure or Su Nuwa, directly taking the initiative. He would be sure of the other party's mind. At this time Shin-CC said so, Okai was indeed a little confused. He wasn't sure, at this point, if the other party was joking or serious. If it's serious, what is one going to do? You know, he's not really interested in Shin-CC. While it was possible that she smoked, drank, clubbed, and went out to dinner with boys, it was clear that such a girl was not Oki's cup of tea. Don't look at the fact that Okai seems to have just said alright now, but the information contained within that is quite a lot. Shin-CC naturally also heard a lot of information from Okai's which made her originally happy mood fell by some blows. But fortunately, there was still Helan next to her, and at that moment, she couldn't help but pat Okai. You are what? Our CC doesn't deserve you. I don't mean that. It's just that I already have a girlfriend. Listening to Helan's words, Okai also knew that his was a bit abrupt, so he immediately explained. I'm kidding, but who's to say what's going to happen in the future? Looking at Okai's appearance, the Shin-CC at this time also smiled. Then she continued to speak. Then he greeted Oki and continued eating. Soon, a lunch was finished, and Shin-CC and Helan separated from Okai, looking at Okai's back as he drove away in his car. At this time, Helan also asked Shin-CC, well, do you want to keep chasing? It seems to me that Oki has no intention of doing so. Chase? It's so hard for me to run into him again. How can I let go at this time? He just has a girlfriend now. I may not be out of luck. Even if he's married, a man of his stature would probably have a lover. So what about me? Listening to Helan's words, Shin-CC took a deep breath, then opened her mouth with a burning gaze. Seeing this serious look on Shin-CC's face, Helan couldn't help but sigh. I think you're just crazy. Young? How can you prove that you've been young if you don't go crazy for a while? Xiaolan, have you ever been crazy? Looking at Helan, Shin-CC laughed a little, then looked at her with a grave gaze. Seeing Shin-CC's gaze, at this time, Helan could not help but feel a tightness in her heart, and then her hand could not help but buckle on top of her wedding ring. It can be seen that her heart is incomparably struggling. As for this moment, Okai didn't know what Shin-CC and Helan said after he left, and now he drove straight to his supercar club. When he arrived here, not only was Li Wei-dong here, Luo Guigang and Chi-E were also here. The Ultra Racing Club is not like a normal company or organization. It's not like that. Places like this are really mainly places to have fun, so Saturdays and Sundays are when they are most crowded. Luo Guigang and Chi-E, they haven't driven a sports car yet. Today they have long made an appointment to come over to play today. If it is not Shin-CC wants to invite Okai for dinner, maybe Okai came over early today. When he got here, he found that Luo Guigang is running on top of the racetrack, while Chi-E is sitting for a while inside each car, taking pictures and punching cards. Only Li Wei-dong, at this time, is squatting in front of that big bull, a face of heartache looking at this headlight. Looking at his appearance, Okai also smiled and walked over to pat him. What are you doing, Dongzi? Heartbroken? Yes, heartache. This a headlight, the original imported, a light to be more than 180,000, and then inside the alignment, and some miscellaneous things, add up to about 260,000. I asked, if we go to the Auto City, a headlight will be 3,000. A full set of the first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for it. Or let's. Looking at Okai behind him, the Li Wei-dong at this time also whispered, don't, just go with the original. It doesn't cost us any money anyway. If you go with an auto parts party, you won't be able to get a valuation on the car later. Understand? Oki bought this land not for fun, but to make money, so these cars, too, are his tools to make money. Don't understand. But obviously, Okai's meaning, this is not Li Wei-dong's study to understand. At the moment he also shook up his head, said he did not understand. If you don't understand, do as I say. Come on, let's go upstairs and play the game. Old Chi, upstairs. Looking at Li Wei-dong, Okai also laughed, then clapped his hands and called Chi-E, who was far away, to go to the second floor together. Today is a day off. Do not want to think about this. Chapter 81, What to do? What do you guys say? Is there a brick and mortar industry to work in? After playing in the supercar club for the afternoon, Okai, Luo Guigang, Li Wei-dong and Chi-E also went to take a bath together, and during the massage in the third floor hall, Okai also asked towards these three people. He actually has been thinking about the words of Governor Li today. The talisman of businessmen has never been politics or bank loans, but industry. That's true. but it's not entirely true. Because industry, while it's true that it's a businessman's talisman because it represents local tax revenue and employment, the big problem now is that it's not profitable. So at this time, after the bath and massage, Okai also spoke to Luo Guigang and them, although he said that he did not think that he would hear any answer from their mouths. But collectively, anyway, this word and there is no significance. What? You want to do some industry? Hearing Okai's words, the first one to react was Luo Guigang, then asked with some doubt. Well, there's the idea, but I don't know what for. Nodding, Oki spoke up as well. Now the industry. Do what all loss? You open this year's World Top 500 look. The first is the Walmart, the second Amazon, the third is our country's power grid, the fourth is to sell oil Middle East Aramco, the fifth and sixth is the two of the 2 barrels of oil, the seventh is the fruit, the eighth is to sell soap, the ninth is to sell insurance, and the 10th is to sell fake drugs. While it is true that there are brick and mortar companies as well, which one can you touch for oil or electricity? After hearing Okai say this, Chi-E at this time also spoke up, and after hearing his words, Okai did ponder. Just like the salt and iron patents in the ancient times, there are many franchised companies in Yanhuang nowadays. Things like oil, gas, electricity, cigarettes, are not things that ordinary people can touch. Sure, there will be some private gas stations, but they don't have the volume of tens of billions of dollars. So that's a current dilemma. If you want to make money, then you have to do IT, finance, and industry just doesn't make money. If you're into pharmaceuticals or something like that, it's a big upfront investment with a slow payoff. Oki, on the other hand, needs to use the money he earns to unlock new abilities, so it becomes a dead end. Otherwise, how about you study researching about automobiles? Just as Okai was contemplating here, Li Weidong at this time suddenly spoke up. A car? Looking at Li Weidong, Okai also looked at him with some confusion. Well, cars? It's easy to get started in building cars these days, and I've seen a lot of members this last week that would let some little electric donkeys over to run the track. And while it's true that the top speed is not good, the starting speed is really fast. Cars in the hundreds of thousands and twenties of dollars are much faster than traditional million-dollar cars. That overlook you're driving now, isn't it also a small electric donkey? With one kick of the throttle, it scurries hard. Hearing Okai's words, Li Weidong also spoke up. Listening to what he was saying, Oki did freeze for a moment, then couldn't help but ponder. Cars? It seems backwards, haha. It can create a large number of jobs, and deeply tied to the local area, but also on a lot of taxes. Of course, the main thing is that the relationship is good can also take the state subsidies. As for whether the car company has a fist product, this does not matter. The big deal is to OEM themselves. These are small problems. In case if one day they get a design master class, or to obtain any special technology, then it will be a flying start. This is indeed a good choice, haha. So at that moment he immediately began to check up on the current market value of the nation's automobiles. Ranked first is Biddy. This need not look. People more than 700 billion it. Okai, even if there is a folding card, he wants to save more than 70 billion. Do not know to monkey years and months. The second CC isn't even possible. It's over 200 billion. The third one, Little Lee, is nearly $160 billion. The fourth Heike is about the same. The fifth CA more than 130 billion. The sixth Xiaokong is also more than 130 billion. The seventh Geely, the owner of this Volvo, the parent company of Deben, more than 70 billion. Yuezhou vehicle is going to be 400 million less than him. The ninth of the future is also more than 70 billion. The 10th of the small children, it is only 57.2 billion. This can actually be studied. The 11th, Blue Valley, with a market capitalization of $50.8 billion, would actually be more appropriate, but it and the 12th, Polaris, with a market capitalization of $35.4 billion, both have parent companies, and there's no way for this one to be acquired directly. Further down the zero bubble, Lifan, Leather Ruler Department. This goes without saying, with a discount card is not appropriate, especially in the 15th Leather Ruler Department. Its market value is only 7.2 billion. Okai and then try hard. He directly spend money to buy down. With what a discount card. So kids do fit, but kids have a huge problem. It is this car company, year after year losses. Clunk loss of Okai. Look at the frown. This place should be bought. That is not with the purchase of a father back almost. So looking at this car company, Oki couldn't help but frown. In fact, to buy physical industry, there is no need to have to buy a company. Right, you buy a neighborhood, buy a building, or buy a piece of land, should also be considered an entity. While the prices are low, you can indeed look into it, and then it will be cheaper for us to go up to your place and buy a house. Looking at Okai frowning and checking Chitu's appearance. At this time Luo Guigang also opened his mouth to say a sentence, and hearing his words, Okai indeed froze, and then felt that what he said seemed to make sense. Governor Lee just said it is an entity, but did not say what kind of entity. Running a factory is an entity. Enclosure is also an entity. Also need to pay taxes. Also need to hire people. And the main thing is, real estate is really not now. But Okai is an exception. He can see a piece of land has no potential. So if he were to buy a little kid's car, he's probably a sure thing, but it accomplishes the task above. But if he were to circle the wagons, it's a sure thing. He couldn't help but rub his chin at the thought. As far as he knows, he is now the developer of this neighborhood. There are some problems with the lack of capital chain. Hand covered a lot of land. Thought of this, he could not help but narrow his eyes. This, but also can. With that thought in mind, he couldn't help but feel that tomorrow he could take a look around the neighborhood, or the neighborhood, and see where that 3 years later semester landed, and then consider it for himself. And just when Okai was thinking here, at this time Luo Guigang but suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Hey, do you guys know which gym is good? Recently my body is too weak. I want to go to fitness." Bah, is that for fitness? Is that for pretending to be 13? Don't think I don't know. You have been on good terms with the company's receptionist girl lately. Hearing Luo Guigang's words, at this time, Chi-E couldn't help but chuckle. Once heard Chi-E words, Okai then remembered the ontai side of the front desk of a little girl. Long, naturally with the sure, Su Nua por far, but also quite lovely. He then found that recently Luo Guigang often will run to the front desk side. They have bumped into several times. Once asked him, he said in the pickup courier, pickup takeout. At the time, he was a bit puzzled that he, a general manager, would need to come out and fetch these himself. Now it looks like the kid is drunk off his ass. But if we're talking about gyms, he does know a good one. Chapter 82, Can't Let Go. Who is really easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. When Okai opened his eyes on Sunday morning, at this time he was alone in his own bed, looking at the side of the empty as wild. Okai for a moment actually a little less adapted. Think about it is really funny. Last night after they took a bath, and then went to find a stall to drink have been more than 10 o'clock in the evening. Okai also did not go to find Jochin or called Sure and Sunua over. Just hit a chauffeur to send themselves back home. As for why they didn't go over to Jochin's side to drink, I guess Luo Guigang and the others had some embarrassment. The love of beauty is common to all, but brotherhood, again, is important. They were worried that they couldn't control themselves and look at Jochin a few more times, so instead of some problems that would arise, it would be better to just nip them in the bud. So after they showered, they found a barbecue they used to eat and drink at. I also made a date over drinks to stop by this gym by Oki's house today. After looking at the time, it was almost time. Okai also rolled up from the bed, and then went to the bathroom to wash up a little bit before he also changed his clothes and prepared to go downstairs. Before he went downstairs, though, he made a point of looking at his home, and well, it really was time to get someone over to clean it up. The second floor here is okay, because Okai they back is also back to the second floor here to live. Sure. Su Nua and Jochin usually will slightly help to take care of it, but on the first and third floors, there was already a layer of dust on the floor. I also don't know if that roommate of Sure's is busy by himself. Looking at the ash on the ground, Okai also muttered in a low voice, but then he also shook his head and didn't think about it. If he was too busy to come over, he would just find a suitable babysitter to come over at that time. Anyway, according to the original agreement, Sure would bring her over to take a look this afternoon, so he didn't need to worry about this. With that thought, Oki changed his shoes and left the room as well. He was originally prepared to go outside the neighborhood to have breakfast, and then wait for Luo Guigang and the others to come over to go to the gym. But when he was about to go out of the neighborhood, he just happened to see Lu Shi. At this moment, from outside the neighborhood, walking in alone. Sales, like any other service industry, is at its busiest on Saturdays and Sundays. Breaks are generally chosen when other people are at work. Liushi was the same today. She came in to look at the room. When she saw Okai, her face was very complicated, but she still nodded her head to Okai as a greeting. And although Okai said that he didn't really want to cross paths with Ryuhi at this point, since the other man nodded, he followed suit. But he didn't expect that after he nodded his head and got a response from Liushi's side, she actually trotted over and stopped Okai. Oki, wait, is something wrong? Looking at the way Liushi stopped himself, Okai's brows couldn't help but frown, and his tone was a bit hard as he opened his mouth. Listening to Okai's raw words, Liushi couldn't help but sigh at that moment. Sure enough, this rift between himself and Okai seemed to be beyond repair. Still, she took a deep breath and then opened her mouth to speak. I called out to you because I wanted to say sorry for my mom. She is going through menopause and her temper is really getting wacky. I'm really sorry. Looking at Okai, Yanashi at that moment also bowed to him and then spoke up. She was the one who apologized to Okai for her mother's rudeness, and as for her and Okai, it didn't seem necessary to her because it was normal for couples to break up. There was no question of who was sorry for whom. She thought so, and so did Oki. Well, okay, but I'm telling the truth. I actually know how to heal, and I'm pretty good at it. Your mom must have some problems in the mental area. You can take her there. Looking at Ryoshi's attitude, Okai also accepted her apology and was ready to leave after that. Looking at Okai, which was about to leave, she also opened her mouth, but in the end, the words she wanted to ask the most, still didn't ask, but just when Okai was about to brush past her, Okai suddenly stopped. He suddenly remembered the things he said to Luo Guogang and the others last night. By the way, you came in here to sell the building. Your uncle operated it, didn't he? Oh, yes, one of my dad's classmates, serving inside the head office of this company. Hearing Okai say that, at this time, Ryoshi also froze for a moment before reacting. Can I ask what's going on with this company right now? Market capitalization, how much land it all has now, and the exact location and all that. Looking at Yunashi, Oki also opened his mouth to ask. Market value. I remember the most it seems to be worth more than $120 billion, but now it's wasted down a lot. Maybe it's only about $45 billion, and exactly how much land and stuff is still there, I'm not sure, but I can go back and check. It's not a secret, and our internal computers check it out. So what are you asking for? Hearing Okai ask this, Ryoshi couldn't help but look at him with some confusion. I have more than $40 billion to spare, so I'm going to invest in an industry. Real estate. Although it is said that it is not very good now, but after all, it is real estate, and it is not easy to lose money, so I want to ask about it. Facing Ryoshi's doubts, Okai didn't hide it from her, but told her the truth. As soon as she heard Okai's words, at that moment, Ryoshi couldn't help but have her knees go weak and almost didn't fall down. Good lord, over 40 billion. Free money? Is this still the same Okai who had a meal with himself and had to spend $400 for half a day's heartache? When she thought of this, she could not help but smile bitterly. Herself, really made a stinking move. Stinking to the point of stinking. Phew, looks like it's not going to be easy for me to get used to the current you. Well, I'll go back and check it out and let you know when I'm done. Yes, please. Listening to Ryoshi speak like this, Okai also nodded his head before he directly turned around and left the place this time. Looking at Okai's back as he left, Ryoshi also sighed once again before he shook his head and continued to walk towards the inside of the neighborhood. She originally thought she had decided to let go, but now she realized that she simply could not let go. But at this time, Okai, after finishing this matter, he directly put this matter behind his head. He went to the breakfast store outside the neighborhood to eat a breakfast. At this time, Luo Guogang, Li Weidong and Chi Yi also took a taxi over. Then a group of 4 people also came together to this fitness center inside the neighborhood. Chapter 83, Physical Fitness. The fitness center in our neighborhood is the best in this neighborhood, and it can also be ranked in the top 3 in the city. Not only can it be fitness, fat loss, and plasticity, but there are also MMA fighting classes to choose from, among which swimming pools, badminton courts, basketball courts, squash courts, and so on. We have it all here. As Okai and the 4 of them walked into this gym that had a small building all to itself, they realized that there were quite a lot of things inside this gym. There is a 25x10m swimming pool here on the first floor, and right next to it there is a basketball court, badminton court, and a couple of rooms for squash at the far end, as well as table tennis cases, and on the first floor there are separate lockers inside all the locker rooms, and you can take showers as well, which is quite nice. The main area on the second floor is the gym, a large piece of strength training equipment, and right in the middle of it is a hexagonal cage, which is for training MMA skills. On the far side are separate rooms for what is a moving bike, yoga, and dance studio. Oki really came to see these instruments, but Luo Guogang and they have some impure purposes. Maybe Luo Guogang and the 3 of them started out thinking that they were coming to the gym to act 13 or something, but when they saw the face and body of the ladies inside this top gym, their purpose couldn't help but shift a bit. Top gym, in fact, really come over to the fitness of the people. There is, but not particularly much, most of the people to come here. In fact, more to pretend 13. Not only Luo Guogang they have such ideas, some of the various yuan and so on, will also have such ideas, and this kind of yuan and so on, Okai cannot see, but for Li Weidong they speak, but also is not rare beauty. So after just a brief look around, that's when Li Weidong asked, I said, is there any discount for all 4 of us to do it? Our gym is more professional. If all 4 of you do it, I can discount is not much. The monthly card, originally 2,600. I can do the Lord to give you 100% discount, 2,500 a month. the annual card. The original price is 28,000. If you four can do the card today, I can give you a generous to 24,000. Of course, if you guys want to sell your classes, I can do the honors and let a few more be sent to you. What do you think? Listening to Li Weidong's words, at this time, this receptionist also smiled and spoke. The unspoken rule of the gym is that girls, especially pretty ones who come to the gym, get a much higher discount, and if it's a guy, the discount will be quite a bit lower, even if he's handsome. Now once they heard the words of this receptionist, Shi, Luo Guogang and Li Weidong couldn't help but look at each other, even though it was said that they were now all gold-collar workers earning over $1 million a year. But seriously, their sales philosophy is still as stuck as Oki's when he was a poor bastard, and a $20,000 plus yearly card is too much of a detriment for them. You guys, 3 days of fishing, 2 days of sunshine, let's get 4 monthly cards. We'll have some fun first, and if there's a need next month we'll get an annual card. Looking at these 4 people's entangled looks, Okai also laughed and spoke up. Okay, what about classes? Need to know about it? Hearing that Okai had given the word to do 4 monthly cards, the receptionist at this time also smiled and guided a few people over, while asking about the class. But this one was even. Okai didn't have a hobby of spending money to have someone train him like a third grandson, so he dismissed it out of hand as well. The next step was much simpler. After paying the money and then obtaining a locker room closet and a hand sign, the group of 4 went to the men's locker room as well to change out of a set of tank tops and pants that had been prepared long ago, and then it was time to go upstairs to the gym. But it's clear that these 3 guys have very impure goals. The 4 of them first jogged on the treadmill to warm up, but as a result, in less than 10 minutes, these 3 guys ran away for various reasons to go see the girls, and only Okai ran here for half an hour at a speed of 16, sweating slightly before he went over to the equipment side to prepare to start practicing. Of course, he didn't do it to practice blocks, but he wanted to know how much his limit was at this point in time. He measured the deep squat first. The current world record for the world's unequipped deep squat was 525 kilograms, but the limit of this gym was only 360 kilograms. Oki tried 200 kilograms first and it was easy, then 220, 260, 300, and all the way up to 360 kilograms and he still felt relaxed. You can squat 20 or 30 times a minute with no problem. Then it was off to try the bench press. The limit for an unequipped bench press is 270 kilograms. Here the limit for a bench press is only 200 kilograms, which isn't too much of a strain here in Washita. He can push up 17 times in a row in a minute. With that kind of strength, let alone in the gym, even if he went to the NBA, he would probably be unique on the strength level. Then he tried each piece of equipment one by one, using the highest weights, but they all felt very easy. It looks like this body of his is really not normally strong. Just after he had played with all the equipment, Luo Guogang, Li Weidong and Shi, who were at that moment, also walked back with a few bottles of functional drinks. Looking at the 3 of them, with that lewd, unfulfilled look on their faces, Okai also smiled and asked, "How do you know you're back? Got a target?" "No, there are so many beautiful women here that I've fallen in love with several as soon as I've walked by." Hearing Okai's words, Luo Guogang at this time also said with a serious face, "Hey, you've got a pretty wild heart, but you've got to pick one to chase." Looking at Luo Guogang, Okai was also happy. Children make choices. Adults, of course, want them all. As soon as he heard Okai's words, Luo Guogang's eyes also narrowed. Then he smiled and spoke. "Alright you, fine dog." Looking at Luo Guogang's face, Chi-E over here then directly opened his mouth and laughed. Hearing Chi-E call himself a fine dog, Luo Guogang also kicked over. And then a few people also laughed and fooled around. But just at this moment, in the distant yoga classroom, a class also ended, and then Luo Guogang and they also stopped fooling around, and their eyes stared motionlessly at the girls who walked out from the yoga classroom. Have a say. These yoga classroom inside out of the girls, whether it is the face value or body are a top, even if there are some seem to be on the age, but that temperament is also quite powerful, and then with that yoga clothes, is indeed to feel. Just as the 3 of them were here looking at those girls lustfully, all of a sudden, they saw that there was a stunning girl who actually looked over to their side at this moment, and then actually ran over quickly, which made the 3 of them couldn't help but immediately retract their gazes, then felt his heart pounding with anticipation, all the while wondering if this girl wasn't coming for her. But alas, they thought too much, for the first thing the girl did after running over, she leaped over them to Oki's face and smiled. "Oh, you're coming to the gym too." Chapter 84, Zhao Minglan. "Oh, it's Joy. Yeah, I came over with my buddies to hang out." "You came by yourself?" Looking at this girl who suddenly jumped in front of him, Okai, who was drinking his drink, also couldn't help but immediately put the water down while saying with some surprise, the girl was no other than Su Lele, who was downstairs in his house. At this time, Su Lele, wearing a pink yoga clothes, her body package can be said to be extremely slim, the same is also extremely tempting. Most of all, she had just finished yoga, so her body was still full of sweat, and that outfit became even more flattering, while the sweat on top of her neck, on top of her collarbone, and her slightly messy hair all made her charm index go up a lot. As for Luo Guogang, when they saw that this Su Lele came here and went straight to Okai, they all couldn't help but be a little shocked. When did Okai become so popular with the girls? How can it be? How can I have money? Of course I'm pickpocketing my sister along. But the shock of Luo Guogang and the others naturally did not affect Su Lele. At this time she directly smiled and sat beside Okai, then also pointed to the distance. Sure enough, when he looked in the direction she was pointing, Okai saw that Suya was following a woman out of the yoga room at that moment. This woman was also very pretty. Her height was about the same as Suya's. She should also be 1 meter 6'7" or 6'8", and her age should also be about the same. But her figure was more exaggerated than Suya's, especially now that she was still wearing yoga clothes. The swaying sensation of this walk made almost all the men around her gulp in disbelief. Combined with her googly-eyed, gentle looks, she gave off the impression of a super top young woman. Even when Okai saw her, he couldn't help but gulp, and Su Lele couldn't help but beckon after seeing the duo. Sister Minglan, here. Hearing Su Lele's words, at this time, Suya and this woman called Minglan also saw Okai over here and walked over as well. Looking at this Suya and this woman, at this time Luo Guogang, they are more shocked, unconsciously began to raise their heads and chests. Su Lele in their eyes is already on earth, and this Suya and this woman, but also better, the three of them stood towards this. Well, there was something not quite beat up enough about the women who originally looked quite pretty to them as well, but apparently the duo seemed not to notice them, as the two of them walked over to Okai's side. At that moment's time, Suya also opened her mouth to speak. Mr. Oh, what a coincidence, coming over to the gym? Yeah, came over with a few of my buddies to have some fun. Does Ms. Su often come here to work out? Hearing Suya's words, Okai also asked with a smile. No, we are also the first time to come. My sister's recent body is very weak, so I want to come over to try to exercise. It just so happens that Sister Minglan is practicing yoga here, so I came alone. As a result, Okai hadn't even finished speaking when Su Lele opened her mouth first. Well, Ms. Su's body is indeed very weak, but it should be mainly caused by excessive stress, and the symptoms should include anxiety, insomnia, excessive dreaming, dry mouth, and even certain problems can be affected. Fitness, while said to have some effect, is really mostly about mental conditioning. Okai's side of the people inside the physical quality of the below average is only two. One is Luo Guogang, one is Suya, but Luo Guogang this through fitness tuned back. But Suya's main problem is the pressure. Working out does provide some relief, but if you don't get to the root of the problem, it still won't get better. And after hearing Okai's words, at this time, Suya couldn't help but be stunned, because what Okai said was actually true and quite accurate. That's what happened to her, and the one she hadn't had for 3 months. If it wasn't for the fact that she hadn't been out yet and had never had a boyfriend, she would have wondered if she had one. At this time, when Okai's words were finished with her, she was also very shocked. She hadn't really thought that Oki would actually see a doctor. And you know how to read? Slightly. Looking at Suya's shocked look, Okai also smiled. I wonder, then, if this handsome man, could you show me? Listening to Okai's words, the woman standing beside Suya at this time also asked with a smile. Oh yes, no introductions yet. This is Mr. Okaio. This is my classmate and the developer of our neighborhood, Zhao Minglan. Looking at Okai, Suya also introduced him and this woman to each other. Hearing Suya's words, Okai was a bit surprised. This woman was actually the developer of this neighborhood? Thanks to the fact that he had just asked Yuhi to help him look into it, he had actually come across it himself. At the same time he checked the woman's attributes. Name, Zhao Minglan. Sex, female. Age, 29. Height, 167. Weight, 55 kilograms. Physical fitness, 48. Charisma, 98. Wisdom, 82. Operations, 87. Innovation, 91. Socialization, 75. Management, 88. Favorability towards the host, 74. Looking at Zhao Minglan's attributes, Okai couldn't help but be a little shocked. This should be the best and most average attribute he had ever seen so far. Basically, there are no shortcomings, especially innovation. 91. This is the highest attribute Okai has ever seen. As for the charm 98, this normal. Although it is said that purely look at the face value, she and Suya Su Lele is almost the same, but her body pressure temptation, so the charm to be slightly higher can be understood. But now this situation has a problem. That is, since her attributes are so high, then he wants to acquire this real estate company's difficulty has risen sharply, but this is all to be said later. At that moment Okai also politely stood up, originally wanted to nod even if it was asked goodbye, but the other party took the initiative to extend his hand. Zhao Minglan, Oki, hello MS. Cho, hey, what are you calling ma'am? It's so formal. Since you know Xiaoya and Lele, call me Sister Minglan just like Lele. Right, you haven't said it yet. How's my body? Are there any injuries or illnesses or anything like that? Looking at Okai. At this time, Zhao Minglan also smiled and asked, no, your body is healthy. Exceptionally healthy. Okai wasn't being facetious, but Zhao Minglan's body was especially quite healthy. It's good to be healthy, otherwise I wouldn't be exercising for nothing. Hearing Okai say that, Zhao Minglan also opened her mouth to speak, and just as her words fell, at that moment, there was also a man walking over in the distance. This man, who looked to be in his mid-20s, with bulging muscles, nuzzling temples, and wearing a tight shapewear. Seriously, the more you look at it, the more it looks like a bullfrog, and at this moment, she also walked over to Zhao Minglan's side, and first looked at Okai and the rest of them before she moved her muscles and said with a smile, Sister Zhao, we have a game coming up here in a little while, and I'm going to be on the field. Do you want to watch? I'll save you a seat. Chapter 85, introduce me? Oh, going to play a match? Yeah. Hearing the muscular man's words, at that moment, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but laugh, seeing Zhao Minglan say that he would look at it. At this time, this muscular man also happily turned around and left the place. After this muscular man turned around and left, at this time, Zhao Minglan also looked at Suya and Okai and them. This is going to be a game in a while. It's still pretty good. Let's go take a shower first. All sweaty. Don't catch a cold. See you later. Oh, well, I'll see you in a bit. Hearing Zhao Minglan's words, at this time, Suya and Su Lele also stood up and prepared to leave, while Okai also nodded his head towards them and answered. Then he watched the three of them leave together, and after Okai left, Luo Guogang was the first to come to Okai's side. You, what's the matter with you? Messing with two such beautiful women again? It's not just the two. I see that Sister Zhao, she's also interested in this kid. TSK, haven't they heard the saying? Little white boy has no good heart. You guy with such a white face is not reliable. It's better to be like me. The ugly one is more reliable. Listening to the three of them with this kinda clear self-awareness, Okai also contemptuously kicked the three of them one by one, and then the group of four people continued to work out. The three of them don't look like they like beautiful women, but they still have self-awareness. Just said, Zhao Minglan, is the developer here? That is to say, people are worth tens of billions of dollars, tens of billions of how it is impossible to look at them, and with Suya's look of being uninviting, it was clear at a glance that she wasn't to be messed with. As for Su Lele, she never took her eyes off Okai's side, so the three of them also knew that there was definitely no chance of finding one like this, and instead of wasting their time here, they might as well set a different target. But there's no rush on this one, they'll have to come back later. There are so many beautiful women here, you always need to be sure before you say anything. Just as several people were exercising here. At this time, Suya and the others had also arrived at the female bathroom on the first floor, and as the three of them took off their clothes and went in to take a bath, at this time, Zhao Minglan also pulled Suya to the side, and then whispered to her, okay, when did you meet the little hottie? What handsome guy? Hearing her words, Suya then had some story to tell. Out of those four guys just now, there's only one that counts as a handsome guy. Which one do you think? However, Zhao Minglan wouldn't be polite to her, and at that moment, she spoke directly. Oh, Okai, he lives upstairs from my house. I went for a drink the other day and got drunk. He was the one who brought me back. Looking at Zhao Minglan's gossipy gaze, Suya also simply opened her mouth and said, upstairs of your house? I remember you have 3 large flat floors upstairs. Right, this kid is quite rich, don't you two have anything going for you? Listening to Suya's words, Zhao Minglan also asked in confusion, developing what? He's got several girlfriends, 3 that I've seen. Blankly glancing at Zhao Minglan, Suya also whispered, oh, like this since you're not interested in him, introduce him to me. Hearing Suya speak like this, Zhao Minglan also looked at her with a smile at that moment. Can't you understand? She's already got 3 girlfriends, and there's a possibility of more. Looking at Zhao Minglan actually telling herself to introduce Okai to her, Suya was dumbfounded. Yeah, he's already got 3 girlfriends, so I guess he wouldn't mind another one, and it's better that way, and I'm not in a position to remarry, so I feel like we're a pretty good match. Looking at Suya's shocked appearance, Zhao Minglan also laughed. Seeing this look on Zhao Minglan's face, Suya shook her head. She often felt like she didn't change too much enough, so she was a bit out of place with this best friend of hers. But fortunately, at this time, Su Lele had also come. Zhao Minglan wasn't so bad as to speak about these things in front of Su Lele, so this topic was also put down for the time being. When they continue to wash here, the second floor of the staff also began to busy up. Soon they will be in this hexagonal cage around, built a lot of that kind of ladder-type platform. In front of the front is put a lot of folding chairs. Obviously these folding chairs should be some VIP and so on. Anyway, with Okai they have nothing to do with this kind of monthly card. After about 20 minutes or so, with the stage all set up on this side, there were also 5 or 6 coaching styles coming into the center at this point to start warming up, and the owner of the place, as well as the staff and whatnot, all came together at this point to start the final setup. Okai they naturally also want to make this lively. At that moment several people also went to the step side together, and then several people will naturally sit in the highest position of the steps, just as their side had just sat down. At this moment, Zhao Minglan, Suya and Su Lele had also finished their baths and changed into a set of regular clothes and walked up. Suya and Su Lele's style was pretty much the same as usual. Suya was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with a pair of loose shorts underneath at this time, and with a head of hair that was still wet. It really showed off beautifully. While Su Lele was wearing a set of clothes that were pretty much the same, but showed off a very playful look. As for Zhao Minglan, the dress was much more exaggerated. At this moment, she was wearing a white striped patterned chambray shirt with a one-step skirt underneath. Even her black stockings were already on, attracting the attention of the whole room as she walked by. When the three of them walked over, at this time, the bullfrog, that coach over here who had just asked Zhao Minglan, also took the initiative to walk over, signaling towards the three of them that he had already reserved a seat. But Suya, who was coldly accustomed to it and was not willing to sit too far in front of it, happened to see Okai, and the two of them walked over towards the back. Only Zhao Minglan was left sitting in the front row by herself. When Suya and Su Lele came to Okai's side, at this time Luo Guogang and the others also had a very good eye and took the initiative to give up their position. Then these two people also sat beside Okai on the left and right. Phew, a shower after a workout is a lot more comfortable. As the two of them sat down, at this time, Suya also opened her mouth to speak. Your biggest problem isn't the exercise, it's the mindset, and you need to find a way to relax. It's easy for you to say, you don't realize how rolled up we are inside this circle. Hearing Okai say that, Suya also sighed before speaking. Then think of a way to divert the stress. You can also talk about a boyfriend. Have a place to vent. Naturally your mind will be much calmer. Hearing Okai's words, Suya couldn't help but look at Okai. Looking for a boyfriend? I don't know because of what. When Okai proposed to let her find a boyfriend, the first thing she thought of was actually him. This made Suya couldn't help but feel an unexplained panic in her heart, and then she also immediately changed the topic. Looking at Zhao Minglan who was sitting in front at this time, and then remembering what she said to herself just now, Suya also asked at this time. Chapter 86, The Inside Story. Hey, how do you feel about this classmate of mine, Zhao Minglan? Looking at Okai, at this time, Suya gently bumped him and asked in a small voice, pretty good Listening to Suya's words, Okai also looked at Zhao Minglan, who at this moment was chatting happily with these people around her. Compared to the other sisters around Oki, she could basically be considered a hexagonal warrior, with no shortcomings at all, and seemed to get along well with any of them. You have to be capable, you have to have the looks, you have the body, and you have the emotional intelligence. It's really quite good for Oki. You're interested in her? But Suya raised her eyebrows after hearing Okai's words, then opened her mouth to ask, I'm actually more interested in her company. Hearing Suya ask this, Okai also stretched his chin and asked, oh, you're still preparing to have a fortune and a color. Although it was said that Suya heard out that Okai didn't mean this, she still asked him with a smile, what are you thinking? A woman like that is smart. She wouldn't give a man a chance like that. I'm actually more interested in buying the real estate company behind her. With a glance at Suya, Okai also made his goal known. Real estate company? The real estate company behind our neighborhood? Do you know how much that company costs? Hearing that Okai actually wanted to buy this real estate company, Suya couldn't help but ask with some doubt. I heard about it. It used to be worth over $100 billion, but now it's worth just over $40 billion. And I just happen to have over $40 billion in cash, and I want to get in industry. Nodding, Oki had indeed been prepared for this for a long time, and after hearing Okai's words, Suya couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. She knew that Okai was rich, but she hadn't thought that Okai was actually this rich. Over $40 billion, if we were to rank them, Okai could even be in the top 100 in the country, right? However, while being shocked, Suya also pondered, and after about a few seconds, she also opened her mouth and spoke towards Okai. If you want to acquire this real estate company of hers, I can speak for you, there shouldn't be any problems. Looking at Okai, Suya also suddenly spoke up. Ha! Hearing Suya's words, Okai couldn't help but look at her with some confusion. How else can she fix something this big? Don't. Her situation, it's a bit unique. The company, in fact, is not hers, but was left to her by her husband. And in fact her own company is a lingerie company. Looking at Okai's puzzled gaze, at this time, Suya also whispered. According to what she said, Zhao Minglan was actually Suya's college classmate. She was different from Suya, although she was very similar to Suya, both being geniuses. She had a high emotional intelligence and strong abilities. Money, she wants. Fame, she wants. Love, she wants. So she was married a long time ago, and through the power of her husband's family, she established a lingerie company that can now be ranked among the top 3 in the country and the top 5 in the world. Her husband, no, actually her father-in-law, was actually the chairman of Tianlong Real Estate, the company behind this neighborhood, occupying 65% of the company. But 5 years ago, when that event had only just begun, her father-in-law and mother-in-law died of illness, and the company passed to her husband. But her husband, 3 years ago, went on a study trip abroad, wanting to go abroad to package the project when an accident. Don't get me wrong, it's not an accident. It's infected with AIDS. He died not long after returning to China, and the guilt he felt inside for his own wife made him give all the company to Zhao Minglan. However, Zhao Minglan, now her mind is on her own company, this real estate company. Don't look at her didn't say anything, but Suya felt it. She is feeling very disgusted, because Suja knew what she had given up for the family. She's pretty, fit, capable and gentle. Her husband, as a result, went out and screwed black people and got himself killed. It's like having a plate of exquisite pastries at home that he doesn't eat, and as a result, he has to go out and eat, and as a result, he is still poisoned and poisons himself to death. It's really a bit incomprehensible and unacceptable. So maybe from the bottom of her heart, she didn't have a good feeling about this company, but as the old saying goes, no one would ever cross with money. So even if she was a little disgusted with this company, it didn't mean she wouldn't accept it. That's exactly why if Oki wanted to buy her lingerie company, she definitely wouldn't sell. But if you want to buy this company, it is not a big problem. It's even possible that she helped Oki broker the deal. Hearing Suya's words, Okai also nodded his head at this moment. This can be When he thought of this, he also couldn't help but look at Zhao Minglan, and it just so happened that he also saw Zhao Minglan looking at himself, and then also blinking at himself. Watching this scene, Okai also smiled and nodded to her. He thought Zhao Minglan winked at him because she knew he wanted to buy her company. Here's where it's important to say that Oki is thinking a little too simply. At this point, he was the one who was talking to Suya about wanting to acquire it. So where would Zhao Minglan know to go? Zhao Minglan winked at Okai because she saw Suya talking to Okai and thought Suya was talking to Okai about her wanting to get to know him. And then Okai did want to get to know himself so much that he smiled at himself and nodded his head. Ever since her husband died because of something like that, Zhao Minglan had actually been open-minded about her future. And while she said she hadn't dated any other men, she wouldn't stop other men from making advances on her. She was well aware of how tempting she was to these men. Himself, plus the wealth he represented. The people who hit on the idea of wanting both wealth and income could even be lined up from here to the imperial capital. It was like the fitness instructor who had just invited her over to watch the game. Only at this moment, when she saw Okai's handsome smile, she felt as if her heart was beating half a beat slower. If it was Oki, she actually wouldn't mind giving him a chance. And just as Okai and Zhao Minglan were making eyes at each other here, naturally this scene was seen by quite a few people next to them. Among them was that fitness trainer. Obviously, he was one of Zhao Minglan's lickspittles here, and his eyes were on the verge of spitting fire as he watched Zhao Minglan and Okai lock eyes. But he can't really start a conflict with Okai. For one thing, Okai is a member here. People are guests. They start a conflict with the guests. Do they still want to do it? Secondly, he was just Zhao Minglan's licking dog. He wasn't who Zhao Minglan was. He didn't have that ability to forbid Zhao Minglan whatsoever. Just as his eyes were on fire from watching, that's when a voice suddenly came over. Chapter 87, Go up and try. Brother Wang, looks like a mess. Zhao has a new target? Looking at this person's appearance. At this time, the other fitness trainer next to him also opened his mouth and flirted. Knowing that when Zhao Minglan came here to work out, these fitness trainers were chipping away at their brains, wanting to become Zhao Minglan's personal trainer. Ultimately it was this Wang, because he had practiced sparring since childhood, and later turned to MMA, although it was said that he had not fought any results, but among ordinary people he was even a ceiling-level existence. So he forcefully took the spot before he had the chance to become Zhao Minglan's licking dog. It was such a dog-licking qualification that was unattainable for other coaches. So at this point, seeing Zhao Minglan's attention turn to someone else, it would be a hell if they didn't come over and stab him. After hearing the words of these people, this brother Wang's face also instantly turned even more green. Looking at the guy who opened his mouth to speak, he looked at him as well. What? Oh, to clean up want to change the opponent in a while. You come with me to practice. As soon as he heard this Wang's words, this coach's eyes couldn't help but flash with a flash of scorn. Don't think he'd dare come over and stab this guy, but he wouldn't dare fight him. He had been taught a lot of lessons in the beginning, but this guy knows a trick. The bogeyman. You don't have to practice with me. I'm convinced. You mainly have to convince that guy now. If you want to practice, you have to practice with him too. Quietly pointing his chin at Oki, the guy spoke up as well. People are members. They are here to work out. What are they practicing with me? Once he heard that he was saying here, Wang also said with some anger, hey, before the official start of the fight, add some small program? You can do this. Looking at Wang's appearance, at this time, this person also came over and whispered. The more he said, the brighter this Wang's eyes became, and by the time he finished listening, he couldn't help but let out a light laugh. He felt that this idea was really good, so at that moment, he also turned around and went to the microphone next to him that was already hooked up to the speakers, and after talking to the owner of this fitness center, he took the microphone and spoke. Guys, thanks for taking time out of your busy schedules to come out and watch us play. Before the game starts, I want to say a couple things. The main thrust of our competition, in fact, is to promote fitness and exercise. Although it is said that MMA has some entry requirements, but we also hope that you can be on this sport. More understanding. I do not know which handsome man on the stage, willing to come up and spar with us, to show everyone the charm of MMA mixed martial arts. Listening to the words of this coach, for a moment a lot of people on the stage, were a bit eager to try. Most of the men, the bones actually have that kind of good courageous gene in. After all, mankind in tens of thousands of years ago, still need to hunt when, is relying on this kind of genes to survive. At this time, although said that there is no longer a need for mankind to hunt, but the gene is inherited. What's more, it's a good time to make a bit of a splash. So even Luo Guigang, Li Weidong and Qi Yi, after hearing the man's words, they were all a bit impressed, and probably the only one in the entire room who had no thoughts at all was Okai. After all, for Okai, these blocky coaches were actually no different from kindergarten kids in Okai's eyes. What kind of healthy adult sees a kindergarten kid fighting and then gets excited and rushes in to beat up the kindergarten kid? Isn't that pure insanity? So at this moment, he didn't bother with what this person was saying, still sitting in his original position and chatting with Suya and Su Lele next to him with one sentence or another. But the other party's target was him, so how could they let him keep chatting here? So at this moment, this Wang also directly pointed at Okai in the distance. That's the dude who's talking to the pretty girl. Then, don't just chat, come up here and let's have some fun. Oki, he's calling you. Hey, he's good at picking ha. Hearing the man's words, Okai did not care at first, until Luo Guigang and Li Weidong next to him called him out. Okai noticed that the man was calling himself, although he said that he was a little puzzled, but looking at the surrounding people were looking at him, he did not refuse, pointing to himself to make sure that it was himself he was calling. Then he also walked down the steps as well. Be safe. Go Kai. Looking at Okai going down. At this time, Suya and Su Lele also opened their mouths and spoke towards Okai, while Zhao Minglan, who was in front of them, was also full of smiles at this time when she looked at Okai. Looking at these three, especially when Zhao Minglan looked at Okai's attitude, this side of Wang also truly hated his teeth. Leathery and smiling, after guiding Oki into the hexagonal cage, he also taught Oki to put on his gloves, leg guards, helmet, and body armor. Has a brother ever practiced before? Well, practiced for a while. Hearing the other party's words, Okai nodded as well, but he practiced the great mercy hands given by the system, not the fighting techniques of this world. Hearing Okai actually say that he had practiced, at this point Wang couldn't help but laugh. He actually hoped that Okai would say that he had practiced. If Okai said that he didn't know anything, he really couldn't make a good start. Since now he said that he had practiced, then he could make a good start to focus on it. Then let's spar. I'll see what you've got, and then we'll show it off. Looking at the other party's smiling face, Okai didn't say much and gently nodded his head, and just after he had agreed on his side, the guy who had just given this Wang an idea also ran into this hexagonal cage to act as a referee. After saying where not to strike, he also separated the two sides, and then waved his hand to signal the start of the match, and then at the same time, this Wang also stepped on his feet, and instantly exploded with a backhand straight punch, and slammed it towards Okai. Don't look at this count backhand straight punch quickly, but in Okai looks the sweep with slow motion is also similar, but let him some doubt is that this guy does not seem to be like a demonstration this completely did not stay However, he was not sure whether the demonstration used to stay or not. Anyway, It made no difference to him whether he stayed or not. So at that moment he looked at this coach who was hitting him, and with a measure of his feet, his right hand gently pushed this coach's hitting straight right hand, followed by a belt and a squeeze of his shoulder. Then with the entire audience watching, this Coach Wang flew. In the eyes of these people, Coach Wang straight to the side of the position flew more than 3 meters, has been hit on top of that hexagonal cage. He fell down, and then the same face of confusion to look at the yokai. He himself do not know how he got here. Chapter 88, it's all over. Wow! Looking at Coach Wang, who was instantly sent flying out of this hexagonal cage, these spectators outside at this moment couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Zhao Minglan, in particular, seemed to look at Okai with even more amazement, and listening to the shouts of these people outside, Coach Wang, who had landed on the ground at this time, also looked at Okai with a panicked face, and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, "What are you practicing?" De compassionate hand. Well, a kind of martial art. Looking at Professor Wang so asked, Okai also thought for a moment and said, the reason why he was a little hesitant, because he remembered that the move among the Shaolin 72 stunts, it seems to be called the Great Compassionate and Great Compassionate Thousand Leaves hands, his own this, does not have 1,000 leaves. Okai, brother Kai, still knows martial arts? Hearing Okai's words, at this time, Suya and Su Lele outside couldn't help but ask in surprise, hey, what's that? He also plays the piano, and seems to know some of the other instruments too. Yeah, and he can speculate, as you saw just now, he can also heal. I heard that he also knows about calligraphy, painting and antiques, as Sure said. Well, he also writes code, can also cook, though said cooking is average. Hearing the words of these two sisters, at this time Luo Guogang and the three of them also smiled and said, but so think about it, as if Okai will be quite a lot of things and after hearing the words of these three people, Suya and Su Lele couldn't help but look at each other. This guy really knows everything, and the shock of Suya and Su Lele over here didn't dampen Coach Wang's anger. You know that he originally looked for Okai to come here, but he wanted to teach him a lesson, to set off his own powerful, but now he came up and was pushed away, so who is setting off who? So at this moment, Coach Wang's gaze also turned gloomy. Well, since this gentleman has practiced and is so strong, I won't hold back. As the words fell, at this time, Coach Wang also moved his shoulders, and then the originally loose orthostat was also held up, and slowly walked towards Okai. Just now it was the punches that led to the body center of gravity shifted to be hit, so this time, he learned his lesson and came up to use his legs to test the first. Looking at Okai stood in place casual stance. He suddenly a low sweep toward Okai's calf kicked over, but Okai's speed is even faster. Legs gently backward, flashing away from the other side of the low sweep at the same time, taking advantage of the other side of the leg over the strength of the same time. His side is also the momentum of a belt, and then Prof. Wang felt that his own low sweep of the right leg, at this time violently was a strong force to bring the fly out of the general. With a flash of his feet, he clattered to the ground, dropping towards the ground, he almost subconsciously did the MMA anti-grounding maneuver. His hands and feet retracted, like a turtle turned over, defending against his opponent pouncing on him. There's nothing wrong with the action, but it sure is ugly. The most main thing is that Okai at this time also did not want to pounce on the meaning, just stood in place so looking at him, looking at Okai's gaze, as well as around the hidden laughter. At this time, Coach Wang felt that his face and the general burning. One rolled, and after standing up, he looked at Oki as well. Well, then, don't blame me for being rude. Once again, he found himself a reason. Then Coach Wang once again tried to come over to Okai, this time the backhand punch, the whip leg. He did not dare to use it, so he used the jab to try to hit over, but his jab, in Okai's eyes, it was just like slow motion. Okai easily dodged his triple strike, and as he watched Okai's move, his leg came up again, but this time it was a mid-sweep, and he'd already made up his mind that if Okai brought his leg up again, he'd go with the flow and use his other leg in the air to do a head sweep. That's a great move, so the fetish won't be a problem, will it? But unfortunately, something went wrong again, because right at the same time when he swept over with the center sweep, Okai's footsteps came forward at the first time, and before he had the chance to send out his power, Okai clamped his right leg with one hand, and then his foot gently kicked just to the inner side of this Coach Wang's knee, and with the tremendous power, he instantly forced this Coach Wang to come to a one-horse race. But obviously, this Coach Wang's flexibility, because of practicing muscle mass, had stiffened a bit, so when this zigzag split, he couldn't help but scream miserably. Listening to this miserable scream of his, scared Okai for a moment. The first thing he did was to let go of his hand, and then backed away, and then he saw this Coach Wang, with a poof, kneeling on the ground, his hands pressing on his inner thighs, and that sweat had already begun to trickle down continuously. He wanted to scream now, but he couldn't, because he knew that if he did, The tough guy image he had created in this fitness center over the years would be over. So at this time, he can only use the begging eyes. Look to the kid who just gave himself the idea. And this kid at this time is smiling and looking at him. Completely did not call off the intention. Looking at him like this. Then Coach Wang realized that he is in the set. Indeed, it didn't matter to this kid who won the fight between him and Oki. He won the fight. And this guy helped with the idea, so he gets credit for it. If Oki won, it would be a disgrace. So looking at him with this smirk, Coach Wang at this point couldn't help but regret it, especially when he looked towards, at this moment, Zhao Minglan, who was sitting directly in front of him. He realized that the goddess he had been licking, now only Okai was left among his gaze. It's all over. Egu, Coach Wang, too careless, this should be the ground is too slippery. Stretching it, quickly help Coach Wang down. But fortunately, after he squatted here for 5 or 6 seconds, the manager of this store at this time finally reacted, and then immediately opened the door and called for someone to help Coach Wang down, while Coach Wang was still looking at Zhao Minglan when he went down. As a result, Zhao Minglan didn't even look at him, there was only Okai inside her eyes. Of course, at this moment, Okai didn't actually feel anything. He had beaten Coach Wang. In his perception, this was normal. What was there to show off? So after Coach Wang was helped away, he also knew that this pre-match demonstration wasn't needed. So after taking off all these protective gears, he returned to the middle of Suya and Su Lele. But at this point, he had only just sat down when Zhao Minglan over here had already walked over. Xiao Ya, Lele, there's no point in watching them fight here. Or let's go eat with this friend of yours. Don't look at Zhao Minglan talking about Suya and Su Lele, but her eyes could only be looking at Okai. Chapter 89, Meeting Li Haoyun again. I'm with my buddies. It's fine, we'll go out for a drink by ourselves later. If you've got something to do, go about your business. That's right, if you're here, even if there are beautiful women looking over, they can only see you and not us. Go about your business. Okay, who doesn't consider himself to be a man of the opposite sex without humanity? So after Zhao Minglan opened her mouth, although he said that Okai intended to want to acquire her company, he still pointed to Luo Guogang and the others beside him, signaling that he still had friends on his side, and that he couldn't possibly abandon them. But Luo Guogang, they naturally won't act as a light bulb or something like that at this time. At that moment Chi Yi directly opened his mouth, then Luo Guogang also whispered, and Li Weidong also made up a little bit, so he directly pushed Okai to stand up. Once he saw this attitude of theirs, Okai also smiled helplessly. Come on, in that case, let's go to dinner first, just so he can also tentatively ask about the acquisition. He then went downstairs to take a shower after talking to Suya and the girls as well. Compared to a girl's bath, Oki's bath that was much faster. He just washes his hair once, then takes the froth from the top of his hair, and washes his body in the process and is done. The speed of the bath, depending entirely on the flow of the water. 10 minutes with less current, 5 minutes with more current, and here even if the current is high. When Okai rubbed his hair while leaving the gym, he saw Zhao Minglan, Suya and Su Lele standing at the door waiting for him. Obviously all three were a little surprised that Oki had washed up so quickly. Kai, are you clean? I even took longer to go to the toilet than you did here. Looking at Okai, this came out. At this time Su Lele also said with a smile, look at your comparison, or else I'll rewash it. Listening to Su Lele's words, Okai also returned with some tears and laughter. Boys, go to the bathroom and take a shower just as fast. You'll know when you have a boyfriend later. What do you want to eat for lunch? I know there's a new French restaurant in this neighborhood that's pretty good. Hearing Okai and Su Lele's words, Zhao Minglan at this time also smiled and spoke. Then eat this. Oki isn't a picky eater. He just simply doesn't eat raw food. He had enteritis when he was little and would get diarrhea from eating raw food. Though that problem should have been solved now that he had acquired a perfect body, he still didn't like to eat, so he basically didn't eat island food or sushi or anything like that. Let's go then. That one isn't too far away. We can sneak over there, just so we can eat some more. Hearing Okai agree, at this time Zhao Minglan also smiled and spoke up. Then the group of 2 walked together toward the store. But while walking, Zhao Minglan naturally went to Okai's side and inquired about him. Mr. Oh, what's the main thing to do now? Oh, I've got a company here mostly, and then there's a supercar club. So if you guys have time you can hang out at my place for free. As for the main business, it used to be stock speculation, but now I want to switch to industry. Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, Okai also said frankly, well, turn into industry right. Although the speculation of stocks said to make money quickly, but 1 is risky, 2 is rootless, maybe one day will cause some trouble. The only thing my husband's father, meaning my husband's father, did right in his life was to only go through 1 round of IPOs and not turn all of the company's equity into vapid stock during the hottest years of real estate. So now the company is alive and well, even though it says it's been cut back and back again. Listening to Okai's words, Zhao Minglan at this time also smiled and spoke. Hearing Zhao Minglan speak like this, Okai's heart couldn't help but tighten, and then he quietly glanced at Suya, who also nodded slightly at that moment. Obviously she had just told Zhao Minglan that Okai wanted to acquire her company. Although Zhao Minglan said that she had some good feelings for Okai, but in business, even if she didn't like this Tianlong real estate, there was no way she could sell it cheaply. Well, that's true, but, hey, this big rest day, nothing to mention what company, do not mention it, let's say something else. Right, how long have you been practicing this martial arts? Seems to be very powerful. Looking at what Okai was going to say, Zhao Minglan, at this time, took the initiative to change the topic, and listening to her words, Okai's side also swallowed his words back, because he's still not sure about this company here. It's okay to mention it later. So he turned the conversation to his martial arts at this point as well, but he just briefly mentioned that he had started practicing since he was a child, said very general, but the other party did not look deeper. For a moment the four people also chatting in the sky. Not long, the four people came to a restaurant before. Obviously Zhao Minglan should be a regular here, and as soon as she arrived, the waiter over here took the initiative to guide the four of them to a table by the window with an excellent line of sight. Okai and Sulele sat on one side, then Suya and Zhao Minglan sat together. But when a few people ordered, Oki felt that this French food, was egregious. When you order here, you order a set menu, and there are only 3 sets, with a filet mignon for the main course of meal A, a sirloin steak for the main course of meal B, and a Canadian cod for the main course of meal C. They don't let you order anything else. They don't let you add anything else. The only thing you can add is bread. That's bull ********. You can't get enough. But for the first time to eat with Zhao Minglan and Sulele, Okai is also embarrassed to say anything. Can only be hard to begin to eat. As a dish began to serve, Okai they also chatting while eating, and after chatting, this time Sulele, Zhao Minglan, they realized that Okai looks like a big straight man, but he understands quite a lot of things at astronomy and geography, medical divination and astrology, Chiman and Bagua, antiques and paintings. It's mostly just that when he goes to auctions for stuff, he reads a lot of it, so he's memorized a lot of it, and now it's turning into a read for him. And this was something that Suya had known for a long time, or else Okai wouldn't have given her such a strong feeling that made her dream about him when she slept at night. Just as the four of them were chatting happily, this restaurant also started classes, originally because the tables were all far away from each other. They also didn't bother each other, but there are times, I guess, that are just coincidental. No, just as Okai and the others finished the main course. At that moment, 2 women also walked in from outside. These 2 women, both very beautiful girls. One of them had to be over 5 feet 10 inches, very pretty, melon face, fox eyes, dyed brown hair and big waves over her shoulders, really pretty. But at this moment, another girl, no less, was equally beautiful, but it was when Okai saw her that he couldn't help but frown, because this person, he actually also recognizes. This person is no other than Li Haoyun. Chapter 90, it's not over. Bah, scum, she saw Oki when he saw her, but she could tell that she still had her pigtails in Oki's grasp right now. If Okai suddenly didn't want compensation and went to the police station to sue herself, then she might have to go in and stay for a few years. So even after seeing Okai sitting with the 3 beauties, she could only curse in secret but didn't dare to go up to them. And then she also purposely talked to the waiter who was leading the table, and went to a table far away from Okai's in their place. Baby, you know that handsome guy? And at the same time when Li Haoyun and this woman sat down, at this time, this woman couldn't help but ask with some doubts. Handsome man, just a little white boy. I have some conflict with him. I kicked the lights of one of his big cows out. Hearing the woman's words, at this time Li Haoyun also whispered, why you call him a scummy man, he's scum over. Not right, you are not like boys? Looking at Li Haoyun's appearance, at this time, this woman also lowered her voice and said, and at the same time also curiously looked at Okai. What with what? I don't have any interactions with him. My best friend, Feng Yu, you remember, he has some interactions with her. He first hid his identity, went to Feng Yu's company, and as a result, after Feng Yu fired him, he bought Feng Yu's house, and Feng Yu's supercar club to the point that he got into Feng Yu's eyes. Ever since Feng Yu had told Li Haoyun that Okai was actually one of her objects of investigation, Li Haoyun's heart had some bad taste, especially at this time when she also saw Okai having dinner with the other 3 girls, and listening to Li Haoyun's words, the beautiful woman on the opposite side couldn't help but laugh a little. In fact, she knew very well that the relationship between Li Haoyun and Feng Yu, the 2 said that they were best friends, but it was probably only Feng Yu who regarded her as her best friend. Li Haoyun is treating Feng Yu as his beloved. It was also because she knew that it was impossible for Feng Yu to be with herself. That's why a few years ago, She left Yanhuang and went to the American Empire. But it was also because she went to the American Empire that she befriended herself and became what she is today. So she knew very well that it would be better not to mention it much at this time, and just pretend she didn't know anything about it. So she also just smiled a little bit, and then she glanced at Okai again before picking up the menu and ordering the set meal. As for Lee Haoyun, she was still glaring viciously at Okai at this moment. While it was true that she wouldn't start anything with Oki, it wasn't always a crime to stare at him, and while her gaze was not felt by Okai, it was felt by Suya next to her. That girl, what's the situation, has been staring at you, one of your girlfriends? Looking at Lee Haoyun. At this time, Suya was also under the table, gently kicked Okai's calf with her foot, and then asked with some doubts. No, her friend, is my ex-boss. I bought a supercar club in my ex-boss's hand, but she doesn't know that. She just came back from abroad, and she wants to go inside my club to take one of the most expensive cars in it. And my friend, that's Lee Weidong whom you guys have just met, is now working as a manager for me there. And he surely doesn't want to do that, so she kicked the lights out of one of my cars, and then Li Weidong called the police to arrest her as well, and even though it was said to be a misunderstanding, it's obvious that she should hold a grudge against me. Hearing Suya say that, Okai also calmly said a bit about what happened between him and Lee Haoyun. Looking at her dress like this, and this attitude, I can tell that she's been very angry. Such a rebellious young girl, it's very troublesome to mess with her. After hearing what Okai said, his feud with Lee Haoyun. At this time, Zhao Minglan also laughed and said, looking at her, Okai also spread his hands, indicating that there was nothing he could do. It was a good thing, though, that the two wouldn't be crossing paths, because at this point, their food hadn't even been served yet, and Okai and the others had already finished their entrees, and with dessert finished, they were ready to leave. But when the four of them went downstairs, there was no need for Okai and the girls to walk together anymore, because Suya, Su Lei and Zhao Minglan are going shopping, while Okai still has to go for dinner. Well, the main thing is, Shir also asked him to give Haomei an interview in the afternoon, exchange a contact. However, just when the four people were ready to separate, Zhao Minglan also walked to Okai's side, holding his cell phone and said with a smile, for Zhao Minglan's invitation, Okai naturally would not refuse. At that moment the two also exchanged a certain letter and phone number. Then Zhao Minglan's trio waved their hands at Okai and left as well. As for Okai, he stood in the downstairs of this Western restaurant, took out his cell phone, ready to look for what else is good to eat in this vicinity. But just when he was looking through his cell phone, all of a sudden a cup of water fell from the sky. But Okai reacted very quickly, flashed to the side at the first time, in addition to the shoulder, slightly splashed some of the outside. This water did not owe to his body, but it's outrageous enough. When he raised his head, he just happened to see Lee Haoyun was sitting in the position directly above himself at this time, pretending to play with a cell phone there. Needless to say also know that this water is her. Looking at this scene, Okai's eyebrows could not help but wrinkle. This little O's to clean up is not it, just as he was ready to go up to find her trouble. At this time, the woman opposite Lee Haoyun but suddenly spoke up. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. My hand just slipped. Sir, I'm really sorry. Looking at Oki, the woman also immediately took her empty cup and stood up to speak. Okai and not stupid. Where she is, how can O's to their own side? She is obviously blocking the gun, but she is out to block the gun. If you are still unforgiving, it is obvious that Okai is very no manners. Well, Oki, it's true that he just doesn't have the decency, but he wants the face. This public, he really not too good with this woman. So at that moment he also pointed at this woman. This matter naturally not finished. He then turned around and left the place straight away to find food, watching Okai just walk away. It was then that the girl looked at Lee Haoyun with some anger. What are you messing with him for? I just don't like him. Hearing this girl's words, Lee Haoyun also muttered in a small voice. But this, indeed, became less and less loud the more she said it. You have to look at it even if you don't like it. You are trying to go in and stay for 3 years. Blankly glancing at Lee Haoyun. At this time this girl also opened her mouth to speak up. Hearing her words, Lee Haoyun also sighed, then smothered her head and poured another cup of water for herself and the girl opposite her. There are times when the country is just so inconvenient. It's obviously a privileged class, but it's not even a privilege. Chapter 91, Interviews. Kai, are you home? When Okai finished another bowl of Anhui Province authentic Changshan plate noodles. At this time, a certain letter from Shir also came. Obviously she and Haomei were already about to arrive. Haven't been home yet, so why don't you guys go home and I'll grab a bite to eat out. Listening to Shir's words, Okai returned the favor. Hey, didn't you go to the gym with manager Luo and the others? Didn't you eat together? No, I ran into Suya and the others, then ate Western food with them. It was hard to eat and I didn't get enough. Facing Shir, Okai did not have the idea of concealing his whereabouts, and spoke directly. I said, why don't you take us to eat Western food? People eat Western food. It's not for the sake of getting full, it's for the sake of eating an atmosphere. Ha ha, you take your time to eat? Then we'll go upstairs first. Hearing a certain letter sent by Okai, the Shur at that moment also smiled. Originally, she was also a little strange, because she used to watch idol dramas. Those rich overbearing CEOs invited the girls to dinner. Aren't they all some kind of candlelight dinner? Upscale Western restaurant. How come when it comes to Okai, it's just treating them to hot pot, roast pork, barbecue, and crayfish, which is delicious, but the romantic atmosphere is indeed a little bit worse. Oki presses on with the atmosphere. However, after putting down the cell phone, Shur himself thought for a moment, is it the atmosphere, or is it to be well fed? Well, eat enough seems to be more important than the atmosphere. It was strange to say the least though. She'd been with Oki for a week now, and this week, she'd eaten every meal, unlike before when she still needed to stay in shape and control her diet, which she hadn't controlled at all this week. I eat it for breakfast too, more for lunch, and quite a bit at dinner time. As it turns out, she's also more than a pound lighter than usual when measured today, while her skin seems to be better and her upper body seems to be stronger, which is really amazing. It seemed to her that maybe that was the power of love. What did Mr. O say? Watching Shur put down her cell phone, Haomei at this time also opened her mouth and asked towards her. He said to tell us to go upstairs first, so we can go and get ready first. Listening to Haomei's words and looking at her with a nervous face at this moment, Shur also pulled up her hand, then smiled and said, then directly pulled her out of the car and went straight to the elevator room. Okai's side has already finished entering her, Su Nua and Zhou Qin's license plate number. They will come here again. They can directly park in the underground parking lot. No need to register or park outside, to be a lot more convenient. At the same time Shur and Haomei went upstairs. Okai on this side also finished his noodles and paid for them. He also took a step and wandered back to his house. When he opened the door to the 32nd floor, he was also the first to see Shur and Haomei, who were sitting on the living room sofa at the moment. But Haomei wasn't the same as the last time he'd seen her. The last time I saw her, she had only just finished her night shift, her makeup hadn't been applied, her face hadn't been washed, and she just looked very haggard, whereas now she was wearing full makeup. Originally, it was a small family face, but at this time it showed a kind of flirtatious feeling. As for her advantage, her figure, it was even more evident at this point. In the middle of Okai's gaze, at this time, Haomei did not wear normal clothes, but wore a maid outfit. But this maid outfit, it seems, to be the kind that has been improved. Her upper body, the kind of black tight dress with suspenders, a large portion of her collarbone, and nearly a third of it, coupled with extremely deep wounds, along with her milky white skin, was completely reflected in front of Okai's eyes. The lower half, on the other hand, was wearing a pair of very short pants, with the kind of black stockings that hung up, plus a pair of small high heels with red soles, and when Okai saw her, Okai was dumbfounded. This is a babysitter application? Looking at Okai's somewhat confused appearance, Haomei's original milky white skin at this time also reddened, and her gaze towards Okai also became evasive. It was only Shur who reacted quickly. Kai, what are you standing at the door for? Hurry up and come in. Oh. Hearing Shur's words, Okai then reacted, and then immediately closed the door, changed his shoes, and then came here to the sofa, and Haomei had already stood up at this moment, respectfully guiding Okai to sit on the sofa, and then stood quietly beside him. How's it going? My roommate. Pretty loaded. It's not a matter of whether there's material or not. Dressed like this to clean the house? Listening to Shur's words, Okai couldn't help but ask with some tears and laughter. And as soon as he heard Okai's words, before Shur could speak, Haomei spoke up first. There's no problem, mister. Oh, I'm great at housework. I've been helping my mom since I was 8 years old. Washing clothes, cooking, I can do any job. Looking at Okai, Haomei showed very nervous, but it can be seen that she really wants this job. And Okai also looked at Haomei's attributes at this time. Name Haomei. Sex, female. Age, 21. Height, 167. Weight, 51 kilograms. Physical fitness, 21. Charisma, 93. Wisdom, 28. Operations, 92, referring to housekeeping. Innovation, 3. Socialization, 19. Management, 7. Favorability towards the host, 81. For Haomei's attributes, Okai was a bit surprised and pleasantly surprised. 92's housekeeping business is indeed extremely high now. The main thing is, the favorability to himself is not low, so Oki spoke up as well. It's not a question of being able to work. I trust your professionalism, but there's no need to wear this. How can I work in this? After finishing the work, Can we still do something else? Hearing Okai finish. At this time, Sure took the initiative to come over. And then a pair of legs also hitched onto Okai's legs at this time. Looking at her with these winks, Okai couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. And after seeing Okai's appearance, Sure at this time also waved her hand to Haomei. I'll leave the hygiene of the house to you. Okay. Hearing Sure's words, at this time, Haomei also nodded with a blushing face, and then took a step to go to the 33rd floor first. And looking at Sure's coquettish smile, Okai also moved his cervical vertebrae, and then picked up Haomei horizontally, and returned to the room with a quick step. Time. It always goes by so fast. By the time Okai and Sure regained consciousness, it was past 4 in the afternoon. Looking at Sure, who was as bad as mud, Okai also picked her up and lightly went to the bathroom, and then the two of them just soaked in the warm water, recovering their strength. But Okai just now focusing on, but forgot, now there are other people inside the home. No, just as he and Sure were easing their breath, a knock on the door came out of nowhere at that moment. Mr. Oh, Sure, I'm going to prepare dinner. Do you have anything you want to eat? Chapter 92, Anything Goes. Hearing the words of Haomei, originally still leaning against the wall of the bathtub, Okai could not help but freeze. At this time he remembered that there was another person inside the house. At this time he remembered that he did not take a change of clothes to come in. Which, is not a little embarrassing? Should we think of an excuse to get rid of Haomei first? But before Okai could say anything, Sure at that moment spoke first. There doesn't seem to be anything to eat inside the house. Let's go out to eat later or get takeout. Come in first and help us take a bath. Ha! Hearing Sure's words, Okai looked at her with a shocked face at that moment. He also thought about how to support her away, so that he went back to get the clothes. The results of Sure actually called her in, not waiting for Okai to say anything when, at this time he heard this door clicked, from the outside turned twisted open. Then he saw Haomei walked in. Later episodes, the review said you guys don't like to read, so just skimmed it. Want details? You can find the review to get. When Okai and Sure and Haomei from the bathroom out of the time, has been more than 5 o'clock in the evening. Okai point after the takeout, lying to the sofa has been organized. I have to say, Haomei dry housekeeping is a good hand. This is only more than 2 hours. The inside of the home has been cleaned by her, can be described as new. The ground ash, water stains and so on have been wiped dry. Sheets, covers, sofa covers, etc. were also changed and washed. Looking at Haomei, who was wrapped in a bath towel like Sure at this moment, leaning against his side, Okai also reached out his hand, playing with her and Sure's calves. Just now the duo hadn't actually finished the last chapter that needed to be reviewed. Haomei was literally just helping Okai take a bath. It was just a longer wash. At the same time, she understood, in a tangible way, why Sure was so keen on finding a woman for Okai. At this time, although she said that she had not officially been with Okai, but she had already been somewhat infatuated with Okai, and now that Okai was looking at her attributes again, he realized that her favorability towards himself had already climbed to 98, and it was just a foot short of the door when it came to 100. Feeling Okai's movements, Sure, who had slowed down a bit at this time, suddenly sat up. How was the interview? The salary hasn't been negotiated yet. Looking at Okai, Sure also asked with a smile. Hey, salary is not a month 5,000. Heard her words. At this time Haomei also have some doubts to look at the division Sure. She remembered the division Sure came back as not said. A month 5,000 it. How now, and said no talk about it. But she'd only just finished speaking when Sure kicked her in the face and then looked over at Oki with a grin. You little girl, Haomei is just like you. $50,000 a month. Gently scratching her nose, Oki smiled back. By the way, there's one more thing. This place is so big after all. I'm worried that Haomei won't be able to pack up her room in time. It just so happens that our house is about to expire, or else Haomei and I will move here. After hearing that, Okai directly gave Haomei a tenfold increase in salary. And of course, the main thing was that it was also considered to be a confirmation of identity. At this time, Sure also opened her mouth and said to Okai, oh, then you have to think about it. Jo-chin is also going to come over. Oh. Looking at Sure, Okai also showed his home. Now the heroine is Jo-chin. And Sure nodded as she listened to him. I'll see you sooner or later. I've figured it out. I'll see you one way or the other. Looking at Haomei, Sure also spoke up at this moment. Sure is very clear about her position. She knows that she is not destined to be Okai's wife. The reason why she and Sunhwa didn't dare to meet Jo-chin in the past is because she and Sunhwa are afraid. In case if Jo-chin can't see herself and clash with her, who will Okai choose? But now, there was one more Haomei. 3 against 1, with the advantage to himself. When the time comes, what's the big deal? Sooner or later, it's time to face things head on. As for Sunhwa's side, she had already gotten through to Sunhwa. so naturally there was no problem. Okay, then I'll take you guys to see Sister Joe tomorrow. Looking at Shu's gaze, Okai also smiled and answered. And after another moment, the takeout arrived. After Oki went to pick up takeout, the three of them ate together. And after the three had finished their meal, the three of them locked eyes, and Shu was the first to jump up. I'll go to bed first. While saying that, she ran into the next room. This afternoon, it was just her. She was about to fall apart, thanks to Okai's mercy, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to carry it. As for the night, naturally, it was left to Haomei. But Haomei was a newcomer who had just debuted, so how could she carry it? In just over an hour, just after 8 o'clock, Haomei was already unable to carry on. And looking at Haomei, Okai naturally ended it hastily. Just as Okai had settled Haomei down, that's when Haomei pulled Okai back. Mister, oh, are you going to take a shower? I'll go help you. No, you can't even stand up. Get some rest. And what did you call me? You're already like this, and you're still calling yourself Mister. Oh, and listening to Okai's words. At this time, Haomei hesitated for a moment before calling out in a small voice. Master? Cough. Don't call it that in front of outsiders in the future. Listening to Haomei's words, Okai almost didn't choke on a mouthful of water, but he had to say that calling it that way was really quite sensational. Okay, Master. Listening to Okai just emphasizing not to call it that in front of outsiders, Haomei naturally understood what Okai meant, and at that moment, she also had a red face and sweetly called out. When Okai watched Haomei fall asleep, he also came out and rinsed, then drank some water and looked at the time. It was only just after 8 o'clock. He couldn't sleep either. So then they swiped their phones in the living room. Oki was not watching the live stream. He used to be able to just watch the videos when he was playing Little Busted Station. But then a certain sound is really too hot to go to work. It is very important not to let others feel that you are very alternative. So he then also under a certain sound. Now boring. He then also began to brush up, and a certain sound inside. It will be in some live sandwiched between the video. Usually by this time, Oki just brushes right through. Today was the same. He was watching a video, and as he swiped to a live room, which was currently playing PK inside. Okai had no interest in this, but just as he was about to brush away, all of a sudden he saw that one of the two people who were playing PK was actually the girl who was beside Li Haoyan today, and the one who was piking with her was a girl who was wearing a cute dinosaur pajamas and appeared to be a bit timid. The two of them actually didn't attract Okai's attention. What attracted Okai's attention was actually the ranking one who was brushing the girl's bounty at this time, because her avatar was none other than Li Haoyan's. Chapter 93, Being a Big Brother. Brothers, help us out. If we take this one again, Hakuna will have won 100 in a row. Thank you Yunyu Jiangnan's sister for the sports car. Love you yo. Looking at the screen in front of the sports car floated past. At this time his home inside the live broadcast of the Tang Shuoxin cannot help but gently touch with his feet Li Haoyun is lying beside him, and then spoke sweetly to the screen, and heard her voice. At this time her live broadcast room inside the more than 100,000 people, but also more frantic to give her brushed up the reward. Tang Shuoxin, long is indeed beautiful, perfect melon face, fox eyes, 1.72 m height, but has nearly 1.2 m long legs, is indeed incomparably seductive. The main thing, of course, is that these are still natural for her, as she was actually scouted by a talent scout a long time ago, and went to work as a trainee in South Korea right after graduating from junior high school. After practicing for 2 years, she debuted at the age of 17 in the middle of a South Goryeo talent show, and came up as the face of a girl group. But Southern Goryeo, those who understand it, understand that it's a country where plutocrats are lawless, and the only thing the plutocrats have to worry about is the American Empire. So after Tang Shuoxin became a girl group, the first stop was sent to the American Empire, and the plutocrat behind it was ready to use them to curry favor with the bigwigs on the American side. At the critical moment, Li Haoyun saved her. She then terminated her contract with the agency, but she couldn't go back to Southern Goryeo and debut as a girl group, and then she and Li Haoyun stayed in the American Empire for 2 years, and 2 years ago, her mother became seriously ill, so she returned to the country as well, and became an anchor, because she's really good looking, has a good body, strong dancing, and has a popularity connection on her. She fell through the cracks after being an anchor. Now in the country, she could even be ranked in the top 3 within the anchors of the dancing area, and because of Li Haoyun's support in terms of money, her reputation rose quickly. Currently she's all sort of the face of this aspect of a certain sound, and with a certain sound's recent annual awards, there's going to be a spokesperson position, and with that spokesperson, the inside scoop will be decided by PK. If Tang Shuoxin won this one more time, then she'd be on a 100 strike streak. That spokesperson position is hers, and as things stood, she was winning. Because the person who was peeking her at the moment was a little transparent person who had just graduated from the conservatory. Although it was said that she was good looking and quite cute, and her singing was quite good, but she didn't know how to rub it in, and she didn't ask for gifts, and there were only a total of 1,000 or so people inside the live broadcast room. So what was she going to do to fight with herself? Thinking of this, Tang Xuexin couldn't help but smile even more happily. At the same time, he also glanced at Li Haoyun next to him out of the corner of his eye. Li Haoyun, on the other hand, was at this moment, rapidly calculating how he was going to use the least amount of money to keep Tang Xuewan's #1 spot. This kind of finagling hadn't happened to her in days. Li Haoyun and Feng Yu were hairy kids, which meant that the two families were similar in terms of financial strength. And indeed it is. Only Li Haoyun's family, out of some changes, resulting in her money was held by their own father, and then she chose to return to the country. As for at this time her bank card inside the money, naturally, our phone knew these 2 days to her, so she had to be a little more finicky. But what she didn't know was that at that moment, outside the cell phone screen, the corners of Okai's mouth hooked up. Originally, he had said that he would give Li Haoyun a little lesson, but he didn't think that it would be possible now. It's just a swipe. A reward? Oki is short of everything right now, just not money. Ha, today we'll make an exception. Muttering in a low voice, Okai also entered the live broadcast room of this quiet little girl, and then directly injected 1 million soft sister coins into his account. The next step is very simple. Just brush it. And when the crowd saw the countless bounty special effects that violently appeared within the live broadcast room that had originally been a bit overwhelmed and unsure of what to do, one by one, the rewards fell from the sky, leaving the little girl called Quiet dumbfounded. Ha, thank you Kai for the reward. This, it's too much, don't use it. Looking at the constantly refreshing rewards, the little girl couldn't help but panic a little. Immediately, she stood up from her own chair, waving her small hands with a puzzled look on her face. She didn't know when she had such a big brother, and looking at the bar of PK above his head, almost instantly pressed towards his side. At this point Tang Xuexin could not help but be a little flustered. That foot couldn't help but kick Li Haoyun again, and as Li Haoyun was now inside the live broadcast room, he naturally wouldn't fail to see these special effects. According to her estimation, in such a short while, this guy called Kai had already swiped 50,000 to 60,000 gifts, and he was still swiping. What was this guy's situation? But he had promised Tang Xuexin, so he couldn't let her lose in any case. So at this time, she also began to brush up the reward. But her card, now a total of only $100,000. The usual life that is certainly enough. Reward take what with Okai's 1 million to compare to come. In barely 5 minutes, her side of the bounty was finished, while Oki's side was still swiping. 100,000, 120,000, 150,000. Looking at the little time left, that completely pressed over the PK note, Tang Xuexin at this time cannot help but be a little panicked, help as if looking at Li Haoyun, and Li Haoyun also at this time sat up, thought for a moment, the first time to call Feng Yu ready to borrow some money, but unfortunately, Feng Yu is taking a bath at this time. Although it is said that with Okai's more than 200 million in the account, the pressure of the company on her side is slowed down, but after all, the pressure is still there, so today's rare rest she is enjoying life at home. The phone is not on the side. Li Haoyun's call she did not follow. Asterisk. Looking at the cell phone that rang for a minute before being hung up by the system, Li Haoyun also cursed helplessly before looking at Tang Xuexin, who really didn't have much of a solution right now. And Tang Xuexin sighed when she saw Li Haoyun's appearance. She don't look at the live broadcast now, but she doesn't have like many other female anchors, but also bring some of their own side business of national flight. She only has Li Haoyun such a big list. Now that Li Haoyun had no way out, then she really had no tricks up her sleeve either. As for these people inside her live broadcast room, most of them were also some ordinary people who just ran a card and didn't reward much. It was too unrealistic to expect them to fight with Okai. Under her abandoned gaze, the PK's time had officially run out as well. Her side had more than 120,000 heat, which meant that she had received a total of more than 120,000 gifts. But on the opposite side, the quiet side, there were a total of more than 180,000 and 200 gifts, 180,000, swiped by Okai, while the 200 or so were the ones swiped by Quiet's original fans. When this victory and defeat had been decided, Tang Xuehuan also leaned back into the chair powerlessly. It looks like he has no chance for this spokesperson position. Chapter 94, Refund of Money. Congratulations, sister. Looking at the end of PK, at this time Tang Xuexin also powerless leaned back to the chair. But after all, the live broadcast room is still open. After 2 or 3 seconds, she took a deep breath. but also pretended to be a big belly to the other live broadcast room inside. The girl said, "Oh, thank you, but sis, I don't know what's going on here." Hearing Tang Xuehuan's words, Quiet, who was also very confused at this moment, also immediately waved his hand, then stammered a bit. "Hey, don't call me sister, even though I said I played with the internet early, I'm probably not as old as you are, so let's just call each other sisters. Although you said you won against me, but I looked at your winning percentage is still too low, you may need to build up a bit more. While it's still early tonight, you win a period of consecutive victories, you may not have no chance." Looking at the quiet look, Tang Xuehuan also smiled. What she said was the truth. She was 15 years old when she started to go as a trainee, 17 years old when she started to participate in competitions to debut, 18 years old when she was sent to the American Empire. After being saved by Li Haoyun, she stayed in the American Empire for 2 years, and came back 2 years ago, so the current her is also only 22 years old, and 22 is normally when a college student first graduates. The girl called Quiet was obviously supposed to have graduated from college, so there was really no way to tell which one of them was older. She mentioned it now, and it was just a random act of goodwill, and then both sides hung up on the PK. Then Tang Xuehuan, who was over here, also said that she would not play PK tonight and got off early. As for the girl called Quiet, then she didn't choose to continue playing PK either. Then, of course, even if she fought, Oki wouldn't reward her anymore. Joking, Okai reward just to cackle should Li Haoyun only. This is called Quiet Girl, although said in the phone inside looks pretty. Small melon face, big eyes, white skin, body although said wearing a dinosaur pajamas see not too clear, but seems to be good, a very pure feeling. But online, those who know what they know. What kind of technology is not available? What kind of face slimming? What kind of skin resurfacing? What kind of technology is not available? Maybe this woman's grandchildren can play soy sauce now. It wasn't like Okai could see her attributes. So now that Li Haoyun's side was ready, he was ready to paddle over and continue watching the video. But just then, the girl called Quiet also spoke up. "Sorry guys, I'll get off the air first too." After saying that, the girl also went off the air at that moment, and after watching her go off as well, Okai didn't care and continued to brush up the short video. But only 2 swipes were made, when suddenly a private message appeared in the background of his account. "Hello Kai, I'm Quiet, the anchor of room XXXXXX. I wonder if I can add your contact information." "Add my contact information? It's not like you're trying to screw me out of my money." Looking at this certain letter, Okai's eyebrows also picked up. He had heard before, as if these female anchors will privately add list a Big Brother, and then use the words to pit Big Brother's money. Of course, there will be some people will privately accompany the Big Brother. This is another story. However, in Okai looks, the latter is still relatively good, because more or less this Big Brother also contacted the female anchor, is to get something, and the former, according to what's been rumored on the internet, is all about the guilds talking about it. It's the same as a kill tray, a scam. Believing them would be a basket case, but after looking at the message she sent, Okai had some urge to add it. Of course, it wasn't that he had his eye on that Quiet, but he wanted to learn the art of these people setting up their Big Brother's words, and he hadn't realized where his weaknesses were before. Now with the attributes, he knows very well that socializing, it's only 9. It didn't matter before. If he said the wrong thing, at most, he would lose his job. So after thinking about it for a while, he did add this girl's certain letter. When he made himself known, the girl over there agreed almost in seconds. Just as Oki was about to see what she would say, it turned out that the girl's first sentence was, "Kai, I'm really sorry, actually you don't need to reward me. I didn't want to win PK very much. My share with the platform is only 55, and I still have to pay the tax. When my side of the money arrives, I'll give you back what I share here, okay?" Looking at the girl's words, Oki couldn't help but stare. He thought about a lot of things that this girl would say after she added her friend, like what brother long, boss short, but he hadn't thought about her coming up to actually refund the money flow. For a moment, a passage came to him. If you press the foot when the girl across the street asked you to say, "Big Brother to do card, I apply for a 15% discount for you." It is estimated that 90% of the men will not do. But if the girl said to you, "Big Brother, do not come next time, save more money. If you really want me, then just order the lowest package. I do it for you normally. Save up some money and marry a good wife. Not one like me. In my next life I'll quit this business and I'll marry you again." I guess there are a lot of men who max out their credit cards to add Bell. So at this point in time, in Oki's opinion, this anchor, is this the setup he's playing? So after thinking for a moment, Oki smiled and typed as well. "No need. It has nothing to do with you. I have a grudge against list 1 across the street. I just don't like her. This bit of money, you can keep it. Ah, so, then I'll sing you a song. Hearing Okai say that he didn't want this money, Song Jing, who was on the opposite side of the table at this time, couldn't help but purse her lips. Song Jing, that is, the quiet one on the internet. But Okai was wrong about one thing, that is, she can be not ugly, even a little more beautiful than in the middle of the live camera. She just graduated from music school this year, but as we all know, to study music, the family basically has to have a mind to come out in the early days. And Song Jing's family was originally quite rich, but now the family is in decline. Her father is dead, her mother is seriously ill, and she is not willing to sell out to get to the top. So at this point in time she's just going to have to sing online to make some money. The money, for her, is really important. So after Okai said that it had nothing to do with her and that she didn't need to pay back the money, there was still some gratitude in her heart, but she still felt a bit sorry for Okai, so she mentioned that she could sing as well, then sing a Digimon version of You at the Table. However, the next words Okai sent over left Song Jing somewhat at a loss for words. A Digimon version of You at the Table? What's this? What? Won't you? I really haven't heard of it. Looking at Song Jing over here who was a bit silent, Okai also typed in a question. Then Song Jing also sincerely replied back. Then after a while, Song Jing suddenly saw a voice. Turn it on and you'll hear. Who married the sentimental you? Who read your diary? Who put your long hair up? Who made your wedding dress? Once upon a time you were always careful. Ask me to borrow a half eraser. Teachers can no longer remember you. Who used to be the biggest crybaby? Same table as you. What? Why is this chair spinning? Chapter 95, Getting Down to Business. Obviously Song Jing's CPU, at this point, has burned. It wasn't because Oki sang badly. Okai sang beautifully, even more clearly and perfectly than her vocal teacher's enunciation and spitting. But how did these two songs get mixed together? She really didn't understand. Looking at the silence there already, Okai also laughed, so he didn't flirt with her, and then he also continued to brush up the video. After watching for another hour or so, it was past 9 o'clock at night, when Okai also went to the guest room first and picked up Shirshir, who was sleeping in a daze, and then returned to the middle of the master bedroom. She is now still accustomed to the nighttime to embrace two girls to sleep. Well, 3 is also okay, 4 is also okay, 1, also okay, what also do not embrace, just embrace to be bar. He is more or less not very accustomed to it, and the teacher of poetry, although said to be Okai startled, but look at him now this asleep, she could not help but laugh lightly. In fact, she couldn't, right now, sleep at night without leaning on Oki. The night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye it was the next day. When Okai got up the next morning, he realized that Hame had already washed all of yesterday's clothes and also made breakfast. Breakfast is very simple. Boiled white porridge, rinsed eggs, because his family inside only this place should. Hame want to show their hands are very difficult, but that doesn't matter. I can go buy some today. First took Hame to the 3rd floor. Let her pick a watch. On behalf of her already with Okai, they also with Hame about it. The night off, they will come back together to pick up her to go to Jochin, and then Okai and Shirshir will be a piece of the car to drive away from home. It wasn't long before the duo arrived at the office. As soon as he came in, Okai saw Su Nuwa, and then Su Nuwa also welcomed him at the first opportunity. Boss. Okai was on the verge of pulling his hair out as he watched Su Nuwa look at him. Come to think of it, she hadn't seen Oki in 2.5 days. Looking at her, Okai also gently patted her hand, signaling not to rush. But now is not the time to warm up. Now we have to deal with the stock market first. Although it is said that Governor Lee told Okai that would show in the forest, the wind will rush, but it is not bad this day. So today, Okai is ready to operate properly. And just as Okai was operating in the company, that's when Yuhi wrote down what she had found out inside a document. Since Okai had told her yesterday that he wanted to acquire this company, don't look at Lu Shi's mood, but she didn't move slowly. After returning to the company, she went through the internal documents and found the current situation of Tianlong Real Estate. The profitability of a real estate company, to a lot of people, seems to be nothing more than spending money on granting land, then building a house, then selling the house and making a profit on the difference in price. Indeed, this really is the primary way that real estate companies make a profit. However, in fact, if we look at it in detail, apart from this way, there are many other ways for real estate companies to make profits, such as property companies. There's nothing wrong with that. Most properties are actually owned by the developer, and can be said to be under contract with the developer. After all, properties are more than just cleaning, hiring security guards, and so on. The biggest role of a property is to fix the house, where there is a leak, where there is a problem with the pipes, where there is a problem with the wires, etc. All these need to be fixed by the property. And where can an outside hired property company have such ability and qualification to do so? That's why all the properties of Sky Dragon Real Estate employ a company called Sky Properties, even in Okai in their neighborhood. So that's the main follow-up income. Next is commercial real estate leasing. Like these stores near Okai in their neighborhood, they are all owned by Tianlong Real Estate. They just rent them, not sold them. The property rights are still in Tianlong Real Estate. According to the results of Liu Shi's investigation, the current Tianlong Real Estate, on-hand unbuilt land, there are a total of 7 pieces of land. There are 2 pieces in the city. The other 5 pieces are in other big cities around. It's also the most valuable asset, and can be conservatively estimated to be worth around $20 billion. The neighborhoods on hand, a total of 41, spread across the country. The city has a total of 2, are high-grade residential neighborhoods, in which the valuation of the stores is about $6 billion. There is one purely commercial building, in Mordor, but not too well located, valued at $12 billion. There are 3 shopping malls, one each in Imperial City, Magic City and Pengcheng, a total valuation of $9 billion. Some other miscellaneous stuff that adds up to a total valuation of $47.9 billion, but it also owes the banks $12 billion in foreign debt. Last year, the company's net profit was $1.535 billion, which is an astronomical figure for an ordinary person. But for a businessman, this is not really a good investment project, because its return ratio is only 3.1%, not much higher than the bank interest. Of course, that's just for now. What if the prices still rise? Those 8 pieces of land, covering an area of not small, by then, if the completion of the neighborhood, or commercial district to sell out, 120,000 square feet, then, these 8 pieces of land, less can earn more than $30 billion. By then, it's estimated that the market value of this company will at least double. Of course, if you pair it with OK, you can also see the question of whether these lands will go up in the future. By then the doubling may be more than double. And now, not losing money, even if it's OK. Liu Shi naturally do not understand these. She and all of this information is organized, but also found Okai's a certain letter, and then sent this message. The results of the message, but she failed to send the message, and then the following line appeared, a line of small words. You are not yet his best friend. What? He actually deleted me? Looking at the message on top of the cell phone, Liu Shi couldn't help but be a little confused, and then she looked at Okai with an angry face. She really hadn't thought that Okai was actually so determined. It was just a few days after breaking up, he actually deleted himself? It's all broken up. It's normal. Call and see. Taking a deep breath and suppressing her anger, Liushi called Okai again. Well, it couldn't be answered. This time Liushi broke the defense again. Obviously she was overthinking it. In fact, Oki deleted it the same day the two broke up. At the same time she got into Zhao Yu's car, Okai deleted her and blacked out his phone. And this time he called her for help. But in reality, he had forgotten that he had blacked her out. That said, it's really Oki's pot. But when it comes to Zhao Yu, he's been quite honest these last few days. There's no way around it. You can't be honest. On the day of the meal, Okai but he beat him a lot. When Okai they left after about half an hour, he came to his senses. Is the toilet climbed out? Once out of the noisy alarm, the police came, checked the surveillance. Indeed is to see him and Okai successively into the bathroom, but did not see the two people clash look, and after sending him to the hospital for a checkup, the doctors there found that he didn't have any injuries, not even minor ones, other than extreme weakness, so he couldn't just give an injury report when he was there screaming that he hurt all over, and the police were even more unlikely to arrest Okai because he said he beat him up and didn't even have proof, so he ended up being sent home. I've been laid up for a couple of days, and I'm just finally getting over it today. So he couldn't wait to go out and have some fun. And at that point, a couple of his friends told him about a great bar he had found. Chapter 96, Meeting, Leave 1 billion, equivalent to 1 billion soft dollars in the Hong Kong stocks, and transfer all the other money out. With the day's operation, Okai looked at the money that had all been recovered, and also sighed and opened his mouth. There's more than $5 billion of Hong Kong paper in here, and to transfer out more than $4 billion? Hearing Okai's words, Su Nuo couldn't help but walk over to Okai's side and ask in a small voice. What happened last week has caught the attention of others and the higher-ups, so the most you can keep in here is $1 billion, and the rest, you have to convert it out to buy an industry. Hearing Su Nuo's question, Okai also whispered. As soon as she heard Okai say that, Su Nuo's first thought was on what grounds? Oki doesn't steal or rob to make money. Why shouldn't others and the higher-ups allow it? However, this idea just rose up. Was Su Nuo pressed down? Because she is very clear. As an adult, in this society, is to follow the system of this society to survive. They have already passed the kind of novels written inside. The protagonist in the road and other people touched the shoulder. and then have to kill each other's whole family, to kill the magistrates who come over to handle the case, to kill the whole clan, to kill the whole province, to kill the whole province, to kill the whole country, to kill the whole country, to destroy the world and then also feel very cool age. The world and then also feel very cool age. So when Oki said he wanted to have bought an industry, she understood. Indeed, making more money in the stock market is rootless. Only when there is real industry, when there are going to be tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people under him to eat, and when he has given a lot of tax revenue to the country, then that is the time when no one else can touch him. It's like some of the real estate giants nowadays, who owe trillions of dollars, are only restricted, and they can't even file a lawsuit because if they go to jail, more than 100,000 families across the country will be forced to die. There is no way the state will allow this to happen. So indeed, industry is the real talisman, and most of all, the main thing is that the top is not allowed to engage in Okai. This is not still left $1 billion. To Okai's ability, this billion may soon become billions of dollars. Only this time the cycle should be to lengthen some of the. Got a target? Taking a deep breath, Sunhwa also whispered, sort of at the moment, but still in contact with others. Do you have any suggestions? Hearing that Sunhwa seemed to understand, Okai also smiled a bit before saying to Sunhwa, where do I go to have any suggestions to go? I am just an ordinary trader. You tell me the financial aspects, I may understand some, but the other. Looking at the Okai who looked at himself, Sunhwa also spread his hands at this time, indicating that he really does not understand these. Then keep a good eye on my stocks for me. Smiling towards Sunhwa, Okai then also set his eyes on the A-share market, where the name of Tianlong Real Estate was present. Today's Tennessee Realty, another 1.3% drop in share price, now with $47.3 billion left, and I don't know if it's going to drop anymore. Boss, turn out. Yeah, I know. Just as Oki was looking at the A-shares, that's when the manipulators in the back spoke up. Hearing his words, Oki glanced at his account as well. When he opened the market today, the money inside his account totaled 673.3 million Hong Kong dollars in paper. Then he filled up the 300 million that he had gained on Saturday, Sunday, and today, plus the 500 million soft currency that Qin had given himself last week on Saturday. A total of 5,752,320,000 Hong Kong dollars was opened. And today, after being operated by him after a meal, he just now inside the account, a total of 6.4 billion Hong Kong dollars. Zero does not count. TSK, I have to say, rich is indeed arrogant. 10 million level in the Okai looks like it is just a zero, with 1 billion Hong Kong dollars left, and 3 billion oceans were exchanged for all of them, after paying the handling fee. At this time, the account on the side of the ocean merchant's very line to the account is a total of 4.8 billion. Together with his 10% discount card, it was enough to buy Sky Dragon Real Estate. Okay, everyone, get some rest. It's time to get off work. Looking at the information inside the account without any problems, Okai also clapped his hands at that moment, signaling that everyone could take a break from work. After all these people left, Okai, Sunhwa and Shur also drove back to his house together. At the same time when Shur and Sunhwa stopped the car downstairs of his house, Haomei had already come down. But what made Okai a little bit surprised was that Sunhwa and Haomei actually knew each other. Come to think of it, Sunhwa could also be the one who was approached by Shur. So naturally Shur wanted Haomei to join them as well. So she definitely had to talk to Sunhwa beforehand. So in fact Sunhwa and Haomei have not only seen one side of it, the three even had several meals together. Only Okai did not know it. So when they met, it didn't look awkward. But when the four of them got into the car, the atmosphere was a bit subtle. Because the one they were going to meet now was Zhou Qin. They haven't met, but before going to meet Zhou Qin, Okai and his group of four also went to the supermarket first, purchased a lot of things to eat, meat, eggs, milk, sausage, vegetables, all kinds of seasonings, etc., and household items, because Shur and the girls said that they wanted to move over, but moving is not finished in a day or two, so in addition to clothes, they also need some other things. And Sunhwa in fact has long had the idea of wanting to move out from the home. At this time naturally moved together. Home things also need to be prepared. Paper towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes and so on need to be purchased. So the four of them had been stuffing the trunk of Okai's overlook to the brim before they left the place and drove downstairs to Zhou Qin's house. Okai naturally had long spoken to Zhou Qin about the fact that Shur and the girls were also coming today. For Shur and the girls, Zhou Qin had wanted to meet them for a long time, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. So at this moment, after getting on the passenger side, the first thing she did was to look at the back row. The three girls who were sitting in rows at this moment, looking at her in a well-behaved manner. Hello Sister Joe X3. Hello guys, don't be nervous, it's not like I don't eat people. Looking at the nervous look of the three girls, Jo Chin, after laughing a bit, also turned her head to look at Okai. All pretty good girls it's cheap for you, but when are you going to take the ones in my bar as well? Cocking her head at Okai, Jo Chin also opened her mouth. Big sister, where did I have and a few? Listening to Jo Chin speak like this, Okai also had some tears and laughter at this moment. Shan and you have met Sangwon, Hui, Jenny. As soon as she heard Okai talk like this, Jo Chin also wiggled her fingers and did the math. No, Sister Jo, how many women are you planning to find for me? You know, Okai used to be a pure-hearted man, especially pure-hearted. After he and Lu Shi got together, he rarely even talked to other females. As a result, he already has 4 women now, and Jo Chin is still counting how many she's going to take in for herself? This is too much. Chapter 97, 2 for the price of 1. Looking at Okai's helpless look at himself at this time, Jo Chin at this time also opened her mouth and said, 20 of them at any rate. After all, we also need to rest. Hearing Jo Chin's words, at this time, Sure and the others also nodded their heads. Indeed, Oki is a little too scary in some ways. Although they said they were extremely infatuated with Okai, the usual kissing, hugging and lifting high with Okai could also ease their infatuation with Okai. Certain things that would be audited knocking on their door. They personally feel that half an hour is enough, and even then they need to take a break from each other. But if Oki was allowed to be a bit more reckless, he wouldn't have a problem with 5 or 6 hours a night. So if they were just looking for 10 or so, then they wouldn't have a break. Like what Jo Chin said, looking for 20, before there is time to rest. Well, it must also be the bottom 20. Looking at the rearview mirror in the middle of the 3 girls also nodded seriously. Okai is also really crying and laughing. 20? You really think you're cattle, don't you? Shaking his head helplessly, he decided not to continue with this topic, and then drove to a restaurant where Sure had found shabu shabu on the internet. The best mutton in the whole of Yanhuang. No, the world, is in the west of Mengdi and Gan province, the area near the Qing province. The good beach sheep honestly, cannot be found. It's hard enough for the average person to eat real as humpkin sheep. A really good lamb has to be freshly cut. Those frozen lamb rolls have a really poor taste, and that freshly cut lamb has to be able to stick to the plate without falling down. This meal of shabu shabu was a rather enjoyable one for the 5 Okai people. Of course it's fun to eat and it lasts a long time. Waiting for this line of people, came to Jo Chin's bar. It was found that this place has begun to serve customers. After giving Okai they arranged a location. At this time of Jo Chin also first went to busy. Wait until she came back again. Not only the hand inside with not spilled wine, but also brought a face of confused Sun Shanshan over. This is Sun Shanshan. She also likes Okai because he once helped her. These 3 are Okai's women just like me. And they're all your sisters too, so you have to get along with them. While saying that, Jo Chin pressed Sun Shanshan into her position. The people present, especially Okai, after hearing Jo Chin's words, they were all embarrassed and a bit at a loss for words. Just as he was about to explain to Sun Shanshan, Sure at that moment spoke up first. Hello, my name is Sure. Hello, Sure-chan. My name is Hao Mei. Hello, Sister Hao Mei. My name is Suno. Hello, Sister Su Nuwa. Kai. After greeting the surrounding people in a circle, at this time, Sun Shanshan also looked at Okai. Just now she seemed to see Okai trying to explain something. There's nothing wrong with that. They're all my women just like Sister Jo. Looking at Sun Shanshan's gaze, Okai also hesitated for a moment at this moment, then nodded his head and responded. His original intention was to hope that Sun Shanshan would know what to do. He already has so many women of his own, so she shouldn't get involved. But Sun Shanshan seems to be overthinking it. After hearing Okai's words, she just nodded her head numbly before looking at Okai and asking with some anticipation, so can I, too? Ha 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 ha, of course you can too. Welcome. Obviously Sure and the girls were listening to Okai's words. He wasn't showing off how many women he had. He was really thinking that he could persuade one to be one. But this Sun Shanshan is really not yet experienced in the world. But Sure still decided to accept Sun Shanshan's joining, because no matter what group the main thing is balance. Originally she, Su Nuwa and Jo Chin 3 people. She thought she and Su Nuwa in the heart of Okai are not as important as Jo Chin, and she and Su Nuwa tie together before they can be half a caddy with Jo Chin, and now added outside Hao Mei, before they can be slightly pressed Jo Chin head. But Jo Chin, after all, is these people inside? Okai's first woman. Her power and position needs to be solid, which after she came over, the first time to Sun Shanshan pressed here on behalf of her is a meaning, is to tell them that this is also someone. So at this point, having Sun Shanshan join was mainly to balance out Okai's harem. As far as Oki's willingness, does it matter? and then look at Okai, although said face of embarrassment and helplessness, but does not object to the appearance. Sure could too well aware of Okai. This guy is just again when in standard 2 out of 3 scumbags because he really doesn't initiate or reject, but he will take charge, which is why they want to surround themselves with him. So, am I coming with you guys later? Hearing Sure say that she was welcome to join. At this time, Sun Shanshan also said with some excitement, but only just finished speaking. At this time, Zhou Qin also came back. After hearing the conversation that Sure had told her just now, she also patted Sun Shanshan's shoulder. It's not that soon. You have to make a date with Oki first anyways. Do you have time tomorrow? Go on a date with Shanshan. Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Sun Shanshan also looked at Okai without a spirit, and only Haomei was slightly embarrassed at this point, as it seemed like she was the only one who was straight to the point. Fine, tomorrow then, but the day after I'm going on a date with Haomei. Looking at Zhou Qin all set, Okai also nodded, but his afterglow then saw Haomei, who was a bit embarrassed, then smiled as well. Hearing Okai's words, Haomei also smiled and glanced at Okai, then beautifully picked up the wine in front of her and gently sipped it. ******* me. Letting you drink is in your honor. Shameless, isn't it? In the Okai they chat here is happy when. Suddenly came a distant shouting and cursing, along the direction of a look, found at this time in the stage above. Zhou Qin invited the lead singer of the band, a long kind of beautiful girl, at this time is being pulled by 2 people to scare away. The band inside the other people saw, naturally will not agree, but these people have other minions, actually separated these people, and at this time, under the stage, Okai's old acquaintance, Zhao Yu, at this time, is following another man dressed as a cockney, sitting at a bar table. The table is set above a row of beer. Once he looked at these 2, Okai also laughed. This Zhao Yu really remembers the food. He was beaten so badly by himself last time. He should not have recovered yet, but he dares to come out to cause trouble? It looks like it's going to be an unavoidable plum day. But just as Okai stood up to go that way, that's when Sangwon, whom Okai had met last time, took the initiative to walk toward these people. Chapter 98, Want to lie down again? Yo, where's the little from? Play with brother. As Sangwon's side scurried to the top of the stage. At this time, the guy who was closest to her within the few people who stopped the band over there, could not help but laugh a little, then reached out his hand and touched towards Sangwon. Looking at this person's action, Sangwon's eyes could not help but narrow. Her hands jerked at this moment, subconsciously wanting to touch the 2 long spikes stuck in her head, but she held back. In this situation now, moving a weapon and not moving a weapon were 2 different things, so at this moment, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her body instantly sprang forward, and with both hands, one hand pressed on the guy's small arm, and the other directly pressed at his elbow, and then she was seen suddenly exerting her strength. This guy's hand that was originally stretched towards Sangwon instantly slammed towards himself. He hadn't thought at all that Sangwon actually had this hand. He subconsciously, when he was pressed down by Sangwon, his hand was clenched into a fist, which ended up becoming a weapon to attack himself at that moment, and a muffled thud was heard. The guy's fist, which instantly smashed into his nose, was not a bad blow. After one blow, this guy's head was instantly tilted backward. At the same time 2 nosebleeds, also at this time to the sky sprayed out, but Sangwon at this time has been close to his side of the other people. In these people have not reacted to the time. Sangwon double fists, double legs out frequently. All that could be heard was a snap, and a bang, and all these guys on top of the stage, all of them, were knocked off the stage by her, and the 2 guys who were originally escorting the lead singer, were also knocked off by her, and snatched the girl who was the lead singer, and threw her back to the guys in the band. She then stood and confronted the men on the stage, and at this point these guys, after being knocked off the stage, it's clear that each one of them is a little bit on top of their game, especially Zhao Yu on the stage and the one next to him who was also dressed as a rich man. Unlike Zhao Yu, this guy plays a different way. This person is called LV Dajang. The family is doing earth business. Earth business, no all, before more or less with a little gray flavor. Now it was stated that he didn't dare anymore, but he was still used to being front and center. The reason why he is on good terms with Zhao Yu is because Zhao Yu's family is a contractor and has 3 engineering teams under him, so he is close to some of the bosses. The 2 families often used it together, so the 2 of them fooled around a lot. LV Dajian followed by these juniors, basically one by one are also some of the thugs rich second generation. Do what you can not, eat what is not left. They are used to bullying people. Even if they go to some big nightclubs, no one dares to stop themselves, and the main reason they came to this small shabby bar is because a little brother under LV Dajian once came here to play, and found that the quality of the waitresses here was particularly high, so they were brought here today, and it turned out that the waiters over here probably sensed that their intentions were impure, and the ones who came over to serve them drinks were all male waiters. so they also set their sights on the band on stage. Because it seemed to them that this girl with a charisma value of 81 on the stage at this time was also enough to make them happy and cheerful. So Zhao Yu and the others over here ordered several songs first, and then used this as an excuse to try to call this girl to come down and have a drink. This girl was naturally reluctant, and then the scene just now happened. Looking at Sangwon, who was confronting herself on the stage in front of him, Zhao Yu also staggered to his feet at this time. Obviously at this time he had already drunk a lot. Looking at Sangwon over here, he smiled and licked his lips as well. Good. Blazing horses, huh? This young master loves blazing horses. Get on me. Get her off me. Listening to Zhao Yu's words, at this time, Lu Dajiang next to him also followed and called out, "Get her down. Go." Hearing Lu Dajiang's words, these people who had just been knocked off the stage, each one of them were rubbing their fists, ready to scurry up to the top of the stage once again. Just now, although they were said to have been knocked off, these people hadn't actually suffered from too many serious injuries, coupled with the fact that these people drank alcohol. So for the feeling of pain, but also reacted very slowly. They thought that they were knocked down just careless, did not flash it. At that moment, they were ready to go up to find Sangwon's trouble. But just at this moment, all of a sudden, Zhao Yu felt that someone was patting his shoulder, and when he looked back at the person who tapped his shoulder, he couldn't help but instantly die. Because at that moment, in the middle of his gaze, Kai's face, the face that he himself had been dreaming about in his nightly dreams in the last few days and then woke up with a fright, actually appeared so close to his face. Before he could say anything, Kai's voice came over at that moment as if it was from the middle of the nine hells. Dare to come to the bar owned by my girlfriend and cause trouble. You really have guts. After finishing in a small voice, the next second, Kai didn't even give Zhao Yu a chance to react or retort, and in an instant, that right hand slapped Zhao Yu's chest. Then Zhao Yu felt a huge force coming from him. And then that familiar feeling of pain that was worse than death also came into his brain at that moment. But now that he was beaten, he couldn't retreat because Kai was stepping on his feet and pulling his shoulders at that moment. So his body just bent in a small way, but the pain was not for fun. And then he couldn't help but let out a scream at that moment. Ah! And Lu Dajiang, who was over here, also heard his voice, and when he turned back in surprise, he saw Zhao Yu being beaten and bent up like a prawn. This guy is also a good, brave and ruthless generation. The first time will be a copy of the side of the bottle. They are ready to smash to Kai, and Kai is at this time smiling backward. At the same time Zhao Yu forward a pull, then heard a snap sound. Lu Dajiang's bottle instantly smashed in Zhao Yu's head. Good guy, the pain in the chest is not how it is. The head has suffered another explosion. Instantly Zhao Yu's head was opened by Lu Dajiang, and Lu Dajiang didn't expect that his blow actually hit Zhao Yu's body. And when he subconsciously wanted to touch the wine bottle next to him, Kai didn't give him a chance. As soon as he let go of Zhao Yu, Kai also flashed to Lu Dajiang's front, and with a knee, Lu Dajiang felt an uncontrollable sharp pain in his belly. LV Dajiang to thanks. Kai hi. He is short, otherwise this time, may have to be hit. And just when he felt a pain in his belly, the body bending down has not yet come to the time to call out. Kai's shoulder is also at this time directly hit his chest, and then in the position of the monitor to see, the left hand an inch strength power, hit his side of the abdomen. The pain this time caused Lu Dajiang to barely turn his back, but the blow also finally caused him to scream out in misery. Ouch! Chapter 99, The Porcelain? Young LV, Young Zhao, holy, you are looking for death. Asterisk 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 him. Don't look at the lively fight between Kai and Zhao Yu and Lu Dajiang just now, but in reality, this was something that happened between lightning and fire. When these people heard Zhao Yu's miserable scream less than 2 seconds later, they heard Lu Dajiang's miserable scream, and when they turned their heads, already saw Zhao Yu and Lu Dajiang was knocked to the ground. At this time of these people also cannot help but turn around and roar. There are a few anxious nature of the first time is ready to rush to this. Sangwon on top of the stage, on the other hand, also looked towards Kai at that moment, ready to rush down to help, but Oki stopped her with a wave of his hand toward her. If she were to come down now, it would be an exchange of blows, and these guys, naturally, Oki had a way of dealing with. So at this point, looking at these people rushing towards him, Kai first shouted, hey, everyone, don't fight, calm down a bit. As he said this, he rushed towards these people. His magnificent footwork made him a fish out of water in this small area. He let himself face no more than 2 people every now and then, and these 2 people would be miserable facing him. In a tumultuous sound of tables and chairs toppling over and screams of misery, it was only 3 minutes before and after that, all of these people were lying on the ground and began to moan in agony. Looking at this scene, Sangwon and the others who were on top of the stage at this time were dumbfounded. They really didn't know that Kai actually had such a body? And looking at their shocked gazes, Kai also asked Zhou Qin in the distance, did you call the police? Well, report it now. Hearing Okai speak like this, Jo-chin couldn't help but freeze for a moment, because she could see very clearly that the agonized look of these people at this moment didn't look like they were pretending. If we have to call the police, won't it be a mutual assault? But since Okai said so, she still chose to believe him and picked up her cell phone to call the police. This bar of hers was opened in the center of the city, near the police station, but in 5 or 6 minutes, a police officer arrived. When they saw the 7 or 8 people lying on that floor, they couldn't help but feel that there was some trouble, and while they immediately called for reinforcements, they also inquired about what had happened, and Oki told what he knew. This bar is owned by my girlfriend. I just came over to drink with my friends today. Then these guys got drunk and tried to rape the girls in the band. Our waiter here couldn't look away and pushed them off the stage. Then these guys wanted to do it again, so I went to persuade them. As a result, I literally just dodged. I didn't hit them, I just pushed them away at times, and as a result, as soon as they touched me, they just fell down screaming. This is obviously touching the porcelain police officer. Our surveillance camera here captured it very clearly. By this time, a police officer had already gone and pulled up the surveillance when he heard Oki's expression. It's like what Oki said. These people appear to be touching on it. The video was taken clearly. It was these people who first went to force the girl of the band to drink. The girl didn't drink, so they rushed up to the stage. There were 2 people who went to escort the girl to drink, and there were some other people who blocked the band. At this time the girl called Sangwon came up. The men were knocked off the stage in 3 tries, but the men were clearly not ready to stop. And while the 2 men in charge were still clamoring for the men to be taken back, Okai appeared, and it was truly as he had said. He had only come over to persuade the fight. He first spoke to this Xiaoyu, and then this Xiaoyu suddenly screamed, and then also ready to headbutt Okai. LV Dajiang also at this time copied the bottle smashed to the Okai. The results of the Okai backward. This LV Dajiang's bottle directly smashed in the Xiaoyu's head, and the Okai for also to avoid him to hurt himself again, but also just went forward to pull him. As a result, he started screaming miserably, and also directly lay down, and then those people did the same, rushed over to hit Okai. Okai only pushed them away, or blocked them, but they behaved as if they were watching those legendary Tai Chi masters, and even screamed miserably with jumping and flew out. The fake couldn't be any more, and then lay down on the ground and started screaming miserably. It was only after all of them were lying down that Okai, somewhat confused, told Jo-chin to call the police. From the video, there is nothing wrong with Oki's performance. It's that these guys were drunk and couldn't molest someone's little girl and tried to touch her. At that moment, the gazes of these 2 policemen looking towards Xiaoyu and the others in the distance turned gloomy. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen such shamelessness. Thanks to these guys who are still dressed up in their skivvies, they turn out to be some of this crap. Just as the 2 officers learned what had happened, that's when the reinforcements arrived. As soon as they saw so many people lying down, and then there were people with their heads open and others with bleeding noses. These people were also a little confused, and thought that some big case had happened, so they immediately asked the 2 policemen who came first, "What's going on?" The facts are clear. These guys got drunk and molested a young girl in someone's band, and when they couldn't molest them, they touched them, and the surveillance shows it clearly above. Having heard their colleagues' words, at this point the 2 policemen also spoke up. The 2 policemen didn't speak very loudly, but that was the problem. It was so quiet here that their words were heard clearly by the few people lying over here as well. Hearing the police actually said that he touched the porcelain. This time the injury is a little lighter. Lu Dajiang could not help but screamed, "Wipe, you will not investigate the case. What do you mean I touched the porcelain? Do you know who my father is? I have to touch the porcelain." Listening to him, the cops over here became even more certain that it was these guys. At that moment, he also looked at him with a look of garbage. But the police, who served the people, since they said they were beaten, they had to go through the procedures, and at that moment one of the policemen who seemed to be the head also spoke up. "Okay, you guys said you were beaten up. Go, take them to an injury examination. You 3 are also parties. Come back to the police station with me to make a statement." After saying that, these people took Xiaoyu and the others along to the hospital for identification, while Okai, Sangwon and the little girl who was the lead singer of the band also followed the police to the police station. It could be seen that this little girl was very nervous and scared at this moment, but Okai and Sangwon were calm to the point that they knew that they would be fine. Something is wrong with Xiaoyu and them. At the same time, Okai also told this little girl, absolutely no reconciliation, no private settlement, how much they pay out, their own side to pay double. Originally he was still thinking about how to get Xiaoyu, but did not think they really give the opportunity. Chapter 100, No Private Settlement. Sign here and you can leave. As for the subsequent treatment program, we will wait until these people have sobered up and then we will discuss it with you. The statement was done very slowly because it was done while waiting for the injury report from the hospital they had designated. But as slow as the report is, there comes a time when it's out. Zhao Yu. They are a total of 8 people. The most seriously injured is Zhao Yu. The head was opened. 8 stitches, is considered to be a minor injury outside of the other people. Even minor injuries are not enough. And most of all, this injury of his, also has nothing to do with Okai, which was hit by LV Dajun. As for LV Dajun, and the other 6 people, according to the hospital's examination, they are not a single thing, not even soft tissue contusions, although it is said that they have been screaming miserably all over the body pain, but the investigation cannot be found out. The doctor can only think that they are fooling around. When the injury report of the 8 people over here came out, the police at that time also said to Okai, Sang-won and the lead singer of that band that they could leave. When they were ready to walk out of the police station, then they saw the entrance to the police station was parked 2 cars. There are 2 middle-aged men. At this time is standing over there, is to the side of a suit wearing a tie, well-mannered people to open the mouth to say something. When they saw Okai and the others come out, at this time, this duo also patted this man's shoulder. And then this man also walked to Okai's side and took the initiative to pile up a smile. Hello, 3 of you. My name is Sun. I'm the lawyer representing Mr. Zhao Yu Zhao and Mr. LV Dajiang LV. We can now talk about compensation. Hearing this person's words, at this time, Sangwon also pulled the girl beside her, signaling her to keep quiet, and to just leave this matter to Okai. And with a wave of his hand at that moment, Oki said with certainty, we're not private, we don't have to talk about it. Sir, why be so decisive? Let the people be spared. My client is very sincere in the settlement. May as well listen to the price we gave out first. It's definitely worth every penny. And they're just some young people who drank too much and made a mess. If you don't go private, you'll only be able to lock them up for 10 or 8 days when the time comes. And when they come out there won't be any repercussions for them. So you might as well take advantage of this opportunity to ask for some compensation. Looking at Okai speaking like this, at this time, this lawyer couldn't help but speak up. And hearing his words, Oki couldn't help but smile before raising his wrist to his face. This one, recognize? Listening to the words of Okai, this lawyer also looked at his watch. The result of this look, his pupils could not help but shrink, because in his eyes, this watch, it seems to be, Patek Philippe, and it seems to be, really, although he said he didn't know which watch this one was, he knew that as long as it was real, the price of the watch would be quite terrifying. Patek Philippe? Gulping, this lawyer also whispered, well, the one of $218 million. Money, I have plenty, I am sure to let them in. And go in is not 10 days and 8 days. They are 8 people drinking and causing trouble and attempted rape, but also involved in the black. My girlfriend's bar because of their trouble smashed things and scared away the guests. The loss can be definitely more than 5,000. So they are still destroying other people's property. With the combination of several offenses, they'll go in for at least 3 years, if not more, if we don't want compensation. Patting this lawyer on the shoulder, Okai also smiled. Hearing Okai's words, this lawyer couldn't help but have his pupils shaken. He understands the law very well, so he is clear. If Okai so mention the words, then no matter when the court will be in accordance with Okai's said sentence. But their criminal detention certainly cannot run away, and even before the court, they need to spend time in the detention center. This is the equivalent of going in first for the first half of the year for no reason at all. And it was an open conspiracy. There was nothing he could do about it. So after a deep look at Okai, he nodded his head towards him and then darted back to the duo. How about Mr. Sun's lawyers? How much do they want? As soon as they saw that lawyer's son had returned, at this time, these two also immediately opened their mouths and asked. The other party doesn't want money. The other party has a lot of money. At least it's not tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions that can be dispatched. The other party just wants to sentence the 2 males. There's not much room to maneuver. Looking at this duo, Lawyer Sun also opened his mouth and spoke. As soon as they heard Lawyer Sun's words, the 2 middle-aged men at that moment couldn't help but look at Okai, their eyes filled with resentment. What happens if the other party is bent on a judgment? While looking at Okai, at this time, another middle-aged man also opened his mouth gloomily. It's hard to say how the court will sentence them, but there's a good chance that they'll be sentenced to about 3 years. And most of all, if they have to be brought up for sentencing, as suspects, they'll be held in a detention center first, for an unknown period of time, and they'll definitely carry a criminal record on them. At that time, if you 2 want to operate your 2 sons into the company, or go official, and cooperate with state-owned enterprises and so on, there will be great resistance. That's why we must get an understanding from the other side, and we must not get this on the intranet and turn it into a criminal case. Looking at the duo in front of him, Lawyer Sun also whispered quickly and firmly. As soon as they heard each other's words, both of these two couldn't help but have a sinking feeling in front of their eyes. At this time, they were incredibly nostalgic for the time when they were small, that is, the 80s and 90s. At that time people could be described as lawless, not to mention just drinking too much and fighting. Even if they maimed or killed someone, they had a way to arrange it. But now, as the times are progressing, the son of the richest man in the country has to go to the police station even after he has beaten someone up, and he has to lower his voice to find someone else to sign a letter of understanding, and if he does not sign the letter, he will have to go in as well. Not to mention them. At this time they really hated this son of theirs, but there was no way around it. Kai and their generation are only children, Zhao Yu and Lu Dajiang, and there is no trumpet. They are now saved also have to be saved, not saved also have to be saved. So at this moment, looking at the Kai trio that came out from inside the police station, these two couldn't help but look at each other, then immediately raised an ugly smile and took the initiative to walk over. Mr. Oak, you right. My name is Zhao Lei. I'm Zhao Yu's father. My name is LV Wanqing. I'm LV Dajiang's father. We're really sorry. We've apologized for our children. For the trouble we've caused you, we're willing to pay for it. Anything, as long as you mention it. Yes, yes, after all, you are all young people. You all have a bright future. There's no need to bury them because of a misunderstanding. Looking at the two middle-aged men in front of him who were full of smiles, Kai also smiled. Chapter 101, Get in there. Oki was never a qualified businessman. He was a little too much according to his heart to do as he pleased, and if he had been a competent businessman, he might have gained some advantage by this, but he did not need to. So looking at the smiling faces of these two middle-aged men in front of him, Kai also smiled a little before he was ready to say no, but he hadn't even waited to speak when two police cars suddenly drove by in the distance. Then Zhao Yu and the others who had finished treating their wounds were also escorted down from the top of the police car. Once they came down, these people saw Kai and Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing. At this point in time, these people haven't even figured out what's going on right now. As soon as he saw Kai standing with his father, Zhao Yu also screamed hideously at that moment. Dad, that's him, he's the one who hit me. Help me get him. Dad. You wait. Dad, get me someone. I'll level him and his bar. Hearing Zhao Yu's shouts, at this time, Lu Dajiang also opened his mouth and shouted angrily. They haven't even figured out what they're going through yet. And looking at Kai's face that got brighter and brighter the more he smiled. At this time, Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing were in a cold sweat. At that moment, these two rushed to Zhao Yu and LV Dajiang. Zhao Lei directly gave Zhao Yu a mouthful, while LV Wanqing directly gave LV Dajiang a kick, while screaming at the same time. Shut the up. Assholes play should. You guys cause trouble. You have a point? Dad, you hit me. It's obvious that he hit me and hurt me all over. And now you're hitting me? And blaming me? Dad, you're crazy. You're going to get him killed. Feeling Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing's punches and kicks. At this time Zhao Yu and Lu Dajiang were about to die of aggrievement. They bullied other people. It was other people who deserved it, but now it was themselves who were bullied by other people, and now they were still in pain all over their body, and as a result, their own fathers still wanted to beat themselves? But Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing didn't know how badly their children had been beaten by Kai. They just threw the relationship, watched the monitoring, determined that their children did not suffer any injuries. Zhao Yu head above the mouth is also LV Dajiang open. The hospital's report is also stated that the 8 people are completely uninjured. They are just touching the porcelain. So after hearing the aggrieved voices of these two, they became even angrier. Both of you, if you want to teach your children, there will be plenty of time for that in the future. When they come out of prison, they must behave properly. Looking at the looks of these two, at this time, Kai also smiled and said to them. Then he prepared to leave. Bah, you are the one going to jail, son of a. If this isn't over, I'm going to kill you. Lawyer son, sue him for me. I want to sue him. Hearing Kai's words at this point, Zhao Yu and Lu Dajiang couldn't help but scream, while Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing were already too lazy to care about these two brainwashed people at this point, and immediately walked up and wanted to say something more to Kai, but Kai waved his hand and stopped them. I am definitely going to send them to jail, so don't waste your breath. You two have this time. You might as well see more of your son. After all, it won't be easy to see them in the future. Looking at Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing, Kai also smiled before leaving the place with Sang Wan and the band girl behind him. Listening to the words of Kai, Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing at this time also opened his mouth, as if instantly aged a dozen years in general. Looking at the front of the son who was escorted into the police station, as well as behind the Kai and others have gone away, they cannot help but be a little chaotic at this time. They must now think of a way to save their own son, but how to save it? They are also very desperate. By the time Kai several people out of the police station, they also saw on the opposite side of the police station. At this time Zhou Qin, sure, Hao Mei, Su Nuo, Sun Shanshan, Jenny, Hu Yi, and a few people from the band are waiting for them here. As soon as they saw these people, Okai and the others also came to these people with quick steps. Still have to go back to open the store? After looking around to make sure that Okai and the others had nothing to do, Jochin and the others only let out a sigh of relief at this point, and Okai asked towards Jochin, "What store is still open? The guests have all run out, and things are smashed everywhere, but a few of us have already cleaned up just now, so we won't delay tomorrow's work. As for today, let's just go home first." Hearing Okai's words, Jochin at this time also smiled and said, then she also looked at Sun Shanshan beside her. "Sangwon, you guys take Shanshan back first. Shanshan, remember your date with Okai tomorrow." "Oh, I know, Sister Cho." Hearing Jochin's words, at this time, Sun Shanshan also looked at Okai with a red face. She really liked Okai more and more. This man, he could take care of things. And the other side of Sangwon, also at this time to Jochin nodded, and then also looked at Okai. If at this time Okai check her attributes will know. At this time Sangwon on their favorability has been from 72, rose to 84. Tonight was a day for Sangwon, but it was a day that changed her opinion of Okai extremely. She also hadn't thought that Oki was actually this good at fighting. This is a bit out of her expectation. So in her heart, for Okai's feelings have risen a lot. After arranging everything, Okai and the others also drove back to their respective homes. This little episode tonight didn't delay Oki from doing his job. Aha! What business? Without realizing it, the time had also come from 9 o'clock in the evening to 12 o'clock. Tonight, Jochin and the girls were in a much better state than usual. Usually whether it was her, sure, or Su Nuwa, they were all like slime, not to mention moving, not even lifting their eyelids, and today they could still go to the bath with Okai. However, when the 5 people entered the jacuzzi, the original lying 2 or 3 people are quite spacious bathtub, at this time is significantly smaller. It's a bit crowded with only 5 people. How are we going to take a shower when there are 10, 20, 50, 100 in the future? Lying on the edge of the bathtub, Jochin at this time suddenly opened her mouth to speak. Still 10, 20, 50, 100. You can just get me killed directly. Hearing Jochin's words, Okai also rolled his eyes at this time. Where to find so many beautiful girls to go? 50, 100s is still too far away, but the ones that are right in front of us now, as well as Shanshan, and Sangwon and the girls, are indeed a bit crowded, and there aren't enough beds to lie on. Listening to Okai's words, Su Nuwa at this time also spoke up. I took a look at the beds in a couple of the other rooms and they're all pieced together, so tomorrow I can remove the beds in the 2 side bedrooms next to each other and put them together in the master bedroom. Seeing Su Nuwa speak like this, Hao Mei also said, hey, otherwise let's change this house a bit more. Listening to everyone's words, Sure over here also suddenly smiled and said, Chapter 102, Renovation? Yeah, yes. Women seem to be interested in designing their new homes, and once they heard Sure's words, Su Nuwa, Hao Mei and Jochin beside them all nodded in agreement. The 4 then got together and talked about what they wanted the design to look like. I feel that the second floor here can all be emptied. Do not want these rooms, just make a room. Lay a very thick latex kind of big mattress. We come up can directly return to the bed. Looking at everyone, this time Su Nuwa first opened his mouth and said, there is no need to be so extreme. Here more than 500 square feet. You are really ready to find him more than 200 wives. We can divide here. The 500 square feet, divided into 3 parts. A huge bedroom, a huge bathroom, a huge dining room. I want a swimming pool. Looking at Jochin speaking like this, at this time, Hao Mei also raised her hand and said, well, a swimming pool would be fine, but I guess we can't make it too big. Hearing that Hao Mei wanted a swimming pool, Jochin thought for a moment that it was not a big problem. Getting a small swimming pool that was about 1 meter deep and 5 meters by 10 meters was not much of a problem. What floor can take it? This can be built on top, so it's not too much of a problem. Then under the discussion of several women, soon the 32 floors changed, and in their planning, the more than 500 square feet here became 4 parts. A 200 square foot bedroom is just the bed, then a dining room of about 100 square feet, a bathroom of about 150 square feet, and a big pool in the center where you can take a dip, and then 50 square feet to get a swimming pool next to the window, and 500 square feet of space disappears. The remaining 20 square feet would be nice to make into a couple of bathrooms, and in addition to the 32nd floor, the 31st and 33rd floors are a little different inside their plans. In Jochin looks, 33 floors, the overall decoration style is very good, to which Okai listened to a head of question marks. They are so like that light pink color? What the hell? In Jochin's planning, she is ready to partition out the 33rd floor into 30 small single rooms with their own bathrooms, so that they all have a space of their own in the future. And if they are not feeling well or something like that, they can also rest here. That perfect fitting room. of course, is untouchable. The 31st floor could be changed as well. A few rooms could be left untouched, but just leave 2 for guest rooms. The others could be converted into a study, a game room and a parlor. Then the halls were merged a bit and converted into a huge hall, so you can also get people to come to your house for parties and such in the future. But of course, you need to redo the soundproofing material or the neighbors won't be able to live. Several girls say more and more excited, more and more happy. For a moment they all hate to immediately find someone to get, to which Okai can only follow them to study. He didn't care anyway, they liked it. They stayed here discussing until a little after midnight before going to bed in one piece. A night of no words. They are no words, but Zhao Yu and Lu Dajung's home. But it is a mess. Their only son was arrested. Originally this evening, the police station should be uploaded, the case is right, but they trust all the relations they can trust, only to be postponed for a day. Which meant that if they still hadn't managed to gain Oki's understanding by 12 o'clock tonight, then their son was going straight in. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Oki. He's a happy sleeper. In the blink of an eye it was dawn, and when Okai and the others got up around 8 o'clock, Hame had already prepared a rich breakfast. After finishing their breakfast, Okai and his group left together. Okai and Su Nuwa still have to go to the company, although it is said that now the Hong Kong stock account will only be left about $1 billion, but Okai still have to operate as usual. Just do not need to be so up. Don't look at it now, just got the system for 10 days. He has been somewhat unable to look at the money-making speed of about 100 million a day. For him, 100 million. That is just pocket money. Shochin is going home to pack his things. Since Shur and the girls had decided to move over, Jochin was ready to move over as well, mostly because she tried it last night, and it was true that it was much easier for them to do it piece by piece, rather than feeling better. As for Shur, she drove the car and dragged Hame to Li Weidong's place to pick up the car. Although Hame said that her main identity was a nanny, but she also need a car to buy food? So Okai also said hello to Li Weidong. She would go with Shur to pick up the car. To say that there are really some coincidence, because Hame's driver's license is to follow the division of poetry together with the test. As a result, now the two in a place to pick up the car. The car is also a person's. Just as Okai brought the four of them together in the elevator and descended the floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, what made Okai a little surprised was that Lucy actually appeared in the elevator room at this moment. Yesterday she was indeed angry enough. She searched for a day and a half by herself, and the information she found was to be sent to Okai, but Okai deleted himself. At that time, Liushi was indeed furious, but then she went back and thought about it for a while. She still decided to personally come over and wait for Okai for a while. If she couldn't wait for Okai today, maybe she would even go up and knock on Okai's door in person to deliver this thing. It had to be said that the Liushi who was originally on a high horse when she was with Okai was already breaking through her bottom line at this point. Think about it, even when you just broke up and learned that Oki was actually a billionaire. Liushi's thoughts were all that if Okai had come over and begged himself to make up, then he would have reluctantly agreed. But now, Okai had asked her to help with a little something. She was incredibly proactive, and was thinking of taking the initiative to send it over, or even to take the initiative to send it home, when she was done. But when the elevator opened and she saw the four women who were talking and laughing with Okai at that moment, she felt like she was still a bit broken. You know, originally there was only one position beside Oki, a position for himself, but at this point, that spot had become its other four. Even if she and Okai got back together in the future, there would be no telling how many more people would come out of Okai's side. And of course, she could only blame her and her mom for this. After all, she started the head. Yuhi? As Ryuhi saw Okai. At this point in time Okai and the others also saw Ryuhi, and then Okai also called out to her with some confusion. He didn't actually know what Ryuhi was doing here. Doesn't she work in the sales center? Why did she come to the garage? Oh, Okai, I've already prepared the information you want. I'll bring it over to you. While saying that, Liushi took out a USB flash drive. Chapter 103, The Culprit. Give me this for what? Directly send. Oh yeah, I deleted you. Sorry this is my fault. I forgot. Looking at this USB flash drive, Okai subconsciously wanted to tell Lucy to send it to himself inside a certain letter, but as a result, halfway through saying it he remembered that he had already deleted Lucy. It's okay, then, can you pass my application now? So that I can contact you if there's anything in the future. Hearing Okai say that, Lucy also suppressed the fire in her heart, then gently stroked her hair and said to Okai with a smile, good. For Liushi's request, Okai did not reject her, and in front of her face, she re-added her certain letter back, but this time, her note could not be the top-ranked wife's honor, but it became, Liushi, thanks for the information. I'm going to take a look first. If I succeed in acquiring it, you'll be promoted to manager. After smiling and talking to Ryoshi, Okai also led Shir and the others who were beside FHE towards the parking lot, and as she watched Oki talking and laughing with them, Yuhi felt her heart start to bleed again, but luckily, she finally added a certain letter back. Looking at the top of the phone, Okai that has changed the cartoon avatar, that was when Lucy gave him the choice, but the result of his change is so determined. Maybe, I hurt him too deeply. Fingers gently stroked through. At this time Okai has already changed the reality of the avatar, Lucy also muttered in a small voice, and just at this moment, suddenly the video communication of a person called Yo-Yo among a certain letter instantly lit up. Looking at the message sent by this person, Yanashi's brows couldn't help but furrow, because this is the same person who was one of the culprits in her breakup with Oki. In Yuhi's opinion, she and Okai broke up, and she was indeed mainly responsible for it, accounting for about 10% of it, and the remaining 90%, with her mom accounting for 50%, and if it wasn't for the fact that her mom was forcing her to choose, she wouldn't have made up her final mind. There was another person who accounted for 35% of the total, and that was this person called Yo-Yo, who was none other than Ryoshi's best friend, just like Luo Guogang and also Li Weidong and Okai. She was also Ryoshi's classmate from junior high school to senior high school, but she was a poor student. She was a little girl in high school, and after she graduated, she started to socialize. So in her consciousness, women are meant to cheat men without giving any feelings or anything like that, just using their fancy words and bodies to attract rich men to spend money on them. This is the right way. What to find a stable job, find an honest man to marry. That's all she did when she was 40 and couldn't play anymore and no one wanted her. She wasn't lying to Yuhi, but that's what she was doing. As far as Yuhi knew, she'd had over 30 boyfriends, and had at least 100 men on hand with whom she was in one of those more open relationships. There were no less than 70 people who had been in bed together, and of course, as far as she was concerned, they were all her own ATMs, nothing more. So she genuinely felt that it was too bad that Ryoshi was so beautiful to be chained to death to this one man. Okai. Even if Okai was a rich man, she really felt like Yuhi should be dating 100 rich guys at once, going to nightclubs every day to shake and attract men. That's the kind of life she should be living. Lucy also did used to be attracted by her everyday lights. Those men lined up, want to invite her to dinner, buy her luxury life, but after all, the education from childhood, people's character is different. Lucy still can't do such a person, especially after breaking up with Oki in the first place. Oki punched her squarely in the face backhandedly, and in her mind, this Yo-Yo had become the second biggest war criminal under her mother, so she hadn't contacted her lately. What? She's 10% of the breakup, her mom is 50%, Yo-Yo is 35%, and 5%? That's Oki. Naturally, if Oki had told himself earlier that he had money, would he have broken up? Of course, right now, she didn't dare blame Oki for all of it inside, so for now Oki was still only 5%. Looking at the cell phone's video communication, at this time, Lucy's expression was very upset. This Yo-Yo caused himself to break up with Okai, and as a result, he still has the courage to call over now. She is really damned but after a moment's hesitation, she picked up the video. As soon as the video picked up, she saw Yo-Yo's heavily made up, permed face with big wavy hair, and next to it, a man who seemed to be giving her a leg massage. As for Yo-Yo didn't care at all if the man would be seen or not. As soon as she saw Yuhi's face, she immediately smiled and talked. Hey Yuhi, what's been so busy? You haven't been looking for me to go shopping lately. It's natural to work when you've just arrived at a new organization. It's not like I'm like you. Listening to Yo-Yo's words, Ryuhi said with some shade, but obviously Yo-Yo didn't get the yin and yang of it and was still smiling. Che, you just can't think straight. You're taller than me, prettier than me. All you need to do is hook your hand. There are plenty of men to pay for you. Hey, look at my bestie. Is she pretty? While saying that, this Yo-Yo also slapped the man next to him and said, pretty, but I like you better. The man glanced at Yunashi in the middle of the video and couldn't help but light up, but he knew very well what to say at this time. So he also smiled and came over to Yo-Yo's side and said, off. Man, but speaking of which, you're pretty stoic. You're still able to go to work after Zhao was arrested. Laughing and kicking the man in the ass, the Yo-Yo at this point also continued to speak. Zhao was arrested? What does it have to do with me? Hearing that Zhao had been arrested, Liushi's brows furrowed, but it really had nothing to do with herself. Hey, aren't you with him? I heard that the one who arrested him this time is Okai. His father is going crazy. Sent out a message. As long as anyone can get Okai's letter of understanding, he is willing to take out 200,000 as a reward. That's $200,000. I call over, is to ask you, still an Okai has no contact. This money, you do not earn who earn? Looking at Lucy in the middle of the screen, at this time, Yo-Yo also smiled and said. Hearing her fussing words, though, Yuhi smiled disdainfully. 200,000? Although she said she didn't know how much money Okai had in total now, but Okai had said that he wanted to acquire Tianlong real estate in full. He probably earned more than $200,000 a day now. I have to say, Liushi still underestimated Okai too much. Okai now earns a day. It's 1,000. 200,000. Chapter 104, Purpose, Sell Dicky Financial and Oceanic. Today's proceeds, divided into 5 parts. Split 200 million to purchase Yongchuang Yanhuang, 300 million to purchase World Counterfeit Group, 300 million to purchase Asahi Gray Holdings, 200 million to buy Billion Tech Group, and the rest of the whole line to purchase Green Yanhuang. As Okai joined Su Nuwa in the company after dropping off Zhou Qin, he took control of these traders and started to sell the stocks he purchased yesterday. Stocks and bought these stocks that he was bullish on today. The least of these 5 stocks he's bullish on today could be up 9.83%, the most could be up 11.58%, and on average they could probably be up around 11.3%. Currently, he still had a total of 1 billion Hong Kong shares inside his account, which meant that by the time he sold them tomorrow, the total value of those shares would be 224.3 million. Not particularly much, but $1 billion or so a day would do. Together with the $100 million he thundered inside his bank card every day, his cash income of over $200 million a day was quite satisfactory as far as it went. Not to mention that Oki now has other ways to make money. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but touch this USB flash drive inside his pocket, and then he was ready to go to his office to take a look. But when he turned his head, he saw Luo Guogang waving to himself outside like a monkey. Take a look here. I'll go check this out first. Good. Speaking to Su Nuwa, Okai also walked out of the area. As soon as he walked over, he saw Luo Guogang walking over with a smiling face, smiling so happily. Did you pick up a girl the day before yesterday? Or did the lady at the front desk leave you a certain letter? Looking at Luo Guogang's appearance, Okai also laughed. Don't think about picking up girls, but that gym girl, her body and looks are really top. As for the front desk sister's certain letter, I have long had. Otherwise I would go to the gym to take pictures to whom to see. On the contrary, how are you? Did you take it the day before yesterday when you went with 3 big beautiful girls? Looking at Okai, Luo Guogang at this time also smiled and spoke. You're thinking about fart eating. That's a meal. Not to mention, it's not like there's a shortage of women on my side. After glancing at Luo Guogang, Okai also smiled at this moment. It's also true that women nowadays are too shallow, only see the handsome looks, the multi-coin wealth, and completely fail to see the inner greatness. Shaking his head with emotion, Luo Guogang also said with a sad face, if there's something to say, if there's nothing to say, get lost, I have to go and get busy. Looking at this weird look of his, Okai also said towards him, and then he was ready to go back to his office, and Luo Guogang also suddenly remembered what he was doing here at this moment. Something's wrong. That ex-boss of yours, Ms. Feng is here. I brought her to your office. This is not rushing over to find you back. Feng Yu is here? Hearing Luo Guogang's words, Okai muttered with some confusion. He really didn't know what Feng Yu was doing here, but he still quickly walked back to his office. When he arrived here, he realized that Feng Yu was currently sitting on the sofa inside his office, while the girl at the reception desk was making tea for her. When this little girl saw Okai coming, she also immediately bowed respectfully to Okai and called out chairman before turning around and leaving the place. Is this your assistant? Average looking. As this little girl left, at this time, Feng Yu also smiled and put down her teacup and spoke to Okai. Since the last time at the police station, she kissed herself. This was the first time in the past few days the two of them had met. Feng Yu couldn't see any problems, but Okai was still a little embarrassed. So at this moment, he also sat down on the sofa opposite Feng Yu to look at her. My assistant isn't her, but it just so happens that she's not here today. I say Miss Feng, I don't think you're here in person today to see my assistant. Of course not. I'm here to send you a check. Hearing Okai speak like this, Feng Yu at this time also smiled and then took out a check from inside her own bag and put it in front of Okai. The check totaled $228.891, which, just in time, was the money that Li Weidong had spent to repair the lights. This was what she owed herself, so Okai naturally had nothing to be polite about and took it directly. Also spoke up. You could have just transferred the money directly to me. What's the point of making a special trip? Hey, isn't this also wanting to come over to see you? Hearing Okai say that, at this time, Feng Yu also supported her chin and said with a smile, looking at Feng Yu with such a look, Okai couldn't help but look at her with some confusion. He always felt that Feng Yu, this girl, had some scheming against herself, and seeing this defensive gaze from Okai, Feng Yu gave him a blank look. See how scared you are. I'm a man-eating tiger. So scared. Are you a tiger alright? I should be able to beat a tiger, but I don't have any certainty against you. Shaking his head, Okai looked at Fongyu and said with a serious face, he wasn't kidding about the tiger, he really was supposed to beat it. Scary upright ape. No joke. However, when facing Fongyu, he always felt somewhat unable to guess what this girl was going to do. Che, see put you can patience. I today is not over to eat you. I come today. 1 is to send you money. 2, also want to say thank you. 3, also want to trouble you to help me a favor. Looking at Okai's guarded look, Fongyu skimmed her lips, but Okai was right about one thing. She did have some things to trouble Okai about this visit. We are so familiar with each other. What is the matter? You can directly say it. It won't be related to that friend of yours, right? Looking at Fengyu's pretense of sincerity, Okai also opened his mouth to speak. Hey, your guess is pretty good. It does have something to do with her, and it's a favor that only you can do. So let me introduce you to who that friend of mine is. Her name is Lee Hao-yun. This year is my age, 26 years old. Her family's situation is a bit special. Her mother passed away a long time ago, but before he passed away, he left her a share in a company. Originally, even with only the company's dividends, she could have lived a good life, but recently there were some changes in the company's board of directors, which allowed the recruiting bank to intervene in the company's accounts, and then her dad deducted her share of the dividends, and I feel it's very likely that her dad and that little mother of hers, and her younger brother, are trying to scheme for the property. Then she was forced to come back from abroad as well, but to be honest, I know that dog temper of hers too well to go back and talk about it, so I had to let someone else do the talking. Looking at Fengyu telling herself so much, Okai couldn't help but frown. You don't want me to go and ask for this property for her, do you? Of course not, too, or I'll take it, but I'm also in an awkward position right now, and you know very well what kind of grandma the company is running into, so I need you to do me a favor. There's a reception this weekend and I want you to be my date. Listening to Okai's words, at this time Fengyu also smiled and said his purpose. Chapter 105, Dating, Cocktail Party. Hearing Fengyu say this, Okai was slightly hesitant at this point. Just look at his attributes. Oki is an I-man. Very I. He didn't really like much useless socializing, nor was he too fond of the hustle and bustle. If there was something to go to the reception, then he would go, but if there was nothing, exactly, that had nothing to do with himself or his woman, then he didn't bother to socialize. But the problem is, Fengyu, although said now is not their own woman, but the relationship between the two, and cannot be said to have no relationship. So after a slight hesitation, he nodded in response. When? It won't require me to wear a suit. Obviously, the resistance to the reception is not as great as the resistance to the suit for Ocean. It's booked for this Sunday night. You don't seem to like wearing suits. Why don't I order you a casual suit? Hearing the words of Okai, Fengyu also said the time, and then some difficult to scratch her head. She can see, Okai seems to do not like to wear a suit. In her impression, Okai seems to have not worn that place should be. Other bullies, always going for a suit thug feel. Only Okai wears either sportswear or outdoor hiking clothes all day long. And his favorite is also SUV, and there is not a hint of being worth billions at all. Never mind, since it's all agreed, go ahead. I have a suit I can wear. Instead of getting another suit with a clipboard, Okai would rather wear his own customized one. Oh yeah, and the car, and don't drive that Overlook. Better get that Maybach instead. Bentley will do, and then you need a driver. Hearing Okai agree, Fengyu also smiled. You've got a lot going on here. I've got to prepare the car, and I've got to prepare the driver. Watching Fengyu roll her eyes, Okai was also somewhat speechless. There's no way. You're the only reliable friend I have right now. Otherwise, I'll give you some payment? Looking at Okai's speechless appearance, at this time, Fengyu blinked her eyes and spoke towards Okai. You're on the verge of being poor now. What else are you going to pay me for? It's not like Okai doesn't know Fengyu's financial situation now. What can she be paid for? However, just as Okai finished speaking, Fengyu at this time also suddenly stood up, and then her body just explored over the coffee table in front of her, her hands holding Okai's face, and then she came over. As for Okai, at this point was instantly hard control, although said this is not the first time Fengyu sneak attacked their own, but Okai is still a little overwhelmed. Hard control by Fengyu, compared to the last time at the police station. This time, Fengyu's hard control of Okai lasted longer. After about 5 minutes, Fengyu lifted his head up, then looked at Okai with a smile on his face and said slowly, is this payment enough? I can still pay if it's not enough. Alright, spaced out, didn't I already agree to that? Looking at Fengyu's exquisite face in front of him, Okai also gulped a mouthful of saliva, then waved his hand and broke away from Fengyu's hand, while blushing a little. Oh, you want to sleep with me? Sure enough, you ironically have a crush on me. Hearing Okai's words, at this time, Fengyu also laughed back to her position. Then she looked at Okai and said, but all that came back was another blank stare from Oki. Fengyu didn't stay here for too long. Don't look at her as crazy at times, but she was extremely dedicated to her company. In addition to coming to see Okai today, she has 2 other companies to run to talk about cooperation. So after talking to Oki here for a while longer, she left. After she left, Oki also reached for his computer to check up on the information that Yuhi had prepared for himself. It didn't occur to me that the information Ryoshi had prepared for herself was quite complete. Didn't think that she still has the potential to be a secretary. Muttering in a low voice, Okai also followed what Lushi had labeled the current Tianlong real estate's land parcels, and viewed them directly on the internet using a satellite map. At this look, Okai's brows couldn't help but furrow. He frowned not because the plots were bad, but because they were, well, too good. At this time in Okai's eyes, among the 7 pieces of land covered by Tianlong real estate, there are 3 pieces that can be described as excellent, and the remaining 4 pieces are not bad either. The best is a piece of land on the edge of the 4th ring road of the land empire, which is currently worth $3.5 billion, but after a year and a half, it is worth $8.9 billion, a full 154% increase. The reason is naturally also because of the regulation of the imperial city. They are going to plan a new area here, and the location is booked here, so the price of this lot will double and a half. And when this piece of land, with a house built on it, the price of the land will more than triple again at least. That means a $3.5 billion plot of land could be worth about $28 billion when the house is built. This increase is no joke. And the second valuable plot of land, in Hang City, Zhejiang Province. Originally this is an ordinary plot of land, but the court of Hang City is ready to expand Slim Lake in 2 years, and this area, right next to the expansion area, that is to say, this piece of land in 2 years, it will be turned into a lake view area. The parcel is worth $2.8 billion, but in 2 years, it will be worth $6.3 billion. If a villa area was built, it would be worth more than $15 billion at a conservative estimate. The third valuable plot is in Mordor. There is no other reason for this one. It's just a simple urban expansion, but the plot can also go from $2.5 billion to $4 billion, and if it's built with a house, it's going to start from tens of billions at least. The other 4 parcels, none of which are bad, are up 30% or more, to say the least. Watching this scene, Okai also had a growing headache about acquiring this company. There are capable people in this company, just as Okai was contemplating here. Sure, and Hao Mei at this time also came back. Hao Mei has finished choosing a car, and now she still has to go through the induction process here so that Okai can pay her insurance. But Okai doesn't have much time to warm up with them, because today he is still scheduled to go shopping with Sun Shanshan. Seeing that the time was almost up, Okai, after saying hello to them and Su Nuo, drove his car and went to a shopping plaza that he had arranged with Sun Shanshan. When he parked his car on the ground floor and came to the entrance of the first floor, at a glance he saw Sun Shanshan, who had already arrived here at this time and was waiting for him. Today's Sun Shanshan, after all, did not wear that set of waiter's clothes, but wore a set of JK, a small white shirt, a small lattice skirt, with white stockings up to the knee and a pair of small black leather shoes, which really did show off her advantages and youthfulness to the fullest. The only thing that was a little surprising was that she was surrounded by a boy at the moment, and Sun Shanshan obviously did not treat him. At this time also frowned at the phone. Chapter 106, The Sound of a Broken Heart. Shannon, I know there's a nice coffee shop here that's good. Why don't I go get you a cup? Shannon, there's a new escape room here. Would you like to go and play? Shannon, the one you're waiting for hasn't come yet. Making a lady wait is not something a gentleman should do. Shannon, listening to the constant noisy voice of this person in her ears. Sun Shanshan at this moment also for the first time hoped that Okai could come earlier. But just at this moment, all of a sudden a voice different from the one of this person just now also came from behind Sun Shanshan. I'm sorry, am I late? As soon as she heard this familiar voice, Sun Shanshan turned her head at the first moment, then looked at Okai with a surprised face. Brother Kai. No, you came just in time. Hearing Okai's words, Sun Shanshan ran over at the first opportunity, then incomparably naturally took Okai's arm. The duo moved in an incredibly natural way, even though they said this was their first contact. And looking at this scene, at this moment, this boy who was standing here, the whole person was confused, as if Okai had heard the sound of something breaking. This is, looking at the boy's appearance, Okai also asked Sun Shanshan at this moment. Oh, this is one of the presidents of our school's student council. Just happened to run into him here. I guess he's got a date with someone else. Let's go. Don't bother him. Hearing Okai's words, Sun Shanshan also smiled before pulling Okai up and preparing to go. And looking at the way Sun Shanshan actually walked so resolutely, this boy at this time also opened his mouth, and finally did not say the words out. Since he didn't say anything, then don't blame Okai. At that moment, Okai also went to the second floor of the place with Sun Shanshan, and came to a teppanyaki restaurant. When it comes to teppanyaki, I'm guessing a lot of people think it has something to do with the island, but in fact, this way of eating, the earliest people traced back to the 15th and 16th world of Europa, when the Western countrymen invented this way of eating because they floated on the sea all day long. It's not right to say it was invented, because the Inferno had this way of eating even earlier, they just didn't know about it, and then this way of eating spread to the Americas. It was only in the 20th century again that it was passed back to the island by an island American imperialist. Only then did it begin to spread around the world in this way, but Yanhuan territory. So this teppanyaki, hanging or French teppanyaki, after ordering the meal, waiting for the chef to cook in front of them, Okai and Sun Shanshan also chatted. In addition to the beginning of each other's chilling, Okai also asked about the specific situation of her now. Although it is said that Okai has seen her attributes, but her situation is really not clear to him, because Zhou Qin has also only told him that her family is from the countryside. The conditions of the general. That's why I don't go home for summer vacation, winter vacation, and I work here to earn tuition. Now a sophomore, but specifics he didn't really know. And after Sun Shanshan heard Okai's words, she also told all about her situation. Sun Shanshan is 20 years old and will be a sophomore after school starts in a few days. Currently attending a comprehensive university in the middle of the city, majoring in sports health and rehabilitation. Okai was a bit surprised to hear her words. Sports health and rehabilitation. Do you know massage? Okai's medical masterclass inside not only has Chinese medicine, Western medicine, massage, acupuncture this kind of, also have, so he is also very surprised at this time. But what we studied is therapeutic, not healthcare, so it will hurt when we press it. Does Brother Kai want to try? As soon as she heard that Okai was interested in his specialty, Sun Shanshan at this time also smiled and spoke up. Yeah, hearing Okai agreed. At this time Sun Shanshan also took Okai's hand up, and then pressed on Okai's ulnar nerve, and Okai felt a little. Her hand strength is not small. Looking for the point is also good. Press up the crispy, also quite comfortable. Hey, Brother Kai, you have a good body. Looking at the look of enjoyment on Okai's face, at this time, Sun Shanshan couldn't help but open her mouth and speak. Chinese medicine preaches that through the pain is not pain is not pass. Nowadays young people either play the cell phone, or need to take the computer work, so the ulnar nerve, wrist more or less have some problems, so when you press here, a lot of people will hurt, but Okai is looking very cozy at this point. Well, it's cozy and nice, there's nothing wrong with the hand, the strength of the hand, or finding the points. Looking at Sun Shanshan, Okai also said with a smile, "Oh, Brother Kai, you still know this?" Upon hearing Okai's professional words, Sun Shanshan also asked with some surprise, "Of course, UK, I know a lot about it, why don't I press it for you?" Hearing Sun Shanshan's words, Okai also took her hand in his and smiled, and feeling Okai's move, Sun Shanshan just blushed slightly, but didn't refuse or struggle, just let Okai play with his hand. Watching Okai and Sun Shanshan interact, others might just be a little jealous and envious, but some people just feel more completely broken. At this time, in the position against the wall at the entrance of this store, looking at Okai and Sun Shanshan inside this store at this time, the boy from just now was really about to gnash his teeth. This guy is a member of the student council of Sun Shanshan, their school. Last year to pick up the new students into the school at first sight on Sun Shanshan, the pursuit of the other side of a year. The other side do not say let yourself hold hands, even if it is a certain letter of the friend bit did not give. He is now licking Sun Shanshan, but also rely on a girl in the next dormitory of Sun Shanshan that he bought to provide information. This year's summer vacation, he did not go home, just live inside the school, want to pursue Sun Shanshan, but Sun Shanshan every day late out of the morning, during the day are sleeping, he did not know where she went. The results of today is not easy. He received the news. He said that Sun Shanshan dressed up especially beautifully and went out during the day today, and then he immediately followed him out as well, only to come out and find that Sun Shanshan was actually on a date with Okai. He's literally broken beyond repair right now, but just go back, just give up. He is not willing. The ghost of God followed Okai. They came to the hotel, but looking at this scene, he felt already broken inside. At this time actually become more broken again, but there was more to come, more to overwhelm him. When the duo finished their meal, the two went to the movies, went to the game hall here to play video games, went shopping again, and ate a seafood dinner in the evening after. The two only went to the underground garage, sat on Okai's car, and then under his gaze, Okai also sat in the passenger seat of Sun Shanshan, fastened the seatbelt, but when the seat belt buckled, Okai did not go back, but directly parked in the side of Sun Shanshan. Chapter 107, Negotiations. Sister Zhou, this is Whether or not the dog-licking senior of Sun Shanshan's broke into pieces, Okai didn't know. He just knew that after he tasted Sun Shanshan's flavor, the two of them also drove straight away from here. Originally Okai still had some wondering where to go. As a result, Sun Shanshan, but directly said to go to Zhou Qin's bar, and then at nighttime in Zhou Qin together back to Okai's home. Sun Shanshan, naturally, was well aware of what the duo were likely to do after today's date. For handing herself over to Okai, she does not have any opinion. But where to hand over? This makes her a bit torn. Go to the hotel. She does not want to. She felt like going to a hotel was always going to feel less than decent. But you can't go back to your dorm room either. So the only other option is Oki's house. As for having to be with other people, she rather didn't care too much. So since Sun Shanshan spoke, Okai also drove her back to Zhou Qin's bar. But as soon as they arrived today, they sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. At this time, Zhou Qin had already arrived. Sangwon and the girls were all packing up the inside of the bar, preparing to open, but the band that would normally only step on the spot, or even arrive late, had already come today. But the atmosphere between them and Zhou Qin could be a little off right now. As Okai and Sun Shanshan walked over, Sun Shanshan also asked Zhou Qin, "Oh, it's fine. What are you guys doing over here? Not going to a candlelight dinner?" Looking at Sun Shanshan and Okai, Zhou Qin also smiled and asked them, "Eat, but I still want to come back and be with you." Listening to Zhou Qin's words, Sun Shanshan also pulled on Zhou Qin's coat. "Silly girl, okay, go ahead and change your clothes." Looking at Sun Shanshan's appearance, Zhou Qin also touched her head before sending her off to change her clothes. And after she left, Okai also looked at these people. "What's the situation? Came to say goodbye." Hearing Okai say this, Zhou Qin also replied in a small voice, "Because of what happened last night, I'm really sorry. Sister Zhou, Mr. Zhao Yu's father, Zhao Lei, has offered 200,000 to buy my letter of understanding, and LV Dazhang's father, LV Wanqing, has also issued a message that no matter who it is, if you go to him with the letter of understanding, he'll give the money, and I. Hearing Okai ask this, at this time, the little girl, the lead singer of this band, also said with some concern, "Sister Zhou, Mr. You're not afraid, but we can't. Two groups of people have already found us today. Hey." Looking at the girl who was a bit speechless, the guitarist behind her at that moment, also spoke up somewhat helplessly, "Oh, they're stretching their hands fast enough. Ah, you signed it?" Hearing the girl's words, Okai also asked with some confusion. "No, Sister Sangwon was there and sent those people away." But, shook her head. The girl also looked at the distant Sangwon with some gratitude. "Okay, I know. Give me your bank card. Wait here for a bit. I'll call my lawyer to come over. You guys sign a carte blanche agreement. Then you can go. I'll buy you the nearest plane ticket. Go out for a few days. Then change to another city to continue playing in a band as well. Or whatever. Just leave this to me." Listening to the girl's words, Okai also waved his hand, and then asked for the girl's bank card. Okai also directly gave her $500,000 into it. As for how they share this money, that's their business. Okai then called his legal affairs as well, telling the other party to come over now and take the proxy agreement. Looking at this bank card inside just called in $500,000. These few band people cannot help but be shocked. Although Okai said, the other side to give how much money, he out double. But they hadn't really thought that Okai actually did give so much money. At that moment, several people also thanked 1,000 times. Waiting here for a while, the lawyer came over. They signed the agreement. Okai also told Sangwon to drive his own car, took these people to the airport, directly by the nearest flight. Go wherever you want to go. The money he'll pay. After everything was arranged and everyone in this band had left, Okai also sat directly here at the bar and drank with Zhou Qin. "Hey, they're gone and I have to find the band again." Sighing, Zhou Qin at this time also spoke up. Don't look at me. Although I say I can play the piano and all that, but I'm all alone. I can't keep myself busy. There really isn't much I can do about this." With a show of hands, Oki had the money and the means to do so, but the band, he really didn't have it. Look at you scared. Don't worry, I've long had a backup on my side. I can come to work tomorrow, but today, I'll trouble you to be the king of playback songs. Looking at Okai's shocked appearance, Zhou Qin at this time also smiled and spoke. These band members had left, but the instruments they used here, all bought by Zhou Qin, naturally stayed, so it was all Okai could do to top it off today. Hearing Zhou Qin say that, Okai couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, he was still caught in the act, but he didn't reject it. Instead, he directly came on top of the stage, and then began to tune up the instruments according to his own habits and intonation. As the time came to just after 8 p.m., the bar began to fill up, and that's when Oki started playing. There was some confusion among the people who came to the bar at first as to why it wasn't the band they were familiar with on top of the stage, but rather Oki. But when Oki played, they couldn't help but stare, because even if they didn't know anything about music, they knew that the level of Oki's playing could be much better than that band. So for a while the atmosphere of the bar did not have any deviation, until about 9 o'clock. Then there are 3 people walked into the bar, and these 3 people came in, Oki on the stage, the bar over the Zhouqin, as well as Sun Shanshan, Sangwon, Hui, Jenny. A few people cannot help but stare at a condensation, because these 3 people they all know. It was Zhao Yu and LV Dazhang's father, Zhao Lei, as well as LV Wanqing, who he had encountered yesterday in front of the police station, and who also walked to the bar with gloomy gazes after coming in. And looking at this scene, Oki also put down his work on the stage at this moment, then took a step over and stood beside Zhouqin, looking at Oki and Zhouqin in front of him. Zhao Lei at this time also opened his mouth to speak. We've checked all your bases, okay? We admit defeat. Say what it takes to let our son go. Ha, are you mistaken? It's clearly the 2 sons of you 2 who are causing trouble in our place. Why are you talking as if I've punked them? Listening to Zhao Lei's words, Oki also smiled. Chapter 108, Immortality? Cut the crap. I want you to write a consent of understanding and make an offer now. Hearing Oki's words, at this time, Lu Wanqing looked at the time. It was getting closer and closer to the 12 o'clock entry. They had no time now. Worthy of being a dry earthworker, this mouth of banditry can no longer hold back the outflow. No conditions, no opening. Listening to LV Wanqing's words, why should Oki spoil him? Kid, I see that you are looking for death. You should be thankful that it's the rule of law or you'd be lying here already. And big niece, your father and I are more or less friends. This is a bit unethical. Looking at Oki's words, Lu Wanqing slapped the bar and stood up, first speaking to Oki and then looking at Zhouqin, looking at how he actually dared to threaten himself, and also dared to threaten Zhouqin. At this time, the original still smiling Oki and Zhouqin's face at this time could not help but gloomy down. If you hadn't mentioned that trash, maybe I would have considered it. But now, there's no way to talk about it. At this moment, Zhouqin also spoke up first. Hearing Zhouqin say so, and then Oki still had a look that this was the way it was going to be. At this time Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing also pointed at the 2 of them, and then the 2 of them immediately left the bar. What now? However, don't look at the duo walking away, but they had only just walked out, and a wave of exhaustion and helplessness was revealed in their eyes. And as soon as they walked out, Zhao Lei also opened his mouth to ask, go make a point of saying hello. Detention is inevitable now, but we still have a chance to settle this matter before the court date. But this also requires their letter of understanding. But at this time, there is still some time before the court date. We can still operate. Wiping his face, Lu Wanqing also spoke up. He has a lot of people inside. Taking care of Zhao Yu and Lu Dajiang is not a problem. Operate? How do you operate? That group of band guys, they've sent them off somewhere, and my guys can't find them on the phone anymore. How are they going to get it when they're both greasy too? Listening to LV Wanqing's words, Zhao Lei also sighed. The current him was indeed a little unsure of what to do. Prepare with both hands. This Zhouqin I know, her father was originally a big gangster. 2 years ago was shot, and now refers to the small bar to live. Find a way to make her open cannot go on. As for that Oki, his identity is very mysterious. I only found out that he fought with that kid of yours over a woman, and this time he is so determined. It must be related to this matter too. So Lao Zhao, this is something you need to fix. Contact all the people you can. He has a company under him called Anti-Financial that does big data. Cut off all his income. I can't believe that without income, they won't come begging us to write a letter of understanding. Looking at Zhao Lei, Lu Wanqing also spoke up at this moment. Hearing his words, Zhao Lei still wanted to talk about him. If it wasn't because Lu Dajiang had to bring Zhao Yu over here to drink and make trouble, Oki wouldn't have had the chance to target his own son. Of course, this wasn't the time to shirk his responsibility. Zhao Lei still decided to endure it, so the 2 of them also nodded a little, and then they immediately made arrangements. At this time, Zhouqin and Oki, well, the 2 of them didn't feel anything at all. It's still what it's supposed to be. Don't they know Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing will retaliate? Of course they know, but the question is, do they care if they know? Suppressing Anti-Financial? If it is not to find a company to borrow a shell and find a place to work, Oki do not buy this thing. More than $1 million a year of pure profit of the waste of the company. To take it that little bit of poor performance to suppress their own? I'm afraid that it's not out of its mind. As for finding trouble with Zhouqin, let's see if they have the skills. So at this point, the songs were sung and danced as usual, and everything was no different than it had been just a few moments before. As the time came to around 10 o'clock in the evening, Oki, Zhouqin and Sun Shanshan also drove home together, and when they got home, Su Nuo, Sure and Hao Mei were all at home. they obviously had some surprises as well. They didn't expect Okai and Sun Shanshan to actually come back, but since Okai chose to come back, it was much better to talk about what happened next. In the Okai home inside Joqin, Sun Shanshan, Su Nuwa, sure, Hame play happy time. This time the original detained in the police station inside Jiaoyu, LV Dajong and his entourage, but also formally on the net, was escorted to the nearby detention center inside, formally began to detain. As the night passed quickly, the next morning, the crowd still did what they were supposed to do. Sure and Su Nuwa followed Okai to the company. Hame is ready to clean up the inside of the house after a while at noon to go on a date with Okai. As for Sun Shanshan, she followed Joqin back to the house, ready to help Joqin to pack things. As for Sun Shanshan, she didn't need it. One is because she is still a student now. In a few days she will have to go back to school. It's too troublesome to do a walk-in. But the university she went to, although it's not said that it's not a pheasant university, but it's not a famous brand either. So the checking in the evening isn't too strict, and she can come over to stay with Okai in the evening time. But you have to go back 2 or 3 days a week anyhow, so things don't really need to be taken. Secondly, yesterday the two were shopping. Okai bought her a lot of clothes, shoes, bags and so on. In addition to Joqin, Okai gave each girl to buy 100,000 yuan of clothes, shoes, bags, equal treatment at least there is a change of wash with, so she just needs to get some more changes of underwear and stuff too. And in Okai her previous underwear and so on, naturally cannot wear. As for Hame, yesterday afternoon, after checking in, she and Sure have returned to the duo's rented house to pack up a lot of things. The evening and Su Nuwa together have pulled over a trip. Some of the remaining large pieces of luggage he'd move when Oki was free, and Su Nuwa's side is still a bit of trouble because it may also have to meet Su Nuwa's parents. As for today, Hame didn't stay at home much after cleaning up the house, because she had a date with Oki today, along with her home after cleaning up a bit, looking at the near noon, but also took a car to go to the company of Okai. And at this time the Okai has also called Su Nuwa. They have finished purchasing today's stock, and then he also left the company, and Su Nuwa went out to play with the Go. However, compared to Sun Shanshan, Hame was much more direct, and also asked Okai where she was going to play in a while when he was having dinner with her, and her answer was, go to the hotel. Chapter 109, Drinking, Ding Tom, with Hame helplessly lying down on Okai's hunmouth. At this time, Okai's cell phone placed next to him but suddenly rang, which made the two of them could not help but be stunned. It's almost 5 o'clock. Who would be looking for them at this hour? When Okai picked up his cell phone, he realized that the person who sent a certain letter over was actually Shinsisi, and after he opened it, he found that Shinsisi sent over only one sentence of information. What's the matter? Come out for a drink. Then as if he was afraid Oki wouldn't come, he purposely sent another address, and this address was not far from the back of their former school, a barbecue restaurant. Speaking of which, Oki and the others often went here to eat. The flavor of the barbecue at this place is really quite good. Got a job? Or Sister Zhou? Or Sure? Looking at the way Okai froze at the sight of the screen, Hame at this time also opened her mouth to ask. No, it's my classmate, a female classmate, asking me out for a drink. Shaking his head, Oki chose to be honest. Oh, then go ahead. I need to slow down a bit. Hearing Okai's words, Hame also waved her hand then rolled hard to the side. No, I didn't say I was going to go. Don't we both have to have dinner too? How can I leave you here to go out drinking by yourself? Listening to Hame's words, Okai was infuriated and laughed. It's fine, I'm going to take a rest. In a while I'll ask Sure and Sister Su Nuwa to come over and pick me up, and the three of us will just go eat. Looking at Okai's somewhat crying and laughing appearance, Hame also effortlessly supported her body, then said with a wink towards Okai. Hearing her say that, Oki couldn't help but scratch his head. What kind of link was this? What kind of link was this? Alright, go ahead. I'm going to take a break. Looking at Okai still frothing, Hame at this point couldn't help but kick him. So I'll carry you to the shower? Seeing Hame's attitude like this, Okai said with some hesitation. Don't. Wash it with you. I don't know what time it will be when it's done. Go on. This time, however, Oki didn't listen to her, but picked her up anyway and walked into the bathroom. Half an hour later, the duo also left this hotel fully dressed. After putting Hame into the car of Sure who came to pick her up, Okai also returned to his own car, but raised his head and looked at Sure's car that had already run out of shadow. Okai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Are these girls treating themselves as evil ghosts of color? Besides, he himself to Shinsisi and Helan really is not that aspect of the idea. But now, looking at the fact that they had already left, as well as Shinsisi's message on top of his cell phone, Okai thought for a moment before returning an okay. Then the other side of the second back, wait for you. Looking at the message Shinsisi sent over, Okai was really not good at not going this time. So then he drove his car as well, towards this barbecue restaurant. But it's the end of the day, and obviously in this case, Oki's overlook isn't as powerful as those supercars, his front and back of the car, although he will often open the window, look at his car, but the clip his plug, these people will not be soft. Unlike those supercars, dare to clip the plug of these cars, is not common. After all, touch a little, the third-party insurance may not be enough to pay off. But considering that it was really uncomfortable to sit, Oki didn't have much of a problem with it. It was almost 6:30 when he drove up and arrived at the barbecue restaurant. The car had just parked. He saw Shin-CC and Helan were sitting in a window seat waiting for him. As soon as he saw Okai get out of the car, both of them smiled and waved their hands. Then Oki also immediately entered the store, somewhat apologetically. Sorry about that, the traffic was so bad. You all waited a long time. It's okay, we usually diet at night and eat less. We're not hungry. Sit. Hearing Okai's words, at this time Shin-CC also smiled and said to Okai. As soon as he said this sit, though, Oki got a little embarrassed. Because of this small restaurant, are two sides of the table to sit people, the other two sides of the narrow place. People have to serve food, cannot sit people. The last time they ate, Helan and Shin-CC were sitting on one side, but this time, the two were now sitting face to face, and then there was only one chair on Helan's side, and two on Shin-CC's side. So the meaning was very obvious, to let Okai sit beside Shin-CC. Looking at this scene, Okai hesitated a little, but still sat down. People have come, now dwell on these is not a little too pretentious. And looking at Okai sitting down, at this time Shin-CC also smiled, then took the initiative to hand over the menu. Let's see what's for dinner. Have you ordered? Haven't ordered it yet. Just waiting for you. Hurry up. Listening to Helan also said so. Okai is not polite. Called the boss will start to order up the dishes. 20 beef skewers, 20 lamb skewers, grilled oysters, beef waste. He is serious about pointing a lot of dishes, pointing out the dishes. This time the Shin-CC also opened her mouth. 2 more plates of slapped cucumbers, a plate of peanuts and a drink? Looking at Shin-CC ordered this next drink. Okai couldn't help but laugh. She was really looking for herself to drink? So he also opened his mouth and said, I can do both. Root beer it is then. 2 to start. Not enough to add more. Listening to Shin-CC's domineering words, the boss at this time collected the order and also went to beat the root beer. Soon the 2 big pints of beer were served first. A large root beer, which is a 4-bottle serving, is drunk from a root beer glass, 1 bottle at a time, for a total of 4 glasses. Looking at the large mug of root beer with the frost still hanging off of it, Oki couldn't help but let out a long breath. Drinking a glass of this in this summer was indeed refreshing. However, when he saw Shin-CC, she had a zap. She had a zap herself, but Helan ordered a bottle of Dayao. He couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Doesn't Holland drink? Human wives, if they come home drunk, their husbands should be upset. If you want to drink it, come to my house on Saturday and we'll drink it at my house. Hearing Okai say this, at this time, Helan also showed her ring. Indeed, there was no need to force people to drink when they were already married, and Okai wasn't such a person. So after saying that he understood, he also poured beer with Shin-CC. Soon the skewers and dishes began to be served and the 3 began to drink. I have to say, Shin-CC's drinking capacity is really good, at least better than Okai. Don't look at Oki with his perfect body now, but his drinking is only okay. Soon, 1 person 2 jaw down. Shin-CC has not felt anything yet. Okai has been a little wobbly, talk is not so cautious. With that said, he brought up the fact that he now had 5 girlfriends. Originally he thought that when he finished, Helan and Shin-CC would despise himself, but the result was that he didn't think that when he finished, Shin-CC looked at his gaze, but it became brighter and brighter. Chapter 110, Confessions. Hey, let's sit in the back. When Okai and Shin-CC drank 4 zhangs a person here, Okai felt that he couldn't drink anymore because he had already reached the amount. At this point, although he said he still had a sober perception, he knew that the root of his tongue had begun to harden, and if he drank any more, although he said he wouldn't break, he guessed that some of his actions might be out of control, and Okai disliked the feeling of being out of control, so he just decided to drink here for today. Just as he was about to go and settle the bill, that's when Helan finished ahead of him. Then the 3 of them left the barbecue restaurant as well. Back in front of his car, originally Okai was ready to call a chauffeur, but Helan said that he didn't drink and could drive himself, and the confused Okai agreed. Originally, he was going to go to the passenger side to give directions, but in the end, he was pulled directly to the back seat by Shin-CC, with the 2 of them seated in the back row. At this time, Helan also started the engine and drove in the direction of Shin-CC's house. Sitting in the back with the window open to catch a breeze, Oki's drink was fading fast, and just as his consciousness returned, Shinsisi at that moment suddenly touched him. "Oh Kai, you know what? I've actually liked you since middle school." Ha! Hearing this sudden confession from Shinsisi, Oh Kai couldn't help but be stunned. But Shinsisi continued to speak as if she hadn't heard. "But at that time, I was just a little fat girl with low self-esteem. So I went to art school and high school, lost a good 2 years of weight, and then became a model. And just as I was about to go and confess my love for you, I heard that you had found a girlfriend." Looking at Shinsisi sitting beside herself at this time, that some of the eyes of the lost, Oh Kai looked at a face of confusion. Obviously this sudden confession let Oh Kai some overwhelmed. "You know what? After we graduated from college, that class reunion, originally both Helan and I were available, but we didn't go. Helan was worried about gossip, while I was worried that I wouldn't be able to control myself if I saw you again." In the face of Oh Kai's cluelessness, it was obvious that Shinsisi had already prepared for it, and at this moment also turned her head and looked at Oh Kai with a serious face. "But the good thing is, you broke up, so I don't have to control myself anymore." After saying that, Shinsisi smiled, suddenly came over, cupped Oh Kai's face with both hands, and then directly kissed up. Feeling Shinsisi's move, Oh Kai subconsciously wanted to hide back, but here is the car. Even if the overlook is big, but there is no saying that it can be avoided to the point of opening. So at this moment, Shinsisi just so directly pressed on Oh Kai's body, her hands also cupped Oh Kai's face, and her mouth had already pasted on. As a cold touch came, Oh Kai's consciousness was completely restored, so he also pushed Shinsisi away when she took the next step, and then sat up straight. "See, you are a good girl, but I now have a girlfriend." Looking at Shinsisi, Oh Kai also opened his mouth and said, "I know but didn't you say that there are 5 of them? So more than one of me is not too much, less than one of me is not too much." Hearing Oh Kai's words, Shinsisi also spoke up, but as she finished, looking at Oki's evasive gaze, she asked out of the blue, "Do you not see me, or do you dislike me?" No, you're a good girl, there's no need to." Oh Kai's emotional intelligence is indeed low, and this actually shows his attitude, and after hearing Oh Kai's words, Shinsisi's state obviously pressed down. As for Helan, who was still driving at that moment, he suddenly spoke up. "Oh Kai, don't look at CC smoking, drinking and clubbing, but she hasn't had a boyfriend yet." That's not what I meant." Hearing Helan's words, Oh Kai laughed a little and said, "His meaning now is obvious. Doesn't he believe it? A very pretty 25-year-old model who smokes, drinks, clubbing, promises to go out to dinner with other men, and now you're telling me she hasn't even debuted? That's something no one else would believe." Although it was said that Oh Kai did not mean what he said, it was obvious that Shinsisi she sounded like she meant it. So at that moment, she said to Helan, "You don't believe me? Helan, pull over, let's go. Now let's go verify it." As Helan listened to Shinsisi's words, he actually did pull over. Shinsisi also got out of the car, then opened the door on Oh Kai's side, and was ready to pull into a hotel on the side of the road. "No, I don't mean that." Looking at Shinsisi this crazy appearance, Oh Kai is also really drunk. Subconsciously a pull Shinsisi's wrist, the fingertips also pressed to her pulse image, and this press, Oh Kai is indeed stunned, because he did feel it out. Shinsisi actually really hadn't lived like that. For women, that kind of coverage, it's not really accurate. Ancient times pay attention to fall red, because in ancient times the age of marriage are small, 14 or 15 years old, 16 or 17 years old, has not been completely developed completely it, and ancient times pay attention to the big girl. The door does not come out, the 2 doors, which is really a kind of protection. But now, as technology becomes more advanced and girls become more mobile, they can shed when they are exercising, when they are sick, and when they come out in their 20s, they may not bleed because they have matured. Meanwhile decades-old technology makes it possible to fake it. So this is the kind of thing that isn't exactly a guarantee, but the pulse seems like it doesn't lie. So at this moment, Oh Kai also held Shinsisi's wrist and spoke. "I believe it, I really do," because he was telling the truth. He was indeed very sincere at this point, and having heard Oh Kai say that he believed it, at this time Shinsisi could not help but stay in place. Originally, she thought that Oh Kai would only die when he saw the Yellow River, but she didn't think that she actually believed it now, and she couldn't help but smile when she thought about it. Believe also can't. Today the old lady is determined to eat you. While saying that, she pulled Oh Kai's hand, and directly stuffed it into her clothes. This time Oh Kai has no way to resist anymore. If he pulls out with force, he will surely disintegrate Shinsisi's clothes, and the position of the hand now is also really embarrassing. One could only look at Helan with a helpless face, while Helan waved his hand towards them. "I'll be right here waiting for you, come on." After saying that, she also got out of the car, and then closed the rear door and sat back in the passenger seat again. but she did not know that this wait, but it was a long time to wait properly. Chapter 111, another one? Phew. I can kind of see why you want so many girlfriends. Looking at Okai beside him. At this time Shinsisi also said to him with a tired face. Hearing her words, Oki smiled a little awkwardly as well. Heaven and earth could tell that he originally really wasn't prepared to do anything to Shinsisi. I don't know how it ended up being like this again. Why don't you take a shower and I'll take you back? Looking at Shinsisi's appearance, Okai also whispered. No need. I'm not ready to meet your girlfriends right now. You go back first and then call Elan to come up. Hearing Okai's words, Shinsisi thought for a moment but then shook her head, still rejecting Okai's proposal. Hearing her say that, Okai also nodded, and after going to rinse off, he got dressed, and after covering Shinsisi, he also went downstairs, but when he got to his car, he realized that Helan had fallen asleep, gently knocked on the window. Helan woke up at this time, rubbed his eyes to see this time. Good guy, unknowingly has passed 2 hours, now are about to more than 10 o'clock in the evening. She couldn't help but to Okai rolled a white eye. Is this where you went upstairs with her to play a game? Open 2 games of several games of King's Honor? Ha, it was indeed a game, but just one. Touching his nose, Okai also spoke up. Blow it you. By the way, where's CC? How come you didn't come down together? She couldn't get out of bed and asked you to come up. Hearing Okai said so, Helan could not help but look at him with some doubt. This guy really close to the fierce? But Shinsisi called herself up. She is definitely going. So too, he got out of the car at that moment, but then closed the door behind him. Call a valet. I don't want to have to go inside the police station to fish you out. Good. Listening to Helan's words, Okai was obedient and went to the co-pilot's side. At the same time, directly ordered a chauffeur to come over. As for Helan, he had already quickly walked into the hotel. Then he went straight to the room where Shinsisi was. Hearing the sound of Helan knocking on the door, Shinsisi only then braced her tired, aching body to go and open the door for her, and then after making sure it was her, she walked straight into the room and then threw herself headfirst on the bed. Looking at Shinsisi's appearance, Helan couldn't help but walk to her side with some surprise and couldn't help but pat her. I say, is that so? Tossing you around like that? Hey, I can kind of see why he has 5 girlfriends. Oh no, now it should be 6. He's like a perpetual motion machine. For over 2 hours, he hasn't stopped. I can feel it. It's still early days before he's satisfied. And he probably wouldn't have let me go if he hadn't seen that I just couldn't hold out any longer. Rolling her eyes, Shinsi rolled onto the bed as well and said breathlessly, and having heard her words, Helan couldn't help but touch the ring on her hand. Was Okai so powerful? But although she said that there was some inner turmoil, she still looked at Shinsisi. Well, can you still move? I can't. Make a video for your husband and stay here with me tonight. Taking Helan's hand, Shinsisi also said towards her. The two are not the first time to live together. Looking at Shinsisi this tired look, Helan also cried and laughed at the response, and then gave her a good cover, and then picked up the phone to call a video to her husband. And then a white-bearded old man also appeared in the screen of the cell phone in the middle of the, and just when Helan called her husband, at this time Okai has also called the chauffeur. After the chauffeur put his small car, a line of 2 people also drove towards Longting Jiayuan. At night, the road is also not much car. Soon the car drove back to the underground parking lot of Longting Jiayuan. But what made Okai a little surprised was that when his car stopped and he finished paying and was ready to leave, that's when all of a sudden he saw Suya's car driving over as well. He had been a little surprised. This is overtime just come back? As a result, as soon as this car was parked, he saw Sua wobbling and walking down from the passenger side as well. And his chauffeur came down from the main driver as well. Yo, Sister Sue, what are you, drinking again? Looking at Suya leaning against the car door, paying the money, and then preparing to take a step or 3 to go upstairs. At this time, Okai also walked over and said with a smile. As soon as he saw Okai coming over, the valet who was originally ready to leave at this time couldn't help but stop, and then looked at Okai with some doubt and nervousness. There is a say one. He also dry chauffeur for many years. Suya is definitely the most beautiful woman he has seen or not one. And look at this temperament. Look at this car. Also know that she is not only beautiful, but also a rich white beauty. But where Suya revealed a tiny bit of words, this chauffeur have to sharpen their brains to send Suya upstairs. But Suya don't look at some crooked drink. But she didn't drink too much. Consciousness, thinking, everything was online, so he didn't have a snowball's chance in hell. Just because he didn't have a chance didn't mean he was willing to see others have a chance. So as soon as he saw Okai coming over, that's when he couldn't help but be on guard. However, Suya smiled as soon as she saw Okai, and then took the initiative to walk over and directly wrapped her arms around Okai while saying in a petulant manner, "Why are you just getting back too? I drank too." Feeling Suya's movements, Okai also smiled and helped her up. "Miss, looking at Okai actually made a move. At this time, this valet also opened his mouth and said, "It's okay, this is my boyfriend." Listening to the words of the chauffeur. At this time, Suya also smiled and said, listening to what Suya said, this chauffeur also nodded, and then turned around and rode a small battery car to go, but at the same time he sighed while walking. Sure enough, a beautiful woman still needs to be matched with a handsome man, especially if that handsome man is a big spender. After all, he'd seen Oki get off the top of that overlook. As for myself, I'd better go back to bed early. At this time, Okai did not know what this chauffeur boy is thinking, because his attention at this time has been completely focused on Suya's body. This guy saw himself, maybe the wariness of a loose, at this time to stand are a little unsteady, but the good thing is that Okai is also considered to be a lightweight, and at that moment, he picked her up in a princess carry, and walked toward the elevator side, directly on the 31st floor before walking back to the 30th floor, ready to send Suya into the door, but he knocked on the door, but found that no one to open. Joy went home today, I'm all alone in my house. Password. It's, just when Okai was a bit hesitant, Suya at this time also whispered. Hearing Suya's words, Okai also opened the door to her house. After changing her shoes and carrying her back to her room, Oki was ready to go as well. He was also a little tired now and needed to go upstairs to get some rest. Physically I'm fine, mentally I do get a little tired. But just as he was about to leave, all of a sudden Sua actually pulled his hand, then pulled him straight down, falling onto her bed. When Okai looked at Suya again, it was found that Suya's originally disoriented eyes, but at this time has been opened, looking straight at Okai. Chapter 112, Self-Doubt. Sis, I'm back. Hey, this looks like Kai's shoes? As the night flew by, it was the next morning in the blink of an eye. When Su Lele toted a face of displeasure when she opened the door and came in, she could not help but stare, because at this time in front of her house, in addition to the transparent pair of high-heeled sandals worn by her sister Suya, there is a pair of sneakers. These sneakers, she's seen them before. These seem to be Oki's shoes. Long Tengjieun said more than once, this is the city among the best of a high-grade neighborhood, so the people here, even if they wear running shoes, sneakers, but also are a few $1,000s, tens of thousands of dollars of the kind of Okai, such as $200-300 of shoes, maybe only the security guards and janitorial staff will be wearing. But the security guards and janitorial staff is a security guard and have their own designated clothes and shoes. The security guards wear leather shoes, and the cleaning was cloth shoes. So in the entire neighborhood, it was probably only Okai who wore such shoes, and as soon as she saw this pair of shoes, Su Lele's heart suddenly tightened, then immediately flew to Suya's room. When she pushed Suya's room open, at this time, Suya and Okai also woke up at the first time, and then just snuggled with each other's duo, and also saw the doorway Su Lele. At the same time the two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Kai, sis, you guys, Lele, you go out first, we have to get up too. Listening to Su Lele's words, at this time, Suya took a deep breath, then suppressed the tension in her heart and opened her mouth. Hearing Suya say this, Su Lele also looked deeply at Okai before turning around and leaving the room, while after he left, Okai let out a long breath. Yesterday kinda overwhelmed him a bit. First, he went on a date with Haomei and ended up going to a hotel, then went to have a drink with Shimshi and ended up going to the hotel again. It was not easy to come back from the hotel, but it turned out that he ran into the drunken Suya again, and then the two of them. Hey, Okai is a little confused. In the end, yesterday is not rushing what? And looking at Okai's somewhat confused look, at this time Suya couldn't help but laugh a little. In fact, the reason why Suya yesterday will go to drink, mainly also because of the sight of Okai, more than one Sun Shanshan reason. She actually has been telling herself, cannot like Okai, but Okai sometimes with a dose of poison in general, really is to let her some, cannot pull themselves out. So yesterday she went to another bar and drank, but this time she didn't drink too much, and originally thought of drinking to drown her sorrows, but when she came back, she happened to run into Okai. The desire that had been pent up inside was constantly amplified by alcohol, plus the fact that when Okai carried her upstairs, he constantly stimulated her consciousness and body. So last night she took the initiative. Now she couldn't help but smile as she watched Oki look a little confused. Then he moved forward and gently kissed Oki's face. Why don't you go upstairs, and we'll talk about what's going on later. Then, I'll go up first. Feeling Suya's movements, Okai also muttered in a small voice before he also quickly put on his own clothes and left the room. When he walked out, he also saw Su Lele was sitting on the sofa in the living room at this time in a bit of a daze, and saw Okai coming out from Suya's room. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't say anything. Oki, on the other hand, turned away from their house and flew up the stairs after an awkward smile. When he arrived upstairs, at this time, Jo Chin and the girls had also gotten up and were having breakfast, and when they saw Okai grayed out and entered the house, they couldn't help but laugh about it. Yo, you're back. You're a busy man. Why didn't you bring that classmate of yours back? It's been a hard night for him. Hey, don't mention it. Not only that classmate of mine, I slept with Suya, downstairs as well. Looking at Jo Chin their flirtatious gaze, Okai also did not hide. After sitting down, he also wiped his face and opened his mouth. Soya, I always knew you two had problems. That is, obviously I added her a certain letter. There are things will not first find me ah. Hearing Okai's words, at this time, Jo Chin and Sure also laughed. Suya, I remember that she has a younger sister named Su Lele. Did she not participate last night? Listening to Jo Chin and Sure's words, at this time Su Nuwa also asked with some doubts. What the hell? How can people's sisters? Tomorrow Su Lele has something inside the family, so she will go home first. Looking at Su Nuwa so speak, Okai subconsciously want to retort a little, but words to the mouth. He suddenly remembered just now Su Lele that some entangled gaze, and then the words also swallowed back. He is also a little confused. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Outside another on Su Lele. 8 people are all together. You don't have enough watches Go to the auction again to get some goods. Looking at Okai's somewhat speechless appearance. At this time, Jo Chin also counted the head count and then smiled. Hearing her words, Okai also sighed. Indeed it was not enough. But he hadn't received any news of auctions going up for sale lately. Or else he could go buy a few more watches himself? Hey, what's the situation? Why does he still feel that 8 is not enough? Just as Oki was upstairs in self-doubt while eating. At this time, Suya downstairs also endured the pain, changed her clothes, and took a vacation before she walked out of the room and looked at Su Lele on the sofa. And Su Lele saw Suya, but not like Okai so entangled, but directly pull a face of unhappy sitting here. The family is done. What do they say? Looking at Su Lele, at this time, Suya also sat next to her and asked with a smile, but her words of changing the topic did not elicit a reply from Su Lele. Looking at Su Lele not speaking, after thinking for a while, Suya still asked directly and single-handedly, What? You like Oki too? Sis, you didn't say you liked Oki in the first place, and you said you'd stay away from him. Hearing Suya mention Okai, Su Lele also said with a grumbling face, Yeah, but this guy is as toxic as it gets, and when you come in contact with him, you do get a little out of it, and you can't help but like him. If Lele you also like him, I don't mind, but Lele, are you really ready to like him? You just saw me with him today. You know, there are 5 other sisters upstairs, and I don't know if there's anyone outside of him. If you're going to be jealous even like this, then you're really not fit to be with him. Oh, looking at Su Lele, Suya also smiled, and when Su Lele heard her words, her expression was also appalled but then she glared hatefully at Suya. I'm not jealous, I'm blaming it on why I was behind you, why I happened to be away last night, when I should have been. You called me sister. Little girl, you're thinking about fart eating. This sister, I'll be the one to press you for life. Looking at Su Lele's indignant look, Suya also laughed. Chapter 113, Invitation to an Appointment. Hey, Akira, what's going on? What else can I do? Just got up and practiced yoga at home. After talking to Su Lele for a while, Suya also sent Su Lele down to buy breakfast. She knew clearly that Su Lele's heart must be not feeling good right now. After all, which girl does not look forward to sweet love? But if she really liked Okai, then the love she was expecting was actually a bit unlikely. After all, Okai had had so many women before himself. Moreover, she knew very well that Okai was extremely loving towards his own women, and he definitely wouldn't choose Su Lele one and give up all of his loved ones. So if Soleil chooses Okai, then she will need to adapt in advance. Of course, in Suga's opinion, it's for the best that Soleil doesn't pick Okai. That choice, though, is up to her. While letting Su Lele go out for some fresh air, Suya also picked up her cell phone at that moment. Originally, she wanted to see Okai's dialogue box, Okai's circle of friends, but just as she was looking at it, she suddenly saw a friend circle posted by Zhao Minglan. Inside the circle of friends, Zhao Minglan sent a selfie at this time. The photo of her, wearing a very sexy yoga clothes, is posing pose to the mirror, with the text is self-discipline makes me happy. This photo has just sent not long, but in Suya see, the following has dozens of likes and comments. Basically the two people know people together, like some classmates and so on. Of course, the women are just sucking up to her, and the men are just craving her body and her money. After all, it's a chance to fly high, and who would pass it up? At this time, Suya had already entered into the identity of Okai's woman, so after a little thought, she also sent a message to Zhao Minglan, and Zhao Minglan over there, basically reply to this message in seconds. What I told you last time, about acquiring Tianlong real estate, how have you considered it? Oh, how come you're still a lobbyist? The other day, didn't you say you didn't care? Hearing the message sent by Suya, Zhao Minglan's side smiled back. The first few days are the first few days. Now is not the same as the first few days. Looking at the words Zhao Minglan sent over, Suya also sent over a sentence in a small voice. What? You slept with him? Well, how did it feel? As soon as she heard Suya say this, Zhao Minglan immediately opened her mouth and asked. Obviously she was very interested in the matter of Suya sleeping with Okai. Feelings? Just tired. Tired. He is like a beast. No wonder he has so many girlfriends. I am like a small boat inside the storm. Hey, what am I talking to you about this for? Just say whether you are interested in selling it. If I do, I'll send him a message back. And if I don't, I'll tell him to change his target. After all, the relationship was very close. So when Zhao Minglan asked about how Suya Okai was doing, Suya almost subconsciously opened her mouth to speak up. But after she finished speaking, she reacted and then immediately opened her mouth to speak up, directly asking about whether Zhao Minglan was selling the company. Sell, of course, but this is something that you should stay out of. I'll talk to him. Listening to Suya's somewhat irritated words, Zhao Minglan over there couldn't help but laugh a little, although she said that she didn't really believe that Okai was as powerful as Suya said, and thought that Suya just hadn't talked to her boyfriend for the first time, so she wasn't Okai's opponent, but she was married, and Oki was out of her league. Especially since she also practiced yoga, and usually did long-distance running and biking. Her physical strength was far from being comparable to Suya's, and she was still quite confident in dealing with Okai. After chatting with Suya, Zhao Minglan also picked up her cell phone and looked to the contact information she had exchanged with Okai on Sunday before sending a message over. Busy, handsome boy? In the middle of breakfast, does Sister Joe have any orders? Listening to the cell phone rings, at this time is eating how May just fried a good hemp ball of Okai. Also at this time the first time back to the past, because just now, after Zhao Minglan and Suya had just sent a message, Suya's side sent a message to Okai at the very first moment, telling him that if Zhao Minglan was looking for him, there was a possibility that he wanted to talk about acquiring Tianlong real estate. Now he has prepared $5 billion, a discount card that is $50 billion. He is really eager to spend this money quickly. What else can I order? To ask you out for coffee. Do you have time? Yes. When? Once he heard that Zhao Minglan had asked him out for coffee, and still hadn't mentioned the company, Okai's brows furrowed, but he still settled down immediately. Around 10. Go ahead and get busy. I'll send you the address then. No problem. Looking at the message Zhao Minglan sent over, Okai also answered, and then both of them put down the phone as well. It's Zhao Minglan from Tianlong Real Estate, isn't it? She's loose? Looking at Okai's cell phone put down, only then did Zhou Qin open her mouth to ask. She accompanied Okai to meet with Governor Li. Naturally, she also knows that Okai wants to enter the industry, and Sky Dragon Realty, the company that Okai is currently targeting. Not yet, just a coffee date. Shaking his head, Okai quite disliked this kind of business negotiation. It looks like he needs to find someone who specializes in negotiation in the future. Drink coffee, then you find a way to sleep with her. I believe that no one can still not let go after being slept with by you. Hearing Okai speak like this, at this time Zhou Qin also said with a serious face, and as soon as her words fell, sure. Su Nuo, Haomei and son Shanshan beside her all nodded their heads. If before sleeping with Okai, these women's hearts, there are still some, with Okai, is for the money, for the name, for the work, for the status of the idea, then in Okai sleep a night, these ideas are all collapsed. Indeed, the closest road to the middle of a woman's heart is that dojo, and what Oki does best, is build roads. However, after hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai also helplessly looked at her, but also really regarded himself as a stallion. Zhao Minglan is indeed good looking, but he is not an animal of the lower half of the body, as far as it is concerned. But think again, now he has 7 women, and then there is a Fengyu with his own unclear. Su Lele is still waiting in the back. According to the words of Zhou Qin, Sangwon, Hui and Jenny is also eyeing himself, which, he seems to be really seedy and slag. While it's true that many of these people didn't take the initiative themselves, it's also true that he didn't refuse. Is it still really necessary to sell the color? Thinking about it, Okai also muttered in a small voice, but then he shook his head. First talk about it. Again, if you can't, just change your company. Chapter 114, Negotiations. Then this is all yours. Don't worry, it's just watching. I'll call you if anything happens. As Okai finished his breakfast, he also took out 2 watches from inside the safe on the 3rd floor. These 2 watches, one for Suya and one for Shin Cc. It's also a symbol of your own womanhood. Haomei, son Shanshan, has also been wearing it for a long time now. According to Zhou Qin's words, directly take the remaining 3 pieces down, and also give Su Lele a piece, leaving only the most expensive emerald one. But Oki wasn't quite brave enough to be so abrupt after all, so he still only took 2 pieces down. After handing over a piece to Hao Mei, Okai also slipped away in the midst of Su Lele's grudging gaze, and then went to the company with Shi and Su Nuo. Once at the office, things were simple, stock buying as usual. At 9:40, he finished buying the stocks on his side, and Zhao Minglan, over there, also sent him a positioning over at that moment. Okai then instructed Su Nuo and then prepared to go see Zhao Minglan, but only just as he left the house, he saw Luo Guogang coming again, and compared to yesterday's relief, today his face was a bit ugly. What's wrong? Just now, I received news that 2 companies that were cooperating with myself have suddenly announced the termination of their cooperation. Looking at Okai's appearance, Luo Guogang at this time also walked over and whispered, "Suddenly terminated? Was there any reason given?" Although it was said that the small amount of money that Antai earned in a year, Okai showed more than a little inside the cracks of his fingers, but it did not mean that he would not take it seriously. It wasn't explicitly stated. Then I looked for a buddy who used to butt heads with me and asked. It seems that he said that he was entrusted by someone. Shaking his head, Luo Guogang wasn't sure what exactly happened, and at that moment, he also whispered, "Oh, then I understand. Pull the black on these companies. When I have other companies in the future, I will notify the whole company not to have any business dealings with them, and our partners who have business dealings with them, then cut off the relationship." As soon as he heard that he had been commissioned, Oki understood. There were only 2 people who had a grudge against him, full of them now, one Zhao Lei, one Lu Wanqing. It must be that they have found out their own bottom, and now they are ready to force themselves to sign the consent of understanding, and then when the trial is held, they can also fish out their own son. But unfortunately, they still underestimated themselves too much, and since they were playing commercial warfare, don't blame them for not being polite. We're in a service industry. But now Luo Guogang didn't know that Okai still had any company in mind, because at the moment, as far as he knew, there were only 2 companies in Okai, one Antai Financial and one Raincloud Ultra Racing Club. How can you threaten others with just these 2? Oh, you'll see after a while. Patting Luo Guogang's shoulder, Okai also left the company at that moment and drove his car, quickly arriving at the location of the cafe that Zhao Minglan had sent him. The environment of this cafe is obviously nothing like a normal cafe or milk tea store. The place is quite nice, both in terms of decor and atmosphere. Even the seating, which is kind of small partitioned, allows the crowd to stay out of each other's way. And Okai at this moment also followed the location Zhao Minglan sent and looked for it. And in no time, he found Zhao Minglan in front of a window. Today's Zhao Minglan, the upper half of her body was wearing a blue, floral, one-shoulder blouse, and the lower half of her body was a small, slim-fitting leather skirt, paired with a pair of long, oily, black socks, and a pair of dark green, thin, high-heeled shoes. That coiled-up hair, and the messy emanations in front of it, really did give off a strong smell of a beautiful woman. And Jing Kai suddenly empathized with Boss Chow. There was something about that gaze that was hard to pull away from her at this point, whether it was the store, or the man in the window. As he walked by, looking at her, Oki walked over at that point as well. And when quite a few people inside the store watched Okai walk over, they couldn't help but laugh disdainfully, thinking in their hearts, another one, obviously, just now. But there are a lot of people to try to hit on the past, but in return there is only a refusal. In their eyes Okai is another. Just when they were gloating a bit, they realized that Okai actually sat down directly after walking over. This makes the crowd can't help but be a little shocked. Could it be that Okai is the one she's waiting for? But it shouldn't be. Look at Okai's ground floor goods. How can he attract a woman's attention? And that, just in time. Okay, caught up to this point? This woman doesn't want to say no? Having thought of this, all these men could not help but look over there in grief at this point. There were some people who thought they were elite and very good, and at this point there were some more jumping up and down, while at this point Okai and Zhao Minglan, on the other hand, were already chatting. Sister Zhao, you've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? It's okay, what do you want to drink? Hearing Okai's words, Zhao Minglan also smiled while calling the waiter next to her. Have a smoothie, any smoothie. Oki didn't bother to look at the menu and spoke directly. I'm sorry sir, we don't have smoothies here. Juice then, any juice. Okay sir. After hearing Okai's words, this waitress turned to leave at this time. Once she left, at this time, Zhao Minglan also smiled and asked, don't like coffee? I just don't have much interest in bitter things. Tea, I'm all about jasmine. I, for one, am all sugar and no pain. Just being your little tiger? Listening to Okai's explanation. At this time, Zhao Minglan also smiled and blinked her eyes. I'm not a tiger. I'm a dragon. Looking at Zhao Minglan's coquettish smile, Okai also spread his hands and opened his mouth. Ma'am, I wonder if I could make a friend. And just as Okai and Zhao Minglan were chatting here, at this time, suddenly a man also walked over. This guy was wearing a suit and tie, wearing a pair of glasses with gold rims, with the appearance of a svelte scum. Without even looking at Okai, he took out his cell phone and looked directly at Zhao Minglan. As for Zhao Minglan, he looked at him, and then at Okai, who was raising an eyebrow at that moment, and then all of a sudden, he smiled and shook his left hand. You've got a lot of nerve, hitting on me in front of my husband? Ha! Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, this guy also couldn't help but look at Okai. Okai was actually the husband of this beautiful woman? What kind of situation is this? But now, even for the sake of face, he couldn't just give up, and at this point he even raised his head condescendingly and said in a vibrant voice, Is it a fair lady? In the face of love, I don't mind playing fair with others. As he spoke, he pulled his sleeve, revealing a Rolex inside. Chapter 115, 3 Conditions. Wow, a Rolex. Looking at the man's actions, at this time, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but chuckle. Then in front of him, he gently lifted Okai's sleeve, then gestured with his hand. Seeing Zhao Minglan's actions, the man couldn't help but scan the watch on Okai's hand. When he saw the watch for the first time, his heart was in disdain. A big man wearing a small pink watch. Shame on you. And the dial was a mess. Several discs, but when he carefully saw the letters written right in the middle of this dial, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe? He didn't know which Patek Philippe it was, but whichever one it was still worth more than his Admiral. Normally, his 150,000-700 watch is a rare sight indeed, but in the eyes of those who really play with watches, Rolex is not considered a top luxury brand. After all, the most expensive RAW, the Greenwich, is only $4.5 million. The real top watches, even if you don't buy a Patek Philippe, it has to be a Richard Mille, Audemars Piguet, Roger Dubuis, Piaget, and then a Vacheron Constantin if it's not good enough. After all, there are so many other $10 million plus models of this watch. A multi-million-dollar watch is, at best, worth playing with, a couple $100,000, or even over $100,000. Is that still called playing with should? This thing is not even as good as a smartwatch with 13 grams. Sorry for the disturbance. Looking at the watch, this original elite man couldn't help but change his face around. It was obvious that he hadn't thought about the fact that Okai was dressed so casually. Not casually, but in a low key. People are rich. They just don't like coffee. They just like smoothies. He can't care. The man who wears this watch can't afford to mess with himself. The main thing, of course, was that Zhao Minglan, in fact, had made it clear that Okai was her husband, and had rolled up his sleeves, which meant that she had rejected herself. If Zhao Minglan is obviously interested in himself, then he and this rich man hard to carry a little there is something to say. People obviously husband and wife just take himself as a clown, and still stay here. That is also too humiliating. So he bowed his head and said so before immediately leaving in disgrace. As for Okai at this point there was some crying and laughing. How come he's always been the other half for someone else the last couple days? Fengyu approached herself and asked her to be her male seat to the reception. Yesterday, Suya hugged himself and said that he was his boyfriend. And of course, the two of them did then do the interaction that only a boyfriend and girlfriend would do. And this one doesn't suffer. And now Zhao Minglan said that he was her husband, which made Okai a little embarrassed. Was he really going to use this approach to talk to her about acquiring the company? Sorry for borrowing your name just now. Just as Okai was rambling, Zhao Minglan at that moment suddenly said, It doesn't matter. These are all small problems. It's my honor to help Sister Zhao solve her troubles. Hearing Zhao Minglan's words, what else could Okai say but smile and respond? Then you, do you want to have this kind of honor all the time? Listening to Okai speak like this, at this time, Zhao Minglan suddenly said with a smile on her face. Then Okai felt that she didn't know when she had already taken off her shoes, and the instep of the foot wrapped in stockings, also at that moment, rested on his calf. Feeling Zhao Minglan's movements, Okai also said with some tears and laughter, Sister Zhao, otherwise, let's talk about the acquisition first. Sky Dragon Realty. I do want to sell because he's not clean in my opinion, but who in their right mind would mind dirty money? Don't look at the fact that Tianlong Real Estate is half dead now, but there are more than $1 billion in revenue every year, and most of all, I'm very satisfied with those pieces of land they're hoarding. You are playing stocks. Naturally understand that everything has its ups and downs. So does real estate. In 98 Yinawang's real estate collapsed. When it was cheap Yason's house was more than $100 a square foot, and $10,000 can buy a very good one. But it slowed down by 0.3. It crashed again in '08, but it slowed down again by 13. It crashed again in 14, but this time it slowed down in 17. This wave of dividends then continued until the year before last. It's true that the state's regulation of houses will only get tougher, but the market for downtown, school district, and view houses still has a great future, don't you think? Looking at Okay, Zhao Minglan also chuckled at this moment, and hearing her words, Okay laughed to himself. Sure enough, he was still too naive. Zhao Minglan such a hexagonal existence, how could she not know that the future prospects of her company is very good? To know, she just took over the company. That time the real estate has just begun to collapse. Not completely collapse it. If she cashed out at that time, at least can be cashed out of more than $70 billion. Not like now, only more than $30 billion. Almost folded in half. She has the confidence that she can bring the value of the company back up. Looking at Zhao Minglan's playful gaze, Okay shook his head. Reality was not a novel. Novels often encountered some brainwashed people. The protagonist goes to an antique city. A few dollars can pick up a few $100 million of leakage. Randomly pack a piece of land. The next day the local court meets. Zoned for the school district. Randomly pointing to a piece of stone can be opened out of the imperial green. Real world. Such leakage has, but that kind of little cute. There really aren't many. Few. Well, a sale is a sale. In that case, let's make friends. After taking a long breath, Okay also picked up the grass juice that the waiter in front of him had brought over, and opened his mouth toward Zhao Minglan. Hey, you're not going to try again? You're giving up? Hearing that Okay had already started to talk about the scene, at that moment, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, then said with some amusement, I'm not a serious businessman. I don't like to be abrasive and procrastinate on things. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't, so forget it. Laughing a little, Oki never did anything that was forceful, and after hearing Okay speak like this, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but smile even more happily. She was also really growing to like Oki. TSK, you're really cute. It's not impossible if you want to buy Tianlong real estate, but you need to promise me 3 conditions. Lightly ramp. Zhao Minglan, at this time, also put his own foot, from Okai's calf, down to the top of the thigh, at the same time supporting their own chin, also looked at him to compare a 3. Watching her movements, Okai's brows furrowed. How come pretty women like to talk about 3 conditions? But he still held back his spit and ignored Zhao Minglan's feet as well. Go ahead. Chapter 116, Money and People, 100 Golden Boats Plus. Like I said, I like money, but I don't like this company, so if you want me to sell you my shares, or even package up the entire company, you'll need to make me more money. Supporting her chin, Zhao Minglan also said to Okay, why am I kind of missing the point? Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, Okay also said with some doubt, oh, not long ago, the Hong Kong stock gold and silver world thing, is you do it. Looking at Okay, Zhao Minglan also lowered her voice and whispered at this time. Once he heard Zhao Minglan's words, Okai's eyes couldn't help but narrow. This matter, except for himself, Su Nuo, the 13 manipulators and Governor. No one should know about it. How did this Zhao Minglan know about it? Don't worry, no one knows. You're buying my company. I have to check. Combine that with the timing, and your determination to want an industrial shield. So I was 70% sure it was you. But now, it's 10. Looking at Okai's actions, Zhao Minglan also threw a wink at Okai at that moment, then smiled. Worthy of being a super hexagonal type warrior, she dared to come and swindle herself just with this bit of information. So what? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Okai also looked at Zhao Minglan and said bluntly, I can help you acquire Sky Dragon Realty in full, but my share of the money, you don't need to give it to me. I'm going to keep it with you temporarily, and I want 15% annualization every year. Looking at Okai, Zhao Minglan took her other shoe off at this moment and hitched it on Okai's leg, moving it while looking at Okai's eyes and said seriously, 15? Meh, Buffett's only now daring to guarantee 9%. Enduring Zhao Minglan's offense, Okai also looked at her seriously at this moment and said, in my eyes, you're better than Warren Buffett. At least, this aspect is, and ranting and raving, on the ground payback? You can also say a number. Hearing Okai speak like this, at this time Zhao Minglan also smiled and spoke, and hearing Zhao Minglan's words, Okai pondered for a moment. The current market capitalization of Sky Dragon Realty is just bouncing back and forth between $47 and $48 billion. Even if he had received $50 billion, the 65% of the shares that Zhao Minglan had taken was $32.5 billion, with an annual rate of 15%, which meant that he would need to give her $8,075 million per year. I have to say, she's got this one down pat, because Tianlong real estate, even if those few pieces of land skyrocketed, the market value doubled 1.5 times, reaching $100 billion. The annual revenue and net profit may only be a $4-5 billion or so. After all, when the Yida, so big empire, the highest total market value approaching $700 billion, but that time their net profit is only $30 billion. but also rely on Yida movie to launder blood transfusion it, and Tianlong real estate. Full of reckoning. A few years later can have a level of 100 billion is good. A net profit of $4 billion a year would be high, and based on 4 billion, Zhao Minglan's share, when the time comes, will only be 2.6 billion. Now she's opening her mouth for $4,875,000,000, which is not a normally high number, but is 4.8 billion a lot for Ocean? Not to mention going to what Hong Kong stocks, American stocks, even in the A shares. This amount of money, he is just 2 days of things chanting. So after thinking for a while, Okai also held her feet that are making strange things. 15% annualized. I agree. Signed the contract? Hearing that Okai actually agreed directly without cutting a single point. At this moment, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but change her gaze towards Okai to become even more moist. This man, he really wasn't wrong. Confident, domineering, and most of all, really capable, no matter which way he was. That's the second point I was making. Between a man and a woman, contracts are the least legally binding, and the best contract between us is this one. While saying that, Zhao Minglan took out a room card of the hotel next door from inside her own bag, then put it on the desktop, then also tilted her head to look at Okai. Phew, sure enough, at the end of the day, you're straight to the third point. Looking at the room card, Okai sighed at that moment as well. This third point can't be made until I've tried your second condition. So let's go. Don't delay. Seeing Okai asking this, it was obvious that he had already agreed to the second point. Then Zhao Minglan also spoke up at this moment. Then of his own accord, he drew back his feet, put on his shoes, and stood up to wait for Okai. And as for Okai, he also drank all the juice with one tilt of his head, and then went with her to the hotel next door. Zhao Minglan had already opened the presidential suite here, so it saved a lot of trouble, as the two of them rode the elevator to the top floor of the presidential suite after opening the door, at which point Okai also instantly pressed her to the side of the closed door. Looking at Okai's ragged gasps, Zhao Minglan's gaze at this time showed both excitement and anticipation, but there was also a vague touch of worry. Are we going through a procedure first? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Zhao Minglan also used her gaze to look at the wine inside the nearby wine cabinet. Sister Zhao, this is not like your style. Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, Okai also laughed, and hearing Okai speak like this, Zhao Minglan also crossed his eyes, and then took the initiative to take a step forward, her hand already reaching into Okai's clothes. What's my style? To be a bit more wild than now? Looking at Zhao Minglan, Okai asked in a small voice after thinking for a moment, but Zhao Minglan laughed at that moment. Didn't you tell you? Say what? Hearing Zhao Minglan's words, Okai couldn't help but look at her with some confusion. You're actually my first man. Looking at Okai's puzzled gaze, Zhao Minglan also spoke up. However, after hearing her words, Okai couldn't help but mutter in his heart, the first man of the day, right? But when he took her hand, he unexpectedly found that her pulse image was actually the same as Shinsi's last night. What's the deal? Girl who smokes, drinks and clubbing turns out to be a no-show. A woman who's been married for several years is actually a no-show too? My husband, in fact, likes men. Otherwise why do you think he contracted that disease? It's not like he dares to have an illegitimate child. Even if he goes out to find a woman, would he dare not use a raincoat? Looking at Okai's somewhat shocked appearance as he looked at himself, Zhao Minglan at this time also opened her mouth, and hearing her words, Okai also subconsciously picked up. Then this move of yours, because I do want a man. I didn't look for one when he was alive, and now that he's dead, how can I possibly widow him? Blankly glancing at Okai, Zhao Minglan at this time also laughed and spoke up. That makes sense. So, Sister Zhao, is it a procedure now? Or, scratching his head, Oki also whispered, go through the motions, do what you say. Chapter 117, the third condition. Sister Zhao, it's time to eat. As Okai pushed the food cart into the room, he looked at Zhao Minglan, who was lying here at this moment, and also couldn't help but smile as he sat down next to her, and then gently patted her. Feeling Okai's pat, at this time, Zhao Minglan also had some tired eyes opened. Looking at Okai's gaze also at this time changed to a lot of grudges, but more is a strong love. Just now she was originally still thinking, even if it is Suya said that Okai special something else is powerful, but she is not the same as Suya. She has been exercising since a long time ago. Her physical fitness is far from being comparable to Suya. Suya can't carry it. It doesn't mean she can't do it either. As it turns out, though, she really can't. The first hour she still has the power of resistance, but after an hour, she cannot carry. The latter 2 hours, she also felt what Suya said, the kind of storm in the middle of the storm. They are a flat boat feeling. She slept until just now when Oki asked what she wanted to eat, and after saying whatever she wanted, she slowly turned around until this late lunch was delivered. Why don't I feed you? Looking at Zhao Minglan, still with a look of lethargy. Okai also spoke up towards her. Don't, but you can hold me and eat it instead. Hearing Okai's words, Zhao Minglan, a strong woman, naturally didn't like to be fed by others. Just now when she had the physical strength, she was trying hard to take the initiative. But unfortunately, Okai didn't give such an opportunity, still very strongly subdued by Oki. And at this time, after hearing Zhao Minglan's words, Okai also picked her up, and the two of them just sat on the bed and ate this lunch. Soon, after finishing the meal, looking at Zhao Minglan in front of him, Okai was a little foolish again, but Zhao Minglan pushed him away at that moment. Let's leave it at that for today. You go take a shower first. I still have a third condition to say in a while. Hearing Zhao Minglan speak like this, Okai also shrugged his shoulders for a bit before opening his mouth. Then he went to the bathroom to wash up first, and only when he finished washing up and came out did Zhao Minglan go to wash up inside the bathroom. Then the two of them left the hotel together after getting dressed. It had to be said that Zhao Minglan's physical quality was indeed strong, not to mention that it was also the first time for her and Okai, but it had only slowed down for a meal, and at this point, she couldn't see any problems with her footsteps when she walked slowly. When Zhao Minglan followed Okai piece by piece to his car and sat down, at this time Zhao Minglan also extended her hand towards Okai. Bring it on! What? Hearing Zhao Minglan's words, Okai asked with some confusion. Watch Xiaoya has gotten half a day. As soon as he saw Okai's somewhat dazed appearance, Zhao Minglan at this time couldn't help but open her mouth. What Zhao Minglan said about Suya getting half a day's worth of work was naturally referring to the matter of Suya sending a circle of friends in the morning, not long after Okai had sent his watch over to Suya. Originally, Okai thought that Zhao Minglan didn't want it, but he didn't think that she also needed it. Hearing Zhao Minglan's words, Okai also answered, then purposely went to the trunk and took out the watch that he was going to give to Shin Cc. If you give this piece to Zhao Minglan, then you only have two watches left in the safe. One is the most expensive emerald, and the other is the third most expensive sapphire. If you go by Zhou Qin's words, the emerald one was to be reserved for his first wife. Then if the sapphire one was given to Shin Cc, he would have no watch. Then what about Su Lele, Sangwon, Hui and Jenny next? Ugh, one is indeed a scumbag, and that's starting to make you think about serving water. I think I remember Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak has a few more models, so I'll check them out when I find some time. With a small mutter, Oki also took his watch and returned to the driver's seat. After putting the watch to Zhao Minglan deliberately pulled Okai's hand to take a picture, and then sent it to the circle of friends, with the text, "The name of the flower has a master." Obviously, this photo instantly shattered the hearts of countless dog lickers when it was posted, but Zhao Minglan, at this point, would no longer care about these licking dogs, because at this point, her favorability towards Okai had risen to 100. What are we going to do next? And what's the third condition? Watching Zhao Minglan put down her cell phone, Okai also looked at her at that moment and opened his mouth to ask. Emotions are emotions, business is business, and Okai is still thinking about the acquisition. Let's take you to the place where the third condition is triggered now. Let's go. I'll show the way. Looking at Okai's appearance, Zhao Minglan at this time also spoke up, and then she pointed to the road and guided Okai towards the distance, but it didn't go too far, and after driving for about 10 minutes or so, they came to a building with 4 big words written above it, the Jennifer Group, Jin AI Group. Okai knew. He had heard Suya talk about it. This was Zhao Minglan's own exclusive property, but what was she doing bringing herself here? Because according to what Okai knows, this company actually specializes in making women's kind of close-fitting clothes. A few years ago when Secret was the hottest, Secret's market value reached up to nearly 30 billion US dollars. That's over 20 million soft dollars. It was because of this company. So it also let a lot of people know that this thing is actually so profitable. So in those 2 years, the same type of company, like a rainbow, sprung up. Not Zhao Minglan's company though, she was founded much earlier. It seems that when she was in college, she registered her trademark, and then after marrying her husband, she borrowed the momentum of Tianlong Real Estate to set up this company. So far, no one knows how much this company is worth because it has not been listed, but according to industry estimates, this company will not be less than $8 billion. After all, just this building where this company was located was worth $5 billion, and this building also belonged to Zhao Minglan. But no matter what this company said, Oki didn't quite understand what to do here. Under Zhao Minglan's command, Okai also parked his car, and then the two of them also got out of the car, and Zhao Minglan also walked into the middle of the building on Okai's arm. As she walked inside, she spoke to Oki as well. You know what? This company is my real heart and soul. I was discriminated against since I was a kid because Hun developed well. Even in my junior year I couldn't buy proper underwear. My underwear was altered by my mom for me. From that point on, I set my mind to make this plus-size lingerie brand. Well, congratulations, Sister Zhao. You made it, but I still don't quite understand. What did you call me here for? Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, Okai also asked with some hesitation. Zhao Minglan, on the other hand, just smiled at this point and looked at Okai. Next, I'm going to take you to my secret garden. Chapter 118, New Jobs. As the electrical sample came to the top floor, Zhao Minglan at that time also brought Okai down. The next thing that appeared in front of Oki was a large door. After Zhao Minglan opened the door with the password, what appeared inside was a modest room, and there was a large door on the other side of the room. To open this door, you'll need to use your fingerprints. After opening this door, there is another door which is unlocked with your face, and when this third door opened again, the new space that appeared was going to be much larger than the two that had just been there, with a lot of what looked like a bath kind of closet on the walls here, as well as a much larger door. And in front of this big door, Oki saw 4 more girls. These 4 girls are average looking, right? If the system face value is counted, they are all only about 65, belonging to the average person, but they are quite porous to look at. When Okai's gaze swept over them, he realized that these 4 girls all had a business ability of about 95, and it could be seen that they should be a bodyguard type of existence, and their level wasn't even much worse than Sangwon's girls anymore. Of course, the face value is much worse. When they saw Zhao Minglan, they all stood up at the first opportunity, then nodded respectfully, then stood on either side of the gate. At the same time, Zhao Minglan also looked at Okai. Take off your clothes. Ha! Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, Okai couldn't help but be a bit confused. What play should just take off his clothes? Behind this door is not allowed to wear clothes. Also not allowed to bring a cell phone, watch or anything. Cell phone. You can put it among the box here. If it rings with a phone, they will come in to notify you. Looking at Okai's puzzled gaze, at that moment Zhao Minglan had already started to take off. Looked at Zhao Minglan are stripped. Okai cannot help but be a little hesitant. Looked at Zhao Minglan, and then looked at the 4 women. He cannot help but bite his teeth, or take off the clothes. Not much time the two are ready to continue after. Zhao Minglan also pulled Okai to the front door. At this time the 2 female bodyguards who were close to this side of the door also slowly pushed open the door at this time. At the same time Zhao Minglan's voice rang out at that moment. Welcome to my place of inspiration, precious secret garden. Listening to Zhao Minglan's voice, Okai also looked into the room at this time. The result of the first time into his eyes is the people. At this time in this space, there are at least 200-300 people. Some people are writing and drawing on some operating table, or cutting some fabric. Some people are sitting in front of the computer in the distance, is drawing something. There are some people, is in the distance of a huge is still in the hot water pool laughing and joking. Hot water pool in the distance, laughing and joking. There were Yanhuang people, foreigners and some exotic people in these people, but without exception, all of these people were women, and they were all very beautiful looking women with extremely explosive bodies, and with a single glance, there was not a single one of these women who had a face value of less than 85, and there were even several women who had a face value of more than 95, is comparable to these great beauties around oneself. At the same time the main thing is that these women are now in the same state as Okai and Zhao Minglan. When Okai was stiff and dumbfounded and was pulled into the room by Zhao Minglan, at this time, all these women in this room also looked at Okai and Zhao Minglan. For a moment their eyes all lit up, and then they tacitly put down the work at hand, and then gathered around at the first opportunity. Sister Zhao, this. Looking at the gazes these girls were looking at him, Okai subconsciously wanted to shrink back, but at that moment the door had already been reclosed, and he could only look at Zhao Minglan as if for help. What's going on here? He is now a little confused. Don't be afraid, you'll be working with them from now on. Some of these people are designers I've recruited and others are models I've kept. The third thing I'm going to say has to do with them as well. And my third condition is for you to come over and help out when you're not doing anything. But what can I do to help? I don't know how to design either. Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, Okai said with a confused face, no need for you to know how to design. You know what we do here. Looking at Okai's parentage, at this time, a woman next to him who looked to be just in her 20s also walked over and looked Okai up and down satisfactorily before opening her mouth to speak. This is our chief designer here, Meili. Besides me, she's the one who talks the best. Hearing the woman's words, Zhao Minglan at this time also smiled and spoke up. Yeah. While blocking himself, Oki whispered, we make this kind of clothes, although we say it's also to please women, but it's still mainly for men to see, so your job is 4 in total. One of them is to look at our design the clothes, whether it looks good or not, whether you like it or not. The second is that we sometimes need to simulate the sense of touch and pick fabrics to see if the chosen fabric is comfortable or not, so we need you to provide the sense of touch to pick it. The third is that it's too stuffy and dry here, and it's not good for the skin, so you need to help us apply moisturizer. It's 4 is these models. Well, we need them too, and you need to de-hair us. Looking at Okai's puzzled gaze, The woman called Mealy also opened her mouth to speak. Hearing her words, question marks floated above Oki's head. Shouldn't the first one of these be sampled by more men? Isn't it too subjective to just ask yourself? The second one. How did he feel this one was more of a pretext? Third. Wouldn't you guys be better off in a normal work environment? Why did you call yourself a moisturizer? Fourth. Isn't this something that should be addressed at a beauty salon? If they don't want to go to a beauty salon, they should go to their own boyfriends. What's the point of going to him now? And looking at Okai's face at this moment, which was confused and full of incomprehension, Zhao Minglan at this moment also smiled and talked to him. Originally, a lot of this work was done by female employees, but there are some things, like touch and such, that female employees can't accomplish. And having girls apply moisturizers to us always feels weird. After all, you know, I've got that PTSD. So it was unanimously decided that we should find a boy to do these things. But getting anyone's boyfriend, or anyone's relatives, was a no-go for everyone. So it was finally decided that I would come and let my boyfriend do the work. Therefore, this job is bound to me. Since you accepted me, you can't strike. While saying that, Zhao Minglan shook the wristwatch on her hand, and listening to her words, Okai at this time also directly, completely confused. Chapter 119, Exhaustion. Bang! A muffled sound. Okai's body helplessly collapsed in the back of his car. His right hand also at this time blocked his eyes. It's now after 5 p.m., and Oki has been there for over 3 hours. If it wasn't for the fact that it was time to leave work, he probably wouldn't have been able to leave. Looking at his haggard, exhausted appearance, Zhao Minglan, who was forced to sit in the driver's seat at this time, couldn't help but smile and nudge him. Hey, what's wrong? It's not working. How can a man say he can't? Really, can't carry it? It's not like you didn't see what they were doing just now. Am I helping them? It's clearly the mat. Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, Okai's voice was a little weepy. Growing up so big, he has not suffered such aggression. Just now when Zhao Minglan finished what he wants to do, these women will directly surge up, saying that they want to teach Okai how to do it, but the ones who do it are them. There are no more secrets on Oki's body, from his hair strands, to his toenails. Hey, you're just too nervous, and they're really curious about you. You know, in our line of work, basically all the men are sissies, 9.5 out of 10, so they probably haven't seen a proper man in a while, and those models, they are all more special exclusive models that I signed from home and abroad, and they don't go out during normal times. They're just a bunch of deep-rooted resentful women. You don't have to be polite with them, just come straight to whichever one you fancy. I'm sure you'll conquer them. Hearing Okai's voice, Zhao Minglan also laughed awkwardly, and then she also stopped pushing Okai, and instead started the engine, walking towards Longtang Jiayuan while relieving Okai. But why did her words of relief get more and more twisted the more she heard them? And Okai also wiped his face at that moment, then looked at Zhao Minglan with some grudges. Do you know how many people you have there? Counting me today, there are about 227 of them. After doing some calculations in her heart, Zhao Minglan also spoke up. And you know it, if this gets off to a good start, I'm going to die in your mystery garden. Hearing Zhao Minglan's words, Okai also gritted his teeth and spoke. Hey, where is this going? It's just the design department and the models today. Other times, people from the administration department, personnel department, sales department, and public relations department may also come up, adding up to a total of more than 500 people. Our company, only the security department, warehousing department, transportation have men, office are outside. The company inside a total of only these, may be in the future to trouble you it. Even if there are some married with kids, you can like it, I have faith in you. While saying that, Zhao Minglan winked at Okai, then Okai once again tiredly lay down. He's into beautiful women, but he still wants to die. The car drove all the way to Longtangjiayuan, but it didn't drive directly into the garage. Driving to the side of the road, he saw Suya and Su Lele were waiting for them at the side of the road at this time. Once the car was parked, originally the two wanted to go to the back row. As soon as he opened the door, he ended up finding Oki lying here. Then Suya's eyes lit up. The first time to scurry up, put Okai's head on his lap. As for Su Lele can only beat co-pilot sitting. What are you guys doing? I thought we were going for coffee. Turned into wine? As the two of them got into the car. At this time, Suya gently pressed Okai's head while curiously saying to Zhao Minglan, it was fine when I left this morning. Why is it EMO now? Hey, let me give the whole week right. Don't look at his usual time 5 blow 6 whistles. Just face us when some ability. This afternoon I take him to my secret garden round. Come out like this. Listening to Suya's questioning, Zhao Minglan also said with a bit of weakness. Ah, Sister Minglan, your secret garden? My goodness. I feel like it's a miracle that he can still come out alive. Once she heard Zhao Minglan say this, at this point, Su Lele was a bit shocked. Obviously she and Suya have been to Zhao Minglan's secret garden, the place where the girl went. It was fun. The boy did not go before. It was very yearning. After going, easy to die. Minglan, you are indeed going a bit overboard. After Su Lele finished speaking, Suya at this time also frowned and said, hey, it's really my fault too. I underestimated these guys' love for men, and arguably for Okai as well. And as you know, those who work in design are more or less mentally cleansed, and 9.5 out of 10 of the men in our line of work we can't look at either. There are also those models from Europa, Southeast Asia. Although I said that I helped them solve the problem of visa, but after all, they are not from the good way, so they are not afraid to go out. So it is true that they are a little crazy, but it does not matter. When they will play games for a little while, these guys will not be so crazy. More than 500 people inside your company. I'm still waiting. It's going to be a monkey's life. As soon as she heard Zhao Minglan's words, at this time, Su Lele couldn't help but pat her, then opened her mouth. Hearing Su Lele speak like this, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but look at Suya and Su Lele with some surprise. She knew that Suya and Okai were together. She couldn't imagine that Su Lele was as well. Don't look. I'm the one who saw Kai first, and then my sister snatched him up. Really? Once she looked at Zhao Minglan's gaze, at this time, Su Lele also beamed and sat down next to her. Hey, you are not the same as them. They are just my employees, and with Okai is just pure desire to communicate. You are not the same. You are going to be with us. Listening to Su Lele's words, Zhao Minglan also smiled. After hearing what Zhao Minglan said, Su Lele only thought a little at this time, then shook her head. I have to say, this girl is really good to get rid of. The group of 4 then went to an upscale barbecue restaurant for a barbecue meal as well. After finishing his meal, Okai recovered a little bit, then after thinking about it for a while, he decided that he wanted to go to Zhou Qin's bar to have a look. Today, Zhao Lei and the others had made a move on themselves, and he was a little worried about whether something would happen to Zhou Qin's bar, and since today was also the day the new band was coming, he wanted to go and help out, and after hearing Okai's words, Suya and Su Lele decided to go and take a look together. As for Zhao Minglan, originally she didn't want to go. After all, she was the one who made Okai so weak. If she went there, wouldn't it be embarrassing if the other party asked? Still, Sua forced her to bring her along. She, the culprit, doesn't go. She and Su Lele can't talk about it. Chapter 120, The New Band. Hey, yeah, Sister Zhou. Sure. Miss Su is also here. So many people today? With Oki their group of 4 arrived at the bar. As soon as he came in, he saw Zhou Qin. Sure. Su Nuo, and Hao Mei all at the bar. And naturally Sun Shanshan was there as well. But she had now changed into waitress clothes and was helping out. And after greeting them, Zhou Qin and the girls all looked at Zhao Minglan. It was the first time they had seen the woman. Just as soon as their gazes met, they could tell that this woman was not simple, very smart, very domineering, and her body seemed to be very good. Just that for some reason, her eyes revealed a heart. Could she be worried that she and the others won't accept her? It shouldn't be possible. It wasn't until they saw Oki that it seemed to sink in. Looking at Okai's exhausted appearance, at this moment, Sure and the others could not help but be shocked. The gaze that looked at Zhao Minglan also turned terrified. They knew too well how strong Okai was. The 5 of them together couldn't even beat Okai alone. And then Zhao Minglan alone? Don't get me wrong. Sister Minglan doesn't have such great ability. Sister Minglan has a company, and the top floor of the company is a secret garden. Looking at the shocked gazes of these women, at this time, Su Lele also wiped Zhao Minglan's old bottom in a small voice. And at the time when these people heard that Zhao Minglan actually found more than 200 women, their gazes all couldn't help but turn eloquent. Although it was said that they usually always liked to find women for Okai, they didn't think of playing Okai to death, and for a moment their hearts did have some resistance to Zhao Minglan. Sisters, I'm sorry. While it's true that Oki is tired, it's more just mentally tired, and I'm 100% certain that what just happened, while it's true that the audit will definitely not pass either, it's not the worst kind of failing. If you don't believe me, we can go together tomorrow and you can supervise it. Looking at the gazes of the ladies, Zhao Minglan, a smart person, naturally conceded, while raising his right hand and swearing that, indeed, he did not hurt Okai's body, just let his mind suffered a lot of trauma. She's right, it's true that there's no such thing as a broken record. I'm just intimidated. Looking at their gazes, as well as Zhao Minglan's eyes for help, Okai also sighed and opened his mouth to speak up. This person, was also tenacious. Since he had already promised Zhao Minglan, he would still do things as much as possible to the end. There's no need to push yourself. The Tianlong real estate matter resolved? Hearing Okai speak like this, at this time, Zhou Qin also walked behind him, gently pressing his head at the same time, also asked in a low voice, They only knew that Okai and Zhao Minglan went to the hotel. They really didn't know the specific situation. Well, she agreed to help me package up the entire Sky Dragon Realty and she didn't ask for the money. She was going to invest it with me and collect interest every year. More than $30 billion? Hearing Okai's whispered reply, Zhou Qin couldn't help but say with some surprise, over 30 billion. Nodding, Oki made sure of that as well. Hear Okai so speak. Zhou Qin at this time to look at Zhao Minglan's gaze is slightly softer. This woman, although it is said to do things a little too much, but obviously she is also wholeheartedly devoted to Okai's body. There is no problem on the route, just the practice of problematic cases. It is not impossible to survive. Brother Kai. Just as Okai was enjoying Zhou Qin's massage, Sun Shanshan at this time also came back. After whispering to Okai, she quietly went inside the counter to get a beer. Looking at her action, Okai couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong with you? Looking at Sun Shanshan as if she was a thief, Okai asked with some confusion. The lead singer of this band I invited here today is her teacher. Hearing Okai's doubtful words, Zhou Qin also opened her mouth and smiled. And along with Zhou Qin's gaze over, Okai is indeed on top of the stage to see a new band. This band of 2 men and 2 women. The guitarist is a chubby little fat man, but the guitar plate is not bad. Next to the keyboard is a tall, skinny middle-aged man. Some are also wearing a woolen hat. Hair is very long and very messy, but play rock and roll if the can be understood. The drummer was also a girl, looking 25 or 6 years old, not too small, but up and kinda mean. And as for the lead singer, she had red hair, a very thick smoky outfit, and was wearing a black jacket with a black smock underneath as well. And underneath she was wearing a pair of uninspired pants and a pair of silver high-heeled shoes. Seriously, with that outfit, it's going to be more punk than punk. And this, the teacher? She's not normally like that. She's so quiet. I was only sure it was her when I saw her registered ID. That hair is probably fake. And the tattoos on the body, there's a chance they're stick-on. Looking at the doubt in Okai's eyes, Sun Shanshan at this time also whispered. Hearing her words, Okai also glanced at her attributes. Name Yuan shall we? Sex, female. Age, 28. Height, 170. Weight, 46 kilograms. Physical fitness, 28. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 33. Business, 81. Not sure if this refers to singing or teaching. Innovation, 19. Socialization, 27. Management, 22. Favorability towards the host, 61. When Okai saw that, she had a charisma value of 96. He did believe that this girl should indeed be Sun Shanshan's teacher, because according to his current view, this woman's current charisma value can have 80 are considered a big day. Just do not know she drew into such a grandmother like, is afraid of trouble, afraid to be recognized, or just like this style. Guess it should be all 3. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to stop being a good teacher and come over to sing rock. But I have to say, it's pretty good. I'll be off. Call me when you leave. Seeing that Okai believed in himself, at this time Sun Shanshan also whispered, and then went to the distance to deliver the wine. As for Okai and the others also drank the wine mixed by Jenny while listening to the song, and stayed until about 10 o'clock in the evening. Okai and the others went back to the house together. Of course, Zhao Minglan and Suya did not go home with Okai. Suya because Su Lele is not Okai's woman yet. She naturally wants to go home with Su Lele. As for Zhao Minglan, it was obvious that she had just finished straightening out Okai today, and even though Zhou Qin and the others hadn't flipped out, it was obvious that it wasn't too good to stay with them today, so she also went back to her own home. But the two's home is inside the neighborhood. It is not far, especially Suya lives downstairs, to the convenience of. However, when the crowd returned home, Okai would not challenge another audit with Zhou Qin and the girls tonight. Today's Okai was indeed a bit tired, so after a few people finished their baths, Zhou Qin and the girls went to bed. Okai, on the other hand, had some trouble sleeping, so he also came to the sofa outside again and brushed his cell phone, and as a result of brushing and brushing, he actually accidentally brushed the live broadcasting room of the girl called Xiao Jing, and at this time, this girl is practicing the songs inside the live broadcasting room. What she practiced, though, was actually a lust version of Until the End of the World. Oki couldn't help but laugh at her inability to find the beat. Chapter 121, Facing Fear. User Kai, rewarded you with a carnival. Oh, Kai, you're here. I'm sorry, I'm so stupid. I've been learning these songs for the past few days, wanting to sing them to you, but I never learned them. Looking at Song Jing's somewhat dumbfounded appearance in the middle of the screen, Okai also laughed a little. The 1 million he had charged in, and couldn't return it, so he just rewarded a carnival out. As a result, the special effects over here had just risen, when Song Jing at that moment reacted and then immediately opened her mouth. It's okay, take your time and learn. I'm waiting to hear it. Listening to Song Jing's words, Okai also said blandly. Seeing that Okai had said so, Song Jing at this time also happily smiled and nodded her head, then continued to start learning these difficult songs. And after Oki had watched her learn for a while, he paddled away quietly. Kai does not like to watch the live broadcast, and in the past, he would occasionally look at some rubbing female anchor dancing videos and so on, but now he is surrounded by so many girls, and he does not have to look at it, so he prefers to watch the funny ones, or the foodcasts, the fishing ones, whatever. In this way, after brushing here for a while, Kai went back to floor Jochin and they went to sleep, while Song Jing in the live broadcast room, after learning for a while, look up, only to find that the position of the list of one has been empty, which makes her cannot help but feel some emotion. She really can't figure out what this Kai really likes. This side of Song Jing how to think. Kai naturally do not know. He only know. Tonight he sleeps uneasily, counting since he obtained the system. He has not insomnia. Also did not dream. Of course, people sleep to dream. However, he was all asleep directly to the next morning. Sleep quality is extremely high. Had a dream he does not remember. But tonight, he dreamed. I dreamed that I was tied up in the mysterious garden of Xiaominglan, and then there were thousands of men and women surrounding me, constantly challenging me to audit. He tried to struggle, but was bound, until he woke up from the nightmare. He found that at this time Zhou Qin and Shi is leaning on his shoulder, and his hand is also grasped by Sun Shanshan and Su Nuo. As for the leg, naturally, their legs are also sandwiched in the middle. No wonder it feels like it's bound. Watching the scene, Oki also slowly withdrew his hand, then shook it off as he left the patchwork king-sized bed that was his master bedroom and went outside. As soon as he walked out, he saw Hao Mei making breakfast. This morning she did his small dumplings, dough last night when it has been sent on. This morning for just good, adjusted the beef filling, large pieces of the package into the package, and then put inside the cage drawer. A strong noodle aroma also floated out. It smells so good. Looking at Hao Mei who was busy, Kai also walked over at that moment and hugged her from behind. It smells good, right? If it smells good, you can eat more in a while to replenish your energy. Hearing Kai say that, Hao Mei also smiled and said so. To replenish your energy, shouldn't you eat oysters, cashews, drink goji berry water or something? Putting his head on Hao Mei's shoulder, Kai also asked her with a smile. It's ready, but you can't just eat it in the morning. Are you doing anything tonight? Hearing Kai's words, Hao Mei also asked with a smile. Well, originally booked to meet Shen CC yesterday evening. The result, so it can only go to meet this evening. After thinking about it for a while, this is not good when there are more women. There is always time management. Well, then we'll have it at tomorrow's time. Tomorrow may not have time either. I have to go help you and Shi move in the morning. Then I have to go help Su Nuo help her family. And at noon I have an appointment with Shen CC to go inside He Lan's house for dinner. So I don't think I may be able to make it back in the evening. Looking at Hao Mei, Kai also spoke awkwardly. The day after tomorrow then. Oh yeah. You're going to accompany Feng Yu to attend that reception the night after tomorrow, so you should have time at noon. I'll fry you some cashew flowers to eat. Hearing Kai say that, Hao Mei didn't care and said so. Yeah. Looking at Hao Mei, at this time, Kai also smiled and answered. Geez, it's early in the morning just to see you two showing your love here. And just as Kai and Hao Mei were chatting here, at that moment, Zhou Qin also walked out from inside the room, yawning while smiling to the duo, and heard the words of Zhou Qin. Kai and Hao Mei are not concerned about the smile. After all, they and Kai show love place. Way more to go. If every time to be flirted with on the blush, that still do not live a life? Everyone has long been accustomed to it. Good morning, Sister Zhou. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Waving her hand a bit. At this time, Zhou Qin sipped her water while asking towards Kai. Not good. Had a nightmare all night. Facing Zhou Qin and Hao Mei, there was nothing Kai couldn't say. And at that moment, he also bitterly smiled and told the dream he had last night. And hearing that Kai had been dreaming, at this point, Hao Mei couldn't help but look at her with some concern. Otherwise, forget this job. Hey, I've already promised Zhao Minglan. I can't go back on my word. Sighing, Oki shook his head, still ready to continue this job. Actually, you're just out of your mind. Hearing Kai's words, at this time, Zhou Qin also spoke up. Mindset? Listening to what Zhou Qin had said, Kai couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Well yes, love is like a spring. If you're weak she's strong. In a nutshell you're afraid, and so are you when you face us. Basically passive. Have you ever tried to pursue someone? Ever tried to be stronger? Zhou Qin supported her own chin and looked at Kai while also speaking. Big sister. More than 200 old ladies rushed up to me all of a sudden, groping and kissing me. Anyone else would be scared, right? How would anyone want to do such a job? If you don't believe me, ask all the big dudes in front of the screen. I guess they'd all rather be single than do a job like this. Looking at Zhou Qin, Okai rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, "So yeah, you have to be even stronger. You have to conquer them instead of letting them treat you like a plaything. So here's the deal. We'll go with you in a little while and I'll show you how to do it." After hearing Okai say this, Jo Chin hesitated for a moment before opening her mouth to speak as well. Looking at Jo Chin that serious look, Okai for a moment cannot help but some hesitation. She will not be going to fight it. Jo Chin, they are only a total of 5 people. Go to fight with more than 500 people? You want to be so fierce? But although there was still some inner apprehension, Oki nodded and responded. Chapter 122, Delisting. After eating breakfast, Okai and his group, today a piece of the anti-financial, only just coming over. Luo Guogang came over and told Okai that another company had terminated their cooperation with them, and Okai just told him to write down the name of this company. Then, as usual, he went to the trading room to trade today's Hong Kong stocks, and just when he was operating in the company, at this time on the other side of the city in the headquarters conference room of Tianlong Real Estate, the entire board of directors of Tianlong Real Estate gathered at this time. Yesterday when he and Okai came out from the hotel, Zhao Minglan had already given the notice that the board meeting would be held today. In fact, it was just for one afternoon and one evening. If it was usual, a lot of people might not be able to come over in time. After all, these directors, there are a lot of them are playing outside, or there are other companies, but Zhao Minglan just a sentence, related to the equity. These guys, even if it is a rocket, but also when today is on 9:30 before the arrival of Tianlong Real Estate. When Zhao Minglan walked into the conference room, she was quite satisfied, for the stockholders she remembered had arrived. Sky Dragon Realty, except for 10% of the stock floating around out there, the remaining 90% of the stock is held by the 7 shareholders. The largest, the Zhao Minglan family, owns 65% of Tianlong Real Estate. Other than that, the other 6 have a maximum of 5% and a minimum of only 3%, and all of these people are here today. In addition to them, some of the top executives inside the company also came. For example, the general manager inside the company now, Yi Yonghua. Yi Yonghua is a talent. In his earliest days, he was following Zhao Minglan's husband's husband, an old man of the company, and now he has been there for more than 20 years. His ability, his face, and his means are not bad. When the old man was alive, don't look at the fact that Zhao Minglan's husband was the chairman of the board in front of the bright face, but in reality, the operation of the company was still in the hands of Yi Yonghua, and naturally, such a talent cannot be easily let go. So he was inside the company, with a base salary of $5 million a year, and the old man also took 5% of the dividends from his own equity and gave it to him as dry shares. That's why he's such a sellout, because if the company makes more, it means he makes more. So today, when he heard that Zhao Minglan was opening this board meeting in preparation to talk about the matter about the equity, his brows had been frowning, and he couldn't understand what this woman was trying to do. As the time came to 9:30, at this time, the chairman's assistant inside the company over here also whispered a reminder to Zhao Minglan, and then Zhao Minglan also gently knocked on the table, and then looked at these people. Everyone, as a matter of fact, all of you are my uncle's generation, so I won't beat around the bush. I'm going to pack up the company and sell it. What? Isn't the company's recent financial report not bad? Why sell the company? Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, the 6 directors over here all said with a shocked face, and Yi Yonghua in the distance also frowned even deeper at this moment. He somewhat didn't quite understand what this was going to do. Folks, there's a guy who's made an offer I'm happy with, and his demand is to buy the company in full, which means that not only is the company going to be sold to him completely, but it's going to be delisted. Of course, I'm not going to put you all in a difficult position. This person is willing to pay the market price for the company, even at a premium. I understand that you all have feelings for the company, but feelings can't be food. Nowadays, in this era, cash is king, and the other party is willing to take out nearly $50 billion in cash to buy the company at one time. I just can't think of a reason to say no. Listening to the clamor of voices below, Zhao Minglan also knocked on the desktop once again, then smiled and opened her mouth to speak. Hearing Zhao Minglan speak that the other party was actually willing to spend nearly $50 billion in cash and purchase the company, at which point these 6 shareholders all shut their mouths at this point. It's true that this company is still getting by, with almost another $1.5 billion or so a year, but $1.5 billion, in their hands, is only a few tens of millions, though it seems like the plots of land that the company is keeping have the potential to go up in value later on, but that's later, after all. And it's important to realize that this wave of the housing bubble has just been killed off. Hell knows when the next time house and land prices go up. Now this era is indeed the king of cash, directly to the hands of billions of dollars. Do something else is also good, and most of all, the main thing is, don't forget, Zhao Minglan, is the chairman of the company. She has 65% of the shares. That is to say, she, absolutely, controls it. If she had her heart set on acquiring and selling even after tearing her face off, they would not be able to stop her. And now that Zhao Minglan was still sitting here and willing to discuss with them, it meant that in terms of price, it might still be possible to raise it a bit. Thinking of this, all of them couldn't help but freeze their gazes. If that were the case, they would be okay with it. At that moment, the second largest shareholder, who owned a total of 13% of the shares, also raised his hand at that moment. If that's the case, I agree, but he'll have to buy it at a 5% premium. After all, we still have a 3% net profit for the year. No problem. Who else has any problems? Hearing the man's words, Zhao Minglan also smiled and said, this problem had already been talked about by her and Okai yesterday. Okai has said that any total value under $52 billion is fine. Currently, as of right now, the market capitalization of Sky Dragon Properties is $47.6 billion. A 5% premium would only just add $2.38 billion, just under $50 billion, which he can afford to pay. Hearing Zhao Minglan directly agree down. At this time, several people over here looked at each other. In fact, when the money was in place, everything else would be a minor problem, with a few shareholders determined that they could sell their equity. At this time Zhao Minglan also called the legal side to bring over a few consent forms for the transfer of equity. As long as they have signed the word, the equity is considered to be transferred, and then Okai can make the payment. As for the sold shares, there will be a 30-day liquidation period. This is no need to rush, because the shareholders are not considered shareholders. After looking at the contract in front of them are no problem. This time the 6 shareholders have also signed the word. The things are finished. This time the 6 people are also ready to leave. And Yi Yonggui at this time is also ready to go. But just when he is going to go, Zhao Minglan but called him to stop. Mr. E, wait a moment. Dong Zhao, is it about personnel changes? Hearing Zhao Minglan's words, Yi Yonggui at this time also spoke directly. He understands the reasoning of once a prince, always a minister. Since the other party has acquired the company in full, it is estimated that all the important positions inside the company will be planted with their own people. His own position as GM may have to give way. No, but Zhao Minglan shook her head at that moment and smiled. Chapter 123, a little bit of fighting. Mr. E, the company, is it for sale? As Yi Yonggui returned to his office, at this time, his secretary also served him a cup of coffee before asking somewhat hesitantly. Well, it was already sold. The other party moved very quickly and seemed to trust Zhao Minglan. After signing the contract on this side, the money was already in place on the other side. A total of $50 billion in cash. Say it hits, then it's just a matter of waiting for the equity to be divided up and then they're good to split the money. But at this point in time, the company's last name was O. Mr. E, can you take us with you? Wherever you go, I'll go. Hearing Yi Yonggui say that the company has changed ownership, at this time this secretary could not help but speak with some hesitation, and his gaze was full of determination. Me? Oh, don't get any ideas, I'm not going anywhere. Listening to the little secretary's words, Yi Yonggui also laughed a little before opening his mouth. At this moment, he couldn't help but remember what Zhao Minglan had said when she had left him behind just now. The company's personnel will not have any changes. What you were like before, you are still like now. Your dry shares are also the same as before, as usual, and your salary is adjusted upward by 10%. Why? Listening to what Zhao Minglan had said, Yi Yonggui at this time had a puzzled look on his face, because the one who bought this company, is my man, and he, just needs industrial protection, not a big show. Looking at Yi Yonggui's puzzled gaze, Zhao Minglan also slightly revealed something about the new boss. Then Yi Yonggui understood, then nodded and left the conference room. Indeed, one day, but if this one day, just the left hand for the right hand, there is no need to worry so much. Just as the dust settled on the Tianlong real estate side, Okai here on the other side also received a system beep. Ding, consuming a 10% discount card. Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of Tianlong real estate. Ding, detected that the host owns the first company with a market capitalization of $10 billion. Now the system officially started. In the future, every time the host earns 10 billion, the system will have additional rewards. The current amount earned by the host is 3,877,910,000,000. Oh, a discount card doesn't count as money I've earned. Looking at the system's prompt, Okai couldn't help but skim his lips and muttered in a small voice. Then he opened up his character panel as well. Name, Okai. Sex, male. Age, 25 years. Height, 189. Weight, 86 kilograms. Physical fitness, 100. Charisma, 100. Wisdom, 51. Operations, 42. Innovation, 41. Socialization, 9. Management, 45. Special ability, perfect body. Skills, great compassionate hands, master vocalist, master healer, beginner cook, beginner driver. Property in name only. 31st, 32nd and 33rd floors of building No. 7. Longteng Jiayuan, valued at 89 million. Anthem Financial Corporation, valued at $68 million. Raincloud Supercar Club, worth $210 million. Name shares, worth 1,275. 23 million, 1 Hong Kong dollar. 4 billion. Miscellaneous goods in name only, valued at 113. 37 million. Tianlong Real Estate, worth $50 billion. 5% premium. Current cash, $224. 48 million. Total assets, $49. 5 billion. Amount earned, $3. 877. 91 million. Phew. This string of numbers is really comfortable to look at. Emotionally looking at the property he currently had in his name. Who would have thought that not so long ago, he was an ordinary person who earned a few thousand a month and was disliked by his girlfriend? It's true. A horse can't get fat without night grass, and a man can't get rich without cross-currency. As for their own attributes, all of them have also seen some significant increases. Height, weight, business, innovation, management, all of these have improved. But it's just socialization. Or 9. Sure enough, social terrorism, it can't hurt. But although the money is good, but as soon as he thought of his girlfriend, Kai's eyebrows could not help but wrinkle, because at this time, he was about to come to Zhao Minglan's company. Let's go! As several cars successively parked in Zhao Minglan's company's parking lot, at this time, Zhou Qin also patted Kai's shoulder and opened his mouth to speak. Phew! It's a blessing that can't be avoided. Let's go! Listening to Zhou Qin's words, Kai also took a deep breath before stepping out of the car. When he got out of the car, at this time the other car Sure, Hao Mei, Sun Shanshan, Su Nuo, and even called Sangwon, Hu Yi and Jenny together. Kai told Zhou Qin about the situation up here, and when Zhou Qin called, Kai also listened carefully, but Sangwon, Hu Yi and Jenny actually did not refuse, but still came. But now that we're here, let's go. At that moment, Oki also led them along towards the company before them. The security guards at the entrance of the company, naturally, will not stop Kai, because yesterday Zhao Minglan has spoken with everyone inside the company. Kai is the company's deputy general manager. His power is the same as his own. He can casually enter and exit any place, except for the ladies' room. Other than that, he can fire whoever he wants. That's how much power he has. So when the security guard saw him, he saluted and then let Kai and the others in, riding the elevator. Soon the crowd came to the top floor. After entering the password, swiping the fingerprints, and recognizing the face, Kai also came to the room where those 4 female bodyguards were once again. Although the other party was a bit surprised that Kai actually brought 8 women with him, they didn't say anything, and after all of them had stored their clothes and cell phones, they also opened the door, and then a group of 9 people also walked into this room together. As soon as they walked in, Zhou Qin and the girls couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. Although it was said that they had already heard from Kai and Zhao Minglan and the others yesterday about the situation inside this secret garden, when they saw the situation here, they all couldn't help but be a little shocked, and Sure pulled Zhou Qin while she was shocked. Zhou Qin, how come this place is similar to the remodeling plan we talked about? Except there's no bed. Indeed, this place is actually very similar to the remodeling plan Zhou Qin and the girls talked about in the shower. The huge bath lack, the pool in the distance, is the bed turned into a console and computer desk. Find a chance to ask Zhao Minglan and manage her to borrow the drawings and the decoration company, so we can stay here while we decorate at home. Listening to Sure's words, Zhou Qin at this time also whispered, "Hey honey, come to work, these are," and just as Zhou Qin and Sure were talking, at that moment, the person in charge here in the secret garden, the chief designer of the cherished company, Meili, also walked over and asked with some doubts. As soon as he heard her words, Kai immediately explained as well. "Oh, Sister Me. These are all my girlfriends just like Sister Zhao." "Oh, is that because you're afraid we're going to play your men badly, so you came over to watch?" Hearing Kai's words, at this time, these people here also put down the work at hand and walked over, looking at Zhou Qin and the others. Their gazes also turned a bit unkind. Chapter 124, Head-to-Head Encounters. Currently there are 4 principals inside this secret garden. Yan Yuri, the head designer, she specializes in clothes. Chai Yuko is in charge of the chief stylist, who is responsible for the matching of clothes and painted faces and jewelry when the models walk in the show. Kong Rui is the company's chief director, the walk, the rose, stage design and so on, all to be finalized by her. Mang Xin is the head of modeling, All the models here are under her control, and the attributes of these 4 people can't be bad. The current attributes of these 4 are as follows. Name, Yanaguri. Sex, female. Age, 32. Height, 172. Weight, 51 kilograms. Physical fitness, 19. Charisma, 94. Wisdom, 57. Operations, 93. Innovation, 98. Socialization, 35. Management, 61. Favorability to the host, 92. Name, Chayuko. Sex, female. Age, 29. Height, 168. Weight, 48 kilograms. Physical fitness, 20. Charisma, 93. Wisdom, 37. Operations, 89. Innovation, 93. Socialization, 55. Management, 88. Favorability towards the host, 93. Name, Kong Rue. Sex, female. Age, 29. Height, 173. Weight, 52 kilograms. Physical fitness, 22. Charisma, 93. Wisdom, 76. Operations, 91. Innovation, 92. Socialization, 85. Management, 76. Favorability to the host, 91. Name Mang Xin. Sex, female. Age, 28. Height, 182. Weight, 54 kilograms. Physical fitness, 31. Charisma, 97. Wisdom, 27. Operations, 94. Innovation, 17. Socialization, 76. Management, 75. Favorability towards the host, 93. Looking at these people over here who had gathered with these 4 as their leader. At this time, Zhou Qin couldn't help but smile and look around before opening his mouth to ask. Playing bad is not a worry. If we really want to play, maybe who will be played bad? Yesterday didn't I say that you have more than 200 people here? Why are there so many less today? Looking at Mi Li's appearance, Zhou Qin also opened his mouth to ask. There's a runway show next Monday, and a portion of the people have gone to set up and rehearse today. Hearing Zhou Qin ask this, Kong Rue at this time also spoke up. So there are only 70 or 80 of you here today? Looking around, Zhou Qin also asked curiously. Pretty much. What's the insight? Hearing Zhou Qin say that, Mi Li also spoke up. Tell you what, you guys are making a move on him. You actually want to vet him, right? So don't go to all that trouble. Just come right in? Looking at Mi Li this directed at herself, Zhou Qin also laughed, and as soon as they heard her words, the eyes of the remaining women over here couldn't help but light up, while Oki looked at her with a shocked expression. Is this what Zhou Qin meant by going head-to-head? And looking at Okai's shocked gaze, Zhou Qin also put a hand on her shoulder. You don't want to give up what you've promised, and you don't want to be so passive and bullied every day, so the best thing to do is to convince the other side. Listening to Zhou Qin's words, Okai was shocked. This saying you said, is it a proper saying? Are you sure? If it's really played out, we'll be responsible up to a point, but you're the ones who'll be the most upset. Looking at Zhou Qin's gaze, Chayok over here couldn't help but lick her lips before asking her with glowing eyes. I'm sure. How about 5 minutes each? Nodding, Zhou Qin also raised a hand at that moment. 5 minutes. Looking down on who? Listening to Zhou Qin's words. At this time, quite a few women's faces over here raised a touch of disdain. Indeed, quite a few of these people hadn't experienced anything yet, but there were quite a few who had been married and had talked to someone, but it was obvious that they were not aware of how strong the perfect body was. You guys should hold out for 5 minutes first. Disdainfully glancing at them, Zhou Qin also opened her mouth, and once she heard this, at this time, Mi Li was the first to stand out. Handsome boy, if you want to blame this first wife of yours. While laughing, Mi Li walked over, and under Zhou Qin's encouraging gaze, Kai also sighed, but his gaze too also became firm. Avoidance is shameful but useful, but there are times when it is impossible to avoid, and then you must face your fears head on. The narrow road is won by the brave. When it was more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Minglan also returned to Cherish Company with the equity determination agreement after arranging all the situations on the side of Tianlong Real Estate. She had only just returned, though, when she saw the 2 girls at the front desk cricketing away. What's wrong? Looking at them, Zhao Minglan also asked with some confusion. Zhao Dong. It's about the vice president. Hearing Zhao Minglan's words, the 2 girls also looked at each other at this time, then said with some hesitation. What is it? Is it something about him bringing a couple of women with him? That's something I've known for a long time. Zhao Minglan also thought they were hesitant at this point because they were afraid of their own no-Okai derailment thing. If you say derailment, it seems that they are the last one. No, it's, hey, Zhao Dong, you go upstairs and see it. The 2 front desk girls looked at each other. Then one of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva and whispered. Looking at the 2 of them, at this time, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but frown. Nothing would go wrong. With that thought, she also immediately took the elevator to the top floor, and when she arrived, she realized that all the people were there, only Oki was missing, but she was pretty sure that something must have happened here today, so she also found, and Zhou Qin, who was resting in the distance at the moment, opened her mouth and asked, "Where's Oki?" He asked his classmate out on a date today. That's it, and a date? Hearing Zhou Qin say that, Zhao Minglan looked at her with a confused expression. Hey, this is nothing. I feel like when we find a time, call all the women in our company and we'll have fun from Friday night until Monday morning. Looking at Zhao Minglan's uncomprehending gaze, at this time, Mi Li, who was next to her, also smiled and spoke up, but after hearing her words, both of them couldn't help but roll their eyes. This was already completely disregarding Okai as a human being, and at this time, Okai, also with a tired face, drove his car and came to the downstairs of Shin Cici's house. As soon as Shin Cici got into the car, she took the initiative to put her hand on Okai's leg, but with this hitch, Oki couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss, don't touch, it hurts. What's wrong? What's going on? All rubbed red? As soon as she heard Okai's words, at this time, Shin Cici also looked at it for a moment, then asked with some doubts, just now. Hearing Shin Cici speak like this, Okai did not hide it from her, and said what happened just now, and hearing Okai's words, Shin Cici couldn't help but laugh. Originally I was going to introduce those car model friends of mine to you, but now it looks like there are times when you can't get enough. Don't kid yourself, big sis. You drive. I'm going to take a break. Looking at Shin Cici's gloating look, Okai couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's true that being a hero comes with a price. Then he prepared to switch places with her, but just then, Shin Cici stopped Okai. Those car model friends of mine are some table between not introduced does not matter. But, Helan, you are not interested? Chapter 125, Past Events. Holland, isn't she married? Listening to Shin Cici's words, Okai also asked with some doubts after he switched places with her. Che, what a straight supply. You can't have an affair if you're married. After glancing at Okai, Shin Cici also smiled and spoke up, and looking at Oki's speechless expression, she couldn't help but laugh even louder. Aya, look at your eyes. Of course, also need to be divided into people. I certainly will not. After all, I like you for so long, and you are still so powerful. But isn't Holland's case a bit special? How is that special? You're going to make me sleep with her too? Looking at Shin Cici's gaze, Okai also had some doubts and asked, and after hearing Okai's words, Shin Cici at this time also spoke about Helan's situation. The main reason why Helan got married was because when she was a sophomore in college, her father's business failed, and not only did the family's company fail, but he owed more than $30 million. Her father didn't have a choice at that time. He was originally going to divorce Helan's mom and then jump off the building to commit suicide himself, but he was saved by Helan when he found out. In order to make up for the hole in the family, Helan found a school inside her has been chasing her rich second generation, called Niejiang. That means, if Niejiang to help her family to pay back the money, then she agreed to marry Niejiang. Niejiang is naturally very happy. He genuinely liked Helan, but with $30 million, he couldn't make a decision, so he went home and discussed it with his dad, who in turn said he wanted to meet Helan. When Niejiang his father Niehui met Helan, he couldn't help but be amazed, and as a result, Niehui married Helan, and Helan was fine with that, because whether she married Niejiang or Niehui, all she wanted was money. Niehui was true to his word, and after marrying Helan, he gave Helan her father $30 million to tide him over, and since then, Niehui has been pampering Helan. But when Niehui married Helan, he was already 57 or 8, and now he's already over 60, and he's long gone. But on the contrary, he still looks at Helan with a particularly strict eye. When Helan took care of Shin Cici in the hotel that day, Shin Cici was able to clearly see the complicated gaze when Helan looked at herself. Considering again, Okai was indeed a good person to be entrusted with. So after yesterday's thinking, Shin Cici also spoke her thoughts towards Okai. Oh, so that's why. Listening to what Shin Cici told, Okai also nodded. Shin Cici did not say. Okai did not even know that there was such a story. However, it's useless for you to talk to me, even if I agree. The other person, Helan, may not agree. After sorting out Helan's situation, Okai also opened his mouth towards Shin Cici. Sure enough, you have thoughts about Helan. Don't worry, aren't you scheduled to go to her house for a drink tomorrow? I'll help you create an opportunity then. Listening to Okai's words, Shin Cici also looked at Okai contemptuously, then said laughingly, and hearing her words, Okai was even more speechless. Was it his own words to mention? Oh yeah, this is for you. Just at this moment, all of a sudden Okai did remember the watch he had prepared for Shin Cici, so at this moment he also took out the watch. What? Just in front of a red light, At this time Shin Cece also put her attention to the things that Okai gave himself. When she saw the watch box, she couldn't help but be shocked. She naturally could see that this should be a watch box. And the brand, she recognized. Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak? Oh, you recognize? Listening to Shin Cece called out the model of this watch at the first time. Okai was also a bit surprised, because he saw from Shin Cece's dress and the environment she lived in. Although she said she was a model, it seemed that she couldn't come into contact with such a high-end existence. Haven't you ever eaten pork before if you've never seen a pig run? I'm a big model. I usually go to car shows, but I also go to the occasional fashion show. But this, for me, it's too expensive. This watch must be $4 or $5 million. Hiss, more than that, the sapphire. This watch, it's like it's got to be over 9 million, almost 10 million? White Okai a glance. Shin Cece also trembling took over, and then opened the watch box after a look at this watch box inside the watch. She could not help but inhale a mouthful of cold air, hesitated for a moment or handed the watch to Okai, but Okai did not pick up. Here, just keep it, all my women have a piece. Doesn't that mean that you just gave out more than $80 just now? Looking at the watch in her hand, at this time Shin Cece also asked Okai with a smile. They don't count. I don't actually know what most of them are called except for a few. And between us, it's really more like each to their own I guess. They needed a man, and I needed Zhao Minglan, their boss and one of my women, to help me with something. This watch, a total of only 9, except for an emerald did not give. Sister Zhou, oh, Sister Zhou called Zhou Qin, is the first of these people with me? So it is also the eldest sister. She said that this watch to give my future wife, so did not move. The other 8 pieces went out the door. Hearing Shin Cece say this, Okai also explained the whereabouts of these watches. What about Holland? If you sleep with her tomorrow and don't give it to her? Hearing Okai say that everyone has one. At this time Shin Cece also put this watch on her hand, then asked Okai with some doubts. I am also headache of this thing it. The watch is not enough to share. I did not think when I bought it, we'll find so many women but most of all, I don't know where to buy these watches either. Laughing somewhat helplessly, Okai also spread his hands to show that he really didn't know. He had checked online, and there was no franchise for this kind of watch in their city. And with this kind of watch, millions apiece, the online store didn't dare to mail it. If you want to buy it, you'll have to go to one of those first-tier city franchises in addition to the auction house line. Oki does know of no place that sells them. Hearing Okai's words, Shin Cece at this time but suddenly laughed. Hey, if you ask me about anything else I might not know, but this one I'm probably the only one out of all those women you have. While laughing, Shin Cece raised her eyebrows towards Okai. Do you know where they sell them? Sure, I'll take you there after dinner later. As soon as she heard Okai ask this, Shin Cece also smiled and said, then took out her cell phone. Other than that, she first had to put her watch. After taking a picture, Chapter 126, each licking his own. Phew, off work, tomorrow and the day after are weekends, so I can rest. Hey, I don't really want to take a break. You can't see Kai if you rest? Yeah, I never knew that it could be so much fun with boys. Just Okai and Shin Cece drove the car. Went to eat seafood at the same time. At this time the precious company is also off duty. With the top of these girls changed their clothes, 3 by 3 after leaving the company, they also gathered together to chat up. And the center of the conversation, naturally, was Oki. They never thought they would be so happy with Oki. Regardless of those who have or have not had boyfriends, the ones who hadn't had intercourse, Oki showed them why men and women are different. And the ones who had crossed, Oki showed them what it meant to be the gateway to a new world. Zhou Qin is not wrong. Carry on for 5 minutes and then we'll talk about it. And not one of them carried it for more than 5 minutes. At this moment, their only thought was, how nice it would be if Okai was their boyfriend. Even if they shared it with someone else, it wouldn't matter. But the thing is, Oki isn't, and he's got plenty of girlfriends already. And on top of that, these women are so beautiful. Even their Zhao Dong, and the 4 big stewards, compared to them, some of them are not as good as it. Like the woman who was obviously Okai's first wife today. Impeccable in both face and body. So beautiful. So himself and him, it's probably just going to be the status quo. But even with the status quo, these women are now willing. What do you guys think? If I ask Kai out to hang out tomorrow, will he come out? As they walked forward, that's when one of the girls spoke up as well. This girl, a model signed by Zhao Minglan, the height of 1.75 meters. The body has the 6th level of the alphabet. The long is also very good. The usual time is absolutely the existence of a super goddess. According to the rating of the Okai system, is also enough to have 88 points of high. Normally one can be extremely confident, because growing up, she was the center of attention. After all, there were only 7 people she had seen in her life who were prettier than herself. Zhao Minglan, Mi Li, Chai Yuko, Kong Rui, Mang Xin, Suya and Su Lele. The rest of them are at best about the same level as yourself. But today, instead, there are suddenly 8 more. But even so, she kept her confidence. I guess not. Listening to her words, a girl next to her at that moment also said with a smile, "Why, I've invited him to dinner, a movie, and to play with me, and he still doesn't want to?" Hearing her words, the girl couldn't help but speak. For one thing, he is surrounded by excellent big beautiful girls that he can play for free. You can't be ranked. And secondly, will he lack the money for you to eat and watch a movie? Thirdly, I just heard that Sister Joe say that he has something to do tomorrow. It seemed like moving those 3 beautiful girls and going to another one of his women's homes. Fourth, and most importantly, do you have his contact information? Looking at the girl, wiggling her fingers and counting the 4 points, at which point the woman couldn't help but open her mouth. Well, the 4th point was really deadly and funny enough to say. Oki and the girls have challenged to review it, and as a result the contact information is not available at this time. But in the Mystic Garden, they don't allow cell phones, so it's normal that you can't exchange them. Dodo. Just as the girl was getting a little emotional, all of a sudden her cell phone rang. Picking it up and reading it, she couldn't help but frown, for it was her nominal boyfriend who sent her a certain letter over at this time. Zhao Minglan did not prohibit these people inside her company from falling in love and getting married. Everything as long as it's normal, but it's expressly forbidden to allow the presence of girl hunters, outsiders and the like. They have an experience every 3 months. And those who smoke that and have certain infectious diseases are simply cleared out of the company and face high compensation claims. Because Zhao Minglan was very rich, her tens of billions of dollars, so she didn't need the Jenny Group to give herself too much profit. So the money she earned, she basically gave it to the employees inside the company. But the problem was that this kind of company was really special to make money. This kind of clothing, as we all know, adds up to a total of how much fabric can there be? With even better silk, a set of clothes raw materials dozens of dollars to hold up. And with clothes like that, they are going for small thousands. Any cheaper and they'd go for hundreds. So Jen's revenues are pretty horrible every year. They made a net profit of 527 million last year. The whole company, a total of more than 700 people, more than 500 million averaged down. Each person can take more than 700,000. Of course, not so average. Like security guards, janitors, it's only $6,000 or $7,000 a month. But that's the highest group in the city. Like Meili, Chai Yuko and their principals. Naturally, the annual income of 1 or 2 million, and the average to these models or designers' assistants and so on the girl, the monthly income is also more than 20,000. And sometimes there are more shows, such as the spring and fall conference time, a month or even get 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. On average, about 400,000 yuan a year, but also 5 insurance and 1 gold, and everything. They are crazy to go out to be a salvage girl. So they are now rich, good looking, good body, but also clean. This leads to, their side gathered a large number of licking dogs, after being licked for a long time, plus the fact that occasionally they need a bag carrier when they go out shopping. There are some lickers on the block, like this one right now. It's this woman's lapdog, but he didn't know that his own goddess, now also someone else's licking dog. After trying Oki today, she was no longer interested in the licking dog, but even if she was going to break up, she'd have to let him bring it up. So at this point, she also patiently picked up the voice of a certain letter. Then she heard a clip-clopping man's voice from inside. "Baby, off work? I made restaurant reservations and bought movie tickets tonight, so I'll pick you up. Baby, I'm sorry, I cheated." Listening to the man finish, this time the woman also sent a certain message in a slightly apologetic voice. And when this certain letter passed, after waiting for a while, the woman did not wait for the man's reply. Although it was said that it was as if she had crossed the space to hear the sound of a broken heart, she did not care, and just as she was about to put her cell phone away, that's when another certain letter came through. "Oh, are you, like, a fan of some star again? Like who? Want me to buy concert tickets?" Listening to the man that have some trembling voice, the woman at this time cannot help but laugh lightly. The following should let him face reality. Chapter 127, Forgive Her. Of course, rewind the clock back a few minutes. A billiard hall outside. A few young people in their 20s, also hooked shoulders from the inside out. Originally a few people are still studying. Today which ball played well. But soon, a man with a cell phone cursed. "Wipe. This mother asterisk 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 only wait on." The usual time tube him to ask for Okai's contact information. Stammering, the result of pretending 13 is a top 2. Ali Weidong and a Luo Guogang. To put it nicely, the two of them are Okai's dogs. A dog, and still so arrogant. "What's that loaded with today?" As soon as he heard his words, a man next to him at this time also asked. "I think it's the Black Knight of Cullinan, the starry top, TSK, TSK, it's beautiful. I actually like that big G better. It must be a beautiful bull. Doesn't anyone like Ferraris? I love that Ferrari. Hey, this Okai is also stupid. There are so many luxury cars don't drive. I heard that he drove a domestic car. A turd is always a turd. As soon as Li Weidong was mentioned, these people couldn't help but all open their mouths and laugh. If Li Weidong and Luo Guogang were there, they must have recognized them by now. These people they actually knew. All of them were their junior high school classmates. But as you can tell by looking at the situation, one can't be a very good mixer. When it comes to Okai and the others, these people are only left with red eyes. After all, for these people, not letting them take advantage of a bargain would be similar to killing them. So at this moment, these people were speaking out of turn. Hey, say, Okai so much car. Every day is not open. Let Li Weidong to pretend 13. Do we want to think of a way? Contact him. See if you can borrow out a few open. When this car to the university city Dora stop, that little girl still used to chase? After vocally criticizing Okai, Luo Guogang and Li Weidong for a while, these people wanted to manage the matter of Okai borrowing a car so that they could pick up a girl, and at the mention of this, they all couldn't help but laugh cheaply. No consideration at all as to why Oki is borrowing their car. I won't have to. It's getting late. Man, I'm gonna go first. Just when these people were why. At this time, one of these people couldn't help but chuckle, and then as soon as they heard his words, quite a few people next to him revealed obscene looks. Indeed there is no need. Our fan is naturally different and has found a big model. Okai is so rich, he may not even be able to play with it. That's right. Brother fan, you let your sister-in-law be on the ball as well. And if there are any good co-workers or something, introduce them to us as well. Definitely. I'll ask her if she's off work first. It's troublesome to collect cell phones where they work. Listening to these people bragging about their words, this person called Brother Fan also smiled. This person is called Guan Yifan. If Okai is here all will have an impression of him. He was the study committee member of Okai's class in the beginning. The teacher's eyes and ears, the top dog leg, especially like to snitch. But there is a saying that people have no problem studying. When Oki and the others took their midterm exams, he hit over 450. Long Yi Chang midterm total score of 480. Mathematics, language are 120 points. English 100 points. Physical and chemical is 140 points. So more than 450. He was then on the best provincial key here. When the college entrance exam was held, he played well, hitting over 670, and managed to get into a 985 plus 211 university. But the truth, is indeed a bit cruel. After arriving at the university, probably because of external distractions, his academic performance can be described as a drop. A series of 3 years of research did not get in. Finally, after graduating from college, he returned to Longi City and his dad found him a job. Now it's not bad, right? With this 985 plus 211 university diploma, he served as a company's team leader. $7,000 or $8,000 a month. In Longi City is not bad. It's better than the top. It's better than the bottom. Putting it into perspective, he was naturally unconvinced about Oki's success, but there was no use in being unconvinced, because he really couldn't be arrogant in the face of Okai. If there's anything he's excited about, it's that he has a very pretty girlfriend. This girlfriend is the one he's been chasing for a long time. Though it was said that the only contact the two had right now was when he accompanied the girl on her shopping trips and she could unintentionally touch hands when she asked him to help carry things. But his gang of friends and classmates, and do not know, they thought that Guan Yifan has long taken it, and for their words, Guan Yifan naturally smiled without ever explaining. At this point, since his girlfriend was mentioned, Guan Yifan also took out his cell phone and sent a certain letter over to the other party. Baby, off work? I made restaurant reservations and bought movie tickets tonight, so I'll pick you up. After sending the message, looking at his buddies sourly learning to call themselves babies, Guan Yifan did not care, because he knew that these people were just envious and jealous. But just as he was thinking about it, that's when a message came back from his girlfriend over there. Originally, he thought it was because the other party had promised his word, so he released it publicly. That turned out to be, when it was released, baby, I'm sorry, I cheated. Listening to this voice, Pipe Yifan Hole at this time cannot help but petrified. And the other people around at this time also become embarrassed. This, they are not should not listen but unfortunately, listening to it all now, for Guan Yifan, it can be called a huge double blow. He took the call button of his cell phone, pressed and loosened it and pressed it again, and after a while, he felt like he adjusted his breath, and opened his mouth to ask, oh, are you, like, a fan of some star again? Who do you like and want me to buy concert tickets? Hearing Guan Yifan speak like this, at this time a lot of friends around him reacted. Oh, so it is like a star. This is considered a spiritual derailment? It doesn't seem to be. But then this girl sent over a voice that Guan Yifan didn't quite dare to publicize. While giving the crowd a look that he went first, he took his cell phone and answered a certain letter from the other party. No, it was a physical affair. I audited with a boy. Listening to the certainty on the other side of the phone, Guan Yifan, who was walking along, his heart was about to break. He asked as he pressed his hunched mouth, still barely able to muster a smile. Baby, no kidding. I'm not kidding. It's really good. But I'm a little worried now about getting pregnant. You guys, you don't even have raincoats? This sentence, Guan Yifan almost roared out at this point. No, he does not like it? I also truthfully confess to you. We said, together, you cannot lie to each other, so I also kind of keep promises law. Baby, you won't be angry. Listening to Guan Yifan's low roar over the cell phone. At this time, the girl who had just come out from Jin AI group also smiled and asked him. No, it won't. How can I be angry with you? If you are pregnant with me, I'll accompany you to get rid of him, and if you want to give birth to it, I can also help you to raise it. Listening to the words of the girl on the other side of the phone, at this time, Guan Yifan also spoke humbly, and hearing Guan Yifan's words, the girl on the other side of the phone began to sprout veins above her head. Chapter 128, Acquaintances? Guan Yifan, are you still a man? Listening to the voice coming from inside the handset of the cell phone, this girl's eyelids also jumped wildly at this moment, and she couldn't help but call out towards the cell phone at this moment. Baby, don't be mad, tell me what you want me to do. Hearing that the girl on this side of the phone was angry, at this time Guan Yifan also panicked and immediately asked, I told you this so that you would break up with me and take into account your face, and now you're telling me that you raised it? Do you deserve it? The two of us, it's over. Looked at the tube Yifan this humble appearance, the girl could not help but open his mouth to say a sentence. Finished, she directly deleted the number, pulling black a dragon, and then took a long breath, muttered a sick after a small voice, turned toward their own home to go over. What she does not know is that after hearing her words, the tube Yifan over there is about to go crazy. He heard the girl's words on the main road, then immediately send the girl video. Send voice, cannot be sent over, call also shows that it is on the phone. He knew that this wasn't really a call, this was pulling the plug. For a moment, Guan Yifan was completely collapsed. Baby, even when you're breaking up, and you have to take my face into account, I know you have me in your heart. Baby, no, why? Looked at the main road on the pipe began to cry howling Yifan. A moment a lot of people are subconsciously to the side of the flash, for fear of catching what disease, and at this moment, Okai on the other side also turned around with Shin CC in his car, and also saw this person. The restaurant they booked was in this neighborhood. Oki looked at the guy and couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. This guy, he's sick. And having heard Okai's words, Shin CC, who was driving at this time, couldn't help but look at him as well. Looks familiar, like he's our classmate? Classmate? Oh yeah, study committee member, Guan Yifan. 3 years ago at the class reunion, Okai had seen him, when he was quite spirited. How did he become like this now? This guy, it seems like a dog. Looking at Guan Yifan, Okai also whispered, well, it does give off the scent of a dog. Stay away, in case if it recognizes you and bites you, you're still in trouble. Nodding and agreeing with Okai's impression of Guan Yifan, Shin CC also hit the steering wheel and went to the other side of this restaurant, parking the car before the two of them went in together and ordered their food. Oki wasn't too interested in clothes, or cars. The only thing he was interested in was food. Don't look at the fact that it was just him and Shin CC today, but there was quite a lot of food ordered. Stir-fried king crab and typhoon shelter, rock dragon 3 meals, spicy meat crab, leaning prawns, spicy stir-fried yellow clams. The duo ordered 5 large dishes and then happily ate. Seafood it, understand. Don't look at the point of 5 dishes, but in fact the 5 dishes inside the meat can be out is really not much. Especially Okai also believe in, eat dishes can eat full, then try not to eat the principle of 5 dishes. They too also ate up. For this meal, Oki is very satisfied. The flavor of the food made by this family is really good. At least it's much better than that French food, although it is true that both are about the same price. Soon, a meal was finished, and Okai and Shin CC happily left the restaurant together. Then Shin CC took Okai and made 7 turns to the front of a studio called Wei Dazzle, which really did cover a large area. But Okai didn't understand what Shin CC had brought herself here for. Didn't you say you were going to buy a watch? Are you sure you didn't come here to buy a wedding dress? Looking at Okai's somewhat puzzled gaze, at this time, Shin CC also took his arm and walked inside while talking to Okai. Do not understand it, our Longi, although it is said that it is not as good as the devil emperor Yang Pang, but after all, It is also a provincial capital city. Every year there are a lot of stars come over to open concerts, come over to endorsement, come over to shoot commercials, come over to walk the show, watch the show, commercial ribbon cutting and so on. You don't think that every time they come, that watch, jewelry, whatever, they bring it from home. This watch, a few $1 million, and you just bring it here? You're not afraid of losing it? So basically they bring these are taken locally. If there is a local head office, naturally is the local head office distribution. The local does not have, naturally need to find a place to store, and this is where we longing store these top luxury goods. They have quite a few studio commercials shot here as well. The Audemars Piguet Royal Oak you gave me is divided into 3 generations. The Royal Oak Genuine, the Royal Oak Offshore and the Royal Oak Concept. Offshore doesn't seem to have an advocate at the moment. Concepts now domestic yellow purple hollowed out worn. Genuine generation Royal Oak. Jia for Hall his wife, Hailey Baldwin wore. Looking at Okai, Shin Cece also opened her mouth to speak up. I have to say, Shin Cece for these gossips and whatnot, know quite a lot. If she followed herself, not to do car models, she can also go to Suya's fashion magazine to mix. Okai is not the kind that does not support women's entrepreneurship, like Zhou Qin, sure. Su Nuo, Suya, Zhao Minglan, these people, Okai can never say that they will not allow them to work problem. But car model, forget it, Okai is not used to his wife dressed in a revealing for others to take pictures, so discovering other jobs that Shin Cece can do, is also a good choice. Sure enough, when Okai and Shin Cece walked into the studio, Shin Cece led Okai to the back of this studio. The front of the place is indeed all photographed. There are wedding dresses, there are 100 days, there are golden wedding, there are also just simply come to shoot for fun and so on. But the back part of the studio is a huge showroom, all kinds of bags, Emmaus, donkey, all kinds of jewelry, watches, here can be said to have everything. But just as Okai was looking at these things in a daze, all of a sudden he actually saw an acquaintance, and this acquaintance also saw him at this moment, and couldn't help but say with some surprise, Mr. O.M.S. Chua. There was no mistake, the person Okai saw here at this time was precisely Zhuomei, whom he had a chance to meet at the auction. As the people on both sides approached, at this time, Okai also asked with a smile, M.S. Chua, what a coincidence, M.S. Chua is also here to buy something? No, this is what I drive. Mr. O. didn't read my card carefully. Hearing Okai ask this, at this time, Zhuomei couldn't help but freeze for a moment before opening her mouth. I did look, but aren't you opening a gallery? Hearing Zhuomei speak like this, at this point, Okai could not help but be a bit confused. This is with his memory, does not match. Chapter 129, Grocery Shopping. What I wrote on the top of my business card isn't Wyvern Gallery, but Wyvern Group. Apart from galleries, studios, luxury goods, I do all this kind of business. Hearing Okai say that, Zhuomei also took out a new business card, then pointed to the header on the top of her own business card, and sure enough, it was the Wei Dazzle Group, not the Wei Dazzle Gallery. Hearing what she said, Oki nodded as well. Indeed, if it was just a gallery, it wouldn't be enough for her to go to the auction and buy millions and millions of things. Tell me, since I'm not the one who's here, are you and this little girlfriend of yours here to buy anything? Seeing Okai with a gugu why gala gadfly difficult son, at this time Zhuomei also laughed and said, and hearing Zhuomei mention herself, at this time Shin Cece could not help but immediately tighten her hand holding Okai's arm, then smiled and nodded to Zhuomei. Maybe in Okai's eyes, Zhuomei that is a gallery owner, but Shin Cece knows who Zhuomei is. This woman, she's not easy. She was born in an art family. The family is considered the first batch of people engaged in the domestic luxury goods and art industry. The ancestors even in that particular era also went to paint the stamps, although it is not particularly famous, but also once served as the vice president of the Yanhuang Painting and Calligraphy Association. In the calligraphy and painting industry is a good reputation, and she's been soaking in this vat since she was a kid, so she's a genius. After showing a talent for oil painting at the age of 15 or 6, her family sent her abroad for further study. But a few years ago, there was a change in her family, and after the accidental deaths of both her parents, she came back from abroad and inherited the family business. Originally thought that after she came back, the family would have some family decline. After all, she cannot show her talent in business over. But when she came back, she shocked all of them. With the assets and backbone left behind by her family, she soon reached an agreement with the major foreign luxury brands and became the general agent of Longi, and even several surrounding provinces. As long as there were no direct stores on a large scale in the provinces of jewelry, luxury goods, are all to be stored in her, plus the outside studios and the gallery of her family. Ordinary people may not know about her, but in the entertainment industry, she can be said to be unknown. Shin Cece is a car model. the usual time to walk the show, so no here, but she wouldn't have dared to come in and look before, and today this was still in Oki's favor. Unexpectedly, Okai actually knew this Miss Jua. Yeah, I came to buy some watches for my girlfriend, Odamar Pishue. It seems like you're the only one who has them here. Listening to Ms. Jua's words, Okai also said with a smile, and after hearing what Okai said, Juamei naturally remembered that Okai bought 9 Odamar Pishue's Royal Oak at the auction, and then look at the sapphire one on Shin-Cece's hand. She couldn't help but smile a little. It looks like it's all divided up, but she was too lazy to ask about people's affairs in detail, so she answered with a smile. Of course, I'm the only one who seems to have this brand of watch. This way please. While speaking, Shuahai guided Okai and Shin-Cece to a nearby counter, and at the moment this counter is filled with Odamar Pishue watches. There are even several pieces of Royal Oak in there just like the 9 that Oki bought, but the 3 most expensive ones, Emerald, Ruby and Sapphire, are not, but Savorites, Chrysoberyls, Manganese alumina garnets, Tourmalines, Tanzanites and amethysts are all here, but the most expensive of this one is not one of these watches. Instead, it's a pure diamond one, which is the one worn by Jafar Dindi Thin's wife, Haley Baldwin, and that's the most expensive one. Among OKSI's, the watch was issued for $6,051,000 and is currently selling here for $6,230,000, up $180,000, with some premiums, of course, because it's only worth $6.2 million among Oki's current ones, but that's $30,000 and Oki doesn't care. What makes him a little surprised is that the Royal Oak has a lot of other models, and the span is huge. In addition to the ones he said, there are also some cheaper ones, like 3, 13 million, 2, 4 million, 1, 95 million. The cheapest is even as low as 59,000. It's about the same price as even its most understated Millennium line. Oki didn't really know this before, and after looking at the Royal Oak proper, Okai also saw the other 2 branches of the Royal Oak that Shin-Cece said, which don't have as many watches as the Royal Oak. Offshore and conceptual are placed in the middle of a counter. The offshore types are all diamond-based, and the most expensive ones are even more expensive than this sapphire Royal Oak that Shin-Cece is wearing right now, to be worth $9,476,000, next to a piece worth $8,37,007,000. However, the latter is much cheaper. The third piece of $5,370,000. The fourth piece of $4,120,000. The fifth piece of $450,000. The sixth piece of $2,072,000. The seventh piece is only worth $1,337,000. And according to the aesthetics of the Okai, he feels the best looking piece, only just worth $876,000. See, the offshore type should not have a genuine generation of upgraded. Next to it is the Royal Oak concept model. This one is going to be a bit worse than the offshore model, because the most expensive one is only $256,000, which is the one that Huang Zi wears, and there are 3 models in total. Further down the list it's only worth $2,458,000. Further down is $2,037,000, and one of the cheapest concept models is $1,630,000, but that's only 9 pieces total. Which one do you fancy? I'll give you a small discount when the time comes. Looking at Okai's dazzled and somewhat overwhelmed appearance when he looked at these watches, at this time Jomei also smiled and opened her mouth to ask, how many more of these Royal Oak 1247 BC 01s you have here? No matter what kind of stones. And this diamond one? I'll take them all. And then these, 1222 or 01, 1248 BC 01, 1259 or 01, and 1258 or 01s. Add them all together, and get me $100 first. How much? Once they heard Okai's words, not only Juamei, but also Shin-Cece almost didn't fall down. Juamei is not no. Okai wants so many watches to do what? And Shin-Cece probably guessed. Okai this is not only ready to give himself and so on a few of his official girlfriend watches, those who had sex with him today. He seems to send how much money do we have to give away? $100. $100 for $1 million watch? Is this buying a watch or buying groceries? When Shin-Cece's family buys cabbages in the fall, they won't even buy 100 of them at once. But for Okai, it does not matter. Can use money to solve the problem? That is not called a problem, because he is now poor only money. Chapter 130, The Truth. Sure, these watches you want, together they can be nearly $170 or $180 million. After slowing down a bit and looking at Okai, Zhuomei at this time also opened her mouth to speak. Okay, I'll give you cash directly. Oh yeah, the bag. Also get me some. This doesn't need to be too expensive. CC, you also help me to look at it. 100 or 200,000 will do. First help me get 300? After thinking for a while, Okai also pointed to another counter in the distance and opened his mouth. At this time Zhuomei and Shenxi seem more certain. Okai is buying food. But for Zhuomei, it didn't matter. After all, it was business on the doorstep, and Okai had just said that he would give cash, so she didn't need to worry about not getting her money back. At that moment, she, Shenxi and a few waiters, began to determine the number of these watches, as well as the style and number of those bags. However, after they had been here for a while, they realized that Okai was sitting here and swiping his cell phone in boredom. He was not interested in watches and luxury goods at all. Looking at him like this, that's when Zhuomei couldn't help but laugh, then walked over to his side and patted him. If you're bored of staying here, you can go to the gallery first, and I'll bring it to you later when it's ready over here, with at least 100,000. A few $1 million worth of stuff. It was natural to need every piece to make the buyer go through the motions, but right now Okai didn't need to stay here. The gallery. Yes, how it's going to go. Hearing Zhuomei's words, Okai also nodded. Looking at the painting, he was okay with it. I'll have a waiter take you with him. Looking at Okai really interested in painting than in these things, Zhuomei is also very happy, because for her, whether it is a studio, or to help store, sell these things, in fact, in order to live, in order to make money, her favorite, or painting. Now she saw that Oki was also enjoying painting, so she was happy too. Of course, if she had known that Okai was looking at the painting just to see if there was any chance of picking a mistake, she would probably have had to kick Okai out, but alas, she had no idea what Oki was thinking. After calling a waiter to guide Oki to the gallery, her side got busy. As for this waitress, is also a young girl, in the lead Okai walk, she is all the time not exuding their own charm, that ass and waist twisted. Okai are afraid that she will be shaken out of the lumbar disc herniation. In fact, this girl's looks, not bad. The system determined that the charm value has 81, in the ordinary people, is considered the top good-looking level. But, alas, it won't catch his eye here in Oki. His bottom line right now, the charisma value would have to be 86 or 87 to make it work, and 81 was still way off. So Okai also refused her temptation. Even after arriving at the gallery, she wanted to introduce the paintings to Okai, which also made Okai refuse, and then he looked at it alone. And with this look, Okai realized that looking at this Zhuomei's gallery among the good things are really quite a lot. Her gallery is divided into 3 sections. The largest one is all oil paintings. Because her talent is in oil paintings, so she also likes to collect oil paintings, and these oil paintings are made by some very famous masters. Klimt, Bobbeshu, Henri Matisse. There are also a few masters in China. Zhao Taiji, Li Tiefu. Oki even found a Monet painting in it. The painting is worth $127 million in his eyes. Quite a giveaway. And the second area is some of the paintings of the masters of Chinese painting. Okai also saw the paintings of Qi Old Man here. In addition to Su Beihong, Zhang Daqian, Fu Koshiba, Guan Shangyue, and so on the paintings of the famous artists. There are all here, but compared to the oil painting side, the paintings over here are basically small paintings or essays. As we all know, the thing about paintings is that the first thing to look at is exclusivity. The second thing to look at is the state of the author at the time of the painting, and then the size of the painting. Paintings, all sold by the foot. So these paintings are really a lot less in terms of value than they are there in the oil painting room. The most expensive is a pair of magpies painted by Su Beihong, worth $33 million. And after looking at the paintings, Oki also came to the third area. And the third area, although it was said to be small, had just one person's painting hanging. And this man, Oki knew, it was the owner of the painting he had snatched from Zhuomei's hands back then, Tang Mo Fan. It could be seen that Zhuomei was extremely fond of this Tang Mo Fan, and it was estimated that she loved him to the bone, because at this time here, there were a total of 33 paintings of Tang Mo Fan, big and small. At this time in the middle of Okai's gaze, these Tang Mo Fan's paintings, one by one, have extremely red upward arrows, but with the last time he saw the painting, he just knew that it would go up not the same. At this time Okai knew why he was going up. The girl looking in the mirror, currently worth $450, 000, will be worth $2.9 million in 17 days and will grow in value at 12% per year. It turns out, the painting, in fact, for a man named Horace Chapman made, he was poor, and Tang Mofan's agent befriended, because of the fire when he was small, and there is a congenital heart disease, alcoholism, so he cannot be pushed to the front of the stage, can only become Tang Mofan's surrogate. 2 years ago he began to inhale, so that at present his life is already not long to go. he will die in 10 days, but will not be found until 4 days later. He left behind a desperate letter and evidence that these paintings are all his work. Will be made public by his close friends at his funeral. Since then Tang Mo Fan's reputation will be ruined, and his paintings will soar. Oh, so that's why. Looking at the reason why these paintings were worth so much, Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Although it is said that he knows that the art circle, the substitute pen, this is a normal thing, but he hadn't thought that this Tang Mo Fan's luck was so bad that he had actually found a madman. Should we acquire a large number of Tang Mo Fan's paintings to make a fortune? At that thought, Oki couldn't help but rub his chin and mutter. But after thinking about it, he gave up because Tang Mo Fan's paintings weren't really that many, except for the most famous one, the girl in the convent. 70% or 80% of the others were estimated to be here. And looking at Dromi's fondness for these paintings, there was no way she would let. The main thing is that, here is a total of 33 paintings. Let us say that each painting can earn 5 million. 33 paintings is only 5 million, and he will earn more than that in a day. You're really here. Just as Kai decided to give up on acquiring Tang Mo Fan's paintings, Zhuo Mei at that moment also walked in with a smile, then looked at these paintings around her with a happy face. Chapter 131, Homecoming, Mo Fan's painting. Isn't it beautiful? Standing beside Kai, Zhuo Mei also smiled at this moment. Looking at these paintings around her, Zhuo Mei's eyes flashed with a very complicated look. On one hand she really appreciated these paintings, but in Kai's eyes it looked like in addition to appreciating them, there was also a lot of sentiment in these eyes of hers. Similar to when Su Nuo looked at herself. Well, it's good. This Tang Mo Fan, Miss Zhuo knows? Yeah, he almost became my husband. Hearing Kai say that, Zhuo Mei at this time also smiled and opened her mouth. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing Zhuo Mei's words, Kai also answered. Sure enough, it was unlikely to get these paintings from Zhuo Mei's hands. He and I went to school together in the beginning, and unlike me, he was of Anglo-Chinese descent and grew up in England. So when I went to school, he took care of me. We had a great couple of years together until something happened inside my house and I returned to the country, and I actually wanted him to come back with me, but he's an artist, and he wasn't going to take me up on my offer. Looking at the paintings, Zhuo Mei at this time also spoke up. Actually, I have a feeling he might not come back if you go ahead and invite him. As the old saying goes, a lover's eye is a lover's eye, and apparently this Zhuo Mei has some love brain. Kai, but no, this Tang Mo Fan, there is a fart talent. These paintings are other people on his behalf, but the words cannot be said so clear. Making friends, the most taboo, making shallow friends, especially for a girl with a love brain. No, I was going to invite him, but the day I went to him, I happened to see him go to a room with a girl, and then I went back to the country alone. It wasn't until 2 years ago that I realized that he was afraid that I wouldn't want to go back, so he made a special play with that girl to get me to give up on him and go back home alone. Hearing Kai's words, Zhuo Mei at this time also spoke up. And looking at Zhuo Mei's serious face, Kai really wants to persuade her that it should not be a drama that is done, but it is real. But looking at Zhuo Hai's sure gaze, Kai also laughed. Come on, it's better not to mention it. So Oki then changed the subject at this point as well. Zhuo, those things I want are ready. Of course, this way please. As soon as she heard Kai mention something serious, Zhuo Mei also immediately smiled and then guided Kai back to the hall just now together. At this point, though, the place is covered with watch boxes and a variety of bags. Kai swept over with a glance, and he had to say that Zhuo Mei still did things quite reliably, and there were no problems with these things. There are 113 watches in total. The $6.05 million Royal Oak Pure Diamonds 9179 BC comes in 2 pieces. 1 for Tsavorite, 2 for Chrysoberyl, 2 for Manganese Alumina Garnet, 2 for Tourmaline, 2 for Tanzanite, and 2 for Amethyst. The 13 watches, together, are worth $17 million. The other 100 watches, the average price of 1,073,500. The price of the watches together is 180,052,000,000, plus these 300 bags, the average price is 150,000,000, a total of 45,600,000, adding up to a total of 226,120,000. 000 that Kai has spent here. Of course, if we were to pay that price, Oki would still be a little short. Right now he had just $224.48 million in cash, but Jomiai was generous enough to give the man, who shared the same aesthetic as Oki and herself, a small discount. The change is just wiped out and Oki only has to pay $200 million too. So after making sure that there was no problem here, these people also helped Kai to put all these watches and packages into his car. The trunk, the back seat all filled up, And Okai also directly put 220 million too into the other party's account. If there's anything you want to buy in the future, or if you want to look at paintings, feel free to come to my place. After the money was in place on this side, Joamei at this time also smiled and said. Then Okai and Shinsisi also bid farewell to Joamei and got into the car together. After getting into the car, Shinsisi now still has some dumbfounded it. His own man, just spent 200 million too, bought more than 100 watches and 300 bags? Hey, what are you looking at? Let's go. Looking at Shinsisi's dazed appearance, Okai also smiled and spoke. I'm not quite brave enough to drive anymore, so you should drive. Looking at Okai, Shinsi's hands were now shaking. You can't do it with this mindset. Okay, I'll drive. Right, where are we going at night? After such a long time of relief, Okai didn't feel much pain at this time. After all, the recovery power of a perfect body is not something to talk about. Then he also switched places with Shinsisi, and then with a gear, he drove the car forward, while Shinsisi hesitated to open her mouth after looking at Okai. Go back to your house. I thought you didn't want to meet me, it's other women so early? Okai had naturally told Shinsisi about living with all his women, but Shinsisi was obviously not ready to meet with Okai's women that early in the morning, and in her opinion, it would still take some time. So what can I do? Leave $200, 00002 in the car and then I'll go to the hotel with you? What if it gets lost? Listening to Okai's words, at this time Shinsisi also rolled her eyes. She was really too worried about the safety of these things. Hearing her words, Okai couldn't help but laugh a little. Well, he hadn't really thought that buying these things would actually have such an effect, but taking her home, naturally Okai took advantage of it, so he didn't say anything more, and once he hit the steering wheel, he drove Shinsisi back to the bottom of his house, but before he went upstairs, he purposely gave Jo-chin a call to ask if she was at the bar or at home. After all, with so much stuff, how long would it take just the two of them to move it? Well, Jo-chin at this time has also come back, so Okai also called them together down to move things, but when they are down, Okai accidentally found that down not only Jo-chin, Sun Shanshan, Su Nuo, Shir and Hao Mei, Zhao Minglan, Su Ya, Su Lele, and even Sang Wan, Hui and Jenny were actually there. When these people saw Shinsisi was more or less embarrassed, but they seemed to have gotten used to it, the thing that Okai would bring someone back, so it was still very warm to Shinsisi. Looking at Jo-chin's attitude towards themselves, it was only at this time that Shinsisi put her heart down a little. Then these people also 7 hands and feet, these Okai bought watches, bags and so on, moved to the elevator room, and then a piece of a one-time to the 33rd floor. Chapter 132, Reservation. These bags, you first pick, the rest on Monday when you take them to Sister Zhao's company. Sang Wan, Hui, Jenny, Lele, you guys come over and pick your watches first. Once everything was moved to the 33rd floor, Okai also looked at everyone and spoke. Hearing Okai say so, this time the division Shir, Hao Mei, Su Nuo and Su Yu will smile and come over. First picked up the bag. Jo-chin and Zhao Minglan, looking at their actions, also smiled and came over to pick up the bag. Sun Shanshan and Shinsisi, originally there are some not too good at, but also was pulled over. For a moment, there is only left Su Lele, San Yuan, Hui and Jenny stayed in the original position. Looking at them, Okai also smiled and beckoned them. Okai also smiled and waved to them. These 4 people, although it was said that Okai didn't have any substantial relationship with all 4 of them, but Sang Wan, Hui and Jenny, when they followed him to Zhao Minglan's company today, a few of them had already been honest with each other and were considered their own women. At this point they're all over 95 plus in terms of how much they like themselves. Don't look at Sang Wan, she still looks arrogant, but her gaze towards Okai is full of affection. As for Su Lele, it's not like she wants to be with Okai for a day or two, so let's let her pick a watch first today, and finalize this matter. See, Okai is willing to give himself a watch. At this time Su Lele can't help but be the first to jump over with a smile, and shows that piece of Savorite stone, because this piece of watch is the most similar to that piece of emerald. Well, this little ninny, there are still quite a lot of ambitions, and after she finished choosing, at this time, Sang Wan, Hui and Jenny also each chose their own watches, and Okai also put them on one by one. Well, you guys go pick out your bags too. Okay, master. Hearing Okai's words, at this time, Jenny actually suddenly came forward and gently kissed Okai's lips before jumping and going to Jo-chin's side of the girls. As for this call, it goes without saying that it was Hao Mei who taught her. She was the only one who liked to call herself master, and having heard Jenny's words, at this time Hui and Sang Wan also looked at each other, then walked over. First Hui gave a light nod in front of Okai, then smiled and said in his ear, "Thank you Master La." Then it was Sang Wan, who came over, but her kiss could be much longer, and after kissing, She also looked at Okai. You don't want me to call you master, but I can call you sir. After saying that, Sangwon also turned around and left. Then Su Lele also smiled and walked to Okai's side and asked him in a small voice, Kai, what do you want me to call you? Whatever. Listening to Su Lele's words, Okai also spread his hands and expressed his indifference. Then call you senior, okay? Looking at Okai's appearance, at this time Su Lele also came over and whispered in Okai's ear. Listening to Su Lele's words, Okai couldn't help but hesitate a little. Senior, naturally, but he and Su Lele didn't seem to have gone to school together. Just as Okai was a bit hesitant, Su Lele also came over. She, Sangwon, Hui, Jenny won more than one rusty, but this is good. Men, they all like to raise the department. After a long time, the two of them separated. Su Lele also went to pick a bag. These 12 people, each picked 4 or 5 of their favorite bags and hung them in the partitions of the check room they had long since divided, and the group went downstairs together as well. As a result, when he arrived at the 32nd floor to take a look, good guy, Okai was originally still talking about how they all gathered in their own house. He said that they are now already here to drink up. It's Friday night, tomorrow's the weekend, everyone's off, the only thing left to do is move, and that main event is still Oki, so these girls are ready to relax and unwind. Packed barbecue, a variety of small seafood, crayfish, at least 5 or 6 kinds of beer and wine in the distance. There is a large barrel of root beer. Needless to say also know that this is bound to be taken from the inside of Jo Chin's store. Okai at this point are going to suspect that today, Jo Chin back to a trip to the bar, maybe to go to get the wine. In fact, it's almost the same, they go back to a trip in addition to get the wine, mainly to see, there is no one to make trouble. After all, Zhao Lei's side has already made a force against the Okai. LV Wanqing here will not deal with her bar. She did not have a quasi, although the gangsters said, may not dare to target her bar, but not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of what if, so she still went back to take a look, to make sure that there is no matter before she came back, looking at all the food, and the wine. Needless to say, let's get cracking, with Jo Chin, sure, Zhao Minglan, and Suya taking the initiative to show goodwill and pick the lead. Shen Cc soon became close to them. Inside these people, the most familiar to Okai, naturally Shen Cc, she is Okai's junior high school classmates, so at this time she also became the focus of the women. Has been discussing Okai when he went to school some interesting things, and Okai does not care about it, and follow them to drink cheek to cheek, has been drinking to more than 10 o'clock in the evening. Everyone felt pretty much drunk before they went off to shower together. As a result, when they arrived at the bathroom, they realized that the small bathtub simply couldn't wash so many people, and had to be washed in batches, so at this point Zhao Minglan also muttered with a smile, it's too small here, too, yeah, so we want to remodel this place, make the upstairs into separate rooms, then get a big room here, a big bathroom, and to have a swimming pool, and also a restaurant. Hearing Zhao Minglan's words, Jo Chin at this time also opened her mouth to speak up. Hey, wouldn't that look a lot like my garden? Hearing Jo Chin's words, Zhao Minglan also smiled and said, yeah, that's why I still want you to introduce the construction team. Looking at Zhao Minglan, at this time, Jo Chin also spoke up. Hey, Sky Dragon Realty, he owns it now. He just asks, gets 2 construction crews to come over, and it's remodeled in a week's time. Once she heard Jo Chin's words, Zhao Minglan also smiled. Then where are we going to live this week? Hearing Zhao Minglan speak like this, that's when everyone reacted. Yes now that Tianlong Real Estate is Okai's, Okai is going to find a few construction teams to remodel his own home. That's still called a thing? Otherwise, let's live in the secret garden. Just settle into bed and rest. I have more than 3,000 square feet there. It's also enough for us to live in. And at night, those employees who don't want to go home can also live with us. While saying that, Zhao Minglan looked at Okai, and looking at her gaze, Okai was dumbfounded. What the hell? Employees who don't want to go home can still live together? This, sure you don't want to get yourself killed? Chapter 133, Moving, Brother Kai. Good morning. When the early morning sunlight poured into the main bedroom of Okai's house, Okai also opened his eyes in a daze from his sleep, and the first thing that caught his eye was Su Lele. This girl and Sangwon, Hui, Jenny did not go back last night, but followed Okai and they stayed together. This early in the morning, she began to study Okai. Oki woke up from his nap, and it had as much to do with peeing as it did with her. You girl, I'm getting up to use the restroom. Touching Su Lele's head, Okai also yawned and sat up. Kai, when are you going to be with me? Looking at Okai getting up, at this time Su Lele also knelt down and sat beside him, and her head also leaned onto Okai's shoulder, then whispered, and you're in a hurry? Well, originally I thought I would be in front of my sister, but as a result, now you this are. 12, Today there is no chance of 13 women, which does not count the hundreds of people in the company of the sister of Minglan. And then row, I have no land. Hearing Okai's words, Su Lele also beamed. Today in a while, I'm going to help Shir and Hao Mei, as well as Su Nuwa to move. At noon about to go inside He Lan's house for dinner. At night, I may not come back. Tomorrow there will be a cocktail party, and the day after tomorrow, Sister Zhao's company will have a runway show, and I'm supposed to go in the evening when, well, the earliest we'll have time is Tuesday. How come Oki didn't realize he was so busy before? That's fine. Remember, Tuesday will be the time to go on a date with me. Hearing that Okai branched out to Tuesday at the drop of a hat. At this time Su Lele also said helplessly, and then also set a date with Okai to go on a date with her on Tuesday before she let Okai go. When Okai went to the toilet, after washing up, he also went to the kitchen, ready to help Hao Mei to prepare breakfast. Originally there are only 6 people. Naturally Hao Mei can be prepared, but today there are more than a dozen people in the family. Okai thought to help, but obviously there can be quite a few people with this idea, and when he arrived at the kitchen, he realized that besides Hao Mei, Shir was there, Sun Shanshan was there, and Hui was there as well. Oki smiled back as he watched them happily make breakfast. It had to be said that although there were many women around him, they all got along quite harmoniously. Originally, he thought it would be a fixer-upper with more girlfriends, but it actually seems like the relationship too isn't particularly hard to get along with. In fact, this is mostly to do with Oki, because Oki is the one who can satisfy all their needs for love at the same time, money, status, honor, ability, and certain audits between the two that will stare them in the face. With all of these Okai being overachieving, they naturally don't need to fight for anything. Otherwise, if the force is too much for one to satisfy, and they are looking for so many, they will naturally start fighting for their own happiness, and then it will be a shura. Soon, everyone woke up one after another as well. After everyone ate breakfast together, Okai and others also a piece of the family left the home. First went to the division Shir and Hao Mei's home. They both recently the last few days have been inside the home or packed up. Today also just need to Okai moved down. Stuffed into a few people's car. Pull back on it. The only thing that's a bit of a problem is that Su Nuwa's home, because now that Okai is facing Su Nuwa's parents, he's still a bit freaked out. If the two are just normal male-female friendship, it's not like Okai hasn't been to Liushi's home. At best there is tension, but now Su Nuwa came up to directly showdown with her parents, and became one of Okai's lovers herself. So Okai came to the door more or less a little bit awkward, and Zhou Qin had considered this for him long ago. That's why Sangwon and the girls didn't go back yesterday. According to Zhou Qin, Sangwon and the three of them were ready to go help Su Nuwa move, and when Okai goes to the reception tomorrow, Sangwon will be his and Fengyu's driver. But after hesitating for a while, Okai was just grateful for Zhou Qin's offer, and did not hide himself from seeing. After all, he and Su Nuwa are not just playing around even if he has to be with Su Nuwa for a long time in the future. It is not possible to not see her parents all the time. So after some hesitation, he took 2 bottles of Spear 2's Grand Celebration, then bought another case of Wulianye, and another case of Huazi, before heading home with Sueno. Su Nuwa had already told her parents that she would be back to move things today, so when a group of people came to Su Nuwa's home, the look on Su Nuwa's parents' faces was more or less strange, especially after seeing Okai. Su Nuwa's her father's face was always cloudy, while her mother's face only had a touch of awkward smile, but for the sake of Su Nuwa and the gift, they didn't give Okai a hard time, so they watched as Okai and his group helped Su Nuwa move all the stuff away, and just as Okai and the others went downstairs, Su Nuwa her mother couldn't help but pull her back. Everyone knew that it was assumed that Su Nuwa's parents had something to say to her, so everyone didn't linger and watched as the crowd walked away, at which point Su Nuwa's mom also whispered, "Now, that was the Oki you were talking about just now, wasn't it? Yeah, not bad looking, I guess." Listening to his own mother's words, Su Nuwa smiled back, "Humph, good looking, just know how to wreak havoc on women." Seeing Su Nuwa speak like this, at this time, her father couldn't help but sink his face, then opened his mouth to speak. Dad, don't worry, he didn't scourge us, we are all willing, and, those 2 boxes of cigarettes and wine, you can deal with them as you like. If you want to give them away, you can drink them yourself, but these 2 bottles of wine, make sure you don't give them away. It doesn't even matter if you drink them yourself. These 2 bottles are Iota's great celebration, over $100,000 a bottle. Looking at her dad's gloomy face, Su Nuwa at this time also said with a smile, hearing that these 2 bottles of wine are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. At this time Su Nuwa her parents cannot help but stare. This Okai is really willing to give up. Well, Mom and Dad, they're all still waiting for me, so I'll be back when I'm okay. Looking at her parents' somewhat dazed looks, Su Nuwa smiled back. After all, in a city, and not far, She is fine when 4 o'clock in the afternoon off work, want to go home at any time. So her parents, although said that there is still some worry, but also did not stop her. Looking at Su Nuwa left the back, and that the value of hundreds of thousands of dollars of gifts. Su Nuwa's parents at this time cannot help but a little bit of a haze, because they do not know, in the end Su Nuwa's decision, for their family, is a blessing or a curse. Well, in the current situation, is the probability of blessing to be a bit greater it? Chapter 134, Helan's family. Sister Zhou, we'll both go first. Well, go on. Are you coming back for dinner tonight? I don't think I'll be back for dinner, but I should be back to stay. As Okai and the others moved all of Haomei, Sure and Su Nuwa's things back to their home. At this time, looking at the time, Okai and Shin were also ready to go to Helan's home. After saying goodbye to everyone, Okai and Shin also drove to Helan's house. Unlike Okai and the rest of the young people who can't get away from upselling and prefer to live in a big flat in the middle of the city, Nya Hui, whom Helan married, is an old man. A villa, in the eyes of the elderly, is what symbolizes one's status, and the villa has to be one of those detached ones, not a townhouse. This leads to the fact that such places are basically far from the city center. This was the case now. When Okai and Shin drove the car and arrived at Helan's house, it was already noon. They came here and drove for almost an hour. It's nearly 70 kilometers from the city center. It must be hard to order takeout on a normal day. It's just as well to get a babysitter and cook for yourself every day. When Okai and the others followed the navigation into the villa area and arrived in front of this villa, they realized that Helan had already been waiting here for a long time. See, Okai, you're exhausted after driving for so long. Hurry up and come in and take a rest. Dinner will be served in a while. Looking at Okai and Shin, at this time, Helan also spoke up. Then Shin took the initiative to walk in with Helan on her arm, and Okai followed along behind her. When the three of them came in and changed their shoes, Helan also showed Shin and Okai around. Of course Shin is not the first time to come to Helan's home. She is lightly familiar with this place. Only Okai is the first time to come, but to be honest, for the decorative style of this place, right, Okai is indeed a little difficult to compliment. Helan family of this single villa, covering an area of not small, covering a total of 500 square feet. The house has more than 300 square feet, a total of 2 floors, that is, more than 600 will be close to 700 square feet. In front of the lawn, the back of the garden, it looks still quite beautiful. It's this decorating style, really, old very much, 90s government building renovation style, solid wood everywhere. The stairs are solid wood, the sofa is solid wood, all the cabinets are solid wood, the floor is solid wood. At a glance, it is obviously sunny, but it gives a very historical and heavy feeling. 50 years old and above. See this kind of decoration. Will love it. Young people? How to see how depressing. But the good thing was, they didn't need to stay here. And after just a brief visit, that's when an aunt came over to Helan. Ma'am, lunch is ready. Okay, Auntie Wang, please, you guys go back and rest. Just come back tomorrow to clean up. After all, they were going to drink in a while, and it wouldn't be good for the subordinates inside the house to see them drunk. So Helan also sent these servants of her family away with a smile at this moment. Then they went to the kitchen with Okai and Shin and they started eating lunch. The meals made by the nanny inside Helan's house were just ordinary home cooking. Not as good as those made by Haomei and Sure, but they were very much in line with the tastes of the elderly, and were light. Even today, when I knew I was going to invite the young people to dinner, I made a few meat dishes on purpose, but they were made in a clear soup and didn't taste very good. A table full of dishes, the most flavorful, actually pickles. So after simply eating something, Helan took out the wine that had long been chilled inside the refrigerator, and then the three of them sat down and drank together as well. It could be seen that at this time, Helan could be said to be preoccupied. I think it is also. It is the good years. Actually want to stay in such a place. All day long face a 60-year-old old man. Change who is estimated to be very depressing in the heart. Shin and Okai had said that although it was said that Helan was willing to marry Nyehui on her own initiative, she must still hate her parents a little bit inside. After all, after she had decided to do so, her father had collected that $30 million from Nyehui, but there was absolutely no hint of hesitation at all. So after they got married, Helan also basically didn't go home for New Year's holidays, and Nyehui also knows that he is an old man, guarding such a big beauty like a flower. It is not good to guard, so usually he does not let her go out casually. Cannot go to work, go out also have to have a reason. The only chance she had to let off steam was the occasional visit to Shinsi to have some fun. It would have been nice if it had stayed that way, but that's the problem. Shinsi found Okai at this point. There's a fear of comparison when it comes to anything, especially when it comes to your best friend. And I'm afraid of my brother's suffering, and I'm afraid of my brother's driving a Land Rover. Everything is afraid of comparison. At this time looking at Shin Cc happy, Helan while Shin Cc sincerely happy, while feeling more lonely inside. It is easiest to drink too much when you are in a bad mood. Plus, Helan, a housewife, usually couldn't drink a few times a year. The tolerance for alcohol is really bad. So soon, that is, the amount of 3 or 4 bottles, this side of the Helan will drink almost, full of red face, eyes wandering, and from time to time also nodded. Sure enough, she was only just halfway through the 5th bottle when she fell over drunk with a thud and a tilt of her head, and looking at Helan drank too much. At this time only just slightly drunk Shin Cc also glanced at the side of the almost state of Okai, and then gently kicked him after a little, said with a smile, "It's up to you." "No, your plan was to get Helan drunk and then let me pick the body?" Looking at Shin C's appearance, Okai's eyebrows raised. He certainly would not do such a thing. To know that this is against the law. What are you thinking? I mean, it's time for you to excel. With me. While talking, Shin Cc put her hands on Okai's neck while whispering, listening to Shin C's words, feeling the wine inside her mouth, sprayed on his face, although Okai said that he still didn't quite understand what Shin Cc was going to do, but at this time with the strength of the wine, he wouldn't refuse. So at this moment, also a hand Shin Cc hugged up, looked around. The two went to the 2nd floor of the guest room. Shin Cc previously and Helan's husband is not at home when he came over to accompany Helan. Live here. Just now Helan also said, if the two people if they drink too much, you can rest in this room inside. But I never thought that they were actually resting so much in the middle of this room. ______.